Chapter 1. The Stone Bowl. The money has all been spent on incense paper, he lamented. In the heart of the bustling street stood a two-story tavern, its entrance busy with a parade of horse-drawn carriages and patrons coming and going. At that moment, as the sun reached its zenith, Shunsi emerged from a nearby funeral parlor. He patted his pockets, confirming that he was utterly devoid of funds. With a weary sigh, he suppressed the temptation to purchase a roasted chicken and departed, bamboo basket slung over his shoulder. I shall have to wait until next year without a single coin. I cannot even afford a feather. This was not born from a genuine craving for roasted chicken, but rather a tribute to Old Man Han, who had a fondness for such delicacies in his lifetime. An orphan, abandoned at the doorstep of the Fuji pharmacy as an infant, he was taken in by the late Old Man Han, the former accountant. After Han's passing, Shun Si, being somewhat nimble, was retained by the shopkeeper to assist in menial tasks. The first few years were devoid of wages, but his meals and lodging were provided. It was only last year that he began receiving a meager salary of 30 coins a month. He had diligently saved for a long time, intending to buy a roasted chicken to honor Old Man Han during the Qingming festival. However, just a few days ago, while grinding herbs, he inadvertently shattered the mortar, its age and fragility unknown to him. The result was a financial loss, as the shopkeeper claimed the stone mortar was an heirloom, purchased by ancestors for a mere handful of silver. Aside from a few coins secretly set aside for incense paper, Shunsi had lost all his savings and even owed an additional 2 taels of silver, leaving him in a rather melancholy state. Yet, the shattered mortar held an oddity. Within it lay a stone bowl, adorned with intricate patterns, suggesting it was not a mere natural formation, but rather hidden away. Strangely, the mortar displayed no visible cracks, appearing as a single entity, leaving him puzzled as to how the bowl was concealed within. When he recounted this peculiar incident to the shopkeeper, he was met with incredulity and scorn, accused of jesting. 1 tael of silver, who knows when I shall repay it? And how on earth did that bowl end up in there? The pharmacy was a few hundred paces away, and as Shun Si walked, his mind wandered. In recent days, he had examined the stone bowl, finding it rather ordinary, save for one anomaly. During one grinding session, he had inadvertently struck his finger with the pestle, causing it to bleed. To his astonishment, the bowl absorbed his blood. Aside from this strange occurrence, nothing else appeared out of the ordinary, and he gradually set the matter aside. Now, shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he looked ahead and spotted the pharmacy in the distance. Being midday, the street was largely deserted, and the shop itself bore a quiet atmosphere. Moreover, the accountant, Old Man Wang, was absent that day, leaving only the shopkeeper inside. "Shopkeeper, may I leave now?" Shun Si exhaled in relief, mustering a smile as he stepped inside. Earlier that morning, he had requested leave, but the shopkeeper had declined, insisting they wait until noon to assess the store's busyness. "I don't mean to belabor the point, but with your paltry 30 copper coins a month, you barely have 2 sets of clothes to your name throughout the year. These festive occasions are for the affluent. You, a penniless wretch, should not seek to partake." As soon as he entered, the shopkeeper cast a sidelong glance at him, his expression lazy as he scratched his ear, eyeing the contents of Shun Si's bamboo basket. "Of course, am not entirely devoid of compassion. If you wish to take leave, you may, but according to the rules, half a day's absence counts as a full day. Should you leave, you forfeit today's wages, and you must return within the hour, or else your pay for tomorrow will also be lost." As a shrewd businessman, he never engaged in unprofitable ventures, knowing that even if his demands were excessive, Shun Si would comply without resistance. Thus, he timed his ultimatum to coincide with noon, creating a sense of urgency while imposing conditions. "Whether you go or not is your choice." "I shall go, thank you, shopkeeper." Shun Si said nothing further, expressing his gratitude as he prepared to head to the back, intending to retrieve the scythe for cutting grass to clear the weeds around the grave. "By the way, you may borrow my bamboo basket and other items for a copper coin, which you can owe me." The voice came from behind him. "Such a miser," Shun Si muttered under his breath, moving to the back where he placed the scythe into the bamboo basket. Just as he was about to set off, he noticed that the door to his room was ajar, seemingly opened by someone. As he pondered this, A graceful figure emerged from within, sensing the commotion. She appeared to be of similar age, her hair cascading in 3,000 strands down to her waist. She wore a verdant pleated skirt that brushed just above her calves, revealing delicate white embroidered shoes beneath. Xiao Jia? Shen-Si stammered, momentarily taken aback. This girl was the shopkeeper's daughter, surnamed Zhou, given the name Xiao, who was 3 months his senior. They had practically grown up together, and despite their familial ties, she was not burdened by her father's mercenary nature. She had always treated him kindly, often shared her treats with him in secret during their childhood. However, as they grew older, coupled with her father's subtle warnings to keep his aspirations in check, Shen-Si had maintained a certain distance from her. Before he could inquire, she spoke first. "I heard you're going to pay respects to Grandfather Han. Recently, there have been reports of people going missing in the city, and Father forbade me from going. I prepared some roasted chicken he liked, and as for the wine, I wasn't sure of his preference. I left some money for you to take along as a gesture of respect." Her fair complexion and gentle features framed her sparkling peach blossom eyes, a true beauty. She stood slightly taller than him, and when she smiled, 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks, rendering Shen-Si momentarily speechless. Regaining his composure, he glanced beyond her slender shoulders. His room, a converted storage space, was cramped, containing only a single bed. At this moment, atop the bed, lay a stone bowl holding a roasted chicken wrapped in lotus leaves, accompanied by a handful of copper coins. These were the very items he had intended to purchase, but could not afford. To his surprise, Xiao Jia had procured them for him. "This is my heartfelt gesture. Do not forget me. Also, when you pay your respects, remember to mention me. I bought a chicken and some wine." Zhou Qiao playfully blinked her enchanting eyes, fully aware that Shen-Si's funds had just been depleted, rendering his long-planned roast chicken unattainable. This roasted chicken was intended to spare him any regrets, and her words were meant to dispel any suspicion. "All right," Shen-Si replied, a mix of amusement and gratitude crossing his face as he nodded, accepting her kindness without question. "Go now, and remember to return early. I've heard that several people have gone missing in the city lately, so be cautious," she advised, her gentle smile revealing a glint of mischief in her eyes. Before he could protest, she pressed a small pouch into his hands and darted away. The pouch bore the aroma of mugwort and a hint of her delicate fragrance. Knowing it would be inconvenient for him to hang it from his waist, she had already threaded it with a red cord. However, her sewing skills left much to be desired. It appeared she had attempted to embroider his name, but the letters were crooked and required careful inspection to discern. Regardless, it was a gesture filled with affection, warming Shen-Si's heart. He hung it around his neck and returned to his room, with a roasted chicken nestled neatly in the bowl, accompanied by the copper coins. He picked them up one by one, placing them in his pocket, intending to buy a jug of wine later. However, just as he reached for the last coin, a sudden flash of light erupted from the stone bowl, and in that instant, the roasted chicken vanished. As the brilliance subsided, he could have sworn he heard a voice whispering in his ear, indistinguishable in gender, while simultaneously witnessing a glow infuse the copper coins within the bowl. "To the sincere heart, offer to the gods and receive blessings." Offer to the gods and receive blessings? What did that mean? Where did that voice come from? What happened to my roasted chicken? The radiant light appeared and disappeared in an instant, leaving only the copper coin behind. But now, that copper coin had transformed into silver. What in the world? How could a copper coin become a silver coin? The rapid succession of events left Shen-Si utterly bewildered. He examined the coin in his hand, noticing that, though it appeared similar, it was softer and more malleable. Could bend it with his fingers. It had indeed become silver. And all of this seemed to stem from that stone bowl, the very one he had shattered when he broke the shopkeeper's mortar and incurred a debt. He had never imagined it possessed such power. Offer to the gods and receive blessings. A single roasted chicken can transform copper coins into silver? But what good is that? My roasted chicken cost 70 copper coins. This is only one. Wait, if this is indeed silver, it weighs nearly 1 tael. I could purchase 10 roasted chickens with this, he quickly grasped, his mind racing. Realizing this, he swiftly tucked the stone bowl into his embrace, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Cautiously, he scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one had witnessed the extraordinary spectacle. Elation surged within him was rich. Roasted chicken cost 70 coins. If this transforms into one tael of silver, he could buy dozens of roasted chickens. This meant that as long as he had copper coins, he possessed a veritable treasure trove. He was on the brink of fortune. This stone bowl, which had cost him a few taels, was, in fact, a priceless artifact. Could it be that it only works once? Shensi suddenly pondered, a tinge of anxiety creeping in. Regardless, he resolved to conduct further experiments. Chapter 2. The Seven Fiends section. C tucked the stone bowl into his bosom, took a deep breath, and exited the apothecary, his countenance once again regaining its composure. The shopkeeper, reclining in his chair, cast a fleeting glance in his direction, faintly sensing that this foolish lad seemed to have transformed into a more self-assured individual. However, Shun Si, wary of revealing his newfound fortune, hurriedly left the shop. He was no fool. He did not allow joy to cloud his judgment. Regardless of whether the stone bowl could be utilized again, even if it could indeed continue to produce results, it was imperative to keep this secret hidden. Should he attract unwanted attention, it would spell trouble. He reminded himself to remain discreet. As if nothing unusual had transpired, he departed the apothecary, making his way to the tavern he had passed earlier. There, he purchased 2 roasted chickens and a jug of exquisite osmanthus wine, and for all these items, he found that only a small portion of his silver had been spent. This was a considerable amount of money that could be used repeatedly. Suppressing his excitement, Shensi forcefully restrained the impulse to immediately experiment with the stone bowl. It was not until he had left Jing County and ventured into the western mountains, ensuring that no one was around, that he eagerly retrieved the stone bowl. He placed it on the ground, then took one of the roasted chickens and a copper coin, placing both into the stone bowl. Please, let it not be just once. Having finally encountered a stroke of good fortune, Shun Si dared not even blink as he fixed his gaze upon the stone bowl. Amidst the pounding of his heart and his fervent pleas, he witnessed a fleeting glimmer of light flicker from within the bowl, causing his heart to leap into his throat. He remained transfixed until the light dissipated, revealing that the roasted chicken had indeed vanished, leaving only a single silver coin. I was right. Though I do not fathom the reason, this stone bowl truly has the capacity to transform copper coins into silver, provided one offers a roasted chicken. Overcome with excitement, Shensi embraced the stone bowl and kissed it. Turning his gaze to the last roasted chicken in the bamboo basket, he chuckled to himself, tucking the stone bowl close to his heart while placing the silver coin into his bosom. He did not touch it further, instead shouldering the bamboo basket and ascending the winding mountain path. "Oh, treasure, my treasure," he mused. "From now on, I shall have wealth. I must devise a plan to journey to the neighboring county. However, that too may not be safe. I need to travel far from here to acquire a grand house and become a wealthy landlord, employing others to attend to my needs." For years, Shun Si had endured a life of hardship. The small dwelling he inhabited was cold in winter and hot in summer, plagued by numerous mosquitoes. Now, with such a treasure in his possession, he yearned for a spacious home. Yet, as an orphan suddenly coming into wealth, he would inevitably attract suspicion. The best course of action would be to distance himself. But what of Sister Chiao Air? I cannot forget her. She has treated me so well. What should I do? The thought of leaving Sister Chiao Air filled him with reluctance. In the midst of his inner turmoil, he suddenly perceived a faint sound, echoing from afar. Woo-woo. This sound seemed to echo with sorrow. Shensi paused, instinctively glancing around. After a moment of listening intently, the noise grew clearer, as if emanating from a steep slope dozens of zhang away, likely near the mountain summit. It was unmistakably a human voice, yet the dense foliage obscured his view of the situation. Having visited this mountain many times, he knew it to be usually devoid of people. What could possibly be the source of such weeping? Was someone mourning at a grave? With the Qingming festival just past, it was indeed plausible. "Help me. I want to go back." Woo-wah. Just as he was pondering, the voice rang out once more distinct this time. Shensi's eyes widened in alarm as he recognized a cry for help. sending a chill down his spine. He immediately drew his sickle for courage, nervously scanning the surroundings. Who? Who was calling for help? At that very moment, he recalled Sister Xiao mentioning that there had been reports of disappearances in the city over the past few days. Now, he was resolutely unwilling to investigate, sprinting up the mountain in panic. Help! Where are you taking me? Yet, at that instant, he felt yet another sound approach, closer now, seemingly from the air behind him. The temperature around him abruptly dropped, and Shenxi instinctively turned to look, his face draining of color. In that moment, he beheld a young man clad in a dark green robe, hovering in midair, his visage pale as death. Under his arm, he clutched a round, chubby boy who was wailing incessantly. It was evident that the cries he had heard were coming from this boy. He can fly. Shenxi's mind was consumed by a singular thought, his consciousness overwhelmed by an unimaginable spectacle that rendered him utterly speechless. Unexpectedly, just as I was about to return, I encountered unforeseen gains. It seems that fate has conspired to bring us together. The young man naturally spotted him, sneering wickedly, with a flick of his sleeve. A gust of wind surged, abruptly appearing before Shenxi. A violent wind struck his face, lifting him off the ground. Even the scythe and bamboo basket on his back were blown away, just as he was seized. Shenxi instinctively clasped his chest tightly, protecting the stone bowl in his arms. In mere moments, they soared from the air to a position near the mountain summit before finally descending. Here lay a deep pit, nearly 10 feet deep, reminiscent of traps set by hunters to catch wild boars in years past. From within came cries, clearly the source of the earlier sounds. At this moment, the young man had landed in the pit, tossing the two individuals he had clutched under his arm. Nearby were two other boys, the eldest around 13 or 14, and the youngest about 11 or 12. Upon seeing the young man, their voices fell silent, trembling uncontrollably as they rolled and crawled backward until they had nowhere else to retreat, huddling against the earthen wall, staring at him in terror. I will not accompany you to that seven fiends sect. I want to go home. Home. Shenxi was equally horrified, uncertain if they were the missing persons from the county. The name Seven Fiends sect echoed in his mind. The other party could fly, seemingly intent on taking them there. Were they celestial beings? Was the Seven Fiends sect a sect of immortals? Naturally, he did not wish to go. After all, achieving the status of a local landowner was no small feat. Yet such a turn of events had transpired. 1, 2, 4, just enough, the young man declared. Fear not, I shall grant you an opportunity and take you to a splendid place. He counted, seemingly ignoring Shenxi's words, a sinister smile spreading across his face. With another wave of his hand, the gust of wind surged again, lifting two boys from either side. In an instant, they shot into the sky, the grand green mountain shrinking beneath them, their bodies soaring through the air. Shenxi's face turned pale, his eyes reddening, not solely from the wind, but from the uncertainty of where he was being taken. Gradually, he felt lightheaded, as if deprived of oxygen. And in his despair, he closed his eyes. He lost track of time until he felt the solid ground beneath him and heard voices conversing nearby. Slowly, Shenxi opened his eyes to find himself in a clearing on the mountainside, faintly adorned with golden palaces and pavilions, as if he had entered a realm of immortality. The other boys who had come with him were anxiously surveying their surroundings. Brother, this time you brought back 4 gifted little ones. Not long ago, Sister Li also returned with 4, not far away. 2 men in green robes stood, their attire darker and of inferior quality compared to the young man, their expressions respectful, taking them to the miscellaneous duties. Where's the ink, alchemist? I thought he wanted a boy to assist him, to tend to the herbs and water them. The elder, with meticulously combed hair and a simple white robe, appeared aged but not overly wrinkled, as if he possessed a secret to maintaining youth. His murky eyes held a hint of dominance. He scanned the 2 boys, noticing the tearful chubby one, and frowned slightly before turning his gaze to Shenxi. Observing his cautious demeanor devoid of panic, he expressed a measure of approval, pointing to him. This one will do. Come with me. As for the other, send him back to the miscellaneous duties. After the elder spoke, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked along the path through the bamboo grove. Shenxi's heart raced, recognizing the elder's esteemed status, and obediently followed. The two behind him did not follow. The bamboo grove was serene, each stalk whispering in the breeze, with a stone pond nearby where fish swam and plump five-colored feathered chickens, larger than ordinary, curiously peered at him from the pond's edge. You may call me Elder Mo or the Ink Alchemist. Shensi felt a mix of trepidation and uncertainty, yet he had no thoughts to voice. Occasionally, he heard the elder's coughs echoing from up ahead. After walking for a while, they reached the center of the grove, where a bamboo house stood a few dozen steps away, comprising 2 rooms. The front yard was enclosed by a fence, creating a small courtyard. In the northwest corner, a small patch of land was cultivated with vibrant herbs, blooming beautifully. From now on, you shall reside in that room. The other room is off-limits without orders as for food. There is a pot in the courtyard for you to cook. You may return to your room now. Upon reaching the courtyard, the elder coughed, but his gaze suddenly sharpened. After Shunsi lowered his head, the elder produced a bag of rice, momentarily not instructing him on what to do. After indicating his room, Shunsi felt anxious yet did not dare disobey. He pushed open the door and entered his new living space, which was small, containing only a bed. This would likely be his home for quite some time. He glanced around. Feeling somewhat satisfied, he placed his new clothes and wooden token beside the pillow and sat down. Holding the small book, the one given to him by the green-robed man, which bore the title Chi Cultivation. Besides this, he received a set of clothing and a wooden token, but the booklet was clearly the main prize, seemingly a method of cultivation as well as the reward for working for the immortals. Such a reward was far more precious than gold or silver. With the stone bowl, he lacked for nothing in that regard. But if he could also become an immortal within this sect, he need not worry about being suspected or envied once he acquired wealth. I refuse to be a laborer. My family is wealthy. Let me go home, and I shall pay you. Beside him, the chubby boy, who had been captured alongside Shensi, sniffled and whimpered, frightened by the earlier words, trembling and unable to speak loudly. Immortal, Shensi suddenly realized that being taken here might not be entirely negative. Perhaps it was an opportunity, a flicker of eagerness shone in his eyes as he recalled the scene of the man who had brought him here, soaring across the heavens. Gradually, a bamboo forest came into view. Arrived, the green-robed man halted outside, scrutinizing them. Shortly after, an elder emerged from the bamboo grove along a narrow path, seemingly of high status. He coughed twice, prompting the green-robed man to bow respectfully. Ink Alchemist, I hear you require a boy. In a while, I shall need to step out. One boy will suffice to assist me in tending to the herbs. The elder's hair was meticulously styled, and he donned a plain white robe. His appearance was aged with few wrinkles, as if he possessed some secret to maintaining youth. His murky eyes exuded authority as he glanced between the 2 boys, noticing the sobbing chubby one with a frown before shifting his gaze to Shensi. Observing his cautious demeanor devoid of panic, he expressed a measure of approval, pointing to him. This one will do. Come with me. As for the other, send him back to the miscellaneous duties. After the elder spoke, he clasped his hands behind his back and walked along the path through the bamboo grove. Shunsi's heart raced, recognizing the elder's esteemed status, and obediently followed. The 2 behind him did not follow. The bamboo grove was serene, each stalk whispering in the breeze, with a stone pond nearby where fish swam and plump 5-colored feathered chickens, larger than ordinary, curiously peered at him from the pond's edge. You may call me Elder Mo or the Ink Alchemist. Shensi felt a mix of trepidation and uncertainty, yet he had no thoughts to voice. Occasionally, he heard the elder's coughs echoing from up ahead. After walking for a while, they reached the center of the grove, where a bamboo house stood a few dozen steps away, comprising 2 rooms. The front yard was enclosed by a fence, creating a small courtyard. And in the northwest corner, a small patch of land was cultivated with vibrant herbs, blooming beautifully. From now on, you shall reside in that room. The other room is off-limits without orders as for food. There is a pot in the courtyard for you to cook. You may return to your room now. Upon reaching the courtyard, the elder coughed, but his gaze suddenly sharpened. After Shunsi lowered his head, the elder produced a bag of rice, momentarily not instructing him on what to do. After indicating his room, Shensi felt anxious yet did not dare disobey. He pushed open the door and entered his new living space, which was small, containing only a bed. This would likely be his home for quite some time. He glanced around. Feeling somewhat satisfied, he placed his new clothes and wooden token beside the pillow and sat down. Holding the small book, the one given to him by the green-robed man, which bore the title Chi Cultivation. Besides this, he received a set of clothing and a wooden token, but the booklet was clearly the main prize. Seemingly a method of cultivation as well as the reward for working for the immortals. Such a reward was far more precious than gold or silver. With the stone bowl, he lacked for nothing in that regard. But if he could also become an immortal within this sect, he need not worry about being suspected or envied once he acquired wealth. As Shenxi's gaze flickered with uncertainty, he hesitantly accepted the vial. Upon removing the cork, he discovered it contained a little over half a bottle of a green liquid, the scent of which was somewhat nauseating. Despite his instinct to refuse consumption, he was urged on. The elder, observing his reluctance, grew impatient, his murky eyes glinting with a dangerous light. A chill ran down Shenxi's spine as he realized that refusing to drink it could lead to a far graver fate. Gritting his teeth against the wave of nausea, he swallowed the contents of the vial. Instantly, he felt as though an army of ants was crawling over his skin. This was the 5 poisons powder. The elder, witnessing Shenxi's compliance, allowed a satisfied gleam to pass through his eyes. The antidote to this poison was known solely to me, he declared. You must take the antidote once a month. Failure to do so will result in your intestines twisting together, devouring one another until you perish in agony. His demeanor suggested that he was not merely fabricating tales to instill fear. Shenxi could not afford to gamble with his life. Hearing the effects of the poison, his limbs turned cold, and he fully comprehended the notion of knowing a person's face but not their heart. This elder, appearing as an ordinary old man, was, in truth, a treacherous and malevolent individual. Rest assured, as long as you obediently comply, you shall remain unharmed. Get some rest. I will inform you of your tasks tonight. The elder paid no mind to Shenxi's fear, fixing him with a grin that did not reach his eyes before turning and departing. The 5 poisons powder. Once the sound of his footsteps faded, a shadow of gloom and terror crossed Shenxi's youthful visage. The mere thought of the poison's effects sent shivers down his spine, leaving him with a profound sense of unease. Although the elder assured him of the monthly antidote, his fate lay in another's hands, and he felt an overwhelming indignation at this sudden misfortune. I must cultivate. I, too, shall become a cultivator. He resolved to become a practitioner and find a way to obtain the antidote, with the prerequisite being to become stronger than the elder. With his inherently resilient character, he turned his gaze to the blue booklet before him. At that moment, his determination to become a cultivator intensified. Even becoming urgent, he took out the small booklet and opened it, revealing fine print that detailed a breathing technique, the method for cultivating the first realm, Chi refinement. Beside it were illustrations of figures demonstrating specific postures necessary for practice. Fortunately, during his childhood, Old Han had taught him to read, so he could comprehend the text within. According to the records, the first realm of cultivation was called Chi refinement, consisting of 10 layers. Once the spiritual energy within one's body transformed into a magnificent oceanic spectacle, one could establish their foundation. What establishing a foundation entailed, he did not yet understand. He pondered how many layers of Chi refinement the elder had attained. Shenxi studied the text for a long while, his eyes reddening as he endeavored to memorize its contents. Gradually, night fell, and the crowing of a rooster echoed from outside, signaling the midnight hour. The elder stood outside, reminding him, "Remember this time," as the clock struck midnight. The summer moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery glow over the expansive bamboo grove, which remained far from dark in the light of day. He had previously encountered the 5-tailed chickens gathered in a row atop the roof. Now silent, as if in a stupor or quietly observing Shenxi's activities in the courtyard, the elder had summoned him to assign a task: to water the herbs in the medicinal garden located in the northwest corner. Given Shenxi's lowly status, he had little say in the matter. Dressed in the same thin garments he arrived in, he carried a bucket, moving about the courtyard to water the plants, which required fresh mountain spring water. Each time he filled a bucket, he had to trek back to the stream, a few hundred paces from the bamboo hut, to refill. Fortunately, His previous experience as a handyman at the apothecary had accustomed him to hard labor, providing him with an advantage in enduring hardships. After busily running back and forth for over half an hour, his boots became soggy from the water, but the flowers appeared even more vibrant. Finally, he completed the task of watering. Cough, cough. Every day at this hour, you are responsible for watering those herbs. 10 buckets nightly. No more, no less. They are precious, and the water must be fresh mountain spring water, obtained directly from the source. The elder appeared behind him like a specter, as if it would be simple to crush him with a mere hand. Shunsi maintained a demeanor of submission. Though he longed to strike the old man and demand the antidote, yet he dared not reveal his thoughts. The elder cast a cold glance his way. These plants are mostly poisonous. Be cautious while watering, lest you be cut. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly perish. Return to your rest. This warning was not born of benevolence. The elder cared little for the life of a mere servant. However, if Shunsi were to die, the herbs would wither in his absence. This wretched place was filled with poison at every turn. Shunsi dared not voice his thoughts, feeling that surviving in this environment was a monumental and arduous undertaking. Upon returning indoors, he braved the moonlight and fatigue, pulling out the small booklet once more, striving to commit its contents to memory. Only by possessing the power for self-preservation could he find a modicum of peace. With this, he could finally rest easy. That boy was poisoned. Even if he broke through to the first layer of chi refinement, he would still not dare venture to the outer sect. The herbs would remain unharmed. This place had been a site of cultivation for foundational practitioners for many years. If I can succeed, I may yet establish my foundation in this lifetime. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, the candlelight flickered brightly. The elder stood before a bookshelf, clearing his throat as he retrieved a tome. Shunsi was unaware of this. Time passed, and it had been half a month since his arrival in the bamboo grove. He wondered whether the shopkeeper had noticed his absence and sought him out. His sickle and bamboo basket would not be returned, nor that silver or toot, if he were still alive in 20 years. Perhaps he could repay him and Sister Chiao. Shunsi sat in his room, stowing away the fragrant sachet, ultimately feeling melancholy as he clutched the small booklet, reviewing its contents. After a stick of incense had burned, he positioned himself according to the illustrations in the booklet, adjusted his breathing, and began his cultivation. Over the past half-month, aside from watering the herbs at midnight and feeding the 5-tailed chickens that arrived in the morning and evening, he needed to do little else. The remainder of his time could be devoted to cultivation. He had nearly memorized the contents of the booklet and had begun to attempt practicing the methods detailed within. However, during this attempt, he managed to maintain the breathing technique for only 4 breaths before feeling as if he lacked sufficient energy, his mind spinning with dizziness, forcing him to cease his practice. Cultivating this technique felt like self-inflicted torment. The Chi refinement section recorded that practicing this method would lead to a sensation of energy gathering within the body. It had been half a month, yet he still had not felt it. Perhaps he had not persisted long enough. Once more, Shunsi gasped for breath, feeling a flame dancing within his chest, compelling him to resume his cultivation. As dusk approached, the setting sun bled crimson, and he suddenly heard a voice emanating from the adjacent room. Initially faint, it soon resonated as if directly in his ear. "Come here. I have something to instruct you." The voice belonged to the elder. Shunsi promptly halted his practice, filled with curiosity as he made his way to the central hall. The door stood ajar. Because it was evening, the interior was dimly lit, yet he could faintly discern the figure of the elder seated in a grand armchair, shrouded in shadows, to his right. There was another door leading to the inner chamber, presumably the elder's quarters. Shunsi quickly averted his gaze, maintaining his composure, and respectfully performed a bow, standing before him, unsure of what the elder wished to discuss. "These 3 vials of antidote, cough, cough, take half a vial each month. They will sustain you for over 6 months. That I must step out for a time and will return in half a year. I do not wish to see even one herb missing." The elder sat in the grand chair, lifting his voluminous sleeves to reveal a portion of his arm, speckled with spots. However, what captured Shunsi's attention and held his gaze were the 3 porcelain vials in his hand. He suppressed his inner yearning, refraining from reaching out until the elder offered them, sensing the implicit threat in his words and adopting a submissive and fearful demeanor. If your talent is commendable, you could achieve Qi refinement within half a year and become an outer sect disciple. However, even if you wish to join the outer sect, you must wait for my return. At that time, I will provide you with the antidote to completely dispel your poison. The elder did not linger long, imparting a veiled warning before allowing him to leave with the 3 vials of antidote. Is this truly the antidote? Shun Si returned to his dwelling, removed the cork from the bottle, revealing a cerulean liquid within. The absence of any foul odor prompted him to take a deep breath. He carefully placed the porcelain vial aside and continued his cultivation as instructed by the pamphlet. Although less than a month had passed, he did not yet need to consume the antidote. As for whether the antidote for the first layer of Qi training was genuine, Shun Si could only speculate, harboring a flicker of hope in his heart. Following Lao's announcement of his departure, days went by without a trace of him. The next morning, Shun Si noticed a few more sacks of rice outside, but apart from that, he found himself alone in the bamboo hut. The serene solitude granted him ample time to focus solely on his training, tending to the medicinal herbs and attending to basic needs, while dedicating the majority of his time to cultivation. By the end of the first month, after much determination, he could finally sustain his practice for 50 breaths. Another month passed, and this duration increased until he surpassed 100 breaths. Suddenly, he felt a resonant hum within him, as a warm current surged forth, washing away the fatigue from his visage. It was as though he could hear the most exhilarating rhythm of his heart, which had been pounding for the past 2 months. During this time, apart from eating and performing chores, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation, resulting in dark circles under his eyes. Yet this effort was finally rewarded as he sensed the spiritual energy documented in the pamphlet. The toil of the past 2 months felt utterly worthwhile. His practice now felt invigorated, akin to a surge of adrenaline, as he directed this warmth to specific meridians. According to the pamphlet, comprehending spiritual energy meant he had already achieved a significant milestone in reaching the first layer of Qi training, a stage where many become ensnared. What lay ahead was continued practice. Once the spiritual energy within him accumulated sufficiently, he would unlock the 5 senses, entering the first layer of Qi training. However, this process would take far longer than Shun Si anticipated. Days turned into weeks, and months slipped by unnoticed. 2.5 months had passed since he arrived in the purple bamboo grove, and now he could distinctly sense the gentle flow of warm energy coursing through him. Akin to a small stream, he felt confident that he would soon break through to the first layer of Qi training. As he opened his eyes, he heard the crowing of the 5-tailed chickens outside. After watering the herbs, he settled in front of the hut, closed his eyes, and resumed his practice. Finally, on the 6th night, a resounding boom resonated within him as the stream of spiritual energy coursed throughout his body, enveloping him in a delightful tingling sensation, as if his very soul were about to take flight. That moment, impurities and filth within him transformed into sweat, expelled from his body. The transformation of spiritual energy into a stream signified his entry into the first layer of Qi training. According to Lao, once he surpassed this layer, he would be eligible to become an outer sect disciple. After some time, as the flow of spiritual energy gradually settled, Shun Si excitedly opened his eyes. Perceiving the world around him with newfound sharpness, he could hear the droplets of water from the herbs outside. Now he could consider himself a part of the celestial realm, yet he must wait for Lao's return before proceeding to the outer sect. After cleansing himself in the nearby stream, Shun Si reflected on the days that had passed. Nearly 6 months had elapsed since Lao's departure. He had consumed the antidote left behind by Lao at the end of each month, 5 doses in total, leaving him with half a bottle. When 6 months arrived, he would need to take the remaining antidote, which could sustain him for an additional month, totaling around 50 days. Uncertain of Lao's return, Shun Si spent his days counting the passing time, awaiting his return while continuing his training, attempting to make strides toward the second layer of Qi training. As 10 days flew by, the deadline of 6 months approached, yet Lao still had not returned. The sacks of rice left behind had been consumed, leaving Shun Si with only water to stave off hunger. However, this could only sustain him for 2 days before starvation became unbearable. His rigorous training made him feel hungrier than usual, and soon he found himself hallucinating, seeing plump five-tailed chickens before him, which transformed into chicken legs in his mind. Suddenly inspired, Shun Si dashed into the bamboo grove, quickly spotting several five-tailed chickens drinking at the stream. Only a portion of these chickens returned to the hut at night, and he was unsure if they were all raised by Mo Lao. But hunger dulled his caution, and he decided to take the risk. With determination, he lunged at them, but the chickens, remarkably perceptive, took off with frantic clucks. Frustrated, Shun Si picked up small stones from the ground and hurled them with precision. After an hour of relentless pursuit, he finally managed to satiate his hunger. Of course, after feasting, he did not forget to clean up the remnants. With a satisfying burp, he buried the bones, feathers, and remnants of the fire, easing his worries about food scarcity. Having committed to this course of action, he resolved to capture a couple of five-tailed chickens whenever hunger struck, while dedicating the rest of his time to cultivation and tending to the herbs. Thus, he lived comfortably for half a month. Nearing the 6-month mark of his stay, Shun Si had grown taller and gradually recalled the stone bowl. Now, blessed with an abundance of roasted chicken, he pondered the bowl's abilities that, in truth, he wondered if the stone bowl could only transform copper coins into silver or if it could bestow blessings upon other items as well. Upon receiving the stone bowl, he had been so overwhelmed with joy that he had not thought deeply about its potential. Now, recalling the mysterious voice that had granted him the blessing, he realized it had not explicitly stated it was limited to copper coins. What if other items could also receive blessings? Should he attempt it? His gaze instinctively fell upon the remaining roasted chickens by the fire, one of which was missing a leg. After a moment's hesitation, he finished off the chicken leg in his hand and rushed back to the hut, instead of bringing the roasted chickens with him. Fearing Mo Lao might return and catch him in the act, he made sure to cook them a distance away from the hut. Now that he had broken through to the first layer of chi training, he dashed through the bamboo grove and quickly returned to the hut. He retrieved the stone bowl from beneath the bed and concealed it in his embrace, ready to test its powers once more. Just as he was about to head back to the grove, he heard voices outside. Among the outer sect disciples, only Mo Qinglu occupied a spot on the north peak for his cultivation, making it a rather exclusive territory. The speaker, a man with a long horse face, dressed similarly to the youth who had brought Shun Si to the purple bamboo grove, stood outside, surveying the interior. His gaze lingered greedily on the flowers and herbs in the corners, tinged with envy. This voice did not belong to Mo Lao. Startling Shen S. It was the first time someone had visited the purple bamboo grove since his arrival. He swiftly concealed the stone bowl and stepped outside. In the brief moment he took to do so, the horse-faced man had already entered the courtyard. Upon noticing Shun Si in his servant's attire, his expression turned haughty to a servant. You say? Once you break through to the first layer of chi training, you can head to the outer sect. Didn't Mo Qinglu inform you? It seemed he had not. With a dismissive wave of his sleeve, the man tossed an object resembling a bamboo dragonfly into Shun Si's hands. This bamboo dragonfly allows you to channel your spiritual energy into it. It will take you to the outer sect. Once you become an outer sect disciple, you'll be assigned a dwelling and receive monthly cultivation resources. Now, be gone. He turned away, confident that a mere servant who had just broken through would not dare to defy him. In truth, Shun Si felt tempted, not only by the prospect of leaving this place, but also by the allure of monthly cultivation resources. Were it not for the lingering poison within him, he might have already fled. His feelings towards Mo Lao, the one who had poisoned him, were far from favorable. However, the horse-faced man's impatience grew as he found Shun Si lingering in place. His voice turned colder, and the temperature around them seemed to drop. Why are you still here? Returning to my senior brother, Mo Lao instructed me to wait for his return before proceeding to the outer sect. Shun Si's body involuntarily quivered, unable to fathom the depth of the opponent's cultivation, and therefore dared not offend him. When I command you to leave, you shall leave. This is not a discussion, but an order. This place will henceforth belong to Senior Brother Song, and it is high time for a change in ownership of the purple bamboo grove. Upon hearing these words, the man with the horse-like face grew increasingly impatient. Casting a cold glance at Shun Si, as if he were at odds with old Mo, intent on seizing territory. Old Mo will return in a few days if Senior Brother desires the purple bamboo grove. He may wait a month, for old Mo will undoubtedly return. Shen Si forced a smile, uncertain of who Senior Brother Song was, yet sensing he was not someone to be trifled with. However, before old Mo departed, he had threatened Shen Si, asserting that not a single herb could be lost. Should this grove fall into the hands of another, he would not be spared this moment. Shen Si could only brace himself, invoking old Mo's name. Threaten me? He is at the mid-stage of Qi training, and so is Senior Brother Song. Why would he fear him? Get lost. The voice of the man with the horse-like face deepened. Seeing merely a Qi training novice dare to threaten him, a wave of energy emanated from him, chilling Shen Si to the bone, his body trembling as ominous creaks echoed. This foe was no ordinary adversary, and seemingly he did not fear old Mo. I know Senior Brother is unafraid, but he has cautioned me to seek refuge in the outer sect. I must also remind Senior Brother of old Mo's words before his departure. He is out seeking something that could lead to a breakthrough, and upon his return, a significant advancement in cultivation is highly probable. Shen Si gritted his teeth, his internal spiritual energy instinctively circulating to counter the oppressive force that he hoped to intimidate the man. It was the only tactic he could conceive. Fortunately, his words bore some weight, as the glimmer of trepidation flashed in the eyes of the man with the horse-like face upon hearing of old Mo's potential breakthrough. Should the latter succeed, reaching the late stage of Qi training, even Senior Brother Song would be someone he could not afford to offend. It seemed prudent to relay this information back. You make a fair point. I shall remember you. I will return in a month. The man with the horse-like face cast a lingering glance at Shen Si, refraining from further confrontation. After delivering a harsh remark, he cast a reluctant look at the herbs before departing, intent on conveying this news back to Senior Brother Song. Unbeknownst to Shen Si, as he watched the man leave, he felt a wave of perspiration wash over him, his body unwittingly relaxing. Thankfully, he had managed to scare off the intruder. The purple bamboo grove was secure. Now, he merely needed to await old Mo's return, and the matter would no longer concern him. However, judging by the man's words, it appeared that outer sect disciples could receive cultivation resources monthly. At his current pace, it might take him several years to break through to the second layer of Qi training that he pondered whether there were any items available that could enhance his cultivation. Yet, as night approached, he resolved to wait a couple more days before venturing to the outer sect. Grasping the bamboo dragonfly in his hand, his eyes flickered with anticipation that be why nightfall, after watering the herbs and confirming that the man would not return. He quietly left the bamboo hut and returned to the daylight. The moonlight that night was delightful, as autumn had set in, bringing a hint of coolness to the bamboo grove, yet remained far from dark. What should he bestow as a blessing? Shen Si took out a stone bowl, pondering deeply before ultimately retrieving a porcelain vial from his pocket. This was it, the antidote. He wondered if it would indeed grant a blessing. Regardless, failure bore no consequence. After bestowing the blessing, he could only hope for an improved effect compared to before. With anticipation, he placed the porcelain vial into the bowl, followed by the now-cold roasted chicken. To his astonishment, in an instant, the roasted chicken vanished completely. It truly worked. Shen Si felt his heart racing, fixated on the stone bowl, his pulse quickening. Yet soon he furrowed his brow, sharply noticing a difference. Unlike the previous 2 times. As the roasted chicken disappeared, there was no sound in his ears, and the vial remained devoid of any luminous infusion. There was no change. Why was there no change? Chapter 6. Outer Sect, why was there no change? Shen Si pondered, unable to deduce the reason. Undeterred, he placed another roasted chicken into the bowl. It vanished once more, yet the porcelain vial remained unchanged, devoid of any light infusion. This far exceeded his expectations. Gritting his teeth, he dashed off to catch 6 feather-tailed chickens, skillfully slaughtered them, kindled a fire, roasted them, and placed them into the bowl. Since the roasted chicken could be devoured, it was evident that bestowing blessings was indeed possible. It was highly likely that the quantity of roasted chicken was insufficient. Tripling the amount, he was determined not to relent. As the 3rd roasted chicken was placed within, it disappeared. The 5th followed suit, and the 6th too vanished. I will not be deterred. Shen Si gritted his teeth and continued to add more. These 5 feather-tailed chickens were 2 to 3 times larger than normal chickens. 7 in total would amount to over 100 pounds of meat. Just as he placed the seventh chicken inside, at the moment it vanished, a brilliant light erupted from the stone bowl. A radiant beam shot into the porcelain vial, and a voice resonated in his ears. To the sincere, the divine is summoned, blessings bestowed. Shun Si's heart raced, and almost as soon as the light dissipated, he seized the porcelain vial from the stone bowl, uncorked it, and discovered that the liquid inside had changed color. He was uncertain of the effect, but theoretically, since copper coins could be transformed into silver, this antidote, having undergone a blessing, should certainly differ from its previous form. However, he was curious as to what changes the antidote had experienced and whether it could eradicate the poison within him in one fell swoop, providing a lasting solution. Even if it could not entirely resolve the issue, its efficacy would undoubtedly surpass its prior form, perhaps prolonging the duration of relief. At that moment, Shun Si's gaze flickered, and he suddenly placed the porcelain vial back into the bowl, simultaneously adding the last roasted 5-feather-tailed chicken. Would a second blessing yield doubled results? However, much to his surprise, this time the roasted 5-feather-tailed chicken did not vanish. He initially thought the stone bowl was defective, and after a moment of hesitation, he retrieved the antidote, placing copper coins into the bowl, which transformed back into silver. Clearly, the antidote could no longer receive blessings. It was not a fault of the stone bowl, but rather it seemed that one could only bestow blessings once. Was it truly impossible to bestow blessings again? Shun Si frowned. Realizing the situation, he tucked the stone bowl back into his pocket, contemplating the porcelain vial in hand. He was now uncertain whether this antidote could completely dispel the poison within him. If he recalled correctly, only 3 days remained until the 6-month mark. He decided to wait until the 6-month period was complete before consuming it, thereby allowing for a few extra days of endurance in case it failed to work. 3 days was not a long time. Shun Si, having waited precisely 30 days since his last antidote consumption, timed it perfectly and took the antidote. Instantly, a wave of coolness coursed through his body. He was uncertain whether the poison had been dispelled, but thankfully the next day, no symptoms manifested, at the very least. It confirmed that the antidote remained effective. He just did not know how well it worked or whether it had extended the duration of relief. However, Shun Si dared not take chances. Under the cover of night, he retrieved the bamboo dragonfly, his eyes filled with determination. Now that he had consumed the last of the antidote, and with old M.O. having claimed he would be away for merely 6 months. Yet the time had long since passed. He had little trust in that old coot. Should he not return by the end of this month, he would be in dire straits. To prepare for the worst, he needed to take action during this interim. He could not simply wait idly. Tomorrow, he would venture to the outer sect to gather information. Perhaps his earlier fears were unfounded, and the antidote was not solely in Old Mo's possession. He would also see if he could obtain any cultivation resources. He could not remain passive, nor did he wish for his life to be controlled by another. Given the opportunity to explore the outer sect, he would certainly seize it. The following day, a thin veil of mist gradually dissipated under the emerging sunlight, revealing the expanse of the bamboo grove. I could see this moment. Shun Si had already set out from the purple bamboo grove, where he had resided for 6 months. Clad in a coarse robe of a servant, he stood slightly taller than when he first arrived at the Seven Evils sect. His once delicate features now bore a resolute expression. Ready to embrace the challenges ahead, he stepped beyond the bounds of the purple bamboo grove. He retrieved the bamboo dragonfly from his pocket, the stone bowl now securely by his side. For having truly comprehended its purpose, it was far too unsettling to leave it behind. Soon, Shun Si followed the instructions of the man with the horse-like face, infusing his spiritual energy into the bamboo dragonfly. Instantly, it radiated a brilliant glow, detached itself from his grasp, and began to spin gracefully in the air, soaring ahead. As someone who had already attained the first layer of chi training, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight of it flying through the air. But he quickly regained his composure and followed closely behind. The bamboo dragonfly flew slowly ahead, ultimately guiding him back to the flat ground on the mountainside where he had first arrived. Before him lay a fork in the path. The route to the mountain's peak was shrouded in a thick mist just a few steps away, obscuring the view above. The path downward was equally mysterious. And to the east, There was a narrow trail leading to a distant grass hut built on level ground that on the day of his arrival, two companions had ventured that way, which appeared to be the servant quarters of the North Peak. The North Peak seemed to be the name of the mountain he was on, one of the peaks belonging to the Seven Fiends sect. At this moment, his objective was the outer sect. The bamboo dragonfly spun in the air, veering toward a small path leading downhill. Shun-Si followed closely and, after a few dozen steps, passed through the mist. Ahead, ancient trees flourished beside a pathway paved with blue stones. He continued to follow the spinning bamboo dragonfly down the trail, and as the incline gradually leveled out, he could see several orderly houses occupying the open space ahead. Beside him stood a stone tablet inscribed with the words Outer Sect, marking the location of the Outer Sect. In addition to the North Peak behind him, he could see three other peaks in the remaining directions, with pavilions and towers faintly visible among the mountains, basking in sunlight and exuding a mysterious golden light. Upon arriving here, the bamboo dragonfly did not cease its motion, leaving Shun-Si uncertain of its destination. Instinctively, he prepared to follow it into the architectural area. Along the way, he noticed several disciples in green robes coming and going outside the houses, casting scrutinizing and mocking glances his way, which caused a chill to run down his spine. Nevertheless, he continued to pursue the bamboo dragonfly. After a brief moment, the spinning bamboo dragonfly halted outside a pavilion, and the main door swung open with a resounding crash. A tall, slender man with a cold gaze emerged, seizing the fading bamboo dragonfly. He glanced at Shun-Si and tossed him a brownish-yellow pouch, stating, upon breaking through to the first layer of Qi training and advancing to the outer sect, you are granted a storage pouch. Inside, you will find your disciple token and robe. After dripping your blood on it and infusing it with spiritual energy, you can access your dwelling, which is also marked on the accompanying map. Shun-Si was momentarily taken aback by the storage pouch, examining the small bag in his hand. Just as he was about to attempt to open it as instructed, he heard the man's voice. Don't be in such a hurry to look at a newcomer. There are some rules I need to clarify for you. The tall, slender man continued. In our Seven Fiends sect, resources for cultivation are distributed within the sect every month. On the first day of each month, you can collect them at the Spirit Pavilion using your token. However, since dueling among disciples is not prohibited, and if grudges run deep, one may even challenge another on the life and death platform. Our sect is often referred to as a demon sect. As a newcomer, it is best to know when to yield and when to play the fool. That is all I have to say. Take care of yourself. The terms life and death platform and demon sect, along with the unfriendly gazes he had encountered along the way, left Shun-Si feeling gloomy and cold. Thank you for your reminder. Senior brother, I will certainly know when to yield, he replied, fully aware of the value of his own life. He was careful to remember the slender man's sage advice and expressed his gratitude with a respectful fist salute. As a newly promoted outer sect disciple, the schedule for receiving resources within the first 6 months was not fixed. One could collect them anytime between the 1st and 7th of each month at the Spirit Pavilion. Before heading there, it was advisable to change into the servant's attire. After 6 months, one would have to rely on their destiny. Once the slender man had finished his official duties, he turned and re-entered the pavilion. The reason for granting new outer sect disciples such privileges was to protect them, preventing them from being robbed immediately after receiving their cultivation resources. Standing outside the pavilion, Shun-Si still felt a chill. After a moment, he recalled the matter of the 5 poison powder, but regrettably, the pavilion door had already closed, obscuring the slender man from view. With no choice but to give up, he turned his attention back to the storage pouch. Although he felt that the outer sect was not as safe as the Zizhu forest, he resolved to take a look, for he had no intention of fleeing. Could such a small pouch truly hold so many items? He recalled the method the man had taught him, to drip blood on it and infuse it with spiritual energy. After hesitating for a while, Shun-Si bit his finger, and as soon as his blood touched the pouch, a faint light flashed across its surface. He then attempted to mobilize his internal spiritual energy and infused it into the pouch. Suddenly, a space appeared before him, measuring several feet in square dimensions. Inside were a set of green robes, a green token, and a jade slip. This was indeed a treasure used by immortals, and Shun-Si instinctively swallowed the word stone bowl to avoid being overheard. The astonishing scene filled him with wonder as he pondered how to retrieve the items within. The pavilion had closed, and he had no time to ask the man for further assistance. So he began to experiment on his own. Fortunately, it was not overly complicated. The items inside would automatically appear in his hand as long as he focused his thoughts on them. Soon, he retrieved the token, which bore the characters 7 fiends on one side and a string of numbers, specifically a large numeral at the bottom, the meaning of which was unknown to him. The jade slip contained a map detailing all areas of the outer sect, marking the location of his dwelling. Additionally, notable places within the sect were also indicated, including the location of the spirit pavilion. With this token, he could retrieve cultivation resources from the spirit pavilion. Shunsi recalled that the 1st to the 7th of the month was precisely the designated time for collection. He gazed at the token for a moment, and, after a slight hesitation, he decided to claim his cultivation resources first. As for the news regarding the 5 poison powder, he would address that after securing his resources. Every path within the outer sect was paved with blue stones, adorned with carved pavilions and exquisite railings, far more opulent than the Ziju forest. However, the harsh and fierce nature of this place instilled a new awareness within him. In just a short while, he encountered 2 disciples who had been injured along the way, their storage pouches stolen. The gruesome sight left Shunsi momentarily speechless, prompting him to quicken his pace to leave. Yet he could still feel the greedy and predatory gazes upon him, as if he were prey. However, without knowing the full extent of the situation, no one dared to act recklessly, as it was possible that even a newly promoted outer sect disciple might have some backing within the sect. Such occurrences, while not common, were certainly not unheard of. Despite this, the scrutinizing gazes heightened Shunsi's sense of unease, leading him to remain silent. At long last, around noon, he arrived in the southern area of the outer sect, where he found several houses. He located his dwelling as marked on the map and pushed the door open, revealing a room furnished with a bed and a table. After changing into the outer sect disciple's attire, he waited several hours before finally venturing out towards the eastern region of the outer sect. This time, the number of eyes upon him had lessened considerably. Before long, a 3-story pavilion came into view. This was the spirit pavilion. The surrounding area was much quieter, devoid of any fighting among cultivators. Spirit pavilion, Shunsi exclaimed, glancing around before stepping inside. A shrewd-looking man sized him up, quickly discerning that he had recently joined the outer sect. Speaking without much politeness, the man demanded, "Token." Shunsi respectfully produced the token and handed it over. After a moment, the shrewd man confirmed the token's number and, with a wave of his hand, presented Shunsi with a porcelain vial alongside his token. This vial contains spirit liquid. Consuming it will enhance your cultivation. Upon hearing the man's explanation, Shunsi's eyes brightened at the sight of the vial in his hand. However, before he could examine it closely, the shrewd man coldly waved his hand, summoning a gust of wind that pushed Shunsi out of the pavilion, the door slamming shut behind him. Once outside, if luck was not on his side and he attracted unwanted attention, it was best to surrender the vial to avoid a beating. Though the man's words had been laced with mockery, they carried a clear warning. Shunsi shuddered, recalling the earlier scenes of disciples being robbed, and understood the implication of the man's caution. But he stood outside the pavilion, cautiously surveying his surroundings before swiftly making his exit, striving to maintain an air of composure to avoid raising suspicion. Ultimately, he managed to leave the vicinity of the spirit pavilion unscathed, yet the sense of insecurity lingered. Especially considering all he had witnessed along the way, he had never felt the Ziju forest bamboo hut to be so welcoming. There, he was entirely alone, while here in the outer sect, he felt far less secure than in Ziju forest. "I must return to Ziju forest. I will inquire about the antidote another day." His cautious nature compelled him to grit his teeth and decide to retreat to the bamboo grove for a while. Lest he attract unwanted attention as dusk approached, he finally returned to the bamboo cottage and, confirming that old M.O. had not yet returned, he promptly caught a 5-feather-tailed chicken from the bamboo forest. After lighting a fire and roasting it to satiate his hunger, he extracted the porcelain vial. Although he had failed to gather information about the antidote during his visit to the outer sect, he had received cultivation resources instead. This medicinal liquid promised to enhance his cultivation. Shunsi removed the cork, revealing a little over half a vial of milky white liquid from which a faint, delightful aroma wafted. Upon inhaling it, he sensed a subtle increase in the spiritual energy within him. This vial, once consumed, would likely bolster his spiritual power significantly. What a remarkable find! Shenxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he prepared to swallow it. Only to suddenly recall something, he swiftly replaced the cork, retrieved a stone bowl from his pocket, pondering whether this could also bestow blessings. Adhering to the principle of acting rather than overthinking, Shenxi quickly caught several more 5-feather-tailed chickens, skillfully roasted them, and placed them into the stone bowl. To his delight, as soon as the first roasted chicken was added, a faint glow flickered from the bowl, and it vanished. Clearly, this spiritual liquid could indeed confer blessings. But how many roasted chickens would be required? Shenxi promptly added another chicken, which also disappeared, followed by a third, fourth, and finally the 7th, until he placed the 8th roasted chicken in the bowl. At that moment, a radiant light surged forth, filling the porcelain vial, and a familiar voice echoed in his mind. With sincere devotion, offer to the divine, and blessings shall be granted. Blessings had been conferred. But what would the effects be? As the light faded, an exquisite fragrance emanated from the bowl. Merely inhaling it caused the spiritual energy within him to activate, flowing automatically, accompanied by a rushing sound as it began to surge and expand. In just a few breaths, it nearly equated to half a day's worth of cultivation. This, merely by inhalation, such results were achieved. If ingested, would he not directly break through to the second level of qi cultivation? Was this stone bowl truly so extraordinary? Even Shenxi felt a rush of emotion at that moment, his excitement palpable. Without delay, he extracted the spiritual liquid from the bowl, exhilarated as he removed the cork. The milky liquid had transformed into a pale blue hue. Out of caution, he refrained from swallowing it whole. Instead, he cautiously poured a small amount into his mouth, approximately a third of the vial. To his astonishment, his face immediately flushed, akin to that of someone intoxicated. The moment the liquid touched his tongue, it morphed into a torrent of overwhelming power, a vast warmth enveloping him. However, instead of merging directly with his spiritual energy, it rampaged within him, creating an unbearable sensation as if he might explode. This realization struck Shenxi with horror. He had underestimated the potency of this liquid. Merely a third had nearly overwhelmed him. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly corked the vial again and settled into a cross-legged position, invoking the qi cultivation method to guide the unruly spiritual energy into his own energy stream. Should he be overwhelmed by this liquid, he would become a laughingstock. He had no desire to be the subject of ridicule, nor to meet an untimely demise. Time slipped away, the hours dragging on interminably as night fell. The bamboo forest rustled with the sound of swaying leaves, while dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by distant rumbles of thunder. Shenxi, oblivious to the storm brewing outside, was consumed by the sensation of his body nearly bursting. Never before had time felt so prolonged and torturous. Days passed in this manner until, on the 3rd night, he finally opened his eyes slowly, still haunted by remnants of fear. Thankfully, his initial prudence in not consuming the entire vial had spared him severe consequences. But upon assessing his internal condition, excitement surged through him once more. The once tumultuous warmth had now fully integrated into his spiritual energy stream, nearly doubling its capacity. 3 days had equated to nearly a year of arduous cultivation. This blessed liquid was indeed extraordinary. Shenxi's gaze shifted to the remaining half vial, his heart racing with anticipation. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he suddenly remembered something and hurriedly stored the porcelain vial and stone bowl in his storage bag. He raced back to the bamboo cottage, fretting over the fate of the medicinal herbs he had left behind. Had the torrential rain of 3 days ago caused them to perish? Though he harbored no fondness for old M.O., he feared the repercussions if the herbs had died upon his return. Fortunately, upon reaching the cottage, he discovered that the flowers and herbs, nourished by the rain, though somewhat wilted, had survived. Relieved, Shenxi exhaled deeply and promptly watered the plants that evening. He then took out the remaining half vial of liquid, his eyes gleaming with determination. With careful refinement, this portion should enable him to break through to the second level of qi cultivation. Thus, in the following days, Shunsi refrained from rushing to the outer sect and instead gradually refined the remaining liquid. This time, he exercised great caution, consuming only small amounts at a time. He even devised a safer method of refinement by diluting the spiritual liquid with water. Although this reduced its potency significantly, it ensured safety. He divided the liquid into 4 vials, refining half a vial each day, while also watering the medicinal herbs. Finally, on the 8th day, a resounding roar echoed from within him as the spiritual energy stream expanded to nearly 3 times its original size, enveloping him in a lightness that made him feel as if his very soul was about to soar. He had reached the second level of qi cultivation as his energy settled into tranquility. Shunsi opened his eyes, excitement gleaming within them. Achieving this breakthrough in roughly 10 days had been far quicker than he had anticipated, believing it would take several years. This spiritual liquid was indeed a remarkable treasure. Unfortunately, he only possessed 1 vial, but seemed he could obtain another next month. With a lingering taste of longing upon his lips, he recalled the prospect of acquiring another vial next month. Shunsi steadied his emotions and returned to the bamboo cottage. In the interest of safety, he had opted to cultivate outside these past few days to avoid being discovered, yet he noted that old Mo had yet to return. With only 20 days left until the 7-month mark, he felt a frown crease his brow. The poison within him was a pressing concern. Shunsi's earlier exhilaration over breaking through to the second level of qi cultivation was swiftly overshadowed by a deep unease. It was increasingly apparent that old Mo might not return for quite some time. Tomorrow, he would venture out to gather information regarding the antidote to the 5 poisons powder, despite the dangers lurking in the outer sect. He had no choice but to brave it for the sake of his life. Chapter 8. The great peril averted. A night passed without incident, and by noon the following day, Shunsi found himself before a magnificent pavilion in the western area of the outer sect. A stone tablet beside it bore the inscription Miao Dan Lu in large characters. Known for its esteemed reputation among disciples, Miao Dan Lu was a renowned establishment for the sale of spiritual liquids. Standing at the base of the pavilion steps, Shunsi gazed ahead, taking in the intricately carved railings and the opulent white jade steps leading up to the entrance. It was a sight to behold. Constructing such a pavilion must have cost a fortune. Yet, the pressing issue of his own life loomed larger in his mind, prompting him to quickly avert his gaze. According to the map, this pavilion was quite famous among the outer sect, a place where disciples could sell spiritual liquids. He reminisced about the information pertaining to this place, diverting his gaze from the front as he retrieved the jade slip, scrutinizing its contents to confirm the recorded information. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside, where a plethora of spiritual liquids were on sale, each exhibiting varying effects. Some could swiftly heal injuries, while others replenished internal spiritual energy for a brief period. And there were numerous elixirs that could enhance cultivation speed. The prices varied, generally costing a few spirit stones per vial, with the more expensive ones for improving cultivation requiring 5 spirit stones. Spirit stones served as the currency for transactions among cultivators, and he currently possessed none. However, in addition to selling spiritual liquids, this place also accepted them for recycling. The spiritual liquids distributed by the sect each month could be exchanged here for spirit stones. A vial of spiritual liquid could yield 3 spirit stones. As for the antidote to the 5 poisons powder, it was indeed available. The antidote was not exclusive to old Mo. After more than half an hour had passed, Shunsi finally exited the Miaodong building, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Indeed, there existed an antidote for the 5 poisons powder within. It was identical to the one old Mo had provided him, merely capable of suppression rather than complete detoxification. Calculating, it appeared that old Mo had not deceived him. The genuine antidote was truly in his possession. However, the price for a vial of antidote at the Miaodong Pavilion was rather steep, requiring 3 spirit stones. Acquiring spirit stones was imperative. Shunsi took a deep breath, casting one last glance at the Miaodong building, his brow furrowed as he departed. The Miaodong Pavilion's ability to recycle spiritual liquids meant that if he could acquire some, selling them would suffice. Yet, Only 11 days had passed since his last collection of spiritual liquid, and since resources were dispensed monthly, he had another 19 days to wait until the next collection. Unfortunately, the antidote he possessed could only last for 18 days. Clearly, it would not sustain him until resources were distributed again. No, he had fallen into a cognitive trap. There was no need to wait a full 30 days to collect the cultivation resources. The date he had collected spiritual liquids was the 5th of this month. He must not forget that he had just been promoted to an outer sect disciple, and resources were available for collection from the 1st to the 7th of each month. Thus, since he had consumed the antidote on the 4th, it seemed he had only 15 days left until the 1st, when spiritual liquids would be distributed. Even if the antidote did not extend its efficacy, he should still have enough time. With this realization, it seemed spirit stones would be sufficient, and the crisis had been averted. All that remained was to await the next opportunity to collect cultivation resources, which would be ample. Furthermore, once he secured the antidote, he could sustain himself for 2 months. There was no need to worry about the antidote any longer. A vial of antidote costing 3 spirit stones could last for 2 months. And the spiritual liquid he collected each month could be sold for 3 spirit stones. There was no cause for concern. This major dilemma that had plagued him was thus resolved. The spirit stones acquired in a month could purchase antidotes for 2 months. Alleviating his anxiety regarding the poison, Shenxi's mind raced as he swiftly grasped the crucial elements, and his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. However, he recalled that the outer sect was not a safe haven. Now that the antidote issue had a solution, he had no further reason to linger here. He returned to the purple bamboo forest, continuing his cultivation until only 2 days remained before the antidote's expiration. On the 2nd day of the new month, Shenxi, feeling at ease, selected a moment to leave the purple bamboo forest and head to the spirit pavilion. He made several cautious checks to ensure no one was watching before quietly retrieving the spiritual liquid. Remaining vigilant, he then made his way to the Miaodong pavilion. During this time, Shenxi contemplated whether to bless the spiritual liquids before selling them. After all, blessed liquids were evidently superior to their unblessed counterparts, and could be divided into numerous portions after dilution. However, he ultimately abandoned the idea. The blessed spiritual liquid seemed to transform into something entirely different, even altering in color. Even after dilution, it retained this peculiarity, potentially exposing the stone bowl that a small loss might lead to a greater one. An hour later, he returned to the purple bamboo forest, only to find that old Mo had still not returned. That old fellow had been absent for 7 months, truly ruthless, showing no concern for his life. Now that he could purchase the antidote himself each month, he no longer required old Mo. Shenxi gritted his teeth in frustration, gazing at the antidote he had procured for 3 spirit stones. Yet he had no intention of leaving this place. That on one hand, there were numerous 5-feathered tail chickens available for blessings, which he was reluctant to abandon. On the other hand, the outer sect was not safe. Although he would not seek trouble, what if someone sought him out? Constant conflict and strife were no match for the tranquility of the purple bamboo forest. It was better to remain here diligently. That said, he was eager to test the efficacy of the antidote after the blessing. Moments later, Shenxi caught 7 5-feathered tailed chickens in the bamboo forest. Confirming that the antidote was indeed the same as the one old Mo had provided, he then placed them in the stone bowl for blessing, his eyes glimmering as he made a decision. He intended to experiment with the effects of the blessed antidote, particularly its duration. The best method, of course, would be to wait for the 5 poisons powder to take effect. Although this process carried risks, Shenxi felt it was essential to conduct the experiment, as it would bring him peace of mind. Who knew, perhaps the blessed antidote would bring him unexpected joy. After all, the 5 poisons powder should not kill him instantly. He could simply take the antidote in time. With this thought, the time swiftly arrived at the 3rd watch of the night, precisely 31 days since he last consumed the antidote. Shenxi's heart began to race, tinged with anxiety. However, after waiting for a while, he felt no signs of the 5 poisons powder taking effect. As time ticked away, a full day passed, yet the 5 poisons powder did not manifest, indicating that the blessed antidote had at least extended the duration. How long had it been extended? Shenxi felt a sense of anticipation, taking a deep breath as he glanced at the antidote before placing it in his storage pouch. After all, the antidote was on him. He could take it any time the 5 poisons powder activated, so he was not in a hurry. He was, however, eager to discover just how much longer the blessed antidote had prolonged its efficacy. Of course, aside from testing the duration of the blessed antidote, Shunsi did not neglect his cultivation. He continued with his usual routine, albeit without the support of spiritual liquids, and after returning from the outer sect for half a month, his cultivation had not progressed significantly. The good news was that nearly half a month had passed since he last consumed the antidote, and it was almost 50 days. The 5 poisons powder had yet to take effect. Chapter 9. The thought of becoming an apothecary, the blessed antidote, seemed to have truly extended the time before the 5 poisons powder activated, and it was even possible that it had directly neutralized the poison. It was still too early to make a definitive judgment. Shunsi suppressed his excitement, deciding to wait a little longer. After all, he always carried the antidote to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, so he was not in a rush. However, in the ensuing days, without the support of spiritual liquids, his cultivation speed naturally slowed considerably. According to the records, breaking through to the third layer of qi cultivation was significantly more challenging than the second layer. With the third layer acting as a critical threshold, once surpassed, one would reach the peak of the early stage of qi cultivation. Those with inferior talent often found themselves stuck at this level for over a decade, which was not uncommon. I possess the stone bowl for blessings and can collect a portion of spiritual liquid each month, so it shouldn't take long to break through. Shunsi held the small booklet in contemplation. Tucking it away, he did not regret using a portion of spiritual liquid to purchase the antidote, as one must always exercise caution regarding their life. After all, one only had one life. The worst that could happen was the consumption of a month's worth of cultivation resources, which was not a significant loss compared to the potential danger of the 5 poisons powder suddenly activating. While he pondered, a chilling voice echoed from the courtyard outside. It's been over a month. Brat, come out. How dare you deceive me? This voice sounded familiar, resembling that of the horse-faced man from before. Hearing this furious tone, Shunsi felt a wave of unease wash over him as he realized he had completely forgotten about him. Just as the footsteps grew closer and entered the courtyard, Shunsi gritted his teeth and steeled himself to step outside. Humph, you little wretch, how dare you deceive me? The horse-faced man stood in the courtyard. Noticing the sound of the door opening, and immediately turned to glare at Shunsi. His expression darkened. He was secretly astonished. In less than 2 months, this brat had actually broken through to the second layer of qi cultivation. Yet he was at the peak of the second layer himself. Even if the other had advanced, what of it? This brat had dared to deceive him, and old Mo had not returned in the past month. Greetings, senior brother. Shunsi performed a respectful salute. Old Mo had indeed stated he would return in half a year, and he had yet to come back. Likely delayed by some matters outside, he estimated that he would return in 2 or 3 months. And if the senior brother did not believe him, he could have the purple bamboo forest. I shall take my leave now. However, when old Mo returns, do not blame me for not warning you. This was his final trump card, retreating to advance. If the other insisted he leave, he would have no choice but to comply. After all, even though he had broken through to the second layer of qi cultivation, he felt he was not a match for the other, who seemed to have a powerful backing, one that did not fear old Mo. 2 or 3 months? The man with the horse-like face wore a grim expression as he fixed his gaze upon him. Furrowing his brow, observing the lad's demeanor, he found no signs of deceit. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Very well, I shall trust you one last time. Should Mo Qinglu fail to return in 3 months, no one will be able to protect you, as Brother Song had mentioned. The maturation cycle of the Malin grass would take several months. Thus, it was prudent to wait and see if Mo Qinglu would indeed come back. If he did not, an opportunity would arise to eliminate this young man and procure the herbs. For even if Mo Qinglu returned subsequently, he would remain oblivious to the source of the herbs." After uttering these harsh words, the man turned on his heel and departed. Shunsi was oblivious to the murderous intent that had begun to take root in the man's heart, yet he could feel an oppressive chill enveloping him during their exchange. He fixed his gaze intently on the figures retreating back, particularly troubled by the words spoken as the man left, which instilled within him a profound sense of unease. This situation was dire. It appeared that the individual harbored intentions to harm him. If Mo Lao did not return in 3 months, it was highly likely that this man would move against him. Shun Si discerned that the man's cultivation level seemed to mirror his own. Both being at the second level of Qi training, yet it was evident that he was not alone, with pale lips and a sense of his own life hanging in the balance. Shun Si realized he could not remain passive. He must devise a plan. Spirit stones. He needed spirit stones. He possessed a stone bowl, and with the infusion of blessed spiritual liquid, his cultivation would surely advance swiftly. At present, what he required were spirit stones, for with them he could purchase the spiritual liquid to enhance his abilities. I must acquire spirit stones. Shun Si clenched his teeth, pondering how to obtain them. If he blessed the spiritual liquid using his stone bowl, he could enhance its efficacy, dividing it into several portions for sale. However, given his still nascent foundation within the Seven Kill sect, an influx of spiritual liquid would undoubtedly raise suspicions, placing him in jeopardy. This line of thought was clearly untenable. After spending an entire day in the bamboo hut without consuming a single drop of water, Shun Si's eyes gradually reddened, reflecting a burgeoning madness and a fierce determination. Abruptly, he stood up as a voice called out from outside. "Is Mo Yaosher in?" This was not the horse-faced man from before. Shun Si was taken aback as he stepped outside to find an outer sect disciple. Approximately in his 20s, with a comparable level of cultivation, wearing an anxious expression. Upon seeing Shun Si, the disciple instinctively mistook him for Mo Lao. "Are you Mo Yaosher?" Mo Lao has stepped out. Shun Si, feeling flustered, responded absently. "When will he return? What business do you have with him?" The disciple hesitated before continuing. "I possess a lingling grass and wish to request his assistance in refining it into spiritual liquid." This revelation caught Shun Si off guard. He recalled hearing a young man mention that Mo Lao was indeed a pharmacist when he first arrived at the Seven Kill sect. However, since he was merely a gatekeeper, such tasks were beyond his purview. "He is not here. You may leave," he said, shaking his head. "Very well. I shall return in a few days. That I have heard that the spiritual liquid refined by Mo Yaosher is of the highest quality." The disciple sighed repeatedly before departing, while Shun Si's gaze lingered on his retreating figure. Just as he was about to return indoors, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within him. He lacks spirit stones. Does he not? The pharmacist can refine the spiritual liquid himself. The liquids I have consumed were all concocted by the pharmacist. A single lingling grass will undoubtedly be cheaper than the spiritual liquid. Furthermore, if I could become a pharmacist myself, I could refine liquids for others and earn spirit stones. This was undeniably a promising avenue for acquiring spirit stones. Shun Si's eyes gleamed with fervor as he resolved to pursue the path of a pharmacist. He exited his dwelling, directing his gaze towards the central hall. Mo Lao was indeed a pharmacist, but he wondered if there existed a way to become one himself. It had been over 7 months since that old man had last returned. Taking a deep breath, Shun Si hesitated before pushing open the door to the hall, which had remained sealed for 7 months. As he peered inside, he noted that the room had not been cleaned in all that time. Dust had accumulated on the floor, and a layer of grime covered the armchair and table at the far end of the room. Upon examining the hall, Shun Si found no books related to alchemy. Glancing at the closed door of the inner chamber, he was surprised to find that it opened easily with a gentle push. His eyes widened as he stepped inside, discovering that this was Mo Lao's bedroom. The lighting was poor, and a faint, unpleasant odor pervaded the damp air. Covering his nose and mouth, Shun Si surveyed the room, which contained only a bed. On a dilapidated wooden table in the corner sat a copper lamp and a yellowed book. Seemingly left there in haste, perhaps frequently consulted and thus neglected. Against the wall, a bookshelf was laden with numerous bamboo slips. He wondered if any of these contained information on alchemy. Feeling guilty for his intrusion, Shun Si glanced back nervously, fearing Mo Lao might return at any moment. Yet, recalling the threat posed by the horse-faced man bolstered his courage. Upon reflection, it seemed likely that Mo Lao had encountered some misfortune. After all, 7 months was an inordinate length of time for him to remain absent. Given his concern for the herbs, it was improbable that he would have simply abandoned them. Shun Si's demise would yield no benefit to Mo Lao. Their relationship was mutually beneficial. If Mo Lao were to perish, no one would tend to the herbs, and they would wither away. In fact, after just 3 days without water, the herbs had begun to yellow, and only after diligent care did they revive. Thus, it was highly likely that Mo Lao had indeed encountered trouble, preventing his return. With this thought in mind, Shun Si's courage swelled. Why cower in fear when Mo Lao might not return? He began to examine the bamboo slips on the shelf. Most contained descriptions of various herbs, detailing both toxic and non-toxic varieties. Shun Si patiently perused each one until he stumbled upon an unnamed booklet. The opening line immediately captured his attention. All plants and herbs, even those that have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, possess a modicum of toxicity or violent medicinal properties. Thus, cultivators must not consume them directly, leading to the emergence of pharmacists. He lamented that the southern regions were small and the alchemical arts incomplete. Many pharmacists could only purify the essence within spiritual herbs. Legend spoke of a grand sect in the southern lands known as the Tao sect, which thrived in the art of alchemy. Whether he would ever have the chance to join such a sect remained uncertain. The first page provided an introduction of pharmacists, yet much of the content eluded Shun Si's comprehension. However, he sensed that the mention of pharmacists was indeed relevant to his quest. After a brief pause to absorb the information, he eagerly turned to the second page, which detailed a minor technique for transforming spiritual energy into fire, a skill requisite for any pharmacist. After all, common flames were inadequate for alchemical practices. The booklet also indicated that the ability to refine herbs depended on one's mastery of fire control techniques. Beyond that, the subsequent pages contained various methods for extracting spiritual herbs, including the lingling grass used to create the very liquid he sought to refine. This was either Mo Lao's diary or his notes on alchemy. Filled with insights, suppressing his excitement, Shun Si refrained from lingering further and carefully restored the other bamboo slips to their original places. He cradled the booklet and silently exited the inner chamber. Returning to his own room, for an entire day and night, he immersed himself in the contents of the booklet, scarcely closing his eyes. During this time, he learned that to refine spiritual herbs, one first required an alchemical furnace, which should not be overly expensive. Perhaps a single spirit stone would suffice. With bloodshot eyes and unwavering determination, Shun Si thought of the potential retaliation from the horse-faced man in 3 months. Compelling him to remain vigilant, he tucked the booklet away, recalling his visit 2 months prior to the outer sex market, where he had seen alchemical furnaces for sale at a mere spirit stone. With ample time before the next batch of spiritual liquid was due, he resolved to study the method of transforming spiritual energy into fire during the day, while tending to the herbs at night, all the while lighting an oil lamp to delve into the techniques for refining spiritual herbs. The first half of the booklet detailed several methods for refining spiritual herbs, while the latter part contained various toxic concoctions. Throughout this period, the 5 poisons did not manifest, and the purple bamboo forest remained undisturbed. Days passed in this manner, and after 5 days of relentless practice, as Shun Si executed the required hand gestures, a small flame flickered to life before him, only to dissipate swiftly into the ether. Nevertheless, Shun Si felt a surge of elation. He had glimpsed hope. He needed to summon flames capable of sustaining themselves over time and remaining stable in their essence to refine herbs. The small flame, clearly insufficient for the art of alchemy, was not a hindrance to Shun Si's unwavering perseverance. Throughout the daylight hours, he diligently practiced the method of transforming spiritual energy into fire, yielding notable results. Initially, the flame would extinguish the moment it appeared, but gradually he managed to sustain it for several breaths, an interval that continued to extend. Moreover, the size of the flame expanded with time, no longer merely a flicker. Half a month passed in a blink, and with the mastery of spiritual energy transformation into fire, Shun Si, despite his bloodshot eyes from sleepless nights, bore a look of exhilaration. Before him, a flame floated a foot away, its diameter exceeding half a foot, radiating warmth that parched his lips, illuminating his delicate features with an unprecedented brilliance. After enduring over 100 breaths, the flame finally dissipated into the ether, leaving Shun Si acutely aware of a profound fatigue, his spiritual energy nearly depleted. However, according to the records, reaching the second level of qi cultivation, where the flame could persist for over 100 breaths, was deemed adequate for attempting alchemy. Today marked the 6th day, and having thoroughly researched the fire control technique, he decided it was time to procure some gathering spirit grass and a Dan furnace. I must commence my alchemical endeavors. He calculated the days and realized that if he did not retrieve his cultivation resources today, he would miss the opportunity. After meditating for several hours to replenish his internal energy, he stood resolutely, his gaze unwavering, embodying a determination to risk everything. After washing his face, he left the purple bamboo forest as before. Even after breaking through to the 2nd level of chi cultivation, he remained cautious, checking multiple times outside the spiritual pavilion to ensure he was not being followed before entering. He collected a vial of spiritual liquid and, with utmost caution, made his way out. Although he longed to consume the spiritual liquid in his hand, thoughts of his long-term plans made him shake his head, proceeding instead to the Miao Dan Pavilion. Endure. Once I become an alchemist, I will have a continuous supply of spiritual liquid. Just one vial. Endure. Chapter 11. The first alchemical attempt, the Miao Dan Pavilion, not only sold and purchased spiritual liquids, but also offered spiritual herbs. After selling the vial of spiritual liquid, Shenxi bought a stock of gathering spirit grass, the essential ingredient for concocting liquid that enhances cultivation. The grass was a striking purple, standing over half a foot tall, and, as expected, considerably cheaper than the spiritual liquid, costing only 2 spirit stones. Nevertheless, Shenxi felt a pang of regret. If the alchemical attempt failed, he would incur significant losses. After all, he possessed only 1 spirit stone, barely enough to purchase a Dan furnace. He resolved that success was imperative. Failure would result in a substantial loss. This month's supply of spiritual liquid would vanish. If successful, however, the benefits would be immense. Approximately 2 spirit stones could fetch a vial of spiritual liquid, which sold for 5 spirit stones at the Miao Dan Pavilion. Not to mention, if he successfully concocted the liquid, he could sell it back for 3 spirit stones. He pondered, will I still lack spirit stones? The risks and opportunities coexisted. If only I weren't afraid to expose the spiritual liquid acquired from the stone bowl, I wouldn't be in short supply. Shenxi sighed, clutching his last spirit stone, daring only to voice his thoughts internally, wary of revealing the liquid concocted from the stone bowl. That moment, a thought crossed his mind. Could the gathering spirit grass and spirit stones yield blessings? Feeling this notion was feasible, he decided to confirm it and postponed purchasing the Dan furnace. That he promptly returned to his lodging in the outer sect, a place he seldom visited since his arrival. Dust coated the floor, untouched by anyone's presence. Shenxi carried some roasted 5-feather-tailed chickens in his storage bag. Upon returning, he quickly secured the door, retrieved the stone bowl, and placed the gathering spirit grass inside, followed by the roasted chicken. Unfortunately, the chicken did not vanish. Is this not viable? Shenxi frowned, determined to try the spirit stone. However, the chicken remained. It seemed neither the spirit stones nor the gathering spirit grass could be blessed. Very well, I shall proceed to purchase the Dan furnace. The sect's treasure-selling venue, known as the Treasure Pavilion, was one of the major factions in the outer sect. This establishment belonged to the sect and was not open to disciples. At present, it was sparsely populated, with only a portly man present, whose cultivation Shenxi could not discern. The man lazily called out, "Choose what you need." Shenxi raised his gaze and saw various treasures displayed on wooden racks, including small swords and luminous jewels in boxes. Dazzling to behold, he momentarily lost focus, yet remained resolute in his purpose to acquire a Dan furnace. The furnaces on display were all similar, approximately 2 to 3 feet wide and of comparable height, crafted from a hard, dark iron. After half an hour of deliberation, Shenxi selected a pleasing furnace, stowed it in his storage bag, and completed the transaction before exiting the Treasure Pavilion. With all materials for alchemy in hand, Shenxi did not linger in the outer sect. He felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety as he headed north towards the purple bamboo forest. Upon returning safely, he avoided the confined space was unsuitable for alchemy. Instead, he sought a secluded spot within the bamboo grove to set up the Dan furnace. His heart raced as he prepared, having studied the method of refining gathering spirit grass from the booklet many times. Now, in this practical endeavor, he possessed only a single stalk of gathering spirit grass. If he failed, he would have to wait until next month. The pressure was immense. I must succeed. I have thoroughly examined Elder Mo's alchemical insights. As long as I follow them closely, failure is not an option. Shensi gritted his teeth, gradually calming his mind, expertly forming hand seals. Instantly, flames manifested before him, roaring at the base of the Dan furnace. The next steps were not merely about placing the spiritual herb inside. According to the booklet, controlling the flame's temperature was crucial during the refining process. It could neither be too high nor too low. It needed to be just right to eliminate impurities while retaining the essence of the herb. Many failed their attempts due to mismanagement of the flame's temperature. Thankfully, he possessed the booklet containing Elder Mo's wisdom on controlling flame temperature during herb refinement. At this moment, Shensi was no longer a novice. He meticulously maintained the flames before him. As the furnace reached the appropriate temperature, he took out the gathering spirit grass, his heart pounding with anticipation, and carefully placed it inside. He then focused on regulating the flame's temperature, his gaze fixed on the furnace, not daring to blink. His internal spiritual energy was continuously consumed by the flames, which were manifestations of his own energy. The size of the flames depended on how much spiritual energy he channeled into them. Fortunately, his recent practice in fire control paid off. There were no immediate complications as he adeptly managed the flames. Time flowed steadily, and soon dozens of breaths had passed. Throughout this process, Shensi's internal energy dwindled, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his focus remained unwavering on the Dan furnace. He was oblivious to what transpired inside, but gradually, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace, intoxicatingly pleasant. This undoubtedly signified a positive omen. However, Shensi did not let his guard down. He silently counted the breaths, ensuring his energy output remained steady. As he approached the moment of success, he grew increasingly vigilant, understanding that carelessness could lead to failure. After what felt like another 10 breaths, he finally withdrew his internal energy, and the flames enveloping the base of the furnace suddenly extinguished. Did I succeed? Shensi could distinctly hear his heart pounding as he stood, staring intently at the Dan furnace. He did not know what lay within, his anxiety mounting as he approached the furnace's opening. His astonishment, he beheld a creamy white liquid inside, identical in color to the spiritual liquid he had purchased previously. But to ascertain success, he needed to evaluate its efficacy. The color matched. Carefully extracting it, he believed there was a high probability of success. However, retrieving the liquid would require considerable effort. After a brief surge of excitement, Shensi steadied himself, taking some time to transfer the liquid from the furnace into a stone bowl, then pouring it into a porcelain vial, perfectly filled to the brim. In an instant, his previously calmed heart began to race once more. He took a small sip. Chapter 12. A leap of faith. It was indeed spiritual liquid. Success. I've struck gold. From here on out, Shensi shall prosper. Soon, in a secluded part of the purple bamboo grove, the exuberant voice of a young lad echoed around. However, the joys and sorrows of different species are fated to remain disconnected. Nearby, a flock of 5 feathered-tailed chickens was startled by this neurotic sound, flapping their wings in terror and clucking in panic as they fled. That moment, Shensi also began to feel a wave of weakness wash over him. His spiritual energy had nearly been depleted by 70% during the alchemy process. Yet he remained invigorated and in high spirits, for he had become an alchemist, capable of earning spirit stones through his craft. He was determined to refine potions. I love potion making. He planned to sell the elixir and continue purchasing gathering spirit grass for further concoctions. Unfortunately, by the time he regained his spiritual energy, it was already evening, and the day was nearly over. He would have to wait until tomorrow to head to the outer sect, and at this hour, he wouldn't be able to buy any gathering spirit grass. Regaining his spiritual energy had consumed a significant amount of time, which was unavoidable. Purchasing gathering spirit grass would allow him to earn a spirit stone's difference with each bottle of elixir he produced. Even if it took a day to refine a batch, that would amount to 30 spirit stones in a month, producing 15 bottles of elixir, making a breakthrough to the 3rd level of Qi training imminent. With this thought, Shensi felt even more elated. He envisioned refining 1 bottle of elixir a day, earning a spirit stone each day, leading to 30 spirit stones in a month. The next day, He eagerly made his way to the outer sect, returning with a portion of gathering spirit grass. Potion making. I love potion making. However, having initially believed that success would come easily this time, little did he know that his previous stroke of luck was not to be repeated. This time, fortune did not favor him. He failed. To his dismay, he ended up producing a batch of dark, unsightly dregs. A complete failure. Gazing at the residue in the furnace, Shunsi's face was etched with regret and heartache. What he saw was not merely a pile of medicinal waste, but rather his hard-earned spirit stones. His 2 spirit stones, gone just like that. Had he only consumed that elixir, he could have improved his cultivation. Instead, he foolishly gambled, and now he was left with nothing, but the deed was done. Shunsi calmed his remorseful heart, dejectedly gathering his alchemical furnace as he trudged back to his bamboo hut. He was left with just 1 spirit stone. He could no longer afford gathering spirit grass and would have to wait until next month. Although he had failed this time, he understood that breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi training remained his only option. Naturally, Shunsi would not abandon his potion-making endeavors, especially after having sacrificed 2 spirit stones. He was not one to give up so easily. Unfortunately, with only 1 spirit stone left, he could not purchase gathering spirit grass and would have to wait until next month. Next month, he would rise again. As for this month's lack of spirit stones, there was little he could do about it. Feeling rather frustrated, he returned to his bamboo hut. His attempt at refining the spiritual medicine had failed, and he realized he needed to study further. Next month, he must not repeat such a mistake. Life resumed its previous rhythm, watering plants, practicing, and continuing to peruse the little booklet penned by old Mo. Studying the insights on refining spiritual medicine, seeking to fill in the gaps in his knowledge. However, after just a few days, the atmosphere began to change. Itchy powder can be made from itchy grass. Simply burn it at high temperatures to create powder. Even those at the 3rd level of Qi training would experience uncontrollable itching upon contact. In this, the corpse corrosion liquid, upon contact, could directly erode one's body. These poisons, naturally, were all documented by old Mo. Shunsi held the little booklet, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he read on as for the insights on refining spiritual medicine. He was merely lacking practical experience. These contents paled in comparison to the excitement of poisons. The lust powder could be used against cultivators at the Qi training stage. The stiffness powder, upon inhalation, would render cultivators in the mid-Qi training stage immobile for a short period. This is excellent. The mid-Qi training stage refers to cultivators at levels 3 to 5 of Qi training. And this stiffness powder could indeed affect those at the mid-Qi training stage. If given the opportunity, he must acquire some poisons for self-defense. If he had them, what would he have to fear from that guy? A newfound brilliance flashed across Shunsi's face as he noticed the medicinal herbs in the courtyard. Old Mo mentioned that many of these herbs were poisonous, and he wondered about their effects. What sort of herbs were they? Previously, he had seen numerous bamboo slips in the other party's room detailing various herbs. He wondered if these herbs were among those recorded. Just as Shunsi was about to gather his booklet and head to the other party's room to sift through the materials, a voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. He paused, his hand trembling slightly as he pushed open the door to the main room. Alchemist Mo here. However, upon hearing the content of the voice, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, he discovered it was a disciple he had encountered a couple of days prior. Old Mo hasn't returned. Shunsi replied irritably, startled. Still not back? The disciple sighed. Looks like I'll have to find someone else to refine it. Hearing this, Shunsi halted his steps into the main room, suddenly turning around to call out to the departing disciple. If you need to refine elixirs, I can help you. The disciple paused, sizing up Shunsi, thinking that since he resided with Alchemist Mo, his alchemical skills should not be lacking. How much do you charge? For each refinement, 1 spirit stone. 1 spirit stone. For me to help you refine. Shunsi's heart raced. He was just 1 spirit stone short of being able to purchase another gathering spirit grass. He gritted his teeth. If I can't produce it, I won't charge you. If I fail, I'll compensate you with a gathering spirit grass. But it would have to wait until next month. Deal? After a moment's consideration. The disciple didn't bother to run around anymore and immediately took out a gathering spirit grass from his storage bag, handing it to him. Come collect it tomorrow. Once the disciple departed, Shensi let out a long breath. Looking down at the gathering spirit grass. Previously, he had gathering spirit grass too, but it had turned into dregs. Cough. He needed to focus on the task at hand. Success was imperative. If he succeeded, he could rise again. Shensi coughed lightly, regaining his composure, though he felt nervous. After all, he had just failed twice. If he failed again, he would have to compensate the other party next month. Regardless, he decided to take a gamble. The last time, it was likely the fire was too intense that caused the failure. This time, he would keep the fire slightly lower. Over the past few days, Shensi had reflected on the reasons for his last failure. After the disciple walked far away, he took a deep breath and left the bamboo hut. Seeking a quiet spot in the bamboo forest, he took out the alchemical furnace, having learned from his previous failures. This time, he controlled the fire more carefully, ensuring it was not too high. Once the temperature in the furnace was adequate, he placed the gathering spirit grass inside. Chapter 13. Shen the Wealthy. Next, he had to control the fire temperature and the timing of the alchemical process. Shensi stared intently at the furnace, carefully controlling his spiritual energy and the flame's temperature, afraid of making even the slightest mistake. This was his third attempt at potion making, and in the days spent studying the booklet, he had practiced controlling his spiritual energy extensively. Yet he felt more tense than during the previous two attempts, clearly hearing the sound of his own heartbeat, as if time had slowed to a crawl. After several breaths, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace, much like in his previous attempts. However, the outcome must not mirror the last one. The next day, outside the bamboo hut deep within the purple bamboo grove, Alchemist, the disciple, arrived punctually, appearing outside the courtyard around noon, calling out a couple of times. Yet after a while, the hut remained silent, and no one emerged to respond. Not here. Seeing this scene, the disciple muttered to himself. Considering the reputation of Alchemist Mo, he dared not enter and waited for 2 hours, but Shensi's figure still did not appear. This situation stirred a sense of unease within him. Surely, the elixir should have been completed by now. It couldn't have failed again, could it? If he had known, he would have sought out a more renowned alchemist, like Master Song and the others. Just as he was feeling anxious, a slight cough suddenly came from behind him, prompting him to turn around. Upon seeing Shensi, he sighed in relief and nervously asked, "Alchemist, how did my elixir turn out? Is it ready?" "Here." Shensi, with his hands clasped behind his back, mimicked Old Mo's posture, replying nonchalantly. How could mere gathering spirit grass pose a challenge for Shun? Upon hearing this, the disciple's face reflected a hint of respect, which made Shensi inwardly pleased. He handed over a porcelain vial. "Here, this is the elixir refined from your gathering spirit grass, that if you need anything next time, feel free to come find me for further refinement. Within lies a small vial containing a white liquid." Upon confirmation, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the disciple's eyes as he immediately clasped his fists in gratitude, handed over the spirit stone, and departed hastily without lingering. After watching him leave, Shensi's tense face revealed a trace of sorrow. Standing outside the courtyard, he gazed at the recently acquired white stone, contemplating that having earned a single spirit stone, his success rate remained precarious, with the looming possibility of failure at any moment. This was untenable. The reason he had arrived so late today was certainly not for the sake of decorum. After the other party's departure yesterday, he had engaged in alchemy for them and, ultimately, succeeded. Consequently, he seized the opportunity to visit the spirit pavilion, where he sold the spirit liquid and acquired an additional spirit stone, purchasing 2 portions of gathering spirit grass in return. With the threat posed by the horse-faced man hanging over him, he was eager to enhance his cultivation. Yet the outcome was less than satisfactory, resulting in only one success and the loss of his spirit stone. Reluctant to accept such a loss, Shensi resolved to sell the spirit liquid again in the absence of the other party, purchasing another portion of gathering spirit grass to refine anew. The critical issue was that without the spirit stone, he would have to wait until next month, extending his timeline unnecessarily. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded. However, it was a tad late, as he had only just completed the refinement of that batch of spiritual medicine. Regardless of the circumstances, this time could be deemed a stroke of luck. Shensi sighed lightly, noting that he had attempted alchemy 6 times in total. The first attempt, perhaps shielded by a novice's halo, had been a direct success, while the second and fourth attempts had ended in failure. His success rate appeared rather unstable, though for a novice alchemist like him, such a feat was indeed quite rare. If this trend continued, a single failure would result in a consistent loss, rendering him unable to reclaim even the spirit stone. If only he could acquire a substantial quantity of spirit grass to practice and hone his skills, his success rate would surely improve. Yet he lacked spirit stones, which was precisely why alchemists were so scarce. Alchemy demanded considerable financial investment, and to enhance one's success rate, one could only refine more. Otherwise, the success rate would remain low, barring those with innate talent. In any case, Shun Si's aspirations to earn spirit stones were fraught with obstacles. Perhaps he could practice with the herbs belonging to old M.O., as he seemed unlikely to return. After all, he had been the one tending to those herbs. Shun Si's eyes flickered with determination as he recalled the herbs in the courtyard. Engaging in alchemy under such conditions would surely result in losses. So for the next few days, he decided to pause his plans, spending his time instead in Old Mo's chamber, perusing the bamboo slips that contained extensive records about various herbs. It would take several days to thoroughly absorb the information. After a few days, Shun Si had managed to identify over half of the herbs, most of which were toxic, including the notable itchy grass and the raw materials for refining the stiff grass. However, these herbs were largely still unripe. Unripe herbs could not be utilized for alchemy, as their efficacy would be significantly diminished, and refining unripe spiritual medicines was of little merit, unlike their mature counterparts. They would yield minimal experience if he continued to examine other spiritual herbs, hoping to find some that were ripe. Shun Si remained undeterred, continuing to sift through the bamboo slips, still searching for herbs he did not recognize. Hoping they might be mature, with so many herbs at hand, he refused to believe there were none that had matured. Days passed swiftly, and over the course of these days, he managed to identify around 70% of the herbs in the medicinal garden. Regrettably, none had matured, leaving the remaining ones likely unripe as well. Shun Si sighed inwardly as he observed the five-feathered-tailed chicken crowing outside. He collected the scrolls and stepped out to water the herbs. But as he did so, he suddenly froze, an exhilarating rush coursing through his veins. In the moonlight, he beheld a patch of flowering herbs within the garden, fully 20 or more plants, all of a variety known as orchid spirit flower. Just days prior, he had perused the information about this flower, which had not yet borne buds. It had only bloomed today. The flower buds, according to Old Mo's records, the time from bud to full bloom, and then to maturity, would take only a few days. Soon, he would be able to engage in alchemy. These orchid spirit flowers were on the verge of maturity. Shun Si's eyes sparkled with excitement. Astonished by the sudden turn of events, he proceeded with utmost care to tend to these herbs, ensuring they received timely watering. Finally, on the third day, the buds of the orchid spirit flower unfurled into blossoms. Reaching maturity, at last they were ripe. Throughout these 3 days, Shun Si had visited the medicinal garden nearly every day, and he was the first to notice the blooming orchid spirit flowers, swiftly gathering them all into his storage pouch. Brimming with delight, although these flowers were intended for the refinement of a spirit liquid to restore spiritual energy, and the spirit pavilion only accepted the gathering spirit grass spirit liquid, the 20 or so blooms were more than sufficient for him to practice. With over 20 herbs at his disposal for alchemy, he had never possessed such an abundance before. He felt like a wealthy lord, confident that his alchemical skills would surely see a significant enhancement. Chapter 14. 8 portions of spirit liquid with more than 20 orchid spirit flowers. Shun Si had enough material to occupy himself for several days, and of course, he was not one to squander resources. Each time he refined the gathering spirit grass, he would reflect on his previous efforts, considering where he might have faltered, an inclination towards critical thinking that served him well. After all, while 20 may sound like a lot, without reflection, he could easily stagnate. Alchemy was indeed a costly profession. The more herbs one refined, the more adept one became. He felt that with each endeavor, his understanding deepened, subtly enhancing his alchemical skills, particularly in controlling the flames and mastering the heat to ensure even cooking of the herbs within the cauldron. This gradual proficiency led to an increase in his success rate. Initially, When refining 2 or 3 herbs, failures were commonplace. But after processing a dozen or so orchid spirit flowers, the frequency of his errors diminished significantly. In his next 10 attempts, he succeeded 8 times, achieving an average of 1 failure every 5 attempts. His success rate had markedly improved compared to the beginning, culminating in the astonishing achievement of refining all 6 of the final orchid spirit flowers successfully. Indeed, practice makes perfect, a universal truth applicable across all fields. However, such a remarkable success rate achieved in merely a few days would undoubtedly astonish many seasoned alchemists, for it was well known that numerous practitioners spent a lifetime in pursuit of alchemy without ever attaining such proficiency. Shun Si was blissfully unaware of this. Once again, he extinguished the flames, feeling his internal reservoir of spiritual energy nearing depletion. Streams of spiritual energy surged forth from his limbs, reinvigorating the once dry reservoir. This was the effect of the orchid spirit flower liquid, replenishing his spiritual energy. Thanks to this liquid, he was able to recover his energy more swiftly, thus accelerating his alchemical endeavors. Within less than 5 days, he had consumed all 26 orchid spirit flowers, which yielded a substantial amount of spirit liquid. Fortunately, acquiring additional vials was not a challenge. Under Old Mo's bed lay a chest filled with many empty ones, presumably for storing spirit liquid, which Shun Si had conveniently repurposed. Otherwise, he would have faced a dilemma regarding how to store the spirit liquid. Now, he had a total of 14 small vials in his storage pouch. During his recent alchemical sessions, he had consumed several vials to restore his energy, opting not to use stone bowls, as he found them too cumbersome. He intended to save the 5 feather-tailed chickens in the bamboo grove for enhancing the gathering spirit grass spirit liquid. My current success rate hovers around 80%. Shun Si mused as he sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly lifting his gaze. Now, the likelihood of successfully refining the gathering spirit grass spirit liquid should have increased somewhat. It was time. He needed to purchase more gathering spirit grass. His recent practice had rendered him quite adept, especially with the looming threat of the horse-faced man. He feared trouble would come calling once the 3-month mark arrived. The gathering spirit grass, the refinement of the orchid spirit flower liquid was all for this moment. He must urgently elevate his cultivation, as nearly a month had already passed since the 3-month deadline began. With practiced ease, he made his way to the outer door, spending his last 2 spirit stones to procure gathering spirit grass. Shun Si summoned the alchemical furnace once more, perhaps due to the numerous times he had refined herbs recently. He felt unexpectedly calm, devoid of excessive anxiety. Skillfully, he conjured flames and, once the heat reached the appropriate level, added the gathering spirit grass, carefully controlling the temperature. After several breaths, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air. After approximately 10 breaths, he extinguished the flames and peered into the furnace. 1 portion of spirit liquid was complete. His alchemical skills had indeed progressed, and this refining session had gone remarkably smoothly. I am earning spirit stones. Shun Si felt a ripple of excitement within. With the aid of the orchid spirit flower liquid, his spiritual energy was replenished quickly, prompting him to rush back to the outer door. With his enhanced alchemical skills, his success rate had certainly risen significantly. In quick succession, he refined several portions of gathering spirit grass, achieving success each time. In just 5 or 6 days of back-and-forth alchemical work and subsequent sales, he found himself in possession of 9 portions of gathering spirit grass. Ultimately, he had successfully refined 8 portions of spirit liquid. 8 portions, a full 8 portions. Enough for now, it suffices. Shun Si felt a sudden surge of affluence, akin to a once impoverished youth who has unexpectedly struck it rich, his brow beaming with joy as he tightly clutched the 8 porcelain vials. This moment, even if someone offered him a wife in exchange, he would not relinquish his hold. What sort of wife could possibly be worth 8 portions of spirit liquid? It is worth noting that just 1 portion of spirit liquid, previously bestowed upon him, had already propelled him from the first level of chi refinement to the second. Now, even if the requirements to break through to the 3rd level of chi refinement demanded an astronomical increase in spiritual energy, an 8-fold increase, he surmised, it should be nearly achievable. The matter of alchemy could be set aside for the time being. He would first consume some spirit liquid to elevate his cultivation. If that proved insufficient, he could always refine more, reserving 3 vials to sell later. Qi refinement at the 3rd level, he was determined to reach that milestone in pursuit of blessings. Shun Si promptly initiated a slaughter in the purple bamboo forest, capturing numerous 5-feathered tailed chickens to receive blessings. During this endeavor, he unexpectedly discovered that blessings did not necessitate the cumbersome process of cooking the chickens. They could be bestowed upon them raw. Ultimately, he retained only 3 portions, keeping the remainder as a precautionary measure, serving as cash flow, intending to refine the 5 portions first. With a beaming smile, Shun Si gazed at the enhanced 5 portions of spirit liquid. Not neglecting to prepare for the long term, he immediately commenced the refinement of the spirit liquid. Now, aside from the time spent watering the herbs, nothing could deter his resolute determination to elevate his cultivation. Days swiftly turned into 10, and as he ascended to the 2nd level of Qi refinement, his speed in refining these spirit liquids surpassed that of before, previously, during the 1st level of Qi refinement. A single vial took nearly 10 days to refine. Now, in the span of 10 days, he had managed to refine almost 2 portions. His aura grew increasingly robust, the spiritual energy within him expanding several-fold, transforming from a mere trickle into a flowing river. According to the records in the Qi refinement chapters, when one's internal spiritual energy reaches the scale of a river, it signifies the attainment of the 3rd level of Qi refinement, where spiritual energy is likened to a river. This threshold, once crossed, would denote the pinnacle of the early stages of Qi refinement, although he still had a distance to cover before breaking through to the 3rd level. Shun Si remained unperturbed, for he possessed ample spirit liquid, and even if it ran out, he could earn more. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and with the successful refinement of the 3rd vial, his spiritual energy drew ever closer to resembling a river. The final vial, he believed, would surely enable him to break through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. He took out a portion of spirit liquid, an instinctive premonition guiding him to consume it, confident it would facilitate his breakthrough. Without hesitation, he swallowed 1/3 of the liquid, feeling his internal spiritual energy surge once more. He consumed nearly half of the vial. It seemed as though his spiritual energy had reached a certain threshold, swelling with vigor, yet a barrier appeared before him. This was the bottleneck. The 3rd level of Qi refinement proved to be more challenging to surpass than the others. Shun Si's eyes glowed with determination as he quickly swallowed the remaining half of the vial. Chapter 15. Encountering trouble previously, he had taken small sips, but the half vial contained an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy. Upon swallowing it, a violent torrent surged through his body, reminiscent of that overwhelming sensation he had experienced before. In an instant, the sound of rushing water echoed from within him, akin to countless raindrops splashing about. The stream of spiritual energy swelled at an unprecedented pace. His aura, which had already reached saturation, was further inundated with energy, and suddenly, something within him shattered, accompanied by a cacophony of cracks. His mind erupted with a thunderous roar, that familiar lightness coursing through him, as if his very soul were on the verge of flight, enveloping his entire being. The spiritual energy within him surged rapidly, transforming from a stream into a river, flowing along a unique trajectory within his body, expanding far beyond its previous size. Several hours later, tranquility returned, and Shun Si finally opened his eyes, unable to suppress the elation on his face. He had broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Coughing lightly, he dismissed the achievement as trivial, yet the smile remained firmly etched upon his features, his voice bubbling with excitement. This round of cultivation had transpired in just over half a month, a mere 2 months since his last breakthrough. Indeed, pursuing alchemy had proven to be the right choice. With such progress, advancing to the 4th level of Qi refinement seemed imminent, with 1 vial of spirit liquid remaining. He could refine it in a few days before claiming his cultivation resources. After a moment, he managed to temper his excitement and return to the matter at hand, retrieving the small vial of spirit liquid previously blessed to enhance his cultivation. Although acquiring a vial of spirit liquid was no longer a challenge, Having grown up in poverty instilled in him a commendable sense of frugality. He would not squander resources unnecessarily. Free cultivation resources were certainly worth claiming. As the sounds of the five-feathered tail chickens echoed outside, signaling the arrival of midnight, he felt his internal spiritual energy had increased beyond its initial breakthrough level. Moreover, after advancing to the third level of chi refinement, his speed in refining spirit liquid had further increased, bringing him additional joy. Stepping outside to water the herbs in his courtyard, he reflected on the recent stillness surrounding the five poisons powder. This felt like good news. Lifting his spirits further, soon he completed watering the herbs in the courtyard but did not rush away. Instead, he squatted beneath the eaves, observing the herbs in the flower bed. Among them, there were still some he could not identify, uncertain of their uses. Now that he had finished watering, many of the plants appeared vibrant in the moonlight, particularly one herb that resembled rice with numerous tiny fruiting bodies, though it was not rice. He recalled that it was a toxic herb known as itchy grass. These itchy grass plants appeared to be nearing maturity. Shunsi recalled reading in a certain bamboo scroll that the fruits of the itchy grass turned black when ripe. Now, those fruits had already begun to darken. This poisonous herb could be used to concoct itchy powder. Once mature, he could gather some for self-defense. After all, even someone at the third level of chi refinement would find it unpleasant to be afflicted by itchy powder. Although he had not yet refined poison, the small booklet he possessed contained relevant mentions, indicating that the process was quite similar to refining spiritual medicine. Shin-si contemplated in the courtyard. He resolved to wait for the herbs to mature before making further decisions, but he took out the fifth vial of spirit liquid, which remained unrefined. Over the course of 3 days, he gradually completed its refinement. After finishing the refinement of this vial, he decided not to continue with the spirit liquids. He still had 3 vials left and felt no urgency to refine them just yet. Instead, he would trade for some gathering spirit grass to reforge. Allowing money to generate more money by accumulating more spirit liquid, he could continue his refinement once he was close to breaking through to the 4th level of chi refinement. The 3 vials of spirit liquid could be exchanged for 4 plants of gathering spirit grass. Soon, he would have an abundance of spirit liquid. As the time to collect spirit liquid approached, Shinsi swiftly made his decision, rising to head towards the outer gate. The first time he had come here, he was at the 1st level of chi refinement. Now, at the 3rd level, he remained cautious. He made his way to the spirit pavilion, occasionally catching sight of bloody scenes along the green stone paths outside the outer sect's residences. However, compared to his initial reaction, he was now far less affected. After cautiously waiting for a while in the eastern region of the outer sect, he finally proceeded to the spirit pavilion. After a brief pause, he entered, collected a portion of cultivation resources, and swiftly exited, heading towards the miracle pill pavilion. With the spirit liquid replenished by another vial, he could sell it for 12 spirit stones, enough to purchase 6 portions of gathering spirit grass. If all went well with the refinements, he could acquire 9 portions of gathering spirit grass. However, before reaching the spirit pavilion, Shunsi furrowed his brow slightly. Now that he had reached the 3rd level of chi refinement, he could hear the slightest rustling from several steps away, perceiving someone following him after exiting the spirit pavilion, though he could not discern their cultivation level. As he frowned in contemplation, a rough voice suddenly called out from behind him, accompanied by a gust of wind. "Hey kid, hand over your storage bag. I've been watching you for a long time that I noticed you a couple days ago, and you even visited the Miracle Pill Pavilion. It seems you have quite a few spirit stones on you. I've been waiting for this moment." At this moment, in the rear, a burly figure resembling a giant, donned in a disciple's long robe, had been following for a while. It seemed he had already sensed enough, letting out a cold snicker. With a single stride, he surged forward, a gust of wind swirling around him as he aimed to seize Shunsi's shoulder, intending to prevent his escape. However, Shinsi had already detected his presence and was well prepared. As the giant reached out, Shunsi deftly darted forward, causing the giant to grasp nothing but air. His expression darkened slightly. Quite fast, but not fast enough. This brat must have just entered the spirit pavilion, likely having been promoted to the outer sect not long ago. I am at the peak of the 2nd level of chi training, and my previous sudden strike did not employ my full strength. Yet this lad is certainly extraordinary. Seeing Shun-Si standing at a distance, he no longer held back and lunged once more. I advise you to obediently hand over your storage bag. It could spare you some physical suffering. Shun-Si furrowed his brows, estimating the giant's cultivation level. He was at the second level of Qi training, not surpassing him. Yet Shun-Si had never engaged in combat since his training began. Instinctively, he stepped back to evade the giant's attack. Brat, if you have guts, don't dodge. Chapter 16. The Maturation of Itchy Grass Brat. Hand over your storage bag. After witnessing Shun-Si dodge twice, the giantess face displayed a mix of surprise and suspicion. He quickly snorted coldly and strode toward Shun-Si, his robust physique resembling that of an old bear. Yet even more agile, with his inner energy pushed to its limit, his speed surpassed that of before. In the blink of an eye, he was mere steps away from Shun-Si, his large hands sweeping in with the force of the wind. Hand over that storage bag. It does not belong to you. He had been watching Shun-Si for quite some time, not just today, that he knew Shun-Si had visited the Miao Dan Pavilion several times over the past half-month, clearly indicating wealth, and having just emerged from the spirit pavilion, he might possess spirit liquid. A desire to seize arose within him. Such incidents were not uncommon in the outer sect. He was not far from reaching the third level of Qi training and needed only a bit of spirit liquid to break through. As for Shun-Si's two successful evades, he could not believe Shun-Si was any formidable opponent. Just a moment ago, Shun-Si had acted like a turtle, only daring to dodge and not countering his attacks. Where was the semblance of a strong individual? Moreover, entering the spirit pavilion at this time clearly indicated he had recently been promoted to the outer sect, just as the giant made his move. Shun-Si's ears were suddenly filled with a buzzing sound from the force of the wind. He had never fought anyone, let alone engaged in a deadly struggle, and was unaware of the gap between the second and third levels of Qi training. In other words, he lacked complete confidence. His life was at stake, and he could not afford to be reckless. He certainly did not wish to take risks. But allowing the other to seize his storage bag was absolutely out of the question. As the giant's hand reached out, Shun-Si instantly moved his feet and vanished from his spot, swiftly retreating. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye by the time the giant regained his senses. Shun-Si was already over a dozen yards away, continuing to flee. Damn it, how can this brat run so fast? The giant thought to himself, his expression flashing with surprise as he gritted his teeth and pursued rapidly, heading towards the outer sect area. Yet despite his full exertion, he could not even catch a whiff of dust from Shun-Si's trail. Shun-Si was as swift as a hare, and in just a few breaths, the distance between them grew ever wider. If this continued, he would undoubtedly fail to catch up. Brat, you may escape the monk, but you cannot escape the temple. Hand over the storage bag, or I will wait for you at the spirit pavilion. Unless you intend to hide forever and never claim your spirit liquid. The giant ground his teeth, but this threat received no response. After what felt like 100 breaths, he arrived at the outskirts of the outer sect. Yet Shun-Si's figure was nowhere to be seen ahead. You brat, wait for me. The giant halted, panting heavily, his expression darkening slightly. He then swiftly turned toward the western part of the outer sect. He was unaware of Shun-Si's identity, nor did he know where he resided. Presently, he had no clue where to search, but there was one place where he might be able to catch him. The Miao Dan Pavilion. Since Shun-Si had visited there several times recently, it was likely he would return. He decided to wait there. Once my itchy grass matures, you will see how I teach you a lesson. For now, there is no need to risk a confrontation. Meanwhile, outside the outer sect, with no buildings surrounding him, only some shrubs and trees, Shun-Si's mind raced as he sprinted towards the Miao Dan Pavilion, cautious to prevent the giant from lying in wait. However, the Miao Dan Pavilion was located in the western part of the outer sect, while he was currently in the eastern part. Retracing his steps was certainly not an option, lest he encounter the giant once more. Thus, he swiftly circumvented the outer sect, making a significant detour from east to west. After observing for a while and confirming the giant was absent, he quickly entered to exchange the 4 portions of spirit liquid for 6 stalks of gathering spirit grass. He then hurried back to the northern peak. Almost immediately after he departed, the giant reappeared near the Miao Dan Pavilion, panting heavily as he fixed his gaze on the entrance. This brat has visited the Miao Dan Pavilion numerous times. I will wait here for him. He must be carrying quite a few spirit stones. If Shensi were aware of this, he would undoubtedly scoff at this moment. He had already exited the outer sect and soon returned to the northern peak. Naturally, the giant's actions had not escaped his mind. Today, he was merely at the second level of chi training, slower than him, but what if he were targeted by someone at the third level? Today's events had served as a reminder. The outer sect was fraught with dangers, and even with utmost caution, he could still be marked. Now, the priority was to urgently acquire some means of self-defense. Shensi ventured to the courtyard, gazing at the herbs, focusing on the itchy grass. The grain-like fruits were nearly covered in black, indicating imminent maturation. Likely just a few days away, the itchy powder, when it comes into contact with someone at the third level of chi training, would cause unbearable itching throughout the body. Next, he would begin refining medicine. The 6 stalks of gathering spirit grass could be refined in about 2 days. However, not all would succeed. 0.5 vials resulted in 1 failure. Yet it was of little consequence. He still earned 3 spirit stones in the end. Shensi suppressed his emotions. With the Lonling flower liquid, the process could be expedited further, and since he was at the third level of chi training, his spiritual energy was significantly greater than that of the second level. However, Shensi was not in a hurry. He stored away the 5 vials of spirit liquid and returned to his bamboo cottage to inspect the herbs in the courtyard. The itchy grass should mature by tomorrow. This was also the reason he was in no rush to venture outside. He was uncertain whether the giant was lying in wait outside the Miao Dam Pavilion. If the other was monitoring him, even if the giant was slower, he would not be able to enter the Miao Dam Pavilion while the giant lay in ambush, unless he resolved the situation with the giant. Therefore, when he next went, he must establish his authority, making the giant aware of his prowess. If one seeks to obstruct my means of earning, they must not blame me for being ungracious. Shensi's eyes glimmered with indignation and a hint of crimson. While he could endure other matters, hindering his ability to earn equated to stalling his cultivation, the horse-faced man would trouble him for months, and the giant, preventing him from earning spirit stones, was indirectly threatening his life. He must make the giant understand the consequences. In a few days, he would make the giant recognize his strength. Shensi snorted coldly, sitting outside his bamboo cottage to meditate and cultivate while keeping an eye on the herbs in the courtyard. Waiting for the itchy grass to mature, that he watered them at night. And finally, on the second day, all the fruits of the itchy grass had turned black, amounting to 5 portions. Itchy grass, itchy powder. Shensi carefully harvested the itchy grass, his gaze resolute, and ventured into the bamboo forest to begin researching poison. The tome from immortal contained methods for crafting such toxins. However, refining poison differed from extracting gathering spirit grass. It required a great fire to reduce the itchy grass to powder, ensuring not to overdo it, lest it turn to dregs and lose its efficacy. As the saying goes, learning by analogy, if I can refine spiritual medicine, naturally I can concoct poison. Taking a deep breath, Shensi summoned the alchemy furnace, inhaling deeply as he placed the itchy grass within, then summoned the flames. This step differed from refining gathering spirit grass, as he did not need to wait for the fire to reach a certain point. Next, he would apply a great fire to reduce it to powder. Yet, the intensity of the fire must not be excessive. Chapter 17. The consequence of provoking Lord Shun cackling. 2 days later, within the purple bamboo forest, several 5-tailed chickens were hopping about, and among them, some let out anguished cries, crashing into bamboo trees in a desperate attempt to numb their pain. Others rolled on the ground, rubbing against it until utterly exhausted. Twitching as they lay there, coughing, Shensi observed all this, feeling a chill run down his spine, cautiously eyeing the vial in his hand, fearful of spilling its contents. This was the itchy powder he had concocted. After researching the 5 portions of itchy grass and experiencing 2 failures, he had successfully produced 3 vials of itchy powder. He had only sprinkled a small amount on these 5-tailed chickens for experimentation. Yet he was unprepared for such horrifying effects. Want to rob me? Prevent me from earning? Then I shall make you understand what it means to say, Lord Shun, I know my faults. With the itching powder and a small vial tucked into his bosom, he returned to the bamboo hut. After dividing each vial into several portions, a cold smirk flickered in Shensi's eyes as he strode forth towards the outer gate. Merely a few days had passed since his last departure. and he swiftly arrived at the outer sect area, brazenly making his way to the Meowdon pavilion. "Kid, I knew you would come here," a familiar voice echoed as he approached the entrance of the pavilion. "It seems you possess quite a few spirit stones. Hand over your storage bag." The angry voice of a burly man, who had been crouched in a corner, rang out as he sprang into action upon spotting Shensi. However, upon seeing the man's fierce countenance charging towards him, Shensi merely chuckled coldly. In an instant, he produced a porcelain vial and hurled it at the man. The burly man froze momentarily, his body instinctively halting. But the object was too swift for him to evade. A sharp pain struck his chest as the vial shattered upon impact, releasing a cloud of fine powder into the air. Caught off guard, he inhaled some of it, and before he could react, an expansive bruise blossomed on his chest, while shards of the exploded vial inflicted numerous cuts upon him. His eyes instantly turned crimson with rage. "You seek death. How dare you strike me? Even if you surrender your storage bag now, I will make you pay dearly for this, and you shall find no sanctuary." Hearing the man's furious outburst, Shensi merely smiled disdainfully, choosing not to respond, which only fueled the man's ire further. Just as he was about to lunge at Shensi, he suddenly felt an intense itching sensation creeping up his entire arm, as if swarms of ants were crawling beneath his skin. This sensation was unbearable, even for a cultivator, and it escalated rapidly, threatening to drive him to madness. "It has begun," Shensi thought to himself with a sinister grin. The burly man, now preoccupied with the unbearable itch, clawed at his arm with his free hand, but to no avail. The intensity of the itch only worsened, and in a desperate attempt to relieve it, he scratched so fiercely that he tore his own skin, blood flowing freely. Yet the pain provided only fleeting relief from the maddening itch. Before he could catch his breath, he was horrified to discover that the sensation had spread beyond his arm. His back, neck, and even his entire body were now afflicted, as if countless ants were swarming over him. The itching powder, effective even against those at the third layer of chi training, was tormenting him, let alone someone at the second layer. And no matter how vigorously he scratched, the sensation was unrelenting, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground, rolling in a futile attempt to ease his suffering that moment. The itch also consumed his face in a desperate bid to alleviate the agony. He clawed at his visage, leaving behind a gruesome tapestry of bloodied scratches. Even Shensi, who had intended to teach the man a lesson, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. "This itching powder is truly terrifying. I have divided the powder I crafted from an itching herb into several portions, yet I did not anticipate its potency to be so formidable." The man's wretched cries drew a crowd of disciples, who gasped at the sight of him writhing on the ground, his face a bloody mess. "What's happened to that guy? Is that Fu Lao Lu? Who did this to him?" Recognizing the burly man, the disciples murmured in shock. Meanwhile, Shensi had already entered the Meowdon pavilion. As for the man, the effects of the itching powder would last for an hour. He wouldn't die from it, but he was destined to suffer for that duration. "This is the consequence of provoking Shunyi," Shensi thought, hands clasped behind his back, ignoring the man's anguished screams as he transacted his spirit liquid for gathering spirit grass. However, as he exited, he suddenly caught sight of a vengeful glare directed at him. "Kid, it was you. I won't let you go. You used a hidden weapon. You poisoned me." The furious voice came from a man, still rolling on the ground, filled with resentment. "Release me this instant, or you will pay for this." "Release you? Very well, just wait." Shensi was aware of the antidote for the itching powder, but he lacked the necessary herbs. He initially intended to leave, but changed his mind upon glimpsing the man's storage bag, promptly agreeing to help. The man's eyes lit up with hope. Once he resolved this cursed poison, he would make Shensi pay. However, after agreeing, Shensi turned and walked away. "What are you doing? You promised to cure my poison. You will suffer retribution for this," the man screamed, cursing him as the other disciples stood in stunned silence. Bewildered by his actions, "What's the hurry? I'm just returning." Shensi had no intention of genuinely leaving. He soon turned back, brandishing a sturdy wooden stick, roughly the size of his arm, as he approached the man. You want the antidote, yet you dare to do this." The man's eyes widened in horror, fighting against the itch while he glared at Shensi. "Kid, I warn you, don't get reckless. I will not spare you. Bang! Before he could finish his warning, the stick made intimate contact with the back of the man's head, and the world fell silent. The man collapsed with a pained cry, unconscious. You talk too much. Will you take the antidote or not? Look at my good intentions. I let you faint to spare you some suffering. Truly ungrateful. As the architect of this chaos, Shun-Si muttered to himself, discarding the stick and bending down to retrieve the man's storage bag. In his excitement, he noticed the gazes of several disciples upon him. This commotion had attracted many, including some at the third layer of Qi training, who now stared at him in disbelief. This kid looks harmless. Yet he is a living nightmare. Clearing his throat, Shun-Si nonchalantly clasped his hands behind his back. This is the consequence of provoking Shun-Yi. When Shun-Yi gets serious, even he fears himself. Today, I merely offered a slight lesson. Next time, it will not be so light. Chapter 18. A fresh breeze and the seven fiends sect with his hands behind his back. Shun-Si elicited wary glances filled with deep trepidation from the many disciples observing him. Even those at the third layer of Qi training exchanged glances before silently dispersing. Fu Lao Lu was of little concern to them. They anticipated nothing of value in his storage bag. This was none of their business, and with Shun-Si's notorious reputation, they wisely chose to avoid conflict. Noticing this, Shun-Si smirked inwardly, pleased with the outcome. Establishing his authority, he intended to leverage this opportunity to assert himself within the outer sect. Who would dare provoke him in the future, especially after witnessing the man's dismal fate? As for the storage bag, it was undoubtedly his now. The Seven Fiends sect imposed no restrictions on such matters. Curious about its contents, he pondered the state of the storage bag, only to find his spirit energy unable to access it, as if it were rejecting him. Frowning slightly, he wondered if it required blood. The first time he had used a storage bag, he had indeed infused it with blood. To ascertain whether this was the case, he decided to experiment. The man was bleeding from his hands and face, so it would not be difficult to smear some of his blood on the bag while he lay unconscious. Infusing his spirit energy once more, he was rewarded with a mental image of a compact space within the storage bag. Inside, he found a single spirit stone, a token, and 2 porcelain vials, the contents of which remained unknown. Yet Shun-Si stifled the impulse to examine them further. He couldn't afford to reveal his wealth, even with just 2 vials, lest he attract unwanted attention. Though the surrounding disciples had departed, and he had already established his dominance, caution was never unwarranted. He swiftly exited the outer sect. More than an hour later, outside the Miaodong Pavilion, the burly man finally regained consciousness, unaware of the events that had transpired during his blackout. His face, marred by injuries, bore a look of terror. As soon as he regained awareness, he instinctively clawed at his back, then abruptly paused, laughter bubbling forth as if he had lost his mind. Wait, it doesn't itch anymore. That kid will pay for this. The torment he had experienced was something he never wished to endure again. And his gaze immediately began searching for Shun-S. All. Because of him, he is the reason I've become like this. Yet, there was no trace of Shun-Si nearby. Has he fled? Kid, you escaped quickly. The burly man searched high and low, yet he failed to locate Shun-Si. His countenance darkened considerably, and though it was hardly perceptible, he let out a breath of relief. Having suffered such a significant loss, he felt a twinge of fear and trepidation towards Shun-Si. Perhaps it was for the best that the young scoundrel had departed. He would let him off the hook this time. It wasn't he that he was afraid. Nevertheless, this matter would not conclude so easily. You have caused me such misery, boy. This is far from over. He spat out a harsh remark and instinctively patted his body, intending to check whether the items in his storage bag were still intact. However, he soon realized that something was amiss at his waist. After a frantic search, a piercing scream escaped him. My storage bag. The 2 vials of spiritual liquid I saved up to break through to the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. Ah, boy, I will not let you off so easily. At that moment, Shun-Si was blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. He hastened away from the Miaodong Pavilion area, exited the outer sect, and returned to the bamboo cottage in Zizhu Forest. He eagerly retrieved the 2 vials of spiritual liquid to examine them, ultimately confirming that the milky white liquid inside was indeed the gathering spirit grass spiritual liquid. 2 vials of gathering spirit grass spiritual liquid. This was far more efficient than refining the medicine himself. Shen Si's face lit up with joy as he tucked the 2 vials into his robe and placed them into his own storage bag. Yet, this thought was fleeting. He believed that alchemy was a more stable endeavor. As long as others did not provoke him, he was more than content to be self-reliant. With this in mind, he mused that he was like a refreshing stream in the 7 Fiends sect. While others engaged in violence, he sought solace in refining medicine. Shen Si clasped his hands behind his back, a look of wistfulness on his youthful face. He did not rush to sell the 2 vials of spiritual liquid, as frequent visits to the Miaodong Pavilion would reveal his wealth and make him a target, just like that burly man. Best to exercise caution and wait a couple of days before selling. Next, he would continue his alchemical pursuits. First, he would refine the 7 portions of gathering spirit grass in a spiritual liquid. I love alchemy. I shall pursue it tirelessly. It is often said that prolonged engagement in a single pursuit breeds a sense of tedium, a flaw of human nature. Yet, Shen Si found himself increasingly enamored with the art of alchemy. Each successful refinement brought him spiritual stones, and with those stones, he could elevate his cultivation. The stronger his cultivation became, the less he would need to worry about his own life. Shen Si saw no fault in cherishing his own existence. The world was a captivating place, and now that he had wealth, as long as he preserved his life, he believed he would eventually savor its pleasures. Thus, every time he engaged in alchemy, he felt immense satisfaction, and his enthusiasm remained unwavering. Moreover, as his cultivation had grown stronger than at the outset, each refinement of spiritual liquid did not deplete his spiritual energy entirely. After completing one batch, he could continue refining. Within just over a day, by the evening of the following day, he had transformed the 7 portions of gathering spirit grass into spiritual liquid. However, the outcome was akin to the last time. He faced yet another failure. From 7 portions of gathering spirit grass, he managed to produce 6 vials of spiritual medicine, earning 4 spiritual stones in a little over a day. Shen Si felt quite satisfied with such results. At this juncture, he could not venture to the outer sect, so he remained in the bamboo forest, retrieving his savings from the storage bag one by one. He arranged the small vials before him, his eyes gleaming with pride that a total of 8 vials of spiritual liquid and 2 spiritual stones were before him. However, to break through to the 4th level of qi cultivation, he would need several times the amount of spiritual liquid required for the 3rd level. Be prudent. I shall first prepare 20 vials of spiritual liquid before attempting to break through to the 4th level. 20 vials of spiritual liquid. He currently possessed 8 vials, which could be exchanged for 24 spiritual stones, with 2 additional stones in hand. One from that burly man and the other from the sale of 5 vials of spiritual liquid for 15 stones, which were used to purchase 7 portions of gathering spirit grass. He had a total of 26 spiritual stones. Reflecting on the days when he had fretted over a single spiritual stone, a surge of bravado welled up within Shen Si. Master Shun is now a wealthy cultivator. These spiritual stones could buy him 13 portions of gathering spirit grass, and even if he faced 1 or 2 failures, he could still earn 6 or 7 spiritual stones. It would not take long to amass 20 vials of spiritual liquid. Sooner or later, he would break through to the 4th level of qi cultivation. Chapter 19. The Helper of Old Man Fu. Sooner or later, I will break through to the 4th level of qi cultivation. Shen Si felt a swell of confidence as he stowed the porcelain vials back in his storage bag and returned to the bamboo cottage. When the hour struck midnight, he watered the medicinal herbs. However, having passed a considerable amount of time, it seemed that Old Man Mo had indeed encountered some misfortune and had not returned. It was thanks to him that Shen Si was able to reach his current state. Yet, he felt no gratitude towards the one who had poisoned him. It would be best if that person perished outside. After all, the 5 poisons powder had not acted up for so long that he gradually ceased to worry. He would ignore him and continue to earn spiritual stones tomorrow. Regarding Old Man Mo, Shen Si held no complex emotions. He merely harbored a simple wish. As long as he did not return, that would suffice. Otherwise, having consumed so many of his herbs, he feared the consequences upon his return. So, it was best that he remained absent. Just as Old Man Han had once imparted a profound saying, "Some live while they might as well be dead." Others die yet live on eternally. Shenxi found this sentiment intriguing yet disagreed. He held hope for the future and believed that living was far better than dying. After all, what good is death compared to life? Of course, should the subject be Old Man Mo, it would indeed be preferable for him to die. Rest assured, Old Man Mo, you will forever reside in my heart. It is best if you do not return. I shall take good care of your herbs, so do not worry. Yet, he could not help but wonder if his thoughts were somehow sensed by Old Man Mo. A chill crept over him, and he glanced around, ensuring no one had overheard before he breathed a sigh of relief. Do not frighten yourself. One can easily scare oneself into madness. However, he dared not speak further, following his usual routine. After watering the herbs, Shenxi settled down on the floor beneath the eaves, bathed in moonlight. From beneath his clothing, he retrieved a small pouch. Initially, this pouch was imbued with the scent of mugwort, serving to repel mosquitoes, but after all this time, the mugwort within had long since dried up, and the scent had vanished. Shenxi was reluctant to discard it. It had accompanied him for so long, nearly 9 months, and he had grown accustomed to its presence. As he gazed down at the pouch, his hand brushed over his name embroidered upon it, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he recalled the day he ascended the mountain to pay homage, and the young girl who had crafted this pouch for him, that he wondered what she and the one who had gifted him the pouch were doing on this night. If only life could be as it was at first glance. Shenxi murmured, recalling a line from a poem spoken by Old Man Han. Tonight, he did not practice cultivation because he had just turned 15 and with no gifts, he had never celebrated a birthday in 15 years. Nor had anyone wished him a happy birthday. Sitting under the eaves, his resolute young face bore only the semblance of a boy. Leaning against the wall, he gazed at the moonlight, remaining awake throughout the night. Once again, he could engage in alchemy. The next day, Shenxi exited the Miaodong pavilion, tightly gripping his storage bag, his heart racing with anticipation, yet he maintained a composed expression, determined not to reveal any emotion. The events of the previous night had seemingly left no impact on him. His desire to grow stronger would not wane. In the perilous environment of the Seven Fiends sect, his life was always at risk, leaving him no time to dwell on other matters. His only thought was to grow stronger. Although he no longer feared the horse-faced man, he still needed to elevate his cultivation promptly. That on one hand, the man had formidable allies. On the other, he had to remain vigilant against Old Man Mo, lest he return and seek vengeance. The earlier intrusion into his room and the use of the itching grass were desperate measures taken purely for survival. And he had no regrets, only the need for caution. Old Man Mo was at the mid-stage of qi cultivation, yet he was uncertain of the specifics of his level. Shenxi pondered for a moment. He had heard the horse-faced man mention that Old Man Mo was at the mid-stage of qi cultivation, but he was uncertain about the exact level. After leaving the Miaodong pavilion, he headed straight for the outer sect. It seemed that the burly man had learned his lesson. As he was nowhere to be seen today, he still possessed plenty of itching powder and was unafraid of his return, keeping the vial of itching powder concealed within his sleeve, ready to be thrown at a moment's notice. Soon, Shenxi arrived back at Zizhu Forest, suppressing any unnecessary thoughts. Alchemy awaited. The 13 portions of gathering spirit grass were completed by the 3rd day. The good news was that he had encountered only one failure, yielding 12 vials of spiritual liquid that could be sold for 36 spiritual stones, enough to purchase 18 portions of gathering spirit grass. In no time, he would amass the 20 vials of spiritual liquid he had planned. Shenxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he confidently made his way towards the Miaodong pavilion. Yet upon reaching the entrance, he suddenly looked up, instinctively tightening his grip on the small vial in his sleeve, furrowing his brow as he stared ahead. Little rascals. A few days ago, a burly man, having been taught a lesson by his own itching powder, still bore the crimson marks upon his visage that had yet to heal. This moment, he stood in a menacing stance before him, accompanied by a figure clad in the robes of a disciple, a strikingly handsome young man in his 20s, exuding an intense sense of peril that instilled in Shenxi a profound sense of crisis. It seemed he was not far from breaking through to the 4th level of qi training, causing Shenxi's pupils to contract slightly. Are you certain that he possesses a considerable amount of spirit stones? The disciple, sensing his gaze, paid him no heed, his expression rife with disdain. There is absolutely no doubt. Not long ago, I witnessed this lad entering the Meowdon Pavilion every couple of days. He must possess a significant amount of spirit stones. Before him, the burly man appeared exceedingly respectful, suppressing his resentment as he obediently replied. The other party, known as Xing was quite renowned among the lower-ranked disciples of the Seven Kill sect, a formidable figure amongst them. He could not ascertain the exact quantity of spirit stones Shenxi possessed. He merely speculated based on Shenxi's frequent visits to the Meowdon Pavilion. Due to the peculiar poison, he dared not seek revenge on Shenxi alone. Hence he firmly relayed this information to the other party. You had better not deceive me. Otherwise, Xing cast a cold glance in his direction, as if he could see through his ulterior motives. How could I dare to mislead Brother Xing? The burly man fell silent, instinctively lowering his head, unwilling to meet his gaze. It would be best if that were the case. After further admonishing him, Xing turned his attention to Shenxi, his demeanor impassive, his gaze looking down upon him. Boy, obediently hand over your storage bag, and then disable your own limbs. Let today's events be forgotten. Their recent exchange had not evaded Shenxi's ears. A mere third level of qi training, evidently a recent breakthrough, was not something he took seriously. However, since he had already made his move, he intended to ensure that the other party would never have a chance to rise again. Having navigated the trials of the outer sect, he was well versed in the survival rules of this place. How dare you? Upon hearing the other party's tyrannical demand, not only to seize his storage bag, but also to cripple him. Shenxi's expression darkened slightly. He glared at him, unable to suppress his fury any longer, his chest consumed by indignation. Just you wait. If you do not heed my warning, you shall find yourself in a fate far worse than this. But since you refuse, I shall take matters into my own hands to avoid wasting time. Chapter 20. I will fight you. Just you wait. If you do not heed my warning, you shall find yourself in a fate far worse than this. But since you refuse, I shall take matters into my own hands to avoid wasting time. Xing scoffed, remaining aloof. As he witnessed Shenxi's defiance, he stepped forward, his cold gaze laced with mockery, as if he were simply going to squash an insignificant insect. The pinnacle of the third level of qi training, while still within the same realm, was a realm apart from the third level. For him, it would indeed not pose much difficulty. You little brat, you are doomed today. The burly man, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of excitement, eager for Shenxi to resist, knowing that such defiance would only lead to a more tragic outcome. Voices arose around them. ISNT that Xing. It was noon, and naturally, many disciples were nearby the Meowdon Pavilion, their eyes widening in shock at the unfolding drama. He is making a move. This fellow must be on the verge of breaking through to the fourth level of qi training. I recall a third-level disciple who offended him. He was left crippled. Indeed, the one facing him is also at the third level of qi training. Alas, he is in for a disaster. I remember that just last time. He taught Fu Lao Lu a lesson right here. Who would have thought Fu Lao Lu would invite him? With Xing taking action, this lad is likely to suffer a fate worse than Fu Lao Lu. As Shenxi listened to these voices and heard of another third-level disciple who had been crippled, his expression darkened further, and his heart raced with anxiety. Sensing the imminent threat, he instinctively retreated, swiftly turning to flee into the distance. The opponent's cultivation was clearly above his own. While the itching powder might trouble someone at the third level of qi training, he could not be certain it would have the same effect on a peak third-level cultivator. After all, the higher the cultivation, the weaker the effect of the poison. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. A true man knows when to yield, and he would wait until he had reached a higher cultivation to settle the score for today. Trying to escape? Do you think you can get away? Xing, seeing him turn to flee, merely scoffed and mockingly pursued him. The two of them darted swiftly, racing beyond the outer sect. You little brat, daring to steal my storage bag. Today, you shall surely die. The burly man's eyes gleamed with excitement as he too rushed forward, eager to witness Shenxi's downfall. Many curious disciples followed in pursuit, including several at the third level of qi training, who maintained a swift pace, trailing behind the two, watching the unfolding spectacle. This is bad. That lad has just recently broken through to the third level of Qi training. He will surely be caught. In that instant, as the voices echoed, Shun Si's expression darkened. He fled swiftly towards the outskirts of the outer sect, yet Xing Zhen's speed was even greater, closing the distance between them. In mere breaths, an icy chill seemed to envelop him from behind. He was now less than 10 steps away, his brow furrowed slightly. This was dire. If this continues, I will inevitably be caught. You little brat. You cannot escape. Disable your own limbs. Why struggle? I have heard that you possess some poison, but it can only target those at the second level of Qi training. Xing Zhen's expression was one of disdain. Casually amused as he suddenly erupted into action, his speed multiplying several-fold, closing the distance between them rapidly. His large hand reached out, a speed beyond any expectation. Shenxi's pupils constricted slightly. In that moment, he gritted his teeth. His eyes turning blood red, determined to fight back, as Xing Zhen drew near. He swiftly pulled several porcelain vials from his sleeve, removing the corks in one swift motion and casting them aside. Shun, am not to be trifled with. Today, I will stand against you. As the vials were hurled forth, a multitude of black powder erupted into the air, scattering across the space behind him. Shenxi held his breath just in time. This itching powder, as long as it was not inhaled or ingested, posed no danger. However, at such a close distance, even if Xing Zhen was at the pinnacle of the third level of Qi training, evasion was impossible. The powder engulfed him completely, invading his eyes, yet this attack did not halt his advance. You little brat, daring to ambush me. I shall ensure you are crippled today. Xing Zhen's eyes glinted with a hint of crimson. His voice filled with fury. Enraged to the utmost, he disregarded the burning sensation in his eyes, quickening his pace to seize Shenxi, unlike the burly man who had been merely spectating. This guy is unfazed. Does this poison have such a weak effect on a peak third-level cultivator? Yet in this moment, there was no time for Shenxi to contemplate. He gritted his teeth, and upon seeing Xing Zhen charging at him again, instinctively turned to flee into the distance. However, scarcely had he rushed out when he heard that furious voice again. You little brat, today you shall learn the cost of ambushing me. Xing Zhen was right behind him. His eyes bloodshot from the itching powder. Igniting with true fury, he pulled forth a wooden sword from his storage bag, its blade glimmering coldly. Not an ordinary weapon, seemingly capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. With a few incantations, it transformed into a streak of light, shooting forward at breakneck speed. In that instant, Shenxi's pupils constricted, feeling a bone-chilling sense of danger. As he turned back, he beheld the swiftly approaching sword, causing his heart to race. This was perilous. You little brat, this is the consequence of stealing my storage bag. The burly man gasped, finally catching up, exhilaration coursing through him at the sight. That lad is doomed. Is that the sword control technique? That wooden sword is extraordinary. Xing Zhen truly lives up to his notorious reputation. They say only high-ranking disciples master such techniques. The remaining disciples in pursuit, many at the third level of Qi training, narrowed their eyes in alarm. What is the sword control technique? Shenxi had never heard of it. He only felt the impending danger. The wooden sword sped towards him, growing larger in his vision, seemingly threatening his very life. In that instant, his eyes reddened, and he quickly retrieved the alchemy furnace from his storage bag with a resounding crash, enveloping himself within it like a turtle retreating into its shell. Almost as soon as he completed this action, the sword struck the furnace, the force of the impact deforming one side of the furnace, sending it flying. Shenxi, who was inside, was violently hurled several steps away, crashing to the ground. The furnace landed beside him, and as he rose, a metallic taste filled his throat, pain radiating throughout his body, as if his bones were fracturing. His eyes widened in horror as he gazed at his furnace. Fully aware of the stark disparity between the third level of Qi training and its pinnacle, he had only recently broken through to the third level. He was no match for the other's prowess, especially that terrifying wooden sword. You little brat, you are finished. The burly man's eyes glinted with fervor, his hatred for Shenxi reaching an all-time high. How dare you use poison against me? Xing Zhen's cold and indifferent voice resounded once more in Chapter 21. Dare to threaten Master Shen? How audacious to use poison against me. With a dark expression, Xing strode forward and picked up the wooden sword that had fallen to the ground after colliding with the alchemy furnace. Shun Si remained silent, suppressing the pain as he quickly rose to his feet, stowing the alchemy furnace into his storage bag. However, upon seeing the dent caused by the wooden sword, he felt a pang of regret. Half a bottle of spirit liquid was gone, and he wondered if it could still be used. Yet the most pressing matter was his escape. Shun Si was not oblivious to the situation, and upon noticing Xing retreating into the distance, a cold smile crept across Xing face as he picked up the wooden sword and was about to pursue. Suddenly, he felt as if thousands of insects were crawling in his eyes. The sensation was maddening, compelling him to halt as he rubbed his eyes vigorously, but to no avail. The itchiness intensified, prompting him to throw the wooden sword to the ground and rub both hands over his face. It was unbearable. How could it be this itchy? He was at the pinnacle of the 3rd level of qi training, not far from the 4th. This sound caused Shun Si to pause momentarily. Yet fearing a ruse, he continued to flee cautiously until he had established a safe distance. Confirming that the voice had not pursued him, and that something genuine had transpired, a vague suspicion formed in his mind, prompting him to glance back. At that moment, the itchiness powder seemed to erupt in full force. The sensation was intolerable. Xing face contorted in madness as he stood where he was, screaming in agony. Oblivious to Shun Si, as he clawed at his face, in mere moments, he felt as if swarms of insects were crawling over his skin. His face flushed crimson. Blood streamed from the wounds he inflicted upon himself. Yet he remained unaware, continuing to scratch incessantly. The sensation was not confined to his face. It spread to his neck, chest, back, and throughout his entire body, an overwhelming feeling of insects crawling everywhere, even in his heart. "Damn the poison! Ah, you little brat, wait for me!" Xing cried out, the maddening sensation driving him to madness. He rolled on the ground in agony, completely unaware that the poison Shun Si had used on him was indeed effective. What is happening? The scene was eerily familiar to the disciples who had witnessed it outside the Miaodong pavilion. Those following behind were rendered speechless by the surreal spectacle. This was Xing. At the pinnacle of the 3rd level of qi training, a renowned powerhouse among low-tier disciples, the itchiness powder had taken effect, and Shun Si instantly grasped the situation, his face lighting up with excitement, exhilaration, and a sense of satisfaction. Deservedly so, for you sought to harm me. You little wretch, how dare you use poison to ambush Brother Xing? He will not let you off lightly. The burly man was equally dumbfounded, witnessing the scene unfold before him in disbelief. This reminded Shun Si to pause in his retreat, glancing back at Xing. If I leave now, once the effects of the itchiness powder wear off, he might come after me for revenge. I cannot contend with him. Shun Si remained remarkably calm, his mind racing, his gaze growing colder. He valued his life and wished to avoid provoking others, seeking merely to refine medicine, accumulate spirit stones, and enhance his cultivation. However, even if he were to escape today, the other party would not relent. He possessed the itchiness powder, true, but it was limited and would eventually run out. Moreover, the other party was unaware of its nature. Next time, if he directly summoned that wooden sword and kept his distance, Shun Si would have no chance to retaliate. He would seize his sword, and also take his storage bag. Let's see what he can do next time. After all, he sought to rob me. Meanwhile, Xing was writhing in agony on the ground, utterly unconcerned about Shun Si. Master Shun is not one to be trifled with. If you bully me, be prepared for the consequences. With gritted teeth and a darkened expression, Shun Si swiftly approached, picking up the long sword that had fallen to the ground. The wooden sword was surprisingly heavy, akin to iron, though its material remained a mystery. Without this sword, I need not fear him next time. Let's see if he dares to rob me again. Shun Si weighed the sword in his hands but did not leave, his eyes glinting with a fierce determination as he approached the writhing Xing. What does he intend to do? The disciples observing from a distance were momentarily taken aback, soon realizing the answer as Shun Si, wielding the wooden sword, approached Xing. With a sharp crack, he began to strike the fallen opponent repeatedly. You thought to rob me. You dared to challenge Master Shun. Enraged at the thought of the alchemy furnace he had purchased with spirit stones, Shun Si struck with renewed vigor. each blow echoing with determination. Each strike landed with the force of a wooden club, relentless and unyielding. Xing Jun, overwhelmed by the pain, could scarcely defend himself, shocked that his own spirit sword was being used against him. Yet, tormented by the itchiness powder, he could only roll on the ground, unable to retaliate. "Ah, you little brat, just wait. I will not let this go." Shenxi's eyes gleamed with malice upon hearing this threat, fueling his anger further. He struck harder, eliciting cries of despair from Xing Jun, who soon found himself battered and bruised, losing consciousness as the relentless blows rained down upon him. Shenxi, recalling the threats against him, targeted his hands and feet with precision, each strike a solid, tangible assault. Xing Jun quickly succumbed to the pain, feeling as if his legs had gone numb from the assault. What a fragile defense, Shenxi thought, a slight satisfaction blooming in his heart. The distant disciple stood transfixed, finally snapping back to reality. "The little man has risen," one disciple remarked, filled with a mix of admiration and trepidation. "But this little one harbors a fierce vendetta. He is playing a dangerous game. Provoking Xing Jun like this, he may revel in his triumph now, but he will surely regret it later." Others scoffed, their tone laced with disdain. "How foolish. Instead of fleeing, he chooses to retaliate in a few days. He will understand his folly." Their voices dripped with mockery, while the burly man widened his eyes in disbelief, never expecting Shenxi would dare to confront him. Yet, Shenxi remained oblivious to their words, only harboring a quiet smirk. If this man would spare him, if he refrained from striking. Witnessing Xing Jun's unconscious form only fueled his frustration, prompting him to strike once more before claiming the storage bag. The burly man, witnessing this scene unfold, felt a surge of fear wash over him, instinctively preparing to flee. Damn, that little one's poison is terrifying. Never mind the storage bag. He realized the futility of pursuing his belongings. Glancing at Xing Jun's miserable state, and concluded his own injuries were manageable. However, just as he prepared to escape, a cold and piercing gaze locked onto him. Chapter 22. The Misfortune of Fu Laolu. I warned you last time that Master Shun is not to be trifled with. How dare you provoke him?" The piercing gaze belonged to Shenxi, who had spotted the fleeing burly man. Adhering to the principle of repaying enmity with enmity, he swiftly advanced with small steps, brandishing the wooden sword as he charged forward. This whole ordeal stemmed from this man, who had brought others to conspire against him and had shouted so gleefully just moments ago. "If I don't make him regret it today, I am not Shenxi." After all, even a powerhouse like Xing Jun had fallen before the might of the itchiness powder. I am not the least bit intimidated by this man. "Don't he come any closer." The burly man, having witnessed Xing Jun's plight, dared not confront Shenxi directly. Realizing that Shenxi was indeed at the third level of Qi training, he felt an immediate surge of fear as he turned to flee. Yet his speed was no match for Shenxi's pursuit. Frightened by Master Shun, are we? It's too late to run now. As Shenxi chased after him, confidence surged within him. He swung the wooden sword, striking the burly man on the back of the head. The man dared not retaliate, letting out a cry as he shielded his head, only to be sent sprawling to the ground by a kick to his backside. This was not the end. Shenxi continued to rain blows upon him, the wooden sword landing again and again. However, this man was far weaker than Xing Jun and succumbed to the onslaught in just a few strikes. Quickly losing consciousness, this was the fate of those who dare to provoke Master Shun. He was not to be trifled with. After much contemplation, Shenxi finally relented, delivering a swift kick to him before turning to procure some of Xing Jun's blood. Upon opening his storage bag, his eyes gleamed with delight. Within lay 13 spirit stones, a vial of spirit liquid, and a small booklet emblazoned with the 3 characters for sword control technique. This must be the method for wielding the flying sword that he had previously practiced. Such treasures indeed. After the damage done to my alchemy furnace, this shall serve as my compensation. Shenxi, feeling entirely justified, tucked the storage bag away. Had Xing Jun heard these words, he would undoubtedly have spat blood once more. After all, how much could a mere alchemy furnace cost? The contents of his storage bag, particularly the method for the sword control technique, had cost him a considerable number of spirit stones, acquired from a high-ranking disciple. Alas, he remained oblivious to this. As Shun-Si gleefully cradled the storage bag, her small face beaming with joy as she swiftly made her way to the Miao Dan Pavilion. This was sufficient. More than enough to purchase 20 portions of gathering spirit grass. 20 portions, along with 20 vials of spirit liquid. Originally, he possessed 12 vials of spirit liquid, with the additional vial from Xing Zhen's storage bag. Plus the 13 spirit stones, he could sell his current spirit liquid, amassing a total of 52 spirit stones. For others, this would only suffice for 10 vials, but he was an apothecary, with 20 portions of gathering spirit grass. His plan to gather enough spirit liquid for a breakthrough to the 4th layer of Qi refinement was now within reach. The mere thought of soon transcending to the 4th layer of Qi refinement sent a thrill through Shun-Si's eyes. Once he achieved that, he would no longer fear that scoundrel Xing Zhen. Even if he couldn't defeat him, could he not simply flee? Yet, that fellow played dirty. He felt as though his bones were about to shatter. It seemed that the Miao Dan Pavilion offered spirit liquid for rapid recovery. This wouldn't do. He must be generous this once, for he now possessed a fortune. He needed to purchase a vial of healing spirit liquid to mend his wounds. Meanwhile, after Shun-Si had distanced himself, the other disciples who had followed began to realize what had transpired. "Does anyone know that kid's name?" One disciple remarked, surveying the pitiable state of Xing Zhen and the burly man, feeling a mix of sympathy and astonishment. Regardless of whether Xing Zhen would seek revenge, this boy was bound to become renowned. These murmurs went unheard by Shun-Si. Over an hour later, Xing Zhen finally opened his eyes, only to be met with a searing pain coursing through his body. His hands and feet felt nearly numb, as though they belonged to someone else, in a fit of rage and resentment. He let out a furious roar that pierced the skies surrounding the outer sect. "You little brat, just wait. Xing Zhen, will not let you off lightly." His eyes burned with fury. How could he, a peak 3rd layer Qi refinement cultivator, suffer such a humiliation, beaten by a mere 3rd layer using his own treasured sword? "My sword. Where is my sword?" In that moment, he could no longer think of Shun-Si and scrambled to find his wooden sword, which he had purchased for 10 spirit stones from the treasure pavilion. It had become a spirit sword, a remarkable item beyond mere metal. But alas, that wooden sword had already found its way into Shun-Si's storage bag. Where could it be? My sword, my sword. Refusing to give up, Xing Zhen even began to dig into the ground, as if to unearth it. "Brother Xing, that kid took your sword along with your storage bag. We cannot let him escape." The burly man, still seething with pain, exclaimed in a hoarse voice, "My storage bag, my spirit sword. You brat, I swear I will make you pay." Xing Zhen's voice grew even more mournful, realizing not only his spirit sword but his storage bag was gone. Just as the burly man attempted to console him, he found himself the target of Xing Zhen's all your fault. "You useless fool, you've cost me both my treasures." In a fit of rage, Xing Zhen clenched his teeth and, with a furious shout, sent the burly man stumbling several feet away, limping off while muttering threats under his breath. "You little brat, I will not let you escape. Just wait and see." Not long after he departed, the burly man finally managed to stand, bloodied and battered, feeling as if his bones were splintering from the pain. Yet, considering the opponent's cultivation, he bore it, stumbling away. After these events, he vowed never to seek revenge on Shun-Si. Let them both tear each other apart. Damn that Xing Zhen. As for Shun-Si, he had already returned to the purple bamboo forest on the North Peak. His spirits slightly lifted as he examined a small vial in his hand. Yellow Liang vine spirit liquid for healing. He had purchased it at the Miao Dan Pavilion for a total of 2 spirit stones. In addition, he had acquired 24 portions of gathering spirit grass, and had also bought a new alchemy furnace from the treasure pavilion, for the previous one had become deformed and was no longer suitable for alchemy. Now he was left with only 1 spirit stone, but the wealth of items in his storage bag made it all worthwhile. Despite the searing pain still coursing through him, Shun-Si did not rush to refine any elixirs upon his return. He pondered whether this would grant him any blessings. Looking at the yellow Liang vine spirit liquid, he deliberated for a moment before suppressing the pain and ventured into the purple bamboo forest. Capturing a 5-feather-tailed chicken to test alongside the vial in a stone bowl, his astonishment, it vanished instantly. This too could bring blessings. He promptly caught 6 or 7 more 5-feather-tailed chickens, slaughtering them and placing them into the bowl, which began to radiate light. Chapter 23. Sword Control Technique Success. After consuming the meat of 8 5-feather-tailed chickens, the familiar voice resounded in his ears. Ethereal and indistinguishable in gender, yet imbued with a solemn and sacred tone. Once the commotion in the stone bowl subsided, Shenxi's heart raced as he retrieved the vial to examine it. The blessed yellow liang vine spirit liquid had changed in hue. It was no longer the pale yellow of before, but had transformed into a vibrant red. He wondered what effects it would possess. Shenxi mused aloud, taking a tentative sip of his surprise, as the liquid slid down his throat. A refreshing wave washed over him, bringing unparalleled comfort. The aches and pains in his body vanished in an instant, leaving him feeling invigorated and revitalized. It was as though the fatigue of countless sleepless nights had dissipated entirely. How marvelous! Surely, this was no longer merely yellow liang vine spirit liquid. The effects left Shenxi momentarily stunned, and upon reflecting, he recalled how the disciples at the Miao Dan Pavilion had extolled its virtues, particularly since he was considered a valued customer, consistently selling the elixirs he refined, according to their claims. This liquid could hasten the recovery of injuries sustained by early-stage qi refinement disciples. Provided the injuries were not severe, one would heal within days. Yet he had consumed less than a third, and all his injuries had healed. This was likely no longer just yellow liang vine spirit liquid. The blessings truly proved beneficial. Next, 2 tasks awaited him: alchemy and diligently practicing the sword control technique he had recently acquired. Shenxi took a moment to suppress his excitement. The better the results of the stone bowl, the more advantageous it would be for him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled the gathering spirit grass in his storage bag and the sword control technique he had obtained from Xingzhen. The image of controlling the flying sword lingered in his mind, igniting a desire to study it thoroughly. Now that he had offended Xingzhen and seized the storage bag, he resolved not to venture into the outer sect until he had successfully broken through to the 4th layer of qi refinement. His focus shifted to alchemy. However, he would save studying the booklet for later in the evening. For now, he would refine elixirs. With 24 portions of gathering spirit grass at his disposal, he could produce 20 vials of spirit liquid. Soon, he would be poised to challenge the 4th layer of qi refinement. While extracting the essence from over 20 spirit liquids would require considerable time, Shenxi remained unperturbed. His cultivation had advanced rapidly. Within just over 2 months, he had conquered 2 realms. Before long, he would achieve a breakthrough to the 4th layer of qi refinement. Feeling elated, he settled down before the alchemy furnace, diligently controlling the flames as he refined the spirit liquid until the essence reached its peak. Only then did he consume the orchid spirit flower liquid to replenish his vitality, sitting cross-legged in meditation. After an hour or two, his exhausted spiritual energy had returned to half its capacity, albeit at a slow pace. Despite this, Shenxi resisted the urge to use the blessings from the orchid spirit flower liquid. The number of 5-feather-tailed chickens in the purple bamboo forest had dwindled significantly. Their numbers had rapidly decreased by 2 to 3 times since the blessings began. Without the 5-feather-tailed chickens, he had no means to procure food for further blessings. Thus, he decided to conserve as much as possible. If it meant a slower recovery of spiritual energy, so be it. As the sun dipped behind the mountains, casting shadows over the purple bamboo forest, evening approached. Even at his current pace, he was confident that he could complete the refining process within 5 to 6 days. Once he broke through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, he would easily deal with the trifling 3rd layer cultivator, Xingzhen. Shenxi stretched languidly, stowing away the alchemical furnace. His storage bag now contained 5 small vials, each filled with a successful extraction of spirit-gathering grass. As evening approached, he realized he still needed to water the plants, and his inner spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Thus, he decided to pause his endeavors. After a brief respite, he replenished his energy with half a vial of Lan Linghua spirit liquid. Once restored, Shenxi ambled back to his bamboo cottage, retrieving a small booklet which he opened, Sword Control Technique. The 3 bold characters on the cover were unmistakably the same ones he had obtained from Xingzhen. The vivid memory of the opponent wielding a wooden sword against him remained fresh in his mind. The power displayed had stirred a deep yearning within him that I wonder if I am capable of mastering the sword control technique, he pondered. Taking a deep breath, he held the booklet delicately and began to peruse its contents, which detailed the method of cultivating this technique. It emphasized the manipulation of spiritual energy to control the sword, requiring the practitioner to release their energy from within and guide the spirit sword accordingly. Shunsi memorized the cultivation method inscribed within, then took out the wooden sword, attempting to apply the technique in the confines of his room. Despite his efforts, the wooden sword remained grounded, only managing to quiver slightly under his control of spiritual energy. Even as the crowing of the outside five-feathered rooster echoed, "I refuse to believe I cannot learn this," he declared, slightly out of breath from the exertion. Determined, he practiced diligently under the moonlight in the courtyard. Convinced that practice would lead to mastery, with a steadfast heart, he resolved that if Xingzhen could do it, so could he. The night swiftly passed, and despite his tireless attempts to make the wooden sword soar, failure met him at every turn. Could it be that my cultivation level is insufficient? Shun Si frowned, having spent a sleepless night, yet fatigue eluded him. After contemplating the wooden sword in his grasp, he tucked it away, insisting to himself, "I shall not give up." His tenacity was unyielding. In the ensuing days, he devoted his daytime hours to refining spirit-gathering grass liquid and his nights to practicing the sword control technique. At last, on the third night, he successfully commanded the wooden sword to waver and lift a foot off the ground. It felt as though an invisible thread of spiritual energy connected him to the sword, guiding its ascent. However, just as the sword reached a height of 1 foot, that connection seemed to snap, causing it to plummet to the ground. Yet, the triumph of having made it fly kindled a spark of hope within him, and he swiftly re-engaged his internal energy to continue his practice. The following evening, as he stood in the courtyard, the wooden sword once again floated before him, wavering as it glided forward. After a few breaths, the thread of energy broke, and the sword fell from the air. Nevertheless, this progress far surpassed his initial attempts. Onward, he urged himself. This practice continued until dawn broke the next day, revealing significant improvements. Shunsi had now achieved stable flight with a wooden sword, no longer swaying erratically. As he maneuvered through the courtyard, the surrounding light enveloped him, exuding a sharp aura as the sound of the wind whispered around the sword. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he beckoned the sword back to his hand, then turned his gaze towards the purple bamboo beyond the grove. In a matter of moments, he reached the edge of the bamboo forest, and in a bold demonstration of his newfound skill, he launched the spirit sword directly at a towering purple bamboo several yards away. The sword pierced through the stalk with a resounding crack, splitting it cleanly in two as the hollow bamboo fell apart in mere moments. Had it been a person, they undoubtedly would have been impaled. The commotion sent the five-feathered roosters in the bamboo grove into a startled cacophony. Although he could not yet match the peak of the third level of chi refinement, the speed of his spirit sword was formidable, nearly beyond the capabilities of most at that level. Observing this scene, Shunsi sheathed the wooden sword, replenishing his internal energy. Despite the sweat on his brow, his heart raced with exhilaration. The speed he had achieved was undeniably impressive, while it paled in comparison to Xingzhen's prowess. He reminded himself that he had only recently broken through the third level of chi refinement. Once I ascend to the fourth level, my speed and power will only amplify, he mused, emboldened by his success in mastering another technique. After consuming the Lan Linghua spirit liquid to recover some energy, he ventured into the bamboo grove, noting that only a few spirit-gathering grass plants remained, having harvested 24 in total, within just 1 day. He had completed the extraction, tallying 3 failures but yielding 21 vials of spirit liquid. 21 vials. Surely this is sufficient for me to break through the third level of chi refinement. Shinsi's heart raced with anticipation as he contemplated the array of porcelain vials before him. Hastening to capture the 5-feathered roosters, despite the daunting task ahead, requiring over 100 roosters for the blessings, he found it manageable. With his current cultivation level, he swiftly caught the 5-feathered roosters in the bamboo grove, dispatching them with ease and placing them into a stone bowl for blessings. hardly allowing any to escape his grasp. For the roosters, this day would be forever etched in their memories. Hours later, having blessed 14 vials, he pondered whether that would suffice to elevate him to the 4th level of chi refinement. Standing before the bamboo cottage, he frowned deeply, observing a few startled roosters huddled atop the cottage roof. Belonging to the elderly Moo, the bamboo grove had been nearly emptied of 5 feathered roosters, leaving them in a state of disarray. Many of those remaining were only half the size required for a blessing, necessitating double the quantity for a single ritual. If the elderly Moo were to witness this scene, his eyes would surely widen in disbelief. Dismissing his concerns, Shunsi resolved to refine the 14 vials, acknowledging the time required for their transformation. Not one to dwell on trivial matters, he entered the bamboo cottage and began the refining process. Fortunately, since breaking through the 3rd level of chi refinement, his appetite for sustenance had diminished, and, as he refined the spirit liquid, he felt invigorated. Half a month swiftly elapsed, during which Shunsi's internal reservoir of spiritual energy had nearly doubled in volume. Throughout this period, he had refined 7 vials of spirit liquid, accelerating his progress compared to his initial breakthrough. Averaging just over 2 days per vial, he noted the increase in his cultivation level. However, as the quantity of spirit liquid he consumed grew, he began to perceive a troubling trend. The enhancement of spiritual energy seemed to diminish with each vial, yielding only 2/3 of the initial effectiveness. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he recalled a conversation with the apothecary from a prior illness, who had advised against frequent medication, suggesting that overconsumption could lead to resistance and reduced efficacy. Despite this, he had ultimately taken the medicine, thanks to his sister Chiao, who had secretly procured it for him, directly refuting the apothecary's warnings that don't listen to father. He.S. just being stingy. You don't take medicine every day, so how could you develop a resistance? Her expression remained vivid in his memory, warming his heart. Now, however, it seemed the apothecary's words bore some truth, as the efficacy of the spirit-gathering grass liquid had indeed diminished. Shunsi steadied his tumultuous thoughts, shaking his head to dispel lingering nostalgia. Continuing with the remaining 7 vials, he resolved to elevate his cultivation level, yet he realized that the more he refined, the less effective the spirit liquid became. By the 6th vial, he sensed that the increase in spiritual energy had dwindled to half of what it had been originally. Nonetheless, after consuming a total of 14 vials, his cultivation level and internal reservoir of spiritual energy had grown significantly, nearing the peak of the 3rd level of chi refinement. If he could successfully bless the remaining 7 vials, he was confident he would attain the 4th level. Shunsi slowly opened his eyes, attuning himself to the spiritual energy within him. He exited the bamboo hut, not heading east as one might expect, but rather, furrowing his brow, he ventured to the opposite end of the bamboo grove. Entering the wild mountains and thickets surrounding the north peak, as he traversed through the dense foliage, he pondered his destination, contemplating where he might procure a 5-feather-tailed chicken. He was uncertain if other types of meat would suffice. The wild mountains encircling the North Peak were devoid of any signs of 5-feathered-tailed chickens. He recalled that when he first arrived at the Seven Fiends sect, the disciple who guided him to the purple bamboo forest had mentioned that the wild mountains outside the sect were teeming with beasts. After 2 months of mingling, he had become quite familiar with the terrain. Alas, he realized he had missed the opportunity to collect spiritual liquid this month. As Shunsi meandered through the thicket, his senses heightened. He recalled that he had neglected to claim last month's spiritual liquid. Besides being preoccupied with elevating his cultivation, he had intended to wait until he felt more secure at the 4th level of chi training before venturing to the outer sect. However, the scarcity of 5-feather-tailed chickens had hindered his progress in breaking through to that level. Chapter 25. The Demon Wolf. The surroundings of the North Peak were desolate mountains, where a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. Lost in thought, Shunsi delved deeper into the forest, hoping for a stroke of luck. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a flash of color that did not belong to the surrounding pine trees, a fleeting sight of a 5-feathered-tailed chicken. With his keen recognition, he identified it almost instantaneously, his heart racing with excitement. But he swiftly vanished from his position, and within mere breaths, he had captured a 5-feathered-tailed chicken weighing around 9 pounds. the very one he had just spotted. Could it be that there were 5 feathered-tailed chickens in this mountain? He wondered if it had escaped from the purple bamboo forest or if it had originated from the mountain itself. Elated, Shun-Si did not dwell on this question for long, since he had found one. Surely there must be others. He pressed forward into the thicket and, as expected, encountered several more 5-feathered-tailed chickens along the way. He also spotted some wild rabbits and decided to test his luck. To his surprise, he discovered that not only chicken meat, but also rabbit meat could yield blessings. It seemed that the blessings were calculated based on weight, as anything classified as meat sufficed. Each time he received blessings, he needed roughly 100 pounds of meat. Shun-Si was invigorated. Within just an hour, he had already procured another vial of spiritual liquid. As twilight descended, he had ventured deep into the wild mountains. Far from the purple bamboo forest, he had acquired yet another vial of spiritual liquid, leaving him with 5 more vials to bless. However, the 5 feather-tailed chickens scattered throughout the mountains were not easy to locate. He resolved to return the next day, reflecting on what the green-robed youth had said about the abundance of beasts in the wild mountains. He realized he had yet to encounter any dangerous creatures, as the full moon hung high in the sky. Winter had arrived. Shun-Si, adorned with starlight, retraced his steps, feeling no fear. However, after traversing several mountains, he suddenly heard a sharp wind howling from behind him. In an instant, a chill enveloped his back, accompanied by a foul stench that made his face pale. Reacting instinctively, he propelled himself forward, leaping several feet away. Awoo! Just as he made his move, a wolf's howl echoed through the tranquil forest, piercing through the silence. When Shun-Si turned to look, he was met with the sight of a wolf nearly as tall as a man, its fierce red eyes glinting in the moonlight as it locked onto him and cautiously advanced step by step. Suddenly, it lunged at him like a flash of white light. This wolf, Shun-Si's complexion turned pale. He could sense the aura of a 3rd-level chi training emanating from this demon wolf that he had been practicing for some time and understood that not only humans could cultivate, animals could as well. Those who reached a certain level became demon beasts, and this wolf was evidently one such creature, its ferocity more pronounced than his own. Shun-Si's heart raced, his face paling further. There truly were beasts outside the sect, and this one looked particularly menacing. His heart raced with anxiety, and he felt a wave of nausea wash over him as the stench of blood wafted from the creature's mouth. Instinctively, he retreated, fleeing into the distance. Although he had witnessed the peak of 3rd-level chi training in Xingzhan face significant struggles, he knew that was due to the itching powder. The powder was effective against humans, but perhaps not against demon beasts. Nonetheless, the wolf would not let its potential meal escape. It instinctively sensed that Shun-Si was delectable, a truth ingrained in its very bones. Human cultivators were a boon for demon beasts seeking to enhance their cultivation. Don't chase me. I'm not tasty. In the tranquil moonlit wilds, Shun-Si sensed the wolf pursuing him. His face turning ashen, he exerted every ounce of strength to escape, yet he could not shake off his pursuer, whose speed matched his own and was even swifter due to its 4 legs. After several breaths, the distance between them had closed at this rate. It was only a matter of time before he was caught. Shun-Si's face turned white. He had no desire to meet his end in the jaws of a wolf. Under the threat to his life, he rummaged through his storage pouch for the itching powder. He removed the cork, running with one hand, covering his mouth and nose while scattering the black powder behind him, letting the wind carry it through the air. However, the demon wolf dashed through the powder unscathed, accelerating its pursuit, baring its bloody maw as it lunged toward him. Get away! Shun-Si, in a panic, hurled the remaining half-bottle of itching powder, which fortuitously struck the wolf on the head. The ceramic bottle shattered, and the remaining black powder filled its eyes and nostrils. This seemed to infuriate the creature. Woo! The wolf howled, its sharp teeth glinting ominously. If it bit him, his bones would surely shatter. Shun-Si's face turned even whiter, filled with dread. Seizing the opportunity, he ran even faster. To his surprise, the wolf only pursued him for a few steps before emitting a mournful wail. Its massive body rolled on the ground, releasing a series of pitiful howls, akin to the plight of Fu Laolu and Xingzhan after being struck by the itching powder. The commotion left Shen Si momentarily stunned, causing him to halt instinctively, seeing the wolf thrashing about on the ground. His eyes lit up with excitement, and he burst into laughter. "Ah, the poison of the itching powder! It has fallen victim to it. It seems the itching powder works on demon beasts as well. You wanted to eat Shen Yi? Now you know the consequences of provoking me." Recalling how the wolf had frightened him so, Shen Si was determined not to let this chance slip away. He prepared to vent his frustrations, but upon taking a step forward, he hesitated. The sight of the wolf's glistening teeth made him think twice. If he were to be bitten, he would likely be bedridden for days. Forget it, forget it. Shen Yi is magnanimous, and 1T hold a grudge against you. You can stay here and suffer your fate, he muttered, deciding that the wolf had suffered enough and would let it be. Just as he turned to leave, a thought struck him, causing him to pause and glance back. Torn between his desires, I wonder if the wolf meat can yield blessings. This creature must weigh over 100 pounds. After searching all day, he had only managed to acquire 2 vials of spiritual liquid. If any meat could yield blessings, this beast's meat could surely provide several vials. Yet, despite having fallen victim to the itching powder, Shen Si still felt a lingering danger and was reluctant to approach. Nevertheless, the allure of the blessings was too strong to resist. Right, the spirit's sword. With a slight gritting of his teeth, Shen Si suddenly remembered something and patted his storage pouch. A wooden sword shot forth, hurtling toward the writhing demon wolf. The wolf sensed the incoming threat, but was powerless to resist. The spirit sword pierced through its neck with a soft thud. Blood instantly stained the surrounding grass, accompanied by a mournful cry from the wolf as it struggled before finally collapsing into a pool of its own blood. Chapter 26. The Frenzy of Blessings, it's dead. Shen Si did not rush. He waited a moment before approaching to retrieve his spirit sword, slowly advancing towards the slain beast. The demon wolf lay motionless in a pool of blood, its eyes wide open, seemingly unable to close in death. Due to the winter chill, the blood pooling beneath it appeared to have congealed into frost, creating a stark contrast against the ground at last. Shen Si was certain it was dead. An excitement surged within him as he crouched down to examine the ferocious creature. Ah, this is what happens when you provoke Shen Yi. I am not to be trifled with. The expression of excitement was so intense that it seemed he was on the verge of emitting a sinister cackle. Ahem, returning to the matter at hand, Shen Si quickly suppressed his smile. Taking advantage of the moonlight, he proceeded to dismember the monstrous wolf into several smaller portions. After all, given its massive size, it was necessary to cut the meat down to size for the blessing ritual. Fortunately, the spiritual sword, once infused with spiritual energy, proved remarkably sharp. Otherwise, dealing with such a colossal beast would have posed a significant challenge for bestowing blessings. The process, however, was rather gory, a sensation he found distasteful. The blood smeared on his hands felt sticky and somewhat repugnant, and the meat was no different. Having grown up in a medicinal shop, he had never been fond of such scenes, yet he had to adapt. After considerable effort, he managed to separate roughly several dozen pounds of meat, placing it in a stone bowl. To his surprise, as soon as the meat was laid within, the bowl shimmered with radiant light. And a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Wasn't it customary to require over 100 pounds of meat for blessings? Tonight, such a meager amount had sufficed. Could it be that the stone bowl had a particular affinity for wolf meat? Shen Si stared at the blessed spiritual liquid, momentarily lost in thought, yet he instinctively felt that this couldn't be the reason. Perhaps it was due to the fact that it was a demonic beast? Did the meat of such creatures require a lesser quantity for blessings? This speculation seemed closer to the truth, yet Shen Si could not ascertain it at the moment. Regardless, it was a fortunate development, and he chose not to dwell on it. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he proceeded to bless the remaining spiritual liquid from the gathering spirit grass, leaving only 1 vial. During this process, he deduced a specific standard for blessing with the stone bowl. For meat with bones, approximately 12 pounds was necessary. However, for meat that was entirely flesh, such as hearts, the quantity was not as substantial. Thus, the standard for bestowing blessings was roughly 10 pounds of pure meat. Given that this beast was comparable in size to a cow, blessing 4 vials of spiritual liquid was certainly not an issue. In fact, after bestowing blessings on 4 vials, a significant portion of the wolf remained, Lamenting the lack of spiritual liquid on his person, he felt it was a shame to waste such resources. Shun Si was troubled as he gazed at the fallen wolf, the ingrained thriftiness in him reluctant to squander such a bound. An idea sparked in his mind, and he quickly retrieved the spiritual liquid from the blue spirit flower. Previously, he had not blessed the 5-feathered tail chickens from the bamboo grove, but now seemed the perfect opportunity. Having utilized some of the spiritual liquid over the past few days, he still had 7 vials remaining. After blessing them all, the liquid within changed color, though Shun Si did not rush to test its effects. Instead, he looked ahead. The wolf was akin to a cow, and after bestowing blessings upon the remaining spiritual liquid, he pondered what else could be blessed. Having exhausted everything he could bestow blessings upon, he reflected on the items in his storage bag. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Could the itching powder be blessed? It was a type of medicinal powder, and he wondered what effects it might yield if blessed. Normally, the itching powder could cause considerable distress to those at the 3rd level of qi cultivation. If it could be blessed, would those in the mid-stage of qi cultivation also fear him? Regardless, it was worth a try. After all, failing to bless it would not incur any losses. Thus, Shun Si carefully took out half a vial of itching powder and placed it in the stone bowl. Alongside the wolf meat he had cut, he had prepared 3 portions of itching powder in total. 1/3 had been used against that old scoundrel Fu, and he had utilized a full vial when fleeing from Xingzhen. After dealing with the wolf, he had used nearly 2/3 of what remained, leaving him with 1 vial. Just as his heart raced with anticipation, a radiant light erupted from the stone bowl, consuming the wolf meat. And another glow enveloped the vial within the bowl that a familiar voice echoed in his ears. It was a successful blessing. The itching powder could indeed be blessed. Normally, it could cause great suffering to those at the 3rd level of qi cultivation. And blessed, it would likely wreak havoc on those in the mid-stage. Now, who would dare provoke him? Shun Si's heart raced, but he was also cautious as he gazed at the vial in the bowl. However, the itching powder would only take effect once it entered the body. That it was manageable against those whose effects were unknown, but against faster opponents, even those in the mid-stage of qi cultivation, he would not have the opportunity to poison them. Thus, his earlier bravado was merely talk. This moment, he cautiously extracted the vial, hesitating before uncorking it, holding his breath as he observed the changes in the blessed itching powder. Originally, the powder in the vial had been black, but now it had transformed to a brown hue. Yet, Shun Si felt an even greater sense of danger. After all, since the blessed spiritual liquid had amplified the medicinal effects, it was highly probable that the itching powder had been enhanced as well, most likely into a poison. This new toxin would undoubtedly be more potent, and he needed to find an opportunity to test it. Shun Si carefully suppressed his excitement and tucked the itching powder away. Fearing it might spill, he had no desire to relive the agony he had experienced with the wolf in Xingzhen, which sent shivers down his spine. After blessing the itching powder, the half of the wolf that remained on the ground still contained plenty of meat. What else could be blessed? He had exhausted all the spiritual liquid and toxins on his person. The stone bowl could bless more than just spiritual liquids. It had once blessed me with copper coins. I wonder if my sword could also be blessed. Shun Si's eyes sparkled as he suddenly turned his gaze to the wooden sword in his hand. He questioned whether this item could also be blessed. Adhering to his usual approach, he decided to give it a try. There was nothing to lose. If he succeeded, it would be a delightful outcome. And if not, it was no loss at all. Quickly, Shun Si placed the wooden sword alongside a piece of wolf meat weighing over 10 pounds on the stone bowl. With a low hum, the meat vanished instantly, and light enveloped the wooden sword. Once the brilliance faded, the sword shimmered under the moonlight, its surface exuding a sharpness. With a gentle swing, he found that it effortlessly severed the wolf's bones in 2. A feat more terrifying than slicing through mud. How remarkably sharp! Shun Si's face paled, realizing that this blessing had been exceptionally worthwhile. The spiritual sword was now several times sharper than before, with all the items capable of receiving blessings having been blessed. He lamented that the alchemical furnace was too large to fit on the stone bowl. Nevertheless, he felt satisfied with the multitude of items he had blessed. Understanding the virtue of contentment, he gathered all his belongings. His spirits lifted, and without lingering, he swiftly vanished from the desolate mountain. Chapter 27. Knocked out and taken to the life-and-death platform at this moment, the sky had nearly reached the midnight hour. Upon returning to the bamboo house, the remaining few 5 feather-tailed chickens were clucking away. He pondered whether the 6 vials of spiritual liquid would aid him in breaking through to the 4th level of chi cultivation. After watering the chickens, he settled in his room, having reserved 1 vial of spiritual liquid for the chickens to lay eggs, while the rest had been utilized for blessings, with determination etched on his face. He prepared for the breakthrough. 2 days later, after refining the first vial of spiritual liquid, he felt a surge of energy within him, yet he remained just shy of reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd level of chi cultivation. It wasn't until he consumed the 2nd vial, followed by the 3rd, that he found himself on the brink of a breakthrough. After approximately 7 more days, his eyes suddenly widened as an aura emanated from him. Nearly comparable to Xing Zhen's strength, he had become significantly more powerful than when he first broke through to the 3rd level of chi cultivation. The pinnacle had been achieved, Shun Si murmured, still feeling unsatisfied. Taking a deep breath to quell the stirrings within, he continued to refine the spiritual liquid, determined to push through to the 4th level of chi cultivation. However, even at the pinnacle of the 3rd level, the amount of spiritual liquid required for the breakthrough was substantial. After refining the 4th vial, he found himself unable to make the leap. Although his internal energy had grown more formidable than before, he still lacked the necessary force. It was only when he reached the halfway point of the 5th vial that he sensed his internal energy reaching a certain peak, feeling the growth of his cultivation brushing against a barrier that stood resolutely in place. Unyielding, many disciples found themselves stalling at this juncture, often opting to purchase additional spiritual liquid to harness external power for their breakthrough. I must reach the 4th level of chi cultivation. Shun Si's eyes glimmered with a fiery red hue. Fully aware of the importance of seizing the moment, without hesitation, he swiftly consumed the remaining half-bottle of elixir, then retrieved the last vial of blessed liquid. This time, he downed the entire contents in one gulp. Instantly, a powerful warmth surged within him. Although the amount of spiritual energy was considerably diminished compared to his current reserves, the sudden influx still caused a wave of discomfort and swelling within his body. The overwhelming essence coursed chaotically through his veins, as his internal energy, which had already reached a pinnacle, began to undergo a tumultuous refinement. His spiritual force erupted anew, swelling and intensifying. Within mere breaths, the barriers within him emitted a series of cracking sounds, shattering with a thunderous roar that resonated in his mind. That moment, the river of spiritual energy within him surged violently, crashing against the confines of his being. Concurrently, Shun Si experienced an ethereal sensation, as if his very soul were on the verge of soaring, enveloping him in a wave of comfort. Dark impurities, expelled through his pores, transformed into sweat, purging his body of toxins. It was not until after a span of over half an hour that the river of spiritual energy gradually settled. Flowing in a specific trajectory, he had achieved the 4th level of chi refinement. Yet, Shun Si could not quell the exhilaration bubbling within him. Keeping his eyes closed, he awaited the complete refinement of the elixir's power. Only to realize that he felt sticky and utterly filthy, he hastily made his way to the stream for a cleansing bath. Stretching leisurely afterward, his spirits lifted. Returning to his bamboo dwelling, he wasted no time. Immediately contemplating preparations for breaking into the 5th level of chi refinement, it was indeed rare for anyone to consider advancing to the 5th level so soon after achieving the 4th. However, Shun Si felt unperturbed, sitting in his bamboo house, lost in thought. The breakthrough to the 4th level had consumed exactly 20 vials of elixir, and he anticipated that surpassing to the 5th level would require even more. Moreover, as he refined more and more, the efficacy of the spirit-gathering grass elixir diminished significantly. He estimated that breaking through to the 5th level could demand as many as 50 to 60 vials, if not more. The necessity of 50 to 60 vials was unavoidable. This elixir accelerated his cultivation speed, and regardless, he must procure more spirit stones. As he pondered, a sudden dark voice resonated from outside. "Tsk, little brat, are you in there? You've been quite clever these days, avoiding the outer gate. The voice bore an icy tone, causing Shun Si to furrow his brow slightly as he sensed someone's presence in the courtyard. None other than the man with the horse-like face. Calculating the time, he realized that the 3-month period the man had given him had indeed elapsed. It seemed he had returned to seek vengeance now that old M.O. had not yet returned. Judging by the man's tone, he had likely been waiting for Shun Si outside the outer gate all this time. However, Shun Si felt no fear towards him now. With a cold snort, he stepped outside to confront him. "You little brat, follow me," the horse-faced man sneered, yet he made no move to attack, instead turning to walk away. With M.O. Qing Lu still absent, there was no need for caution. If he subdued Shun Si and seized the herbs, even if M.O. returned, he would be none the wiser about who had done it. Shun Si fixed his gaze on him. Refraining from making an aggressive move, he sensed that the man was backed by an individual of comparable cultivation to old M.O. And though uncertain of the specifics, he felt that following him was not a wise choice, that "I knew you would resist. Very well. I shall take matters into my own hands," the horse-faced man darkly stated. "Xingzhen, come here." Since he refuses to listen, I had not intended to act here to avoid damaging anything inside. However, since he is so obstinate, let us teach him a lesson. Knock him out and bring him to the life and death platform to dispose of him. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from the bamboo grove, evidently having been lying in wait. It was Xingzhen. "You little brat, today you shall meet your doom. Did you think that poison of yours would still affect me? Master Song has already provided me with the antidote for the itching powder. You are doomed." Having not seen Shun Si for over a month, Xingzhen's face bore the vicious marks left by his previous clawing, making him look exceedingly menacing as he grinned maliciously. "Humph, just a defeated opponent," Shun Si retorted, hands clasped behind his back, unfazed by the revelation of the antidote. His attention was wholly on the life and death platform, where decisions of life and death were rendered, situated atop the towering Defeng mountain surrounding the outer sect. The outer sect had few rules. While combat was permitted, killing was strictly prohibited elsewhere, except on that platform. These two intended to kill him. Yet at present he was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, contemplating that even if he wished to flee, they would not be able to stop him. Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden sharp, intense surge toward him, accompanied by a chilling command. "Die." Though Xingzhen's storage bag had been seized by Shun Si, he somehow produced a spirit sword from an unknown source. With a swift motion, he launched it towards Shun Si. "You little brat, I'll cripple your legs first, and then we'll see how you escape." Xingzhen laughed maniacally, envisioning Shun Si writhing in agony. In the past, had it not been for the itching powder, he would have already rendered Shun Si powerless. However, all Shun Si could see was the rapidly approaching sword, his focus entirely on it. Although he had just broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, instinctively, he sensed a wave of coldness. Yet he soon realized that the speed of the sword seemed to lag behind his own. His gaze grew peculiar. The sword's velocity appeared slower than expected. Xingzhen, keenly observing Shun Si's reaction, was taken aback by his lack of fear and audacity to mock him, a stark contrast from their previous encounters. Shun Si is not to be trifled with. I warn you, when Shun Si becomes enraged, even he fears himself. Shun Si paid no heed to him. Acting on instinct, he unleashed all his spiritual energy. Nimbly dodging to the side, in an instant, the rapidly flying sword pierced through his phantom, embedding itself into the wall of the bamboo house behind him, half of it sinking in. The sharpness was beyond words. You thought the sword was slow?" Just as Xingzhen began to laugh, he noticed that the pierced figure bled no blood, his smile freezing in an instant, his pupils contracting in disbelief. An afterimage. The horse-faced man wore a similarly incredulous expression. Meanwhile, Shun Si felt a surge of confidence. Instead of fleeing, he remained calm, hand behind his back, adopting an air of superiority, a mere defeated opponent. Shun Si was not afraid of you even at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Now that I am at the 4th level, I have even less to fear. Today, I will give you a chance to submit. Unexpectedly, before he could finish, Xingzhen interrupted him with cold fury, a wave of chill washing over him. "With just you? You think you're at the 4th level of Qi refinement, little brat? You're dead. Xingzhen's face darkened as he swiftly grasped the spirit sword, charging at Shun Si once more. He could not fathom how Shun Si had increased in speed so drastically, having believed it impossible within just over a month. Seeing that his intimidation had failed and that Shun Si now bore an expression of urgency, he pressed on with unrelenting aggression. Shun Si's countenance shifted as he swiftly leaped over the half-height fence, his speed causing both Xingzhen and the horse-faced man to widen their eyes in shock. "Little brat, if you have the guts, don't run." Xingzhen gritted his teeth, unleashing all his spiritual energy as he pursued with the sword. However, Shun Si felt that the man's speed was sluggish, far from matching his own. Surprised by this realization, he found himself feeling less fearful. Previously, he had been overly cautious due to lack of experience against the second level of Qi refinement, but after 2 battles, he understood the difficulty of bridging the gap in cultivation levels. For instance, against an opponent at the peak of the 3rd level, he had been unable to prevail even at his own 3rd level. Now, having reached the 4th level, he should be equally matched in combat. Then don't blame Shun Si for being merciless. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the Blessed Spirit's sword into his hand. Channeling his energy, he propelled it forward, eager to test his newfound strength. The speed of his attack far surpassed that of Xingzhen's previous sword. Radiating with a piercing cold light, Xingzhen's pupils contracted slightly at such an imposing aura, one he had only witnessed during duels among mid-level Qi refinement disciples. However, he could not fathom that a mere ant, easily crushed a month ago, could make such substantial progress in just over a month. Gritting his teeth, he infused his own spiritual energy into his flying sword, charging to meet Shun Si's attack. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. In but a fleeting moment, 2 flying swords collided mid-air, accompanied by a series of sharp cracking sounds. Xiezhen's sword, upon impact, instantly manifested a web of intricate fissures, spreading from its tip and ultimately shattering in a myriad fragments that shot backward, in stark contrast. Shun Si's wooden sword remained unscathed, its radiant aura undiminished as it lunged toward Xiezhen. The sheer sharpness of the blade, even from a distance, instilled a sense of dread and terror within him. How could this be possible? My sword is of the 4th level of Qi training, and you are also at the 4th level. This cannot be. Yet the destruction of his spiritual sword and the undeniable aura emanating from Shun Si's weapon left no doubt that this was all very real. Shun Si was indeed at the 4th level of Qi training. Xiezhen's expression drained of color. He instinctively moved, channeling the last remnants of spiritual energy within him in a desperate attempt to evade. However, the wooden sword's speed was unparalleled, piercing his arm and, propelled by tremendous inertia, sent him hurtling away. The cacophony of cracking sounds reverberated incessantly as clusters of towering bamboo fell, toppled by Xiezhen's collision within the bamboo grove. A heart-wrenching scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed from the depths of the purple bamboo forest, an unmistakable sound of agony from Xiezhen. His face contorted in pain. The wooden sword had punctured his arm, causing torrents of blood to flow as he lay on the ground. Breath weak and color pale as parchment, beads of sweat the size of peas emerged on his forehead, flowing uncontrollably. How could this be possible? The man with the horse-like face gazed blankly at Shun Si, feeling incredulous. Just over 4 months prior, when he first arrived in this bamboo grove, this boy had barely broken through to the 1st level of Qi training, merely a menial laborer. Yet, in such a short span, Xiezhen, at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training, had proven no match for him. Dahaha. Who would have thought you were so weak? I warned you earlier, Shun Yi is not to be trifled with. Shun Si beamed with delight at Xiezhen's misfortune, initially intending merely to test his own strength, never anticipating that his opponent would be so easily dealt with. Brat, you deceived me. You are clearly at the 4th level of Qi training. Yet you feigned weakness. Hearing that Shun Si had triumphed was one matter, but being further mocked incited a surge of blood to rise within Xiezhen, overwhelming him with rage. He had already been injured, and now this provocation caused him to spew forth another mouthful of blood. This truly was an injustice to Shun Si. He genuinely had not realized his own strength, but he had no desire to explain. Who asked you to provoke Shun Yi? His eyes glinted with a strange light as he hastened over, swiftly extracting the wooden sword from Siejun's arm that a torrent of hot blood gushed forth, eliciting a piercing scream of anguish from Siejun. "You dared to provoke me. Shen Yi had warned you. He is not to be trifled with. You wish to cripple my legs? I shall do the same to you." Shen Si paid him no mind. With the sword pointed downward, he gripped it firmly, excitedly preparing to thrust it between Siejun's legs, intending to frighten him. This fellow, despite having received a warning, continued to provoke him. Today he would make him taste his might. He would terrify him. Ah! To his surprise, the mere act of intimidation caused Siejun to lose control, and an abundant stream of yellow liquid pooled beneath him. Coupled with his pre-existing injuries, his vision blurred, and he promptly fainted from sheer fright. Chapter 29. Threats and crises. Truly, he was not one to withstand such terror. Shen Si snorted coldly. Seeing this, he reluctantly sheathed his sword, refraining from delivering the final blow, for if he killed him, he would face repercussions from the sect. After all, this was not the life-and-death arena, and once today's events passed, it was likely Siejun would not dare provoke him again. Witnessing this scene, the horse-faced man felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively shifting his feet. Just then, a sinister gaze fell upon him. "It was you. Do you wish to kill me? Brat, do not think that having broken through to the 4th level of Qi training allows you to act recklessly. I warn you, if you dare to lay a finger on me, Senior Brother Song will certainly not let you off lightly. He is a powerful 6th level Qi practitioner, and this matter is far from over." With Siejun's precedent in mind, the horse-faced man felt a twinge of fear facing Shen Si, yet he assumed the latter would not dare strike him. With a series of cold sneers, he contemptuously scooped up Siejun and departed. This fellow was unworthy. If he continued to provoke Shen Si, he would undoubtedly suffer. "Humph! You dare threaten me?" Shen Si glared, muttering as he observed the man's retreating figure. His mind racing with thoughts, he had to contend with a 6th level Qi practitioner. The individual backing him was, in fact, a 6th level practitioner. He sensed that the likelihood of this man merely trying to intimidate him was slim. Not long after the man left, he began to pace back and forth in the courtyard, his heart pounding with anxiety. Breaking through to the 5th level of Qi training was not something that could be achieved overnight, let alone reaching the 6th level. If the opponent chose to attack him, he would undoubtedly be no match. With such a formidable enemy looming, he felt a profound sense of unease, even contemplating fleeing the Seven Fiends sect, though he quickly dismissed the thought. No. If I were to escape the sect, I would be branded a traitor. Having spent a few months in the outer sect, he understood certain things that, if he escaped the sect, he would be seen as a traitor, pursued by the sect's strongmen, 10 deaths and no life. It was better to remain within the outer sect, where perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Regardless, Shen Yi was not to be trifled with. If Shen Yi became enraged, even he would tremble. "I need some life-saving items. I must refine medicine." Shen Si gritted his teeth, his resolve unwavering. Though he valued his life, he was not so frightened as to feel the sky was falling. With a determined heart, he prepared to refine medicine once more. Many herbs within the medicinal garden had matured even before he broke through to the 4th level of Qi training. However, he had been too preoccupied with cultivation to refine them. These spiritual medicines included those for rapid recovery from injuries, treatments for bruises and contusions, and those that could staunch bleeding from wounds, among others. Additionally, there were several poisonous herbs capable of inducing continuous bleeding or causing unconsciousness, albeit in limited quantities. Among them, the most formidable was the stiffening grass, which, when processed in a powder, could affect those in the mid-stage of Qi training. Presently, the stiffening grass in the medicinal garden had matured, and if blessed, its effects would certainly surpass those of the itchy grass. However, according to the notes from Elder Mo, one must be at least at the 4th level of Qi training to refine this herb. And the difficulty of refining it was significantly higher than that of the itchy grass or the gathering spirit liquid. Nonetheless, feeling that his life was under threat, he urgently needed some life-saving items. Regardless of the challenges, Shen Si was determined to give it a try. After some time, he had collected nearly all the herbs in the medicinal garden, leaving only one type of herb. Over the past few days, he had perused Elder Mo's notes, but had yet to discover the function and effects of this particular herb. Nevertheless, Shensi sensed an exceptionally rich spiritual energy emanating from it, and merely inhaling its scent made his internal energy yearn for more. Shensi pondered for a moment, his gaze fixed on the last herb, uncertain whether it was fully matured. With a decisive grit of his teeth, fearing an imminent threat, he opted to collect it all into his storage bag. After some consideration, he swiftly departed the purple bamboo grove, heading toward the desolate mountains he had visited prior to his breakthrough. Though he could not leave the sect, hiding in the desolate mountains near the North Peak for a few days might allow him to evade his pursuers. Perhaps they would come and, not finding him, would abandon their search. Meanwhile, atop the south peak of the outer sect, within a cavern replete with rich spiritual energy and a central spiritual spring that bubbled forth continuously, various stone tables and chairs adorned the space. Along the walls, numerous fist-sized gems glimmered with radiant light, illuminating the cavern brightly. At this moment, beside the spiritual spring, sat a youth clad in exquisite garments. His skin pale, meditating in the center of the cavern, listening to the reports from the horse-faced man who stood before him, full of respect. Senior Brother Song, that boy has already broken through to the 4th level of Qi training and has displayed ruthless aggression. The people I brought along have suffered severe injuries at his hands. The horse-faced man narrated the events that transpired in the purple bamboo forest, recounting how Xiejun had proven himself to be an incompetent fool, merely a pawn chosen due to his grudge against Shensi. Should he have succeeded in eliminating Shensi, everything would have seemed perfectly reasonable, alleviating much potential trouble upon Mo Qingliu's return. However, he never anticipated that Xiejun would be outmatched. Yet, as the man concluded his report, Senior Brother Song remained with his eyes gently closed, as if nothing could disturb him. Senior Brother Song, should we consider sending someone else to deal with this? The man with the horse-like face hesitated for a moment before cautiously speaking. Originally, the rules of the Seven Fiends sect dictated that only inner disciples were permitted to reside atop the 4 mountain peaks, each possessing their own cave dwelling. However, with the decline of the sect, there remained merely 3 inner disciples, while numerous cave dwellings were left unoccupied. The individual before him, due to special circumstances, had acquired a cave of his own. Though it could not compare to the cave dwellings of true inner disciples, it was nonetheless a rather exceptional existence among the outer disciples. The Malin grass should be reaching maturity in the next few days. I have arranged for Xinwen Long to accompany you. That lad can be dealt with either way. Given that Mo Qingliu has not returned for such a long time, it is unlikely he will. The boy's earlier words were most likely just bluster. There is no need for unnecessary bloodshed. That lad is a talent. If he could be recruited, he would be far more valuable than simply being killed. The man surnamed Song finally opened his eyes slowly, his gaze imbued with an air of indifference. As his words fell, a burly man behind him cast a cold glance at the horse-faced man, motioning for him to lead the way. The aura surrounding him indicated he was at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Under his penetrating gaze, the horse-faced man instinctively lowered his head, his demeanor respectful as he clasped his fists together. Please, senior brother, all of this was unbeknownst to Shensi, who, if aware, would surely have silently praised his own cleverness for having fled in advance at this moment, within the desolate mountains beside the North Peak. He scoffed, nothing can stump Shun, merely the 6th level of Qi refinement. Once I break through to the 6th level, I shall show you what I am capable of. As he meandered through the wilderness, his small face occasionally contorted with indignation. He lifted his gaze to the path ahead, suddenly catching sight of a colorful blur darting through the distant thicket, a 5-feathered tail chicken. After a few breaths, it appeared over the fire, roasting away. Though he was currently subsisting solely on spiritual liquid, able to forego food, he found that consuming this roasted chicken was far more enjoyable than abstaining. While the chicken cooked, Shensi lightly hummed to himself, settling down before the flames to take out his alchemical furnace, refining poison, concocting medicine. Shen is not to be trifled with. I must create a plethora of poisons to bestow upon them. If they truly intend to kill me, I shall reward them with a heap of toxins and fight back. Presently, he possessed a considerable amount of medicinal herbs, having thoroughly harvested a Mo Lao's patch. Yet he opted to first refine those poisons that would be effective against early Qi refinement practitioners, as for the more challenging stiff herbs, which would affect mid-level practitioners. He would address those later. The bloodletting powder, applying it to a spiritual sword would ensure that if it struck, the opponent would bleed profusely. The mute powder would render one speechless for 3 days. Shun Si, driven by indignation, diligently refined various toxins until he was greeted by delightful aroma. Prompting him to pause his alchemical work, he seized a roasted chicken from the fire and began to eat, subsequently resuming his concoction of poisons. In total, he managed to refine over 40 spiritual herbs, ultimately producing 6 portions of mute powder from a mere 7 herbs. Quite an accomplishment, albeit this particular substance was of limited utility. Nonetheless, it was better than having nothing. As for the bloodletting powder, he produced 6 portions and 5 portions of the dizziness powder, which would leave early Qi refinement practitioners disoriented upon inhalation. Beyond these, he also crafted herbs capable of counteracting these 3 poisons and various spiritual herbs for healing. By now, nearly a day had passed since he left the bamboo cottage. Next, he would attempt to refine the stiff powder, which was more challenging to produce. Shun Si remained unhurried, taking a small sip of the Lonling flower spiritual liquid to replenish his energy. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy flowed through his veins, replenishing the nearly depleted river of spiritual power within him. In less than half a stick of incense, the celestial energy within him was restored. This Lonling flower liquid significantly accelerated the recovery of his spiritual energy. Logically, after breaking through to the 4th level of Qi refinement, the effectiveness of this liquid should have diminished considerably, yet it appeared to have increased instead, indicating that the blessed liquid's effects had indeed been greatly enhanced. Shun Si secretly licked his lips, glancing at the Lonling flower liquid. Once his energy was fully restored, he proceeded to refine the final stiff grass. He possessed 5 of these herbs, and the refinement of this substance was undoubtedly more arduous than those previously tackled. Upon attempting to refine the first portion, he failed, leaving behind only unpleasant black residue. Reflecting on his failure, he incinerated the remnants with flames and sat before the furnace, contemplating for a considerable time before attempting to refine the second portion. This time, he still failed, falling just short. Yet he sensed a glimmer of understanding and continued with a third attempt. This time, success. With utmost care, he extracted it and placed it in a porcelain vial. Seizing the moment, he refined the remaining 2 portions, yielding 1 success and 1 failure. The success rate had markedly improved since the beginning. 2 successful portions, though regrettably 3 had failed. Indeed, refining higher-grade herbs proved to be more challenging. However, with these 2 portions of stiff powder, even those at the 4th level of Qi refinement would have to regard him with a measure of caution. If the effects of the poisons were enhanced post-benediction, then even those at the 5th or 6th levels would have to fear him should they fall victim to a surprise attack. Shun Si continued replenishing his spiritual energy, storing the porcelain vial away. His small face bore signs of fatigue as he retrieved a pure white herb, faintly glistening. This herb was indeed one he did not recognize, but he sensed that the horse-faced man's intentions likely revolved around it. Yet he was unaware of the herb's name. As he pondered, a melodious female voice seemed to resonate beside him, as if sensing his confusion, offering clarity. That herb is called mallingrass. The liquid refined from it can enhance the cultivation of mid-level Qi refinement practitioners. However, your specimen is not yet fully mature, so its efficacy will likely be significantly diminished. Mallingrass. Shun Si's pupils constricted as he turned toward the source of the voice, catching a glimpse of a figure clad in an emerald green robe, soaring through the air, though it was merely a fleeting glance. He recognized it to be a woman of remarkable beauty. Her skin appeared excessively pale, exuding an eerie aura. Nevertheless, her figure was graceful, and as if passing by, she uttered her words before vanishing into the wilderness ahead, disappearing within mere breaths. Yet, her attire caught his attention, as it was unmistakably similar to that of the young man who had brought him to the Seven Fiends sect. Having been at the sect for some time now, he was no longer the novice he once was. He recognized that she was not an outer disciple, but rather an inner disciple. "Thank you, senior sister." Shun Si promptly expressed his gratitude, yet she paid him no heed, vanishing into the desolation. Can it truly enhance the cultivation of mid-level qi refinement practitioners? Such effect would surely surpass that of the gathering spirit grass liquid. Shenxi felt no disappointment as he gazed down at the spiritual herb. Taking a deep breath, he decided not to rush in search of meat for blessings, but instead retrieved a small booklet from his storage bag. Within it were recorded insights into the refinement of the malin grass liquid. Confirming what the woman had said, it was indeed intended to enhance mid-level qi refinement cultivation, with effects far exceeding that of gathering spirit grass. If harvested prematurely, it would be a great loss. However, the woman had mentioned that his malin grass was not yet fully mature. Thus, its efficacy would be considerably compromised. Shenxi surmised that the horse-faced man's objective likely centered on this spiritual herb. Shaking his head, he dismissed any regret. Had he remained in the purple bamboo forest, waiting for the herb to mature, he would surely have been intercepted by the others. The malin grass was cultivated in 6 specimens by immortal. Such a quantity could fetch numerous gathering spirit grasses, so it was no wonder that the others were drawn to it. Yet, the difficulty of refining it was nearly equivalent to that of the stiff grass. Perhaps even more challenging. Regardless, he was currently in need of cultivation. He resolved to attempt the refinement of this herb, taking a deep breath as determination shone in his eyes, even if the effects are not as potent as usual. With my blessings, it should still yield satisfactory results. After all, good things must ultimately end up in my possession. Chapter 31. Self-inflicted hardships with a resolve to secure his prize. Shenxi understood that no matter how splendid something may be, if it does not belong to him, it holds no value. After committing to the refinement of the malin grass liquid, he changed locations and summoned his alchemical furnace once more. His small face was a mixture of anxiety and determination. As the flames ignited, he began the process of refining the malin grass liquid. Based on the success rate of refining the stiff powder, my current success rate for concocting this mid-level qi refinement medication is approximately 50%. With 6 portions of malin grass, achieving at least 3 successes would be commendable. In truth, his cultivation had reached a higher level, thereby increasing the probability of successfully concocting the marin herb spirit liquid. However, if given the choice, he naturally wished to master the art of alchemy with greater proficiency. Yet, as life often presents, perfection and preparation are seldom attainable. At this juncture, he found himself compelled by circumstances. Facing an imminent threat from a concealed adversary at the 6th layer of qi refinement, he needed strength. The marin herb was indeed more challenging to refine, requiring several times the duration compared to the gathering spirit herb. And even the itchy grass paled in comparison. Throughout the process, the continuous depletion of spiritual energy caused Shenxi to experience an involuntary dizziness in his vision. He quickly bit his tongue to maintain his alertness. Gritting his teeth to control the flames before him, his expression increasingly pallid. Yet upon completion, this attempt at alchemy ultimately ended in failure, leaving behind only a residue of white dregs. That I refuse to believe this. Shenxi gritted his teeth, his heart aching as if sliced by a dagger. Nevertheless, he had prepared for this from the beginning. After biting down again, he consumed the orchid spirit flower liquid, waiting for his spiritual energy to fully recover. He promptly took out a 2nd marin herb, determined not to let his focus waver, carefully regulating the heat. As his spiritual energy continuously ebbed away, as time passed, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, some even trickling into his eyes. Having spent such a lengthy duration, he felt capable of refining 2 gathering spirit herbs. Shenxi's eyes burned with intensity, yet he dared not blink in this tense atmosphere. The time required to refine a few doses of gathering spirit herbs was swiftly passing. Just as his internal spiritual energy was on the verge of collapse, he suddenly extinguished the flames. Feeling a wave of dizziness wash over his mind, that moment, a fragrant aroma wafted from the alchemical furnace, instantly dispelling his fatigue. He staggered to his feet and rushed to the furnace's side. This time, a pool of liquid awaited him inside. It resembled the previously blessed gathering spirit herb liquid, appearing similarly white, albeit the gathering spirit herb liquid was a tad whiter. He pondered whether this was due to its counterfeit nature. This liquid felt akin to the blessed gathering spirit herb liquid he had previously encountered. Over the past few months, He had consumed a fair amount of the blessed gathering spirit herb liquid, and he was well aware of its effects. Now, as he retrieved it from the furnace and placed it into a small vial, he examined it closely, even taking a whiff, confirming that the two liquids were indeed comparably effective. The gathering spirit herb liquid could enhance cultivation for those in the early stages of chi refinement, while its efficacy waned for those in the mid-stages. Conversely, the blessed liquid bore similarities to the Marin herb liquid. Previously, he had only been aware that the blessed liquid should outperform the original. Now he had tangible data indicating that it could elevate the liquid's tier. For example, the gathering spirit herb liquid was on par with the Marin herb liquid. If it could be elevated by one tier, then the Marin herb liquid, post-blessing, could be comparable to liquids that enhance cultivation in the later stages of chi refinement, alleviating concerns regarding resistance. Shenxi's eyes sparkled with excitement upon this revelation. Invigorated by the discovery, once his spiritual energy was replenished, he resumed refining. The third Marin herb succeeded, the fourth failed, and then the fifth, his success rate stood at approximately 50%. However, this was merely a rough estimate. Ultimately, he successfully refined 2 out of the remaining 4 Marin herbs, yielding a total of 3 vials of Marin herb spirit liquid, aligning with his initial plan of 3 vials. He was curious about the effects of the blessed Marin herb liquid. Taking a deep breath, Shenxi understood that to ascertain its efficacy, he needed to test it. Once his spiritual energy was restored, he ventured into the desolate mountains in search of beast meat for the blessing ritual. By now, nearly 4 or 5 days had elapsed since he departed from the bamboo grove. During these days, he had concealed himself, and those searching for him must have given up. Shenxi pondered, uncertain of the circumstances within the bamboo grove, realizing that he could not remain hidden in the desolate mountains for too long, lest he be deemed a traitor and pursued by the sect's formidable members. He concluded that he must return after blessing the liquids he had on hand. Fortunately, that evening, he encountered a demonic beast in the mountains, a massive serpent at the second layer of chi refinement. Measuring several human lengths, it could even mimic the cries of an infant, luring him into a thicket before launching an attack. Thankfully, he had already reached the 4th layer of chi refinement, maintaining his composure despite the disparity in strength. Ultimately, he wielded his spiritual sword to effortlessly pierce its skull. "Humph! You dare ambush me! Now, I have my sacrificial offering for the blessing." Shenxi crouched by a pond, wielding the blessed wooden sword that sliced through flesh effortlessly. He busily worked to ensure nothing went to waste. This creature weighed in at 200 to 300 pounds. Blessing. After some time, he had cut the serpent into segments that he first took out the Marin herb spirit liquid and poured it in. His heart racing, he then added over 10 pounds of meat. A brilliant light surged. The meat instantly vanished. However, unlike previous blessings, this time it seemed insufficient, as no light infused the porcelain vial, nor was there any sound. Not enough. Shenxi's expression shifted in confusion as he sat nearby. Could it be that the higher tier of the Marin herb spirit liquid required more substantial offerings, even if using meat from a beast at the early stages of chi refinement? He deemed this hypothesis highly plausible. Without delay, he cut another 10 or so pounds of meat and added it in. The meat vanished instantaneously, yet still proved insufficient. He continued, cutting another piece of the same size. But it remained inadequate. Ultimately, after expending nearly 100 pounds of meat, he finally heard the familiar voice, indistinguishable in gender, yet imbued with a divine essence. Simultaneously, the light within the stone bowl intensified, with radiance pouring into the porcelain vial. The sincere shall be rewarded. The divine shall bless. It worked. The unblessed Marin herb spirit liquid is now comparable to the blessed gathering spirit herb liquid. This blessing will undoubtedly enhance its efficacy. However, this was merely his conjecture. Shenxi was uncertain of the actual effects and the extent of the enhancement. His heart raced as he retrieved the porcelain vial from the bowl and uncorked it. Instantly, a fragrance far surpassing that of the blessed gathering spirit herb liquid surged forth from the vial, wafting towards the heavens, and in that moment, a profound yearning surged within his body. The once white liquid had transformed into a vibrant azure. This spirit liquid was certainly several times stronger than the gathering spirit herb liquid. Shenxi's eyes gleamed with exhilaration as he gazed at the liquid within the porcelain vial, his spirits soaring. Suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt, he stowed it away in his storage pouch, ensuring the coast was clear before breaking into a smile and preparing for further blessings. We must keep our wealth concealed, even if no one is around. However, the serpent meat proved insufficient for blessing the second vial of Marin herb spirit liquid, leaving him with only a few dozen pounds of meat, clearly inadequate for the third vial. He decided to hunt another demonic beast. Since he lacked sufficient resources for the Marin herb spirit liquid, he opted to bless the drowsy powder instead. Among the various poisons, this powder was the most useful. Shenxi promptly retrieved the drowsy powder, placing it in the stone bowl for the blessing ritual. The sacrificial offering required for this item remained at 10 pounds of meat, aligning with his previous estimates. He had 5 vials of drowsy powder in total. After the blessing, the substance underwent some changes. Shenxi tightly covered his mouth and nose, wary of the potential danger, and cautiously opened the vial to inspect it. The sensation of peril intensified, prompting him to swiftly stow it away. This substance, like the itchy powder, required inhalation to take effect. Even someone at the third layer of qi refinement would succumb to unconsciousness. Now, with the blessing, he was unsure of the toxicity. Despite suspecting it had likely intensified, he had never tested it against those at the mid-stages of qi refinement and was uncertain of its true power. Perhaps I should test it on myself that I have the antidote. If it affects me, I can simply take the antidote immediately. After a moment of contemplation, Shenxi's mind entertained the risky notion that he pulled out a small vial from his robe. Extracting a pinch of the powder and placing it in his palm, scrutinizing it closely. This was the itchy powder. As for the drowsy powder, if he were to faint, he couldn't consume the antidote. Thus, using this powder for experimentation seemed more suitable. However, as he gazed at the powder in his palm, he felt a sense of trepidation. Should I proceed? The harrowing fate of Xingzhen and his companions lingered vividly in his mind. Although an antidote was available, a tinge of fear still gripped him, like tea that very moment. He felt an insatiable itch, as if countless ants were crawling beneath his skin, an unbearable sensation that flashed a look of sheer horror across his face. I haven't even inhaled it yet. Why am I already itching? Before he could ponder this conundrum further, the intensity of the itch became intolerable, as if an army of insects were marching up his entire arm, causing immense discomfort. The same sensation plagued his back as well. This so-called blessed itching powder proved effective even for those at the mid-stage of qi training, and remarkably, it did not require inhalation. Mere contact with the skin allowed the powder to seep through the pores, significantly enhancing the poison's efficacy. In an instant, a blood-curdling scream echoed by the pond, reverberating through the desolate mountains. It itches so much. By heavens, this itching powder has truly escalated in potency. If Fu Laolu and the others were present, they would undoubtedly be moved to tears, exclaiming that it served him right. Shenxi, having brought this suffering upon himself, could no longer remain seated. He sprang up, every inch of his body feeling as though it were teeming with insects. A torment akin to a relentless scratching at his very core. His emotions oscillated between joy and agony, and he began to comprehend the sensations that Xingzhen and the others had experienced. Trembling, he swiftly retrieved a vial of elixir with unprecedented speed, followed by a porcelain bottle, placing it alongside his last piece of meat in a stone bowl. After a flash of brilliance, he promptly swallowed the liquid. This was the antidote he had concocted for the itching powder, and it did not disappoint. Upon entering his body, the sensation of crawling insects subsided, though the memory of his previous fear lingered. He plopped down on the ground, his gaze reflecting not only trepidation, but also an intense glimmer of resolve. Shunyi is not to be trifled with. Just wait. Those who dare to bully Shunyi will one day know what it means to say, Shunyi. I was wrong. The efficacy of this blessed itching powder had been personally tested by Shenxi, proving to be torturous even for those at the 4th level of qi training. Yet, he felt invigorated by his own folly. Since the itching powder's potency had indeed increased as he had suspected, the same must hold true for the dizziness powder. Armed with these toxins, he feared no one among the 4th level of qi training. Anyone who dared to provoke him would be swiftly dealt with. Reflecting on his time at the Seven Fiends sect, he realized he had never instigated trouble. yet had been oppressed by Fu Laolu. Xing Zhen, and the man with the horse-like face, fueled by resentment, he sought the blessings of the beast once more, determined to utilize the stiffness powder and his last vial of elixir without delay. The original function of the stiffness powder had already proven effective against those at the mid-stage of qi training. If blessed further, it could render them completely rigid and immobile at that point. As long as he could ensnare someone at the mid-stage of qi training, who would he have to fear? Shen Yi is not to be trifled with. Just wait. Shen Yi will one day make you taste the bitterness of poison. Soon, laughter resonated by the pond, gradually fading into the distance. The desolate mountains were indeed home to many beasts, and a day later, Shen Si encountered another beast, bestowing upon it the final vial of malin-grass elixir and the stiffness powder. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to return to the bamboo grove. He could not remain hidden in the mountains indefinitely, should that man with the horse-like face resort to treachery and report him to the sect. Branding him a traitor, he would be left with nowhere to lament his fate. The process of refining the malin-grass elixir would undoubtedly take significantly longer than that of the gathering spirit-grass elixir, and he could only wonder how long it would take. For these past few days, Shen Si had practically been living under the open sky within the desolate mountains, and as he traversed the mountain paths at this moment, he found himself deep in thought. However, just as he reached the outskirts of the mountains, approaching the northern peak, a chilling voice pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. So, you finally dare to show yourself? I knew you were hiding within the mountains, but you couldn't possibly remain there for long. Otherwise, if you stayed missing for too long, you'd inevitably be treated as a traitor. The speaker was a robust man, striding forward with a gaze as sharp as a cold blade, instinctively making Shen Si's face tingle with pain and causing his pupils to constrict slightly. This man was formidable, certainly not at the 4th level of qi training. His words suggested he had deduced Shen Si's hiding place and had been lurking at the periphery all along. Brother Zeng was indeed astute. His wisdom was commendable. The man with the horse-like face stood not far away, smirking and hastily chiming in. Little brat, I warned you this matter is far from over. How dare you secretly uproot the malin-grass meant for Brother Song? You truly have a death wish. Hand over your storage bag, and Brother Song might offer you a chance for redemption. They had clearly been to the bamboo cottage, and this audacious boy had indeed plundered all the herbs, including the malin-grass. Yet, in that instant, Shen Si felt a cold snort reverberate in his ears, akin to thunder exploding in his mind, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind as the robust man approached, utterly indifferent to him. This individual was undoubtedly not at the 4th level of qi training. He was likely at the 5th level. The malin-grass has already been refined into elixirs, and those very malin-grasses belong to old Mo. Shen Si thought, his expression shifting to one of dread as he became acutely aware of the man's formidable strength. Sensing the impending danger, he swiftly retreated, hastily attempting to explain himself. However, as he stepped back, the fierce wind surged forward with even greater speed. The robust man, faster than him, closed the distance in an instant, his voice chilling that Mo Qinglu is nothing but a dead man. What use are those herbs? Hand over your storage bag. That does not belong to you. This is intolerable. Shen Si's eyes blazed with fury, crimson with rage as he continued to retreat, resolutely refusing to relinquish his storage bag. Yet his speed was no match for the man. In response, he swiftly drew a spirit sword from his storage bag, propelling it forward with lethal intent, its speed so swift that even a 4th level qi practitioner would be taken aback, aiming to obstruct the man's advance. Having already refined the malin-grass into elixirs and blessed them, should they fall into the man's possession, it would undoubtedly expose him. More critically, the stone bowl containing his lifeblood remained in his storage bag. He could not bear to part with it. Yet, just as the spirit sword was about to strike, the robust man inexplicably vanished from sight, and the sword pierced only air. A chilling snort echoed in Shen Si's ear, like a thunderclap, and at the 4th level of qi training. You will always remain at the 4th level. The man effortlessly evaded the attack, his massive hand reaching out toward Shen Si's shoulder. Shen Yi is not to be trifled with. I advise you not to provoke me. Otherwise, I will show no mercy, and when old Mo returns, he will not spare you. Shen Si's eyes turned a fierce shade of crimson as he frantically produced a porcelain bottle from his hand. Shattering it on the ground, the powder dispersed into the air. Poison is merely a child's trick. The robust man snorted derisively, his expression laced with scorn as he dodged the airborne powder with ease. Brushing off his robes with a flick of his hand, "Oh, you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Brother, since this little brat is so unruly, let's subdue him and teach him a lesson to ensure he behaves. Lest he ends up in Brother Song's hands and becomes rebellious." The man with the horse-like face sneered from a distance, "A child's trick. If you think you can dodge this, then allow me to unleash even more upon you." Shen Yi is not to be trifled with. Ignoring the taunt, Shen Si fixed his gaze on the advancing robust man, continuing to retreat while retrieving several more porcelain bottles from his storage bag. His eyes blazed crimson, filled with an array of poisons. While the man's speed surpassed his own, Shen Si resolved to fight back. Though he valued his life, he was not afraid to risk it when pushed to the brink. At that moment, the porcelain bottles were uncorked, and he hurled them all at once, the powder spilling out and filling the air. Despite the man's swift evasion, some of the powder inevitably clung to him. In the face of overwhelming prowess, all resistance seemed futile. The robust man remained unperturbed. With his 5th-level Qi training, he had never heard of any poison from the Seven Fiends sect that could affect him. He casually brushed off the powder from his robes and continued to advance toward Shen Si with a mocking grin. However, Shen Si understood the perilous nature of the situation. As soon as he scattered the powder, he retreated rapidly. Noticing the man advancing once more, his expression darkened, and just as he was about to produce more poison to hurl, he suddenly caught sight of a streak of brilliance soaring from the depths of the desolate mountains. It was a woman clad in an elegant dark green robe, her features flawless and her skin strikingly pale, lost in contemplation. Within mere breaths, she had descended upon the group. This was the same woman who had previously warned Shen Si about the Malin grass. Sister Li, rumored to frequently venture into the mountains for unknown reasons. The man with the horse-like face looked on with a mixture of awe and recognition, knowing full well who she was. "I have seen Sister Li before." The burly man came to a halt, his eyes filled with uncertainty and disbelief upon unexpectedly encountering the woman before him. His focus shifted away from Shen Si, as he gazed at her with a mixture of reverence and awe. Just as he was about to clasp his fists in greeting, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. Frowning slightly, he wondered if Sister Li shared the same surname. Shen Si felt a vague familiarity with the name, as if it had been mentioned by the person who had introduced him to the Zizhu forest on the very day he arrived at the Qixia sect. However, the hulking figure felt the heaviness of sleep intensifying, his vision blurring and nearly toppling him to the ground, his steps becoming increasingly unsteady. At this moment, it was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense that he had been poisoned. How could this be? He hadn't even inhaled any of the toxins, and being at the 5th level of Qi training, he had never heard of any poison that could threaten someone at his level. Yet, everything was unfolding just as it had. He bit down on his tongue, trying to regain a semblance of clarity, and almost instantly lunged toward Shen Si, demanding, "You little brat, hand over the antidote." Naturally, Shen Si noticed the unusual commotion, his eyes darting, and he immediately retreated. The effects of the drowsiness powder seemed to be taking hold. However, his retreat proved to be somewhat unnecessary, as the man collapsed to the ground with a thud before even reaching him. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" the man with the horse-like face exclaimed, completely taken aback. Even the woman in the dark green robe, who had just swept over the heads of several individuals, paused momentarily, her delicate nostrils flaring in surprise as she caught a whiff of something unusual. Her gaze fell upon the fallen man, and she approached him to assess his condition. Chapter 33. Sister Li, not a bad poison. Is it drowsiness powder? But how can drowsiness powder affect someone at the 5th level of Qi training? Li Yu, clad in her, regarded the situation with an air of perplexity as she recognized the substance as drowsiness powder. Shen Si, feeling a twinge of guilt without knowing why, worried that she might discern the powder's enhancement. "Sister Li, you must stand up for Brother Zeng. This scoundrel has resorted to underhanded tactics, using poison to launch a sneak attack, and even stealing Brother Song's herbs. That I implore you, Sister Li, to seek justice on my behalf." The horse-faced man rushed forward, lamenting his plight. He never anticipated that Shun Cs poison would be so fearsome that even someone at the 5th level of Qi training would succumb. At this moment, he was no match for Shun Si, and his only hope lay with this formidable woman. Clearly, it was you who attacked me first. Those herbs are not yours. I watered them myself. Shun Si was taken aback by the brazen audacity of his accuser, who had turned truth into fiction with such ease. Her small face flushed with indignation and anxiety as she sensed a significant threat emanating from the woman. She had a premonition that even the enhanced drowsiness powder would fail to harm her. Those herbs were entrusted to me by Brother Song for safekeeping. They belong to him. If you don't believe me, ask Mo Qinglu. You not only stole Brother Song's herbs, but also used poison to ambush Brother Zong. You are a disgrace to the Qisha sect. The horse-faced man continued his impassioned pleas, seemingly oblivious to the absurdity of his claims, as he incessantly cried, Sister Li, please, you must take charge. Shun Si was exasperated, realizing she had witnessed a masterclass in shamelessness. However, at that moment, Liu merely glanced at the unconscious giant on the ground before turning her attention to Shun Si. This was the second time Shun Si had encountered her, and she was undeniably striking, her features exquisitely defined, though somewhat aloof, her skin pale to an almost ethereal degree. Yet, Shun Si dared not linger. Hastily clasping her fists, Sister Li, you must stand up for Brother Zong. The horse-faced man pressed on, kneeling beside her in desperation. In response, he received only a cold reprimand. I have no desire to involve myself in your affairs. Do you still possess that poison you used earlier? Liu's gaze bore into Shun Si, her expression inscrutable, as she continued, Give me a portion. I wish to study it further. I have another batch. But if Sister requires it, even if it's gone, I will procure more for you. Shun Si blurted out, taken aback by Liu's interest in the poison. She swiftly retrieved a porcelain vial from her storage pouch, cradling it delicately in her hands and offering it to her with utmost care. Although only 2 doses of drowsiness powder remained, Shun Si felt compelled to comply before such a formidable figure. Liu appeared momentarily stunned, sensing something was amiss as she waved her sleeve, drawing the drowsiness powder into her grasp. After scrutinizing it for a moment, she fell into contemplation, perplexed. How did you concoct this poison? Having experimented with various poisons herself, she had considerable knowledge of the subject, yet this one felt both familiar and foreign. Finally, she posed a question that Shun Si had been dreading, fearing she might uncover any discrepancies in the powder. This powder, derived from drowsiness grass, is only effective against those at the initial stage of Qi training. These were provided to me by Mo before his departure for self-defense. I am uncertain of the exact method of preparation. He lied nonchalantly, maintaining a steady demeanor. Mo Qinglu and Liu mulled over his words, having heard of his reputation as a renowned alchemist among the outer sect, and were surprised that he had managed to create a new poison without suspicion. I am not taking your property without recompense. I possess a cave abode at the western peak, which I relocated to at the northern peak after entering the inner sect. IT is protected by formations, and without a token, even someone at the 5th level of Qi training cannot enter. Consider it a gift, she stated, clearly recognizing Shun Si's current predicament. With a wave of her sleeve, she produced a token and a scroll, which landed in Shun Si's hands. The horse-faced man shot him a look of envy. Damn it, this kid has struck gold, winning Sister Li's favor and acquiring a cave abode. It's worth noting that very few individuals in the outer sect possess their own cave. Thank you, Sister Li, Shun Si exclaimed, his spirits lifted as he realized that the cave abode, which could not be entered even by those at the 5th level of Qi training, was a remarkable trade for just 1 vial of drowsiness powder. In the Qisha sect, disputes could be resolved through a mutual agreement signed in blood, and conflicts outside of designated areas would incur severe penalties from the sect. There are no impenetrable walls in this world. Foundational practitioners possess spiritual awareness, allowing them to discern lingering energies in a place and ascertain who has visited. Liu warned him, then ascended once more, enveloped by a gust of wind, vanishing into the desolate mountains. Sister Li, until we meet again, Shun Si bowed deeply, awestruck by the immense power of foundational practitioners, clearly interpreting her warning to refrain from rash actions. Once she had disappeared, he turned to the horse-faced man, his expression shifting to one of hostility. "You scoundrel!" Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain pierced his chest as Shun Si kicked him to the ground, then relentlessly struck him with a wooden sword, eliciting cries of anguish. "You little brat, just wait. Brother Song will not let you off the hook." The indignant Shinsi declared, "I am not someone to be trifled with. After provoking me once or twice and attempting to steal from me, I shall show you just how formidable I am." Having reached a breaking point, Shun Si realized that yielding had proven futile, as this individual would not relent. The wooden sword descended upon him relentlessly, like a torrential downpour. Venting his frustrations as the horse-faced man curled up in agony on the ground, soon slipping into unconsciousness. Shun Si, still unsatisfied, vented his rage for a while longer before casting a resentful glance at his adversary and seizing his storage pouch. "This is the consequence of provoking me." Meanwhile, the burly man remained slumbering soundly, the effects of the drowsiness powder proving remarkably effective. Shun Si approached him, contemplating how to deal with his unconscious form. This man was poisoned now, but he would undoubtedly seek revenge later. After a moment of deliberation, he took the wooden sword in hand and inflicted several punctures upon him, releasing his pent-up frustration without truly intending to kill him, merely confiscating his storage pouch. According to Liyu's earlier remarks, if these two were to perish in the desolate mountains, the sect would likely investigate and discover that he was involved, making it unnecessary to entangle himself further. "Once I break through to the 5th level of Qi training, I shall see if I still fear you. However, with so many beasts in these mountains, if you end up being devoured, that will be your own doing," murmured to himself as he stepped out of the desolate mountains, retrieving the scroll that Liyu had bestowed upon him. This scroll contained a location of a cave dwelling situated atop the western peak. Following the instructions inscribed within, he made his way to the western peak, which, like the northern peak, was shrouded in mist at its midsection, an area deemed off-limits. Over the past few months, he had gathered a wealth of intelligence. The Seven Fiends sect was comprised of 4 peaks, each housing a servant station, with each station located at the midsection of a peak, while the outer disciples resided below. The midsection of the 4 peaks, however, was reserved for inner disciples and the secluded cultivation of elders, with the fog serving as a barrier, rendering it inaccessible. Chapter 34. Nearly there, the cave dwelling that Liu had mentioned was located in an uninhabited area on the midsection of the western peak. Outside the cave, there was a stone platform extending outward, and the cave itself was sealed with a massive stone door. In front of the stone door, he observed a small stone table intricately carved, with a central depression that seemed intentionally designed to hold something. Could it be that placing a token within this recess would unlock the cave? After careful inspection, he realized that the token given to him by Liu bore a striking resemblance to the indentation on the stone table. Tentatively, he placed the token in the recess, and immediately, a radiant light erupted forth. The token fit perfectly, accompanied by a resounding rumble emanating from the cave, as the heavy stone door began to slowly ascend. Filled with excitement, Shun Si seized the token. As the door descended, he quickly slipped inside. Within the cave, he was greeted by an array of stone-carved furniture, all meticulously arranged, and the space was even larger than the bamboo house in the purple bamboo grove. At the center of the cave was a spiritual spring, continuously gushing forth pure water, while the walls were adorned with luminous orbs, each the size of an infant's fist, casting a radiant glow that illuminated the cave as brightly as daylight. If he were to take just one of these orbs home, it could undoubtedly fetch a fortune. This cave was indeed opulent. According to the scroll, as long as the token remained inside, the cave's formation would automatically activate, rendering it impenetrable even to those at the 5th stage of Qi refinement. As long as he remained within, that Qi refinement practitioner posed no threat to him. Moreover, the spiritual energy here was far denser. As Shun Si surveyed the cave, his satisfaction grew, and his heart raced with exhilaration. He began to busy himself within the cave, noting the dust that had accumulated on the furniture, indicative of a long abandonment. However, while cleaning, he suddenly realized that the spiritual energy here was several times more concentrated than in the purple bamboo grove, suggesting that his cultivation speed would likely accelerate. That vial of euphora powder was truly invaluable. Overjoyed, Shun Si completed his cleaning, then stripped off his garments and plunged into the spiritual spring. Immersed in the flowing water, he felt an unparalleled sense of ease. This was the most secure moment he had experienced since arriving at the Seven Fiends sect. With this cave, unless a practitioner at the sixth stage of chi refinement personally came for him, no one would stand a chance against him, and those brutish men were entirely unaware of the cave's location. As long as he remained inside, they would be unable to find him. After some time, Shun Si finally calmed his excitement and emerged from the spring. Sitting by the edge, he retrieved 2 storage bags and dripped the blood he had previously collected from the 2 brutish men onto the bags, revealing the contents within. The storage bag belonging to the large man contained 17 spirit stones and a single vial of spiritual liquid, specifically a vial of gathering spirit grass essence, along with a few sets of clothing. The storage bag of the brutish man was significantly poorer, containing only 4 spirit stones and no gathering spirit grass essence. Perhaps he had exhausted his spirit stones. 21 spirit stones were, nonetheless, an unexpected windfall. This is the fate of those who provoke Shun. If they had merely gifted me spirit stones each time, such troubles would have been averted. Murmuring to himself, Shun Si felt a surge of pride and promptly cleared his throat. Carefully stowing the spirit stones into the storage bag, he cautiously retrieved the 3 vials of gathering spirit grass essence that had been blessed. He wondered if these 3 vials could elevate him to the pinnacle of the 4th stage of chi refinement. Presently, he was not in need of spiritual liquid and had no urgent desire to concoct potions. With utmost caution, he took a small sip from one vial, having anticipated the potency of the gathering spirit grass essence. Yet it exceeded his expectations. In just a third of a vial, it felt as though the energy equivalent to several vials of gathering spirit grass essence surged through his body. Fortunately, he was currently at the 4th stage of chi refinement. Allowing him to endure the overwhelming sensation, he promptly began to refine the energy within. During this process, Shun Si remained utterly still, as if time had ceased, resembling a statue while the energy within him continued to swell. This refinement lasted for approximately 20 days before he fully assimilated 1 vial of the essence. His aura had significantly strengthened compared to before, and the energy within him flowed like a river. However, breaking through to the 5th stage of chi refinement would require even more energy. Shun Si continued to refine the remaining 2 vials without leaving the cave. With the cave's protection, he was undisturbed throughout this period. As time passed, winter melted into spring, and over a year had elapsed since his arrival at the Seven Fiends sect. The March breeze swept across the mountains, rustling through the vast fields and the clusters of maple trees on the western peak. Playfully tousling the hair of a young boy bound with grass ropes at the midsection of the mountain. This retreat lasted nearly 3 months. The 3 vials of essence still fell short of allowing him to break through to the 5th stage of chi refinement. He could sense that his cultivation was on the brink of a breakthrough, yet something remained elusive. Now emerged from his retreat, Shun Si frowned as he gazed at the vibrant foliage surrounding him. Feeling a sense of perplexity, his cultivation had grown robust, far surpassing his strength from months prior, yet he felt that he was missing something crucial for a breakthrough. After consuming the gathering spirit grass essence, he had also taken the gathering spirit essence, but his cultivation seemed to have hit a bottleneck, unable to advance. Uncertain of the cause, he sighed as he ventured into the surrounding desolate mountains, gathering some meat and blessing the remaining spiritual liquids and toxins. Upon returning near the cave, he contemplated important matters, recalling the 2 brutish men that he wondered if they were lurking in the outer sect, watching for him. This speculation was not without merit, yet he longed to investigate the outer sect, to glean information or inquire about cultivation methodologies. His training had primarily relied on a single manual, with everything else being trial and error, akin to feeling his way across a river by touch. He was also curious whether the large man was watching for him. Nonetheless, he had indeed ventured into the outer sect over the past 3 months, albeit stealthily, crafting a simple mask to conceal his identity. Ultimately, he had not encountered them. collected his monthly supply of spiritual liquid, and exchanged his spirit stones for gathering spirit grass. This moment, he resolved to venture into the outer sect once more. Just as he was deep in thought, the stone door of the cave suddenly swung open with a resounding crash, revealing a graceful figure clad in a dark green robe. Liu, his senior sister. Shun-Si was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated her presence and quickly clasped his fists in greeting. Chapter 35. Essence of the solidifying vine. I happened to pass by and wanted to see if you had settled in here. Liu remarked, casting a glance at him. Your cultivation appears to have progressed once more. However, one must approach cultivation with a steady and measured demeanor. Advancing too quickly may not necessarily yield favorable outcomes. That day, Shun-Si seemed to have acquired some gathering spirit grass, which accounted for his enhanced cultivation. Yet she did not doubt him, merely offering a word of caution. Please, senior sister Li, offer your guidance. I truly feel that I am encountering some difficulties in my cultivation. Shun-Si exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he clasped his fists, sensing the underlying meaning in her words, which indicated that she had discerned his predicament. Advancing too swiftly can lead to an unstable foundation, resulting in hollow cultivation. If this continues, it will inevitably lead to trouble. Future advancements will become increasingly challenging. I observe that your foundation is already somewhat fragile. Without significant fortuitous encounters, it may take you several years to break through. Liu mused thoughtfully. Thank you, senior sister. Shun-Si exclaimed inwardly, realizing at that moment the reason behind his inability to elevate his cultivation. His pace of advancement had indeed been markedly faster than others. Now, with Liu's insight, he understood that it was akin to constructing a building. If one rushed to build too high, the structure would ultimately be unsustainable. However, Li had already begun to depart, her voice lingering in the air. There's indeed another path. The Miao Dam Pavilion sells a spiritual liquid known as the solidifying vine essence. This essence can stabilize your foundation and should alleviate your current troubles. The solidifying vine essence. Thank you, senior sister. Shun-Si silently committed this name to memory, then clasped his fists in respect towards a retreating figure. After a moment of contemplation and preparation, he donned a rudimentary mask crafted from wooden planks, and quietly descended from the western peak, making his way into the territory of the outer sect. In recent months, he had ventured into the outer sect less frequently, and at this moment, while wearing his self-made mask, he cautiously navigated through its confines. Unexpectedly, he overheard a number of disciples discussing some news. Have you heard? There is an anti-poison alliance forming in the outer sect, purportedly aiming to eliminate the notorious Poison King. Ah, who is this Poison King? Some disciples, who had been in seclusion for the past few months, appeared bewildered. His name is unknown, but his heart is as dark as his methods, and he has a penchant for poison. Hence the moniker. I heard that months ago, he inflicted a torturous fate upon Xing Zhen using poison, leaving him in a state worse than death. It seems Xing Zhen sought vengeance, but afterward he never spoke of it again. Now, many lower-tier disciples were filled with trepidation, forming this anti-poison alliance. It was rumored that among them were several who had attained the third level of qi refinement, and even some at the mid-stage of qi refinement. All searching for this Poison King. That fellow is in for a rough time. Such news was currently the talk of the outer sect, echoing through every corner. The Anti-Poison Alliance and the Poison King. These individuals truly astonished him. I have not robbed any of you. Why are you so intent on hunting me down? Shun-Si shivered silently, and upon listening for a while, he quickly realized that the person they spoke of was likely himself. An icy chill coursed through him. This commotion also caught the attention of some disciples. However, with his wooden mask obscuring his face, revealing only two eye holes secured by grass ropes, no one recognized him as the infamous Poison King. In such a place rife with rumors and disputes, he wished to remain incognito, as there were many who had offended enemies. Not just him. This moment, no one suspected he was that person. Nonetheless, when Shun-Si noticed so many gazes directed his way, he could not help but shudder. Hastily making his way to the Miaodong Pavilion, he vaguely sensed that this matter was undoubtedly connected to that man with the horse-like face and that burly man. To think they could not find him and instead formed an alliance. Damn it, Just wait until my cultivation is a bit higher. Shun Si simmered with indignation, navigating the familiar path to the Miaodong Pavilion. The Gu Yuan vine spiritual liquid spoken of by Li Yu indeed existed. He was not being deceived. However, upon learning the price for a bottle of Gu Yuan vine spiritual liquid, he felt a pang of regret. A single bottle cost 20 spirit stones. Shun Si was quite distressed. He had scavenged 21 spirit stones last time, and with the one he already possessed, that made a total of 22. During the past 3 months in the outer sect, he had exchanged them for gathering spirit grass to refine 10 bottles of spiritual liquid. He still had 2 bottles left, but after exhausting the malin grass spiritual liquid during his seclusion, he had consumed 3 more bottles, with only slight progress in his cultivation, barely any at all, and thus ceased further consumption. Now he had only 12 bottles of spiritual liquid left. After converting them to spirit stones, he had managed to make some purchases, but was reluctant to part with them. In order to solidify his foundation, he endured, remembering that, as per the U.S. words, it would take several years to break through to the 5th level of qi refinement. Shun Si gritted his teeth and exchanged the spiritual liquid for spirit stones, ultimately acquiring a porcelain vial, which he carefully stowed away in his storage bag. All he wanted now was to return and stabilize his cultivation. This had cost him a full 20 spirit stones. However, just as he was about to leave, Shun Si's curiosity piqued regarding whether the Miaodong Pavilion sold malin grass spiritual liquid, and he received a positive answer. Yet, its price was exorbitant, more than 10 times that of the gathering spirit grass spiritual liquid. A single bottle cost 55 spirit stones. Even a portion of malin grass was priced at 25 spirit stones. And the Miaodong Pavilion did not accept this spiritual liquid. Initially, they had accepted malin grass spiritual liquid, but due to the limited number of disciples who could afford it, they would have to store it for a long time, naturally driving the price down. The malin grass was too costly, and if the refining failed, it would be a significant loss for the alchemist that if sold at a low price. A single failure in refining could mean multiple attempts without recovering the cost of even one stock. Many alchemists chose to sell their successful batches privately, opting not to sell at a loss, leading the Miaodong Pavilion to cease accepting this spiritual liquid altogether. However, Shun Si was unaware of this. After exiting the treasure pavilion, his gaze shifted once again that a portion of malin grass cost 25 spirit stones. His spirit stones were running low, insufficient to purchase either the spiritual liquid or the malin grass. He needed to earn money. Now that he possessed the Gu Yuan vine, his cultivation could stabilize. With the blessing he had received, the effects of the malin grass spiritual liquid could be doubled. If he had enough spirit stones, breaking through to the 6th level of qi refinement would be just around the corner. At that point, he would no longer need to fear or evade. What nonsense is this anti-poison alliance? I must devise a way to earn spirit stones. Earning them the old-fashioned way is far too slow. After all, a portion of malin grass costs 25 spirit stones, and his success rate in refining malin grass spiritual liquid was not high on average. It took 2 attempts to succeed once, making it almost equivalent to directly purchasing a bottle of spiritual liquid. He needed to accumulate 50 spirit stones, even if he refined 7 or 8 bottles of spiritual liquid in a day. After accounting for failures, he might only earn 5 spirit stones daily. Perhaps the gathering spirit grass spiritual liquid, which I have blessed, is similar to the malin grass spiritual liquid. Why not try selling it as if it were malin grass spiritual liquid? Shun Si pondered, his eyes glimmering. Chapter 36. Solidifying spiritual power. Shun Si's eyes glimmered as he considered this increasingly feasible idea that a portion of gathering spirit grass only costs 2 spirit stones, and the gathering spirit grass spiritual liquid he had blessed bore no discernible difference in appearance or quality from the malin grass spiritual liquid. No one would suspect, and he needn't worry about drawing attention to the stone bowl, that if he could sell a portion for 30 spirit stones, it wouldn't be long before he struck it rich. After all, the cost was merely 2 spirit stones. The profit would multiply several times over. Moreover, the crucial point was that a portion of malin grass spiritual liquid, priced at 30 or 40 spirit stones, would likely attract many buyers, considering it usually sold for 55 spirit stones at the Miaodong Pavilion, and even the herbs cost 25 spirit stones. Wealth, wealth! With this method, not only can I break through to the 5th level of qi refinement, But even achieving the 6th level in a short time is entirely feasible. Shunsi's eyes reddened, as if endless spirit stones lay before him, and his breath quickened, akin to a gambler on the edge of a bet. Once he reached the 6th level of chi refinement, what nonsense about the 5th level would matter? Who would he fear? Hey, you there, stop. Take off your mask, and let me see. Just as he was secretly elated, a voice suddenly called out from behind, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps, sending a chill down his spine. However, they ultimately stopped a short distance behind him, and he could hear their conversation. Senior brother, can I not take off my mask? I injured my face a few months ago and feel embarrassed to show myself. The speaker was a burly man, his tone laden with flattery as he addressed 2 disciples at the 3rd level of chi refinement standing before him. Cut the nonsense. Just take it off. The disciples' gaze turned icy. All right. Senior brother, please do not be angry, the burly man said with a pained expression, removing his self-made mask. His face bore numerous long scars. Resembling someone scratched by a woman, it was none other than Shunsi's old acquaintance, Fu Lao Lu. With Shunsi's growing notoriety, Fu Lao Lu had previously offended him. Thus he had crafted a mask to avoid being recognized. Isn't that the Poison King? A dignified 2nd level of chi refinement. How does he look like someone who got clawed by a woman? The disciple frowned, seeing that the man was not the Poison King they sought. He snorted coldly. Senior brother, please forgive me. The burly man merely smiled at the disciple's mockery, realizing it was Fu Lao Lu. Upon realizing they were not calling for him, Shunsi glanced back and recognized the identity of the burly man. Letting out a sigh of relief, he wished to avoid unnecessary trouble, and while the other party was not aware of his presence, he swiftly departed. His instincts suggested that this individual was likely connected to that anti-poison alliance. Although he was only at the 3rd level of chi refinement, it was best not to stir up more conflict. The 2 disciples, oblivious to him, continued on to search elsewhere in the outer sect. Senior brother said that capturing Shunsi would earn a bottle of Malin grass spiritual liquid as a reward. It seemed that wearing a mask was not entirely safe. As Shunsi left, he reflected on his current situation in the outer sect, his youthful face furrowing into a mature frown. Now, with this anti-poison alliance and that 5th level chi refinement cultivator searching for him, he had stolen the Malin grass from a 6th level cultivator. If his identity were exposed, he might not even be able to leave the outer sect. It is utterly unwise to brazenly sell elixirs, as it could undoubtedly pose significant dangers. Even donning a mask does not guarantee safety. The recent incident serves as a stark reminder that damn Poison Extermination Alliance is truly superficial in their judgments. Cursed be them. They have impeded my path to wealth. For a moment, Shunsi felt as though he had been doused with cold water. And though anger surged within him, he resolved not to yield. Instead, he prepared to return to Shifeng to consume the Goiwan vine elixir and assess its effects. Patience, Shunsi will undoubtedly return, with simmering resentment. He made his way back to his cave atop Shifeng, producing his token to enter. After a brief moment of vexation, he retrieved the bottle of Goiwan vine elixir. The liquid shimmered in a pale blue hue, appearing quite enticing. One wonders what effects this blessing might yield. After contemplating for a while, he suddenly recalled something and refrained from consuming it. According to the description, the inherent effect of the Goiwan vine elixir was to consolidate one's foundation and enhance the density of spiritual power, thereby stabilizing one's cultivation. Conveniently, he possessed 3 storage bags, all of which he had filled with meat harvested from his recent foray into the wilderness. This seemed a fitting opportunity to experiment. Under normal circumstances, the effects post-blessing would surely be superior. He secured the elixir and retrieved the meat from his storage bag, placing both into a stone bowl. With sincere intent, he offered a prayer to the deities, seeking their blessing. Once the brilliance and sound within the bowl subsided, Shunsi carefully extracted its contents, gazing thoughtfully at the porcelain bottle. Tentatively, he took a third of the liquid and immediately felt a mysterious force coursing through him. The river of spiritual energy within seemed to respond to an unseen influence, radiating with light and undergoing strange transformations. Days later, Shunsi found himself seated in the center of his cave, gently opening his eyes to tea that moment. His aura was remarkably subdued, and the spiritual energy within him had become far more substantial than before, should any mid-stage qi refinement practitioners witness his internal state. They would undoubtedly be astounded, for Shun Si's spiritual energy now surpassed that of many in the same tier. Although the quantity was somewhat diminished compared to before, any latent risks stemming from shaky foundation had been alleviated, and he felt a marked enhancement in his overall strength. In summation, this development was decidedly fortuitous. Henceforth, he need not worry about the stability of his foundation. His spiritual power had solidified significantly, fortifying his foundation. While it was true that his spiritual energy had lessened from its initial state, a breakthrough still lay ahead. Regardless, he still possessed gathering spirit grass. It was time to refine it. Shun Si's eyes glimmered with determination as he sensed the more consolidated energy within him. He patted his storage bag and retrieved the gathering spirit grass he had purchased alongside the Goiwan vine. After a failed attempt, he successfully refined 7 vials of spiritual liquid. 7 vials might not suffice for a breakthrough to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Prudence dictated he aim for 10 bottles. Cursed be the Poison Extermination Alliance. I shall deal with them once I achieve the 5th layer of qi refinement. Muttering to himself, Shun Si donned his self-crafted mask for added security and resolved to follow his previous methods, refining more gathering spirit grass. Once he broke through to the 5th layer, he would attempt to sell the blessed gathering spirit grass elixir. Even if trouble arose, he could easily escape with the poison stored in his bags. With his cultivation now stabilized, a breakthrough to the 5th layer was imminent. Chapter 37. The dream-fulfilling master wearing his self-fashioned mask, Shun Si's resentment towards the burly man and the insufferable Poison Extermination Alliance grew ever more intense. Were it not for them, he could have amassed a fortune in spirit stones, living comfortably in abundance. Just wait until I reach the 5th layer of qi refinement, he grumbled, stealthily making his way to Miaodong Pavilion to purchase herbs, and then swiftly returning to Shifeng to concoct potions. He was determined to exact vengeance on anyone who dared obstruct his path to wealth. The 7 vials of gathering spirit grass elixir fetched him 21 spirit stones, allowing him to procure 10 portions of gathering spirit grass elixir. His astonishment. This time he succeeded in all his endeavors. After spending 2 more days gathering herbs in the desolate mountains surrounding Shifeng, he finally blessed all 10 vials of gathering spirit grass elixir. This was more than sufficient for him to break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. His heart raced with excitement as he returned to his cave to begin the refining process. Given his current cultivation level, he could refine the ordinary gathering spirit grass elixirs at a far greater speed than when he was at the 3rd layer, completing the task in just 12 or 13 days. Although the effects of the gathering spirit grass elixir were significantly diminished for him, the aura within him seemed to have reached its limit. Without hesitation, Shun Si gritted his teeth and swallowed 2 vials of elixir in one go. His cultivation had already peaked, with an exceptionally stable foundation, and the density of his spiritual power far exceeded that of a typical practitioner at the 4th layer of qi refinement. As the last elixir coursed through him, his spiritual energy surged, reaching an unprecedented level. With a thunderous sound echoing in his mind, a brand new aura radiated from him, as his spiritual power became even more solidified, surpassing that of ordinary practitioners who had just broken through to the 5th layer. The exhilarating sensation of lightness enveloped him, as if his very soul were about to take flight, flooding his entire being with comfort and fervor. After a considerable time, Shun Si opened his eyes, feeling his internal energy gradually stabilize, having increased tremendously, nearly reaching the scale of a river. Yet his aura had become more subdued. He had finally broken through to the 5th layer. Now, as long as he didn't encounter any 6th-layer practitioners, he had no fear of anyone. Shun Si assessed his condition, his eyes gleaming with brilliance and exhilaration. Without delay, he exited the cave. He still had a vial of elixir and a spirit stone left, enough to purchase 2 portions of gathering spirit grass. But that was not all. The following day, he quickly acquired more gathering spirit grass, refining it into 2 more vials of elixir, which he then sold. After 2 transactions, he possessed 4 vials of blessed gathering spirit grass elixir. With determination, Shun Si proceeded to the outer sect to sell his elixirs. He intended to market the blessed gathering spirit grass elixir as marron grass elixir, a swift path to acquiring abundant marron grass and enhancing one's cultivation. Anyone who stood in his way would face his wrath. No one could hinder him. Before setting off, Shensi made some preparations, gathering materials to craft a long banner, upon which he inscribed in bold letters, 30 spirit stones for marron grass elixir. This price was carefully considered. While a lower price might attract more buyers, it could also raise suspicions. After all, a single portion of marron grass cost 25 spirit stones. Selling the elixir for less would be acceptable if the sales were low, but if the volume increased, it could expose his secret treasures. Thus, he settled on 30 spirit stones, making it appear as though he sought to sell in bulk for a modest profit. Excited, Shensi pondered further and added dream-fulfilling master on the reverse side of the banner. Donning his self-crafted mask and carrying his handmade sign, he ventured forth to the outer sect. To sell his wares, he naturally sought crowded areas, calling out, selling marron grass elixir. Only 30 spirit stones a vial. A bargain for all. Quickly, Shensi's figure became a familiar sight throughout the outer sect, and the enticing price soon attracted many curious onlookers. What does dream-fulfilling master mean? 30 spirit stones for a vial of marron grass elixir. So cheap? Could it be real? Other alchemists typically sold their elixirs for 50 spirit stones a vial, while Miaodon Pavilion charged 55. Surely this cannot be genuine. Yet many disciples, seeing the low price, held a skeptical attitude, questioning the authenticity of Shensi's marron grass elixir. I assure you, it is genuine. All are my own concoctions, and the low price is due to my desire for bulk sales, Shensi proclaimed confidently, his heart racing with excitement as he attracted a growing crowd. Hurry, supplies are limited. If you miss this opportunity, it may not come again. With such an affordable marron grass elixir, what is there to hesitate about? The dream-fulfilling master is selling elixirs. If your cultivation is on the verge of breaking through, but you cannot afford the high-priced elixirs, or if you're often bullied due to your lack of talent, what shall you do? Today, the Master of Dreams is here to fulfill aspirations that a mere 30 spirit stones for a vial of marron grass spirit liquid. It is no illusion. A breakthrough in cultivation is not a fantasy. The Master of Dreams, honest to both young and old, invites you to verify the goods on the spot. His impassioned and spirited declaration instantly captivated numerous disciples, igniting their desires. Soon, a resonant voice emerged from the crowd, demanding, I want to share. If it's a fake, I'll make you regret it. The speaker, a disciple bearing a scarred face and exuding the aura of a peak third-level chi practitioner, had saved his spirit stones for a long time, yearning to acquire a vial of marron grass spirit liquid. Yet at 50 spirit stones per vial from the apothecary, he only possessed 30. That upon hearing that someone was selling it for 30, he decided to take a gamble. Pay up, cash and carry. The scar-faced disciple, feeling the pinch, reluctantly produced 30 spirit stones and handed them over, receiving a porcelain vial in return. As the transaction concluded, all the disciples fixated their gazes on the scarred disciple, eagerly awaiting to see if the spirit liquid he purchased was genuine. Chapter 38. Intimidation. Just as the scar-faced disciple was about to open the vial, he sensed a multitude of eyes upon him. Not one to be foolish, he hesitated. It is said that wealth should not be flaunted. If the liquid were authentic, it would undoubtedly attract envy. But leaving without verifying? What if it were counterfeit? Fear not. Verification is assured. With a flick of his hand, he noticed the disciple's apprehension. That the cold snort escaped his lips as he released a surge of energy, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating in the ears of the surrounding disciples, leaving them awestruck. Such strength! I have only witnessed this level of power in a 4th-level chi practitioner. No, this presence is at least that of a peak 4th-level chi practitioner. Among the crowd were also some 4th-level practitioners. Their eyes filled with trepidation as they sensed this formidable aura, stronger than their own. However, they did not presume he was a 5th-level practitioner, for few of that rank existed in the outer sect, rarely revealing themselves. Yet, even as a peak 4th-level practitioner, he commanded respect. The other disciples regarded Shensi with profound reverence. In no wonder he dared to sell marron grass spirit liquid. He was indeed a formidable individual. The scar-faced disciple's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes filled with awe. Thankfully, his earlier boastful words had not provoked the man. Otherwise, his fate would have been dire. Rest assured, when I conduct business, I prioritize reputation. Let me be clear. If anyone attempts to seize the spirit liquid I sell, affecting my trade, they shall find no mercy. Shun Si, recognizing the disciple's concerns, was not merely showcasing his prowess. He understood the necessity of ensuring his customers' safety to sustain his business. If every purchase was met with theft, who would dare buy from him again? Upon hearing his words, those with ulterior motives lowered their heads, overwhelmed with fear. None dared to offend a peak fourth-level disciple. Such power was top tier in the outer sect, where the strongest were merely sixth level, and even fifth-level practitioners were scarce. Thank you, senior brother. The scar-faced disciple expressed gratitude. Feeling reassured by this guarantee, he promptly removed the vial's cork for verification. Instantly, an intense fragrance wafted from within, intoxicating the surrounding disciples, their eyes gleaming with fervor. The scar-faced disciple's heart raced as he quickly recapped the vial. Brother, the spirit liquid is genuine. I must take my leave, though he had never consumed Malin grass spirit liquid. The richness of the spirit energy was unmistakable. After cupping his hands in thanks, he swiftly departed, eager to refine the liquid. Many disciples watched his retreating figure. As the cork sealed the vial, the enticing aroma dissipated. Yet, recalling Shun Si's warning, none dared pursue or snatch it away. Is there anyone else wishing to purchase? Shun Si called out, hand behind his back, brandishing his self-made banner. Hurry, supplies are limited. Only 3 vials remain. First come, first served. 30 spirit stones. The Master of Dreams will help you realize your breakthrough dreams. Do you not wish for greater cultivation to earn the admiration of many junior sisters? 30 spirit stones per vial. You deserve it. I'll take a vial. Me too. In the wake of his fervent proclamation, coupled with the confirmation of the authenticity of the Malin grass spirit liquid, 2 disciples promptly produced their saved spirit stones. Pay first. Pay first. Shun Si's face lit up with joy as he handed each disciple their respective vials. In this brief moment, he earned 84 spirit stones, a sum that would take ages to accumulate through regular alchemy. The disciples who secured the spirit liquid, their spirits lifted, hastily departed, satisfied with their purchases, while Shun Si reveled in his successful sales. Is there anyone else looking to buy? Time is of the essence. Secure your profit while you can. Only 1 vial remains. Shun Si continued to shout, but perhaps due to the surrounding disciples having exhausted their spirit stones, the last vial remained unsold until the afternoon. After all, not every disciple possessed such wealth. However, considering the day's outcome, Shun Si was quite exhilarated. 90 spirit stones. He had never laid eyes on such a fortune before. Moreover, today was crucial for establishing his reputation. After all, many disciples were typically engrossed in secluded cultivation. Should word spread throughout the outer sect, and he maintained this momentum, his business would surely flourish. Establishing his name was sufficient. Spirit stones would follow. Envisioning future possibilities, Shun Si felt invigorated. Without allowing the 90 spirit stones to cool, he promptly headed to the Meowdon Pavilion to purchase 3 Malin grass plants, spending 75 spirit stones. With the remaining 15 spirit stones, he acquired 7 gathering spirit grass plants. Thus, he returned to the West Peak, filled with joy, ready to concoct potions. This was undoubtedly his path to wealth. The 7 gathering spirit grass plants were easily refined into spirit liquid, netting him 210 spirit stones. Shun Si, am truly a genius. What a splendid method to earn spirit stones. The stone bowl was indeed his fortunate charm. Sitting within his cave, elated, he kissed the small bowl several times. Only calming down after a considerable time, did he ask for the 3 Malin grass plants. He did not rush to refine them, knowing he would do so later. After all, he could not break through yet, and tomorrow he planned to return to the outer sect to continue selling medicines. For now, he set out to the wild mountains surrounding the West Peak to seek blessings from magical beasts. The next day, Shun Si, once again carrying his Master of Dreams banner, made his way to the outer sect, shouting as before, Master of Dreams, only 30 spirit stones, fulfilling your breakthrough dreams. 30 spirit stones from Malin Grass Spirit Liquid. Miss this opportunity, and the shop will be gone. With yesterday's groundwork laid, it didn't take long to attract a multitude of disciples. The events of the prior day had spread, his reputation solidified. Before long, he sold 2 more vials of spirit liquid with ease. Thanks to the intimidation from yesterday, none dared to snatch from him. By the end of the day, he had sold 3 vials of spirit liquid, leaving Shun-Si thoroughly exhilarated. Earning spirit stones in such a manner was exhilarating. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he continued to frequent the outer sect. In just 2 days, he sold all 8 vials of spirit liquid, accumulating 216 spirit stones and 4 remaining Malin grass plants. One of the surplus Malin grass plants was traded by a disciple who wished to exchange it along with 5 spirit stones for a vial of spirit liquid. Naturally, Shun-Si agreed. After so many days, the title of Master of Dreams had spread throughout the outer sect, even overshadowing the infamous Black Poison King. His fame was unparalleled. Chapter 39. Shun-Si's Joy Yet. With fame comes both advantages and disadvantages. For instance, have you investigated thoroughly? Why has Zhou Daqiang suddenly ceased seeking my services for refining spirit liquid? At this moment, in the south peak of the outer sect, a young man wore a grim expression, causing the 2 individuals before him to shiver. Not long ago, the disciple who had promised 25 spirit stones as compensation for refining spirit liquid had turned against him. To maintain his reputation in the outer sect, he could not retaliate for such a trivial matter. Otherwise, no one would dare approach him for alchemy in the future. However, he was determined to uncover the reason behind this betrayal. Brother Song, Weavy, discovered that a young man has recently been selling Malin grass spirit liquid in the outer sect for only 30 spirit stones per vial. Zhou Daqiang provided the Malin grass and added 5 spirit stones, and the young man delivered a vial of Malin grass spirit liquid in return. The man with the horse-like face lowered his head in reverence, truthfully reporting the recent matter of Shun-Si selling medicine. It is said that this individual has reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of Qi training, and he has issued a stern decree. Anyone who dares to snatch a purchase of his spirit liquid will face his wrath, thus ensuring a thriving business. Now, nearly all disciples have flocked to him for their purchases. 30 spirit stones for a vial. It seems that an extraordinary figure has emerged in the outer sect. Song Kang's gaze turned icy, his voice indifferent. This person sells for merely 30 spirit stones. Is he aiming for a strategy of low profit with high sales? However, the Marilan grass itself is priced at 25 spirit stones per portion. And with the slightest mishap, the refining could fail. Even he only has a 70% success rate. Is this person's alchemical skill truly that remarkable? Such a high success rate? Song, should I teach him a lesson? Behind him, the stout man, Zhang Wenlong, who had previously been rendered unconscious by Shun-Si's dazing powder, spoke in a deep voice, yet his eyes glimmered with cold intent. Had he known that the seller of the medicine was Shun-Si, his murderous intent would surely have intensified. Upon awakening that day, he found several holes inflicted upon him by Shun-Si. Even with the restorative spirit liquid, it took him 2 months to recover. Thus harboring deep-seated hatred for Shun-Si, you go and seek cooperation with him, ensuring that he can only sell the spirit liquid to us. Song Kong closed his eyes, then added, and then you all can follow his example and sell. Well, how many spirit stones should we let him sell for? 25 spirit stones, no? Make it 26, just to give him a little something for his trouble. Song Kong scoffed, his tone flat, as if by merely issuing a command. Shun-Si must comply. With Song's word, he would undoubtedly not dare to refuse. The man with the horse-like face flattered him, and indeed, it was true, given the identity and cultivation of the other party. Few dared to oppose him within the outer sect. Zhang Wenlong clasped his fists and exited the cave dwelling, naturally not inquiring about what to do if the other party refused to cooperate. The implication was quite clear. Shun-Si, unaware of all this, felt a surge of excitement after selling the spirit liquid. He then went to the Miaodong Pavilion to purchase 8 portions of Marilan grass and 8 portions of gathering spirit grass, returning to the western peak in high spirits. With 12 portions of Marilan grass, even with just a 50% success rate, he could refine 6 vials. However, reaching the 6th level of Qi training, which is the pinnacle of the mid-Qi training stage, requires an immense amount of spiritual energy, likely several times that of the 5th level. For now, he decided against selling medicine, opting instead to take a few days off to refine these herbs. Selling medicine also requires alchemical practice, and he could elevate his cultivation level. Taking a break for a few days before resuming sales would also prevent suspicion. Shenxi, in good spirits, returned to his cave dwelling on the western peak to refine medicine. The simple gathering spirit grass would naturally not pose any risks, and the success rate had increased somewhat. He successfully refined all of it.as for the Marilon grass. With 12 portions, he ultimately achieved a 50% success rate, yielding 6 vials. After completing his alchemical work, Shenxi ventured to the desolate mountains surrounding the western peak to bestow blessings. Since bestowing blessings with Marilon grass spirit liquid requires 10 times the amount of gathering spirit grass spirit liquid, Shenxi took nearly 5 or 6 days to complete all the blessings. First, enhancing his cultivation level. 7 vials should significantly bolster his cultivation level. Although he felt he had wasted some time, Shenxi was quite invigorated. Now possessing 7 vials of Marilon grass spirit liquid, refining this liquid would also require a considerable amount of time. He was not greedy and did not rush to sell the medicine. Feeling elated as he sat cross-legged in his cave, refining the Marilon grass spirit liquid after the blessings. After breaking through the 5th level of Qi training, the speed of refining Marilon grass spirit liquid naturally increased. Previously, it took nearly 20 days to refine a vial, but now it required only about half a month. However, Shenxi noticed that after his cultivation breakthrough, the efficacy of the Marilon grass spirit liquid had diminished somewhat. Nevertheless, as he was not lacking in spirit stones, he merely furrowed his brow before continuing to refine the spirit liquid. Refining 6 vials of Marilon grass spirit liquid would also take a considerable amount of time. Nearly 3 months passed, transitioning from summer to autumn, when Shenxi finally emerged from his cave. The aura surrounding him was far more substantial than before. Indeed, reaching the 6th level of Qi training required a great deal of spiritual energy. Despite consuming 7 vials of blessed spirit liquid, he had still not managed to break through. During these 3 months, he had received a monthly portion of gathering spirit grass spirit liquid and now considered himself a wealthy individual, given such a small amount of spirit liquid. He refrained from claiming it to avoid wasting time on cultivation. At this moment, Shenxi pondered deeply. After emerging from seclusion, his first order of business was to take up his grand banner once more and head to the outer sect to sell medicine. He sensed that to break through to the 6th level of Qi training, he would likely need at least 7 to 8 more vials, or perhaps even more. This was also due to his body developing a resistance from consuming too much spirit liquid. However, with his stone bowl, he was not overly concerned about resource consumption. Soon, wearing a self-made mask, he arrived at the familiar outer sect, seeking a bustling location to begin his sales pitch. Master Yuanming, for only 30 spirit stones, I will help you realize your breakthrough dream. 30 spirit stones from Marilon grass spirit liquid. Miss this chance, and you shall not find it again. Swiftly, this news spread throughout half of the outer sect. 3 months had passed, and his reputation had not diminished in the slightest. On the contrary, it had grown even more illustrious with the passage of time. As soon as he made his appearance, he immediately attracted numerous disciples. Master, you have finally returned. You went missing for 3 months, and I couldn't find anyone to buy spirit liquid from. I want spirit liquid. Master, I want a portion. Many disciples, having been unable to purchase spirit liquid during his absence, expressed their regret, now filled with excitement at his reappearance. Such inexpensive Marilon grass spirit liquid was unavailable elsewhere apart from Shenxi. Cash on delivery. First come, first served. Hurry up. Shenxi beamed, feeling quite invigorated as he held the long banner to maintain order while collecting spirit stones. His face brimming with joy. Chapter 40. Exchange for something else. Cash on delivery. First come, first served. Hurry up. A considerable number of disciples clamored for spirit liquid. 2 approached right away. Shenxi had not anticipated that after 3 months without selling spirit liquid, so many would come to buy upon his return. His face radiated happiness as he joyfully collected spirit stones, producing 2 vials of spirit liquid, resulting in 60 spirit stones in his account. Busying himself merrily. This is the allure of Master Yuanming. Master Yuanming, may I purchase on credit? One disciple, lacking enough spirit stones, hesitated before asking. What nonsense! Shenxi's momentary delight vanished, his eyes narrowing. Oh, I know you. Credit? Is that a thing here? Have you ever seen anyone buy medicine on credit? The disciple's face flushed immediately, and the surrounding disciples erupted in laughter. Shenxi, hands on his hips, assumed an air of authority. Hurry up. Those not buying, step aside. Don't interfere with my business. I'm off to check elsewhere. Brother Yuanming, can I perhaps use something else as a trade to exchange for Marilon grass spirit liquid? Just then, a soft and alluring female voice rang out, seemingly imbued with a certain enchantment that made Shenxi shiver involuntarily, his bones feeling weak, but he immediately turned his gaze toward the edge of the crowd, where a female cultivator was casting him a flirtatious glance. A shiver ran down his spine. Upon noticing his gaze, the fair-skinned beauty's cheeks flushed like the evening glow, her lips biting as she paired her enchanting gaze with a seductive tone, causing many disciples to swallow hard, feeling a wave of heat. It was Lu Qin. I am one of the 3 beauties of the 7 Fiends sect. Her words were so enticing that Shenxi felt his resolve weakening. Was she offering herself as a pillow? Oh, how he wished for such good fortune to fall upon him. Would you be able to handle it? Do not be deceived by her current appearance. She is at the 5th level of Qi training. Otherwise, with such a captivating beauty, if she lacked any strength, she would have long been taken by those senior brothers, a disciple whispered, fearful of being overheard. Brother Yuanming. Lu Qin seemed oblivious to the surrounding comments. Biting her lip, her bright red lips accentuated and her long willow-like brows delicately shaped. Her outfit was daringly revealing, a short skirt barely reaching her knees, exposing most of her fair and slender legs, radiating an abundance of springtime allure. The upper part of her garment was equally generous, her figure curvaceous, making it difficult for anyone to divert their gaze. A striking sight indeed. Anyone who beheld her would undoubtedly exclaim at her unparalleled beauty. This moment, her playful demeanor made Shenxi feel as if a fire had ignited in his abdomen. Throughout his life, he had never faced such temptation, and goosebumps rose on his skin. He nearly agreed on the spot. Yet just then, the image of Qiaoer flashed in his mind. Ahem, this master only accepts spirit stones. I do not accept anything else. Upon contemplating the fragrant sachet still affixed to his person, Shenxi bit his tongue, suppressing the allure it presented. His gaze turned vigilant and wary, sensing an unsettling aura about the woman, whose cultivation seemed formidable. It was difficult to articulate, yet her voice was undeniably enchanting. Perhaps it was wiser to maintain a respectful distance. Meanwhile, this scene of failing to recognize good fortune left many disciples lamenting in sorrow. Exclaiming in disbelief, he actually rejected her. Is he even a man? How could he pass up such a splendid opportunity? Why not bestow such a fortune upon me? Coughing lightly, one disciple ventures, Sister Lu Qin, it's merely a vial of malin grass spirit liquid. Cough, cough, if you agree to be my Tao partner, I shall procure it for you. Disciples wore expressions of both regret and relief, while some seized a moment to shout boldly, Oh, you think you can share my bed for a mere vial of spirit liquid? Who do you take me for? Lu Qin glared coldly at the audacious disciple, who immediately recoiled, sheepishly chuckling. Most onlookers reveled in the misfortune of the brash disciple. Daring to tease a cultivator of the 5th level of Qi training was tantamount to courting disaster. After delivering her reprimand, Lu Qin adopted a pitiful demeanor, casting a lingering, sorrowful glance at Shenxi. How dull! I demand a vial of malin grass spirit liquid. Initially, her words were spoken in jest. Had Shenxi acquiesced, she would have evaded him entirely, merely keeping him intrigued as her potential protector and Tao partner, a tactic she had mastered. Yet now that he had declined, her interest was piqued. She swayed her hips and tossed a cloth pouch into Shenxi's hands, which contained spirit stones. Cough, here you go. Feigning ignorance of her intentions, Shenxi confirmed the quantity before producing a vial of spirit liquid and handing it to her. However, this woman was indeed a siren. As she accepted the vial, her delicate hand deliberately brushed against his palm, sending a tingling sensation through him. He quickly withdrew his hand under Liu Qin's lingering, mournful gaze, exclaiming, "I warn you, the boss doesn't sell to just anyone. Don't overstep your bounds. I assure you, my words hold true. Sister can make you a man." Liu Qin chuckled, her eyes shimmering with allure as she swayed away, exuding an intoxicating charm. The gazes of numerous disciples were captivated, swallowing in anticipation. Shen Si found himself at a loss for words to describe her, muttering under his breath as he averted his eyes from her retreating figure, resuming his sales of spirit stones. Time passed, and as afternoon approached, Shen Si suddenly furrowed his brow upon hearing footsteps behind him, accompanied by a rush of air slicing through the atmosphere. His expression darkened immediately with his current prowess. His senses were exceedingly sharp. The moment he detected danger, his spiritual energy surged forth, and with a slight motion, he was already several paces away. Turning to confront the intruder, he was taken aback to find it was none other than Zheng Wenlong. "Kid, your speed is commendable." Zheng Wenlong had been dispatched by Song Kong to ensure that Shen Si would only sell spirit liquid to them henceforth. However, since that day, Shen Si had seemingly vanished from the world. After 3 months of fruitless inquiries, Zheng Wenlong had rushed over upon receiving news of Shen Si's reappearance, intending to capture him before he could flee, yet he had not anticipated Shen Si's swiftness. "By the order of Brother Song, your spirit liquid can only be sold to us." "Only to you?" Shen Si frowned, deliberately adopting a hoarse tone, surprised that his identity remained unrecognized. It seemed that they sought to monopolize his sales of spirit liquid, treating him as a mere supplier. Indeed, solely to us. With his mask concealing his visage, Zheng Wenlong was unable to discern his true identity, and he had not expected Shen Si's remarkable speed to allow him to evade an ambush. Chapter 41. Flaking out, how do you propose to purchase it? Shen Si scrutinized him, far from naive enough to believe that Zheng Wenlong would willingly engage in fair trade at 26 spirit stones per vial. Brother Song stated that the additional stone is your reward for your hard work. Zheng Wenlong sneered, maintaining an air of superiority as if issuing commands. However, these words prompted Shen Si to ponder deeply. 26 spirit stones for a vial. Yet, a portion of Malin grass cost just 25 spirit stones, meaning he would only profit by 1 stone per vial. Should he fail to refine the liquid successfully, he would need to produce 25 successful vials to recoup his losses. From any angle, it was clear that they aimed to dissuade him from selling at the outer sect, likely because his low pricing was undermining their sales. Nevertheless, for him, a vial of precious spirit liquid only cost 2 spirit stones, a trivial matter that posed no challenge. He could even drive them to bankruptcy. However, he feared that if he sold too much spirit liquid, they might refuse to pay him, possibly even suspecting him of deceit. Noticing his silence, Zheng Wenlong grew impatient, coldly exclaiming, "What? Do you intend to defy Brother Song's orders? I can assure you, today you will comply. If you refuse and dare to sell at the outer sect, disturbing Brother Song's business, you will incur his wrath." His words dripped with menace. "What is happening?" "That is Zheng Wenlong, the esteemed Master Yuanming." What transpired? The two of them were well-known figures in the outer sect, and, as commotion arose, numerous disciples gathered nearby. "While I do not oppose selling to you, I require spirit stones first. I have 4 vials remaining." "Bring the spirit liquid first. I need to inspect it," Zheng Wenlong replied, momentarily taken aback by Shen Si's compliance, a smirk spreading across his face. "Indeed, before Brother Song, even dragons and tigers must cower. I suspect you lack spirit stones." Shen Si coldly scoffed, easily discerning his intentions that it was absurd to think he could swindle him, especially since Zheng Wenlong had previously lost his storage pouch to him. It was improbable that he could produce sufficient spirit stones. Zheng Wenlong's expression darkened slightly. Shen Si had struck a nerve point. 4 vials at 26 spirit stones per vial meant he could not afford them without returning to seek out Brother Song. He had hoped to take advantage of Shen Si, but he had not anticipated being so easily seen through. "If you wish to buy, bring sufficient spirit stones tomorrow at the outer sect." Shen Si, unwilling to waste further breath, turned on his heel and vanished from sight. Maybe by the time Zheng Wenlong reacted, Shensi had already soared far away, moving with such swiftness that he could not pursue. He stood there, frowning slightly, as a crowd of disciples gathered around, and he coldly huffed, "Disperse. What is there to see?" After all, being a fifth-level chi practitioner was a rarity in the outer sect, and upon hearing his words, the disciples retreated in awe. This boy actually agreed. He likely wished to avoid offending Brother Song. Zhang Wenlong, observing their departure, contemplated briefly before striding away. Soon, within a cave dwelling on the southern peak of the outer sect, he reported to Song Kong, "Brother, that kid agreed. However, I had initially planned to swindle him, but he saw through me and escaped." Zhang Wenlong clasped his fist. Song Kong, seated within the cave, slightly opened his eyes, a look of surprise flashing across his features. That he agreed. That is somewhat unexpected. Given Brother Song's reputation, Shensi naturally would not dare to offend him. He likely possesses only a few vials remaining. Brother Song likely intends to leverage this opportunity to offload them to us. Zhang Wenlong flattered. Despite being a fifth-level chi practitioner, he held considerable respect for Song Kong. Very well, since he agreed, let him hand over the spirit liquid tomorrow. As for the spirit stones, we shall compensate him after we sell out. Song Kong spoke calmly. And if he refuses, aside from us, who else would he dare sell his spirit liquid to? Song Kong closed his eyes once more, continuing his cultivation as if it was merely a trivial matter that if he agrees, we can delay payment. Just claim that he didn't T-sell any. After all, our objective is merely to ensure he cannot sell spirit liquid. I have always despised those who disrupt the market and disregard rules. Those spirit stones serve as a lesson for him. Understood, brother. Zhang Wenlong's eyes glimmered with a hint of excitement as he grasped the meaning behind his words. Naturally, Shensi remained unaware of this. Having procured 4 portions of malin grass, he made his way back to Shifeng. All the while, his brow was slightly furrowed, as he harbored a vague sense that the man would not merely seek to purchase his spiritual liquid. However, he had no intention of courting danger. If the other party forbade him from selling his medicine, he was determined to do so anyway. He felt certain that the man would not simply hand over the spirit stones to acquire his spiritual liquid. Yet, given that this individual was at the 6th level of chi training, any direct confrontation could prove detrimental to him. Thus, he resolved to act stealthily. After all, if things continued to unfold as they were, with just 1 or 2 more sales, he could accumulate enough spirit stones to nearly break through to the 6th level of chi training to that point. What could that senior Brother Song possibly do? Tomorrow, he would let the man wait at the outer sect. He did not believe that the man could persist in watching over him day after day, as long as he sold quickly and fled. The 6th level of chi training would pose no threat to him. Shensi's gaze was resolute. He was quite fixated on breaking through to the 6th level of chi training, and nothing could deter him. Upon returning to his cave dwelling at Shifeng, he immediately began refining the 4 malin grass portions. Since he had obtained the 4 portions, and the other party would not allow him to sell medicines, he might as well refine them first. Regrettably, the success rate was not high. From the 4 portions of malin grass, he managed to concoct only 2 bottles of spiritual liquid. Subsequently, he tossed aside the agreement with Zhang Wenlong, leaving the man foolishly waiting at the outer sect. He retreated to the desolate mountains, after bestowing blessings upon the spiritual liquid, and entered seclusion in his cave, dwelling to refine the malin grass spiritual liquid. Days slipped by, and he was incensed. That rascal dared to play him for a fool. Did he truly perceive his reluctance to part with spirit stones? Was he merely trying to force him into a position where he could not sell his medicine? At that moment, within the outer sect, Zhang Wenlong had been waiting for Shensi, his fists clenched tightly. As a dignified practitioner at the 5th level of chi training, he had never before been subjected to such mockery. However, he soon released a cold chuckle, loosening his fists. Humph! It seemed that the fellow was too afraid to show his face. Long as senior Brother Song ensured that the lad could not sell his medicine. It would mean the successful completion of his task. Chapter 42. Infamy. 2 bottles of malin grass spiritual liquid required little time to refine. Roughly a month. Shensi remained secluded, ensconced within his cave dwelling. For over a month, the gradually deepening autumn winds arose from the distant Guangwang Sea, sweeping across the skies of the southern Tiannan continent, traversing the desolate northern plains and cascading down to the southern mountainous regions, rustling the vibrant red maple trees that adorned Shifeng. During Shunxi's nearly month-long seclusion, within a cave atop the southern peak, Zheng Wenlong and a man with a horse-like visage exchanged tense glances. Brother Song, that person has vanished. In recent days, there have been very few disciples purchasing spiritual liquid or seeking to refine Malin Grass spiritual liquid. I suspect they are all waiting for the so-called Dream Master to resume sales. As time passed, the situation would undoubtedly return to normal. Despite this, Song Kong furrowed his brow in concern. During Shunxi's absence, the number of disciples requesting him to refine spiritual medicines or purchase spiritual liquid had not returned to its previous levels. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the Dream Master to continue selling. Let them cling to their hopes, he mused, and let him be utterly crushed beneath their feet. This way, no one will wait for him or seek him out for medicine. Crushed beneath their feet? Zheng Wenlong paused momentarily. In that case, find someone of similar stature to him and have them sell medicine at the outer sect. Remember, this time, you will sell these. Song Kang's lips curled into a sardonic smile, offering no further explanation as he waved his hand, sending several porcelain vials into the hands of the two men. These spiritual liquids. Both Zheng Wenlong and the horse-faced man exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up at Song Kang's confident demeanor. They clasped their fists in gratitude and departed without further inquiry. Soon, the cave was left with only one occupant. Dream Master? Song Kong scoffed, closing his eyes. Just a mere jester. With a slight maneuver, I can bring about his utter disgrace. Once these spiritual liquids are sold, the reputation of that Dream Master in the outer sect will be completely tarnished. After that, it is unlikely anyone will seek him out for medicine again. Thus, all problems will be resolved. Unbeknownst to Shunxi, a month had passed. He emerged from his cave dwelling, his aura more profound than ever. Making his way to the outer sect, he found that the effects of the Malin Grass spiritual liquid were roughly 2/3 of what he had anticipated. If he could procure 6 or 7 bottles of this spiritual liquid, he should be able to break through to the 6th level of Qi training. Now that he had refined 2 portions of Malin Grass spiritual liquid, it was time to continue earning spirit stones and refine more of this liquid. However, he knew he needed to act swiftly, sell and leave. That burly man with the surname Zheng, along with senior brother Song behind him, posed a threat that in the past, he might have endured such circumstances and refrained from selling medicine. But now, as he approached the 6th level of Qi training, he could no longer tolerate it. Even the old him would not have endured this. Shunxi's small face was resolute, his eyes filled with determination. He suddenly shook his head vigorously. Having spent so long in the 7-kill sect, his mindset had transformed. He understood that to avoid being bullied, one must grow stronger. Though he remained cautious, after experiencing several events, he had developed a newfound ruthlessness. Since trouble found him even when he had done nothing to provoke it, he might as well find a way to grow stronger quickly. No one could hinder him. With this thought in mind, Shunxi's gaze was steadfast as he soon arrived at the outer sect. He took a moment to scout the area before swiftly locating a place bustling with disciples. Hoisting his banner high, Dream Master, only 30 spirit stones to fulfill your breakthrough dream. 30 spirit stones from Malin Grass spiritual liquid. Miss this opportunity, and you'll regret it, though many disciples were present. They did not swarm around him as they had in previous encounters. Instead, they regarded him with cold, somewhat derisive glances. Confounded, Shunxi called out for a time, but no one approached. Frowning, he contemplated moving on to another location when he overheard mocking voices behind him. Dream Master, more like a scam artist, same act again, and he still brings it out without changing a thing. Did he think we would fall for it again? This chorus of inexplicable jeers, coupled with the disciples' lack of the usual warm reception, left Shunxi utterly bewildered. He halted, furrowing his brow. Scam? The medicines I sell are always available for on-site testing. I never deceive anyone. To his surprise, this declaration only drew forth more ridicule. The disciples regarded him with disdain. Keep pretending. You're selling fake medicines that can enhance cultivation, and your reputation for scamming has spread throughout the entire outer sect. And no one will buy your spiritual liquid now. I bought spiritual liquid from him a few days ago, and while it did reek of spiritual energy, He had lowered the price to 25 spirit stones a bottle. I thought nothing of it. But upon returning, I found it did nothing to enhance my cultivation. Selling fake medicines? When had he ever done such a thing? Yet, judging by the disciples' reactions, it was clear that some misunderstanding had occurred. Shenxi's expression darkened as he strode forward, confronting the disciple who had claimed to have purchased his spiritual liquid. What do you think you're doing? Selling fake medicines is one thing, but do you think you can lay a hand on me? You must be out of your mind. The disciple, a short and slight fellow at the 3rd level of Qi training, trembled in fear at Shenxi's reputation as a peak practitioner at the 4th level of Qi training. You claim I sold you medicine a few days ago? When did that happen? He pressed, his tone demanding. Before the disciple could respond, a sharp voice cut in from behind. Humph, you sold me a bottle of spiritual liquid a few days ago as well. Dream master that you've set a grand trap. Haven't you? After gaining our trust through your previous sales, you now sell fake medicines and make a hefty profit. Even your sister is a victim. So now, are you going to return my spirit stones? The speaker was a woman clad in a black skirt that reached her knees, her upper garment snugly fitted, accentuating her figure. Her face bore an expression of hostility. Luqin. Yes, return my spirit stones. Hurry up. With her backing, a chorus of voices arose around them, as several disciples who had previously purchased the spiritual liquid expressed their outrage. Tiske, this lad's reputation is already tarnished. He doesn't even realize he's courting disaster. Daring to sell medicine once again. Just right. Let him bear the brunt of these disciples' wrath. Senior Brother Song's strategy is indeed astute. He has achieved his goals without shedding a drop of blood. Chapter 43. Impersonation TSK. This fellow's reputation has already become tarnished, yet he remains oblivious to his own peril, daring to sell medicine nonetheless. However, it is just as well. Let him bear the wrath of these disciples. Brother Song's strategy is indeed clever, almost without the shedding of blood. Not far off, a burly man observed this scene, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, upon catching sight of Luqin. His eyes flickered with apprehension. The spiritual liquid is not sold by me. Why should I offer any compensation? Shenxi released the disciple, turning his attention to Luqin, his brow slightly furrowed, still attempting to argue. Luqin let out a cold huff, elegantly waving her hand to toss out a porcelain vial. Here is the evidence. This is what I purchased from you a few days ago at the low price of 25 spirit stones. These spiritual liquids appear identical to the malin grass spiritual liquid, but consuming them does not enhance one's cultivation. They merely exude a rich aura of spiritual energy. Upon hearing her words, Shenxi frowned. Grasping the porcelain vial, he lowered his gaze and removed the cork, revealing a white spiritual liquid inside that was indeed indistinguishable from the malin grass spiritual liquid, emanating a delightful fragrance. Confusion washed over him. Was this not the malin grass spiritual liquid? Nevertheless, Luqin's demeanor, along with the surrounding disciples, did not suggest that she was lying. These liquids are not concocted by me. I have not visited the outer sect in recent days. Someone is framing me. Shenxi shook his head, his eyes flashing slightly as he began to explain. Humph, framing you. That individual wore a mask, just like yours, and the voice was quite similar. Luqin's delicate face bore a teasing smile. But upon witnessing Shenxi's denial, her expression grew somewhat frigid. Although 25 spirit stones were not a crippling loss for her, she could not afford to dismiss it lightly. Having been deceived in such a manner, she naturally would not let it slide easily. Junior Sister Lu, why waste your breath on him? A young man wielding a folding fan, who had been following her, sneered repeatedly, casting a disdainful glance at Shenxi. He sought to impress the beauty before him, declaring, "How dare you sell counterfeit spiritual medicine? I warn you, return Junior Sister Lu's spirit stones at once, and if you dare sell fake medicine again, you shall compensate her threefold." He had pursued Luqin for quite some time, hoping to become her companion, yet she had always insisted on testing him. Thus, he would not let this opportunity to showcase himself slip away. Threefold is unnecessary. Luqin shook her head, her alluring red lips curving enticingly as she gazed at Shenxi. I do not wish to make things difficult for you. Simply return the 25 spirit stones to me. I've already stated, this matter is not my doing. The price of 25 spirit stones was less than that of a vial of spiritual liquid, a mere 2 spirit stones in cost for Shensi. While it was trivial to him, he could not accept it for 2 reasons. Firstly, he had not committed the act, and secondly, if he conceded, it would mean admitting to selling counterfeit medicine, thus utterly ruining his reputation and ensuring that no disciple would ever purchase his spiritual liquids again. Naturally, he would not admit to it now. With both witness and evidence present, you dare to deny it. Today, I, Yang Kai, shall teach you a lesson. The young man, having heard of the incident a few months prior where Lu Qin had teased Shensi, and now seeing her speak up for him, felt even more irked. With a cold snort, he vanished from sight. Lu Qin frowned slightly, but chose not to speak further. Transformation technique. The youth who called himself Yang Kai unleashed his spiritual energy. Coldly shouting as he appeared before Shun, one hand shot out, instantly growing several times larger, bursting through his sleeves, hair sprouting forth, and his 5 fingers transforming into sharp claws that sliced through the air toward Shensi. This was his signature skill, the transformation technique, capable of unleashing formidable power in an instant while boasting remarkable defensive capabilities. However, he could only transform his arms into a beastly form. Yet that was more than sufficient to deal with someone at the peak of the 4th level of Qi refinement. He intended to incapacitate Shensi with this strike. Brother Yang, teach this counterfeit medicine seller a lesson. Yes, Brother Yang, do not hold back. This individual was nothing short of a disgrace. The surrounding disciples were electrified by the scene. How dare he sell counterfeit medicine and deceive his fellow sect members? Such a person was a disgrace to the 7 Fiends sect, far worse than robbing someone else's storage bag. They at least came openly. While he schemed in the shadows, I have said, the medicine is not mine. This technique to transform one's arm into a beastly form was a first for Shin as the claws descended upon him. His spiritual energy erupted, and in the instant the claws were about to strike, he darted away, landing several meters away, coldly staring ahead. I've evaded. You are not at the 4th level of Qi refinement. You are at the 5th level, yet still an ant. Yang Kai was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Reacting swiftly, he vanished again, his speed surpassing before, grinning cruelly as he lunged for Shun once more. Brother Yang said you are not at the 4th level of Qi refinement, but at the 5th. What of it? Brother Yang had long since broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, and with this year's inter-sect competition, he could still vie for a chance. The surrounding disciples, after a brief shock at this revelation, quickly resumed their mocking demeanor. Lu Qin, too, displayed a look of surprise. Yang Kai, cease this at once. She suddenly spoke languidly. Junior Sister Lu, let me handle him. Yang Kai's face changed rapidly, his eyes flickering as he hesitated momentarily but did not cease his advance, continuing his assault on Shensi. He was intent on incapacitating him from the outset. Shensi's eyes blazed with anger. He moved his feet. I have stated, those spiritual liquids are not mine. Do not force me when I am enraged. Even I fear myself. And what if I do force you? Yang Kai scoffed, his claws reaching for Shensi's chest, piercing through in an instant. However, no blood flowed, as it was merely an afterimage. Shensi had already positioned himself at a distance. Pulling out a small vial and a wooden sword from his storage bag, coldly fixing his gaze ahead. If Shin does not show his might, do you truly think him easy to bully? You, having attacked twice in succession, with Lu Qin watching, yet all his strikes had been evaded, Yang Kai's pride began to take a hit. With a sullen expression, he prepared to reach for his storage bag. Suddenly, a cold voice rang in his ear. Yang Kai, I commanded you to stop. You dare to disregard my words? Very well. You are quite capable. Junior Sister Lu, must I cease? Upon seeing her truly angry, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with panic. His beastly transformation faded away, returning to his normal form as he forced a smile and stepped in front of her, thinking he could always strike later. Lu Qin let out a cold huff, casting him a frosty glance. This will be the last time. Seeing him relent, Shensi silently sheathed his wooden sword and stored away the vial, not uttering a word as he prepared to leave. His brow slightly furrowed. Who could it be that impersonated him to sell medicine, brazenly deceiving others? He had a nagging feeling that this matter would not be so simple, as the ability to produce such spiritual liquids was likely that of an alchemist. Yuan Ming, you should provide an explanation regarding this matter. After all, we did purchase your spiritual liquid, and it bore the same markings as yours. Chapter 44. Intersect Assessment. Yuan Ming, you should provide an explanation regarding this matter. After all, we did purchase your spiritual liquid, and it bore the same markings as yours. In explanation. Shunxi was currently preoccupied with pondering who had impersonated him and was already more displeased than anyone else. Do not rush to conclusions, Lu Qin said, a teasing smile playing on her lips as she spoke first. How about this? I shall not pressure you. Take 3 days to consider why spirit stones cannot be deceived. So think carefully and come find me afterward. She did not wish to make an enemy of Shunxi, especially upon realizing he was at the 5th level of qi refinement and seemingly a rather formidable alchemist. She was eager to win him over, but would not allow herself to be cheated out of 25 spirit stones. Without waiting for Shunxi to respond, she tossed him a flirtatious glance and turned away, showing no intention of reclaiming the vial of fake spiritual liquid. Seeing this, Yang Kai hurriedly pursued her, casting a cold glance back at Shunxi before departing. Kid, this time junior sister Lu spares you. But this matter is not over. You had best think it through. Shunxi furrowed his brow slightly at his threat, but did not take it to heart. He was unconcerned by Lu Qin's 3-day deadline. When he was still at the 4th level of qi refinement, he had relied on those poisons to deceive those at the 5th level. If they dared to provoke him, they should not blame him for being ruthless. However, given the current circumstances, his ability to sell medicine would yield no buyers among the disciples. The identity of Master Yuan Ming, along with his plan to profit from the spiritual liquids, had been effectively thwarted. With this matter at hand, it seems that even without a mask, he would not be safe. For the time being, he had no recourse but to return and ponder over it. Just as he was about to depart, Shunxi suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing a chill creeping over him as if he were being watched by a venomous serpent. He immediately followed the gaze and, amidst the throng of disciples surrounding him, spotted the imposing figure of Zhang Wenlong. This was the consequence of offending Brother Song. Upon meeting Shunxi's gaze, Zhang Wenlong merely smirked in mockery, showing no intention of hiding his disdain, and turned to leave. This lad was finished. There was no way he could sell the spirit liquid now. This was an almost insurmountable dilemma, even if that lad claimed he had not concocted the elixir or was not the one selling it. No one would believe him. His reputation was tarnished, and no one would dare approach him for purchases of spirit liquid again, not even under a different identity. With this incident unfolding, the number of people willing to buy low-price spirit liquid would likely dwindle to almost none. Could it be that fellow? Shunxi's eyes flickered as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Wenlong's retreating figure. He had an inkling that this matter was more complicated than it appeared. After all, the scent of those spirit liquids was reminiscent of marron grass, yet their effects were drastically different, something that an ordinary alchemist could not achieve, coupled with the fact that the alchemist behind the scenes had seen his business suffer due to Shunxi's previous dealings. If they could ruin Shunxi's reputation, their own business would surely recover swiftly. However, without direct evidence, even if they were indeed behind this, there was little he could do. He was merely at the 5th level of qi training. Patience was essential. He still required 6 or 7 portions of the marron grass spirit liquid blessed by the heavens to break through to the 6th level of qi training. The ordinary spirit liquid, derived from gathering energy, had become nearly ineffective for him. 6 or 7 portions would cost around 300 spirit stones. He needed to accumulate them. They thought to sever Shunye's financial lifeline. Did they? This grudge, Shunye would remember. If he could not become a master alchemist, Shunye would merely train at a slower pace. As for now, if all else fails, he could revert to his previous method of concocting gathering energy spirit liquid to trade for resources. He would first strive to break through to the 6th level of qi training. Shunxi's eyes gleamed with determination as he returned to his cave at West Peak, purchasing 10 portions of gathering energy grass. The last time he had acquired 4 portions of marron grass, he had 20 spirit stones remaining, which was just enough for this recent purchase. Brother Song, as expected, that lad was utterly disgraced. No one would seek him out for medicine now. Meanwhile, in a cave at South Peak, Zhang Wenlong exulted with a fist pump. This outcome was anticipated. Song Kong smirked slightly, seated cross-legged in the center of the cave. In another 6 months, it would be time for the intersect disciple assessment held every decade. During this period, he aimed to accumulate as many spirit stones as possible to break through to the pinnacle of the 6th level of Qi training. Given Brother Song's prowess, it was certain that he would claim first place in the upcoming competition. Zhang Wenlong discreetly flattered, and Song Kong basked in the praise, remarking, aside from myself, there are still 2 at the 6th level of Qi training in the outer sect. It is prudent to break through to the pinnacle of the 6th level for safety. It is a pity that little beast has gone into hiding, and Mo Qinglu has taken the marron grass from him. Zhang Wenlong's eyes seethed with animosity, a murderous intent brewing within. The West Peak was vast. With more than one cave, he was unaware of Shun Si's exact location and had sent disciples to keep watch, but none had spotted Shun Si. After all, he usually donned a self-made mask to present himself as Master Yuanming. Even if he were found, the marron grass would have already been dealt with, yet this person certainly needed a lesson. There was no need to rush this matter. Before the intersect assessment, when the elders summoned the disciples, he would not dare to miss it. Shun Si was oblivious to all of this. In the following days, he resumed his previous routine of alchemy, selling his concoctions at Miaodong Pavilion. Although this method significantly slowed his rate of spirit stone accumulation, his cultivation had improved, allowing him to refine potions more swiftly. By the end of the month, he could earn around 200 to 300 spirit stones without much delay. Nevertheless, he wished to avoid trouble and sought a steady breakthrough to the 6th level of Qi training. Yet trouble found him nonetheless. After about 4 days, while he was heading to the outer sect to sell spirit liquid, he encountered Lu Qin. Brother Yuanming, have you given it any thought? She was dressed in her familiar attire, a black sheer skirt that reached just above her knees, her red lips accentuating her features. This time, she was alone. Yang Kai was absent. Shun Si frowned. He wore his self-made mask, which made his identity even more precarious in the outer sect. If exposed, it would lead to greater complications. It was expected that she would confront him frequently in the outer sect. But he was not the source of the spirit liquid she sought. Sensing the coldness in his tone, Lu Qin smiled warmly. Do not worry. This time, I'm not here solely about that matter. A few days ago, did you not mention that the person selling spirit liquid was not you? The voice of that individual did indeed sound somewhat hoarse. There are certainly many points of suspicion. Let us discuss this elsewhere. Shun Si was taken aback, gazing at her with astonishment. Did this woman seem to have figured things out? If she had come to a conclusion, then there was no need for further discussion. Who knew what ambush she might have in store? He refused to let his guard down merely because of her seemingly delicate demeanor. I harbor no ill intentions. Lu Qin interjected. I merely wish to collaborate with you. You're unable to sell spirit liquid now, but I can doubt if you are concerned about potential traps. You may choose the venue. Chapter 45. Collaboration. Shun Si hesitated for a moment. Her words caused him to waver internally, and he felt a flicker of uncertainty. Follow me. His gaze flickered, curious about what this woman truly intended. He strode forward, heading towards West Peak. Soon, they reached the foot of West Peak, where he halted and turned to her. What is your proposal for collaboration? I still have certain connections in the outer sect. If your spirit liquid is genuine, I can help you sell it. Lu Qin raised her delicate hand, brushing her hair back. What is the price? Shun Si's gaze shifted. He did not believe that this woman would help him free of charge. You need not worry about that after dinner. Lu Qin quipped playfully, her charm radiating. Just sell it to me at the price you've previously offered. However, you can only sell it to me alone. I will not keep anything from you. I intend to add a bit of spirit stone to sell it. She had contemplated this for several days, that if what Shun Si said was true, and those spirit liquids were not sold by him, then this was an opportunity for her. After all, his current situation prevented him from selling spirit liquid, and even if he tried, no one would buy. But she could. If Shun Si sold each for 30 spirit stones, she could raise the price slightly and sell them for more spirit stones. Building a rapport and collaborating held far greater value than merely 25 spirit stones. What do you say? I will pay for the spirit stones up front. Moreover, Brother Yuanming, given your current predicament, no one will buy spirit liquid from you. Let us pursue a mutually beneficial collaboration. Lu Qin bit her red lip, winking her captivating eyes, a sight that was utterly disarming to men. Few would refuse her, particularly since this arrangement was entirely advantageous for Shensi, leaving him with no reason to decline. Additionally, he would not even need to venture into the outer sect to sell. After a moment of contemplation, he readily agreed. All right, but I must first verify the spirit liquid you sell to me. To avoid purchasing fakes.is that acceptable? Lu Qin blinked. Verification is no problem. She produced a silver needle. This will suffice. Shensi's expression shifted slightly, and with a flourish of his sleeve, he tossed her 2 porcelain vials. Unperturbed by the thought of her fleeing. Brother Yuan Meng, you are truly forthright. Lu Qin smiled alluringly, her validation method in hand. She plunged the silver needle into one of the porcelain vials, extracting a droplet of liquid, then retrieved a prepared porcelain bottle containing clear water, dropping the liquid into it. After taking a sip, her eyes sparkled, further affirming her intent to collaborate. She utilized the same method to test the other vial of spirit liquid. Shensi watched quietly as Lu Qin swiftly completed her tests. This is indeed marron grass spirit liquid. I will take these 2 vials, she declared, retrieving 2 fabric bags from her storage pouch and tossing them to Shensi. Her mood quite buoyant. She could resell these 2 vials for 35 spirit stones each, earning an additional 10 spirit stones, and this would be a long-term trade, although this price was 5 spirit stones higher than what Shensi had previously sold. It was still significantly cheaper than other marron grass spirit liquids. Do you have any more? The 2 bags contained precisely 60 spirit stones, not a single one more or less that I currently have 2 more vials. However, if you are in urgent need, I can continue to refine more. Shensi's eyes brightened at the sight of the spirit stones, as if he had found a kindred spirit. These few vials were from the previous batch blessed by heaven that had not sold out. And he only had 2 left on him. 2 vials would suffice for now, totaling 4, and he did not possess many spirit stones either. He had borrowed some from a few disciples. Wait for me to make my move before seeking you out. Last time, that seller of counterfeit goods cheated me out of 25 spirit stones. How dare he deceive me? This matter is far from over. Liu Qin's delicate face was filled with indignation. After Shensi took out the remaining 2 bottles of spirit liquid, she followed the previous procedure and confirmed everything once more. Shensi then received 120 spirit stones, enough to purchase 4 more malon grass. With this, both of them felt quite pleased. Believing they had gained an advantage, I'm leaving now. By the way, once I sell out of spirit liquid, how will I find you? Lu Qin blinked, putting away the malon grass spirit liquid she had just bought. Since we are to collaborate long-term, I must know where you reside, right? My cave dwelling is atop the west peak. If you wish to find me, you can come to this location. After a moment of contemplation, Shensi agreed with this reasoning and tossed her a map. Liu Qin's eyes widened in surprise, shimmering with intrigue. Upon examining the map, she realized that within the outer sect, most people resided on the flatlands between the 4 peaks. It was unexpected that Shensi possessed a cave dwelling, suggesting his background was likely not simple. Choosing to befriend him was indeed the right decision. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Dreamful filler brother, once I have sold out, I will seek you again. She was a clever woman, aware that with men, one must maintain a delicate distance. Too close, and one risks disdain. Too far, and they may flee. After teasing him lightly, she turned and departed with a charming smile. This woman, is she trying to raise the price? Nevertheless, this is a fortunate development for me. 120 spirit stones. Alas, the spirit stones earned over the past few days were spent on gathering spirit grass, leaving me with only 120 spirit stones and 25 portions of gathering spirit grass. However, now I can purchase 4 more malon grass. Shensi stood in place, feeling quite content. With spirit stones in hand, he made his way to the outer sect without delay to buy 4 portions of malon grass. Upon returning to his cave, dwelling and refining the spirit liquid with the gathering spirit grass, he immediately set off to the desolate mountains in search of blessings from the beasts. His success rate in refining low-tier spirit grass had significantly increased, from 25 portions of gathering spirit grass. He managed to produce 23 bottles of spirit liquid. Unfortunately, he could only refine 2 bottles of malon grass spirit liquid. In total, he had 25 bottles, given his current cultivation level, although he faced no real danger. The scale of the blessings was substantial, and the Malin grass spirit liquid required more meat, demanding considerable effort. It took him 3 full days to complete all the blessings before returning outside his cave dwelling. To his surprise, Luchin was already waiting outside. Have those spirit liquids sold out? Shensi was slightly taken aback. This speed exceeded his expectations as he approached her. Well, my connections are quite extensive, in less than 2 days. They were all sold out. Had I not been worried that your spirit liquid might not have been properly refined, I would have sought you out yesterday. Luchin blinked her eyes, refraining from asking where he had been. How many have you refined in these days? 5, Shensi pondered, wary of refining too many and raising suspicion. With a wave of his hand, 5 porcelain bottles appeared. Luchin's eyes lit up again. 5 bottles were sufficient for several days of sales. Once I sell these, I will seek you out again. Chapter 46. Yonkai's hatred. After verifying the 5 bottles of spirit liquid and confirming their authenticity, Luchin's beautiful eyes sparkled brightly. Shensi felt quite pleased as well. Now possessing 150 spirit stones, 155 spirit stones, Shensi mused at the cave entrance, calculating his current savings and secretly anticipating the ability to buy 6 portions of Malin grass. With this woman around, he felt truly at ease, as he bore no risks. He simply needed to concoct medicines to earn spirit stones. With another successful round, he would be ready to enter seclusion and attempt to break through to the 6th layer of chi refinement. Dream fulfiller brother, speaking of which, I still haven't seen your true appearance. After all, we are partners now. You ought to let me behold your visage, Luchin said, having completed her business yet unwilling to leave immediately. She leaned closer, her alluring face nearly touching his, emanating a faint, fragrant aroma reminiscent of daffodils after a rainstorm. Lu sister, it seems you have indeed become involved with this fellow. I wondered where she obtained her spirit liquids. And now she dares to steal my woman. Little rascal, you are courting death? Unbeknownst to them, as Luchin drew near, a young man not far from the cave clenched his fists tightly. It was Yonkai. However, to avoid detection, he did not approach too closely, unable to hear their exact words. But the intimate gestures between the two were unmistakable, their faces almost touching. He had pursued Luchin for so long, always at her beck and call, yet he had never been this close to her. Had it not been for Luchin suddenly providing him with a few bottles of Malin grass spirit liquid 3 days prior, prompting him to secretly enlist disciples to sell them, he would have remained oblivious to Shensi's involvement. This moment, Shensi was oblivious to everything else, not anticipating her sudden closeness, that he instinctively took a few steps back. Filled with caution, this shouldn't affect our cooperation. Let's keep our hands to ourselves. Luchin shot him a resentful glance, puffing her chest in a tempting manner. Such bold behavior was rare among women. Why be so mysterious? How about this? Let me have a look at you, and I will show you something good in return. She was genuinely curious about Shensi's identity. Having a cave dwelling and being a highly skilled alchemist with a remarkable success rate in refining Malin grass spirit liquid was no ordinary feat. She wondered why he chose to wear a mask. Her actions only served to deepen Yonkai's frustration. Tightening his fists, he turned to leave. Since Luchin was still there, he knew he could not confront this young man without failing to eliminate him. However, Luchin would not always be present, and that cave dwelling seemed formidable. He decided against alarming the snake and would wait for the right moment when the other party ventured to the outer sect. Take care. I fear Yonkai might come seeking revenge. Shensi, unaware of Yonkai's presence, found the enchanting woman somewhat overwhelming. He smirked, genuinely worried he might lose control, and activated the token to open the stone door. Hastily stepping inside, with a rumbling sound, the stone door slowly rose, isolating him from the outside world. I have no ties to Yonkai. He wishes for me to be his partner, but I did not agree. Luchin stamped her foot, not entering, her charming smile remaining as she turned to leave. This explanation seemed to carry a particular intent, as if aimed at preventing any misunderstandings. However, the stone door had already begun to close. Effectively separating the two, a faint, transparent barrier emerged, indicating a formation. It remained uncertain whether Shensi had heard her words. This woman is truly a marvel. Listening to the sounds coming from outside, Shensi removed the mask he had crafted for himself. Unsure if she had truly departed, he did not rush to purchase new malin grass from Yaodong Pavilion, but instead sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly refining the blessed malin grass spirit liquid. Currently, he could refine a bottle of malin grass spirit liquid in roughly 10 days. If he separated the refining process, it would take him about 2 to 3 days for each session. He estimated that Luchin would return in about 3 days, so he made good use of this time to refine some spirit liquid, gradually enhancing his cultivation. As anticipated, Luchin returned 3 days later. Dreamful filler brother, can you refine the medicine a bit faster? She appeared in her usual attire, having earned quite a sum of spirit stones from the spirit liquids she procured from Shenxi. Her charming face now even more radiant. Her voice was sweet as she expressed her impatience with the pace of receiving 5 bottles every 3 days. If I refine faster, it doesn't guarantee you can sell them that quickly. There's no need to rush, Shenxi replied, rolling his eyes as he handed her 5 bottles of spirit liquid. Not too much, not too little. He aimed to avoid raising suspicion. Their collaboration was proceeding harmoniously. Recently, spirit liquids have been selling well, but he anticipated that after some time, the disciples who had purchased them would run out of spirit stones, making sales more challenging. Luchin frowned slightly, recognizing the underlying issue, but offered a charming smile. However, with such low prices, I have effectively monopolized the sale of this spirit liquid. That may be true, Shenxi remarked, casting a subtle glance her way as a discreet warning. Selling at such low prices may invite jealousy. Other alchemists will find themselves in a tight spot, so do be cautious. But that's their lack of capability. If they get eliminated, so be it. Why should I care? Luchin tilted her head, adding, if they wish to buy, they can always procure from me. As before, she did not linger for long, teasing him a few more times before taking her leave. Shenxi had already given her a warning. Whether she heeded it was her own concern. Once she departed, he gazed at the storage pouch in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I've struck gold. Shenyi is rich again. The 5 bottles of spirit liquid fetched him another 150 spirit stones. With this, Shenxi's total spirit stones amounted to 320. Once again, he could procure 12 portions of gathering spirit grass, which would allow him to refine at least 6 vials of malin grass spirit liquid. Coupled with what remained on his person, he would be poised to break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. As for whether Luchin might encounter difficulties, such concerns were now cast aside. With 300 spirit stones, he set off to purchase malin grass, convinced that this time he would indeed achieve a breakthrough to the 6th layer of qi refinement. After Luchin departed, his gaze burned with fervor as he clutched a storage bag tightly. His heart pounding incessantly, he immediately made his way to the outer sect, where he acquired 12 portions of malin grass from Yaodong Pavilion. He then hastened towards the west peak, feeling compelled to inform Luchin that her efforts in selling medicine could be paused. For he was to enter seclusion to break through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. However, before he could return to the west peak, a chilling voice rang in his ears. You little brat. So it was you, Master Yuanming, you, who reside atop the west peak, have made me search for so long. How do you wish to die? Almost instantaneously, a fierce gust of wind surged towards him. Chapter 47. Defeating Zheng Wenlong. That voice. Zheng Wenlong. As Shenxi's gaze darkened, he looked up to find Zheng Wenlong not far ahead. Upon spotting him, Zheng Wenlong produced a flying sword from his storage bag, its surface enveloped in a glow of spiritual energy, emanating a sharp aura as it sped toward him. Shenxi's expression became grave. Without hesitation, his inner spiritual energy erupted, and he vanished from his original position. A soft thud sounded as the flying sword sliced through the space he once occupied, embedding itself into a large tree behind him, which split in two with a loud crack, toppling to either side. Amidst this cacophony, a familiar cold snort echoed, akin to a muffled thunderclap. In such a short time, you have transformed into Master Yuanming, and your cultivation has soared so rapidly. Zheng Wenlong advanced with powerful strides, his eyes filled with murderous intent, a chilling wind swirling around him. He appeared before Shenxi without granting him a moment's respite, retrieving poison from his storage bag and launching a punch forward. Shenxi's eyes darkened. He had not anticipated that for some unknown reason, his opponent had recognized his identity. As he moved his feet. His spiritual energy surged once more, and he hastily retreated. Yet, Zhang Wenlong was equally swift, and the flying sword came hurtling back towards him, nearly forcing him into a corner. Dare to steal Brother Song's herbs and disrupt his business? You seek death. Such a commotion naturally attracted the attention of nearby disciples, their expressions shifting in alarm. What is happening? Are they fighting? Isn't that Zhang Wenlong? He is backed by Brother Song, who is a strong contender to become an intersect disciple this year. Isn't that the Master Yuan Ming? I wonder what conflict has arisen between them. Brother Zhang, teach him a lesson. Upon recognizing Zhang Wenlong and Shun Si as the combatants, many disciples were filled with excitement. You little brat, daring to compete with me for women. Among the onlookers, Yang Kai's gaze turned icy as he fixated on Shun Si, a cruel smile creeping across his lips, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Since returning that day, he had considered personally eliminating Shun Si multiple times, but ultimately he had restrained himself. He reasoned that should he act, even if he killed Shun Si, Lu Qin would undoubtedly be enraged, and he would lose her affection. However, he had other means to incite hatred towards Shun Si, to orchestrate his demise. For instance, by involving Song Kong. As a pharmacist, if Lu Qin continued to sell spirit liquid at such low prices, his own would surely struggle to find buyers, and no one would seek his services in refining the Malin grass spirit liquid. Originally, he intended to inform Zhang Wenlong about the origins of Liu Qin's spirit liquids, ensuring the latter would know how to proceed. However, Zhang Wenlong's discovery of Master Yuan Ming residing atop the West Peak sparked a fierce desire for vengeance, and it soon became evident that this little brat was none other than the Black Poison King. This development allowed him to take advantage of the situation without direct confrontation. You little brat, daring to compete with me for women. What are you even worth? Yang Kai quietly mocked, his murderous intent palpable. As he envisioned Shun Si's demise, unbeknownst to Shun Si, who remained oblivious to Yang Kai's machinations, he felt a surge of darkness within him. As the flying sword closed in, he swiftly darted aside. With a resounding crash, a wall crumbled under the impact of the flying sword, collapsing to the ground. What is this? Are they fighting at the life-and-death arena on Windy Mountain? A disciple at the third layer of Qi refinement rushed out. But upon meeting the fierce gaze of the towering figure, he turned and fled in terror, feeling utterly humiliated. You little brat, your current strength is quite impressive. Now that I know the location of your cave, you will obediently come before Brother Song and kneel. Zhang Wenlong, undeterred, remained equally grim. He had not anticipated Shun Si's strength to have grown to such a level. Previously, he had been like an ant, easily crushed, relying solely on poison to gain the upper hand. Now, however, Shun Si's power was clearly on par with his own. He could not allow Shun Si to continue growing stronger. With a swift motion, he summoned the flying sword back to his hand, channeling nearly all his spiritual energy as he charged forward. Get lost! You have forced my hand. It's uncertain who is truly seeking death here. Today, Shun Si will fight you. Shun Si's eyes burned with determination upon hearing that his opponent had discovered the location of his cave. Rage surged within him. These individuals had repeatedly provoked him, forcing him to flee and live in fear. Now, sensing that his adversary was no stronger than himself, he resolved not to retreat any longer. He would not flee. As he struck his storage bag, a wooden sword appeared in his grasp, enveloped in a shroud of spiritual energy that radiated sharpness as it shot forth, transforming into a streak of light. The two flying swords collided, producing a sharp crack. Zhang Wenlong's sword shattered before his incredulous gaze, splintering into countless fragments. How is this possible? Your spirit sword is so formidable. Zhang Wenlong's eyes widened in disbelief. His flying sword was a pinnacle low-grade spirit artifact. Yet in that single clash, it had been obliterated. He realized that Shun Si's strength was indeed comparable to his own, and that sword of his was of superior quality. How can this be? Is this person truly so powerful? Is that a mid-grade spirit artifact? A mid-grade spirit artifact. This individual had sold so much Malingrass spirit liquid, it was apparent he was immensely wealthy. Surrounding disciples gazed in awe. How could this be? This young man, Yang Kai's expression darkened as he realized that Zhang Wenlong seemed unable to subdue Shen Si. The latter's power appeared to surpass his own. You should replace that broken sword soon. Shen Si, gritting his teeth, laughed heartily, unafraid of revealing his spirit sword. The mid-grade spirit artifacts could be purchased at the treasure pavilion, albeit at a higher price. While he could face suspicion, it was unlikely anyone would connect it to his stone bowl. His eyes now ablaze, he had endured the shadow cast by his adversaries for months. Their schemes to thwart his sale of medicine had severed his financial lifeline. Every grievance felt like fuel, propelling him forward with laughter as he directed the flying sword towards Zhang Wenlong with renewed vigor. An icy aura radiated from the sword, causing Zhang Wenlong's expression to shift dramatically. He unleashed all his spiritual energy, narrowly evading the strike. Yet the sharp blade grazed him, drawing blood and leaving him pale with lingering dread. "You little brat, this matter is far from over." At that moment, he no longer harbored any intent to continue fighting. Shen Si's sword was far too terrifying, and he swiftly turned to flee in another direction, abandoning his earlier bravado. Chapter 48. A reunion with Liu Haha at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. You are nothing before Lord Shen. Shen Si, elated by the sight of his adversary fleeing, seized his wooden sword, chuckling maniacally as he watched the burly figure escape, not pursuing further. Fleeing? That wooden sword has been soaked in itching powder. This was a clever ploy I devised during a recent bout of restlessness. Should he be wounded, he will undoubtedly be poisoned. I've already tested its efficacy during my hunts for beasts a few days prior. Soon, a scream rang out from ahead. Ah, it itches. Why am I so itchy? The formerly escaping Zhang Wenlong suddenly began to wail in horror. Feeling as though ants were crawling all over him, he collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony, his hands clawing at his face, drawing blood and leaving him in a grotesque state. The surrounding disciples felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively taking 2 steps back in fear. What has happened to him? What on earth is happening? Even Yang Kai, fully aware that Shen Si is the infamous Black Poison King, instinctively took a step back, his eyes brimming with terror. The gruesome state of Zhang Wenlong was simply too horrifying. After all, he is a 5th-level Qi practitioner. At this moment, he appeared to be suffering a fate worse than death. Hey, is that Black Poison King? The Black Poison King is none other than the master of dream fulfillment. Senior brother Zhang must have fallen victim to his poison. This gruesome spectacle instantly struck a chord with many disciples who had witnessed Shen Si's prowess in the outer sect, causing them to shriek in recognition of his identity. The Black Poison King, indeed the master of dream fulfillment. This revelation was akin to throwing a bomb into a still lake, as the notorious name of the Black Poison King echoed throughout the outer sect. He is the master of dream fulfillment, and his poison is so fearsome that it has reduced a 5th-level Qi practitioner to such a state. How terrifying! One can only imagine that after today's incident. Anyone who encounters Shen Si in the outer sect will surely give way. You little scoundrel, I will not let you off the hook. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenlong, who had served as a stepping stone for Shen Si's rise, was already writhing in agony on the ground, his insides feeling as if they were on fire, his body consumed by an unbearable itch that was driving him to madness. He repeatedly bashed his head against the ground, blood streaming, until he finally lost consciousness. The cries abruptly ceased. This left the surrounding disciples gasping in horror. From this day forth, one must never cross the Black Poison King. Shen Si, however, wasted no time. Having been recognized, he was unfazed and swiftly approached the unconscious Zhang Wenlong, seizing the opportunity to snatch a storage bag from this unfortunate soul, whose face was a bloody mess, his head bruised and battered beyond recognition. At this moment, Zhang had fainted and was utterly powerless to resist. The surrounding disciples fell silent, not daring to breathe, let alone intervene. This is the consequence of provoking Shen Yi. After acquiring the storage bag, Shen Si chose not to inflict further harm. The poor fellow had suffered enough, and there was no fear of him seeking revenge. He glanced around, and as his gaze swept over the disciples, each one lowered their heads, including Yang Kai, who felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by a potent mix of fear and resentment. His eyes bloodshot with envy. One could easily surmise that the events of today would soon spread throughout the outer sect. Zheng Wenlong had the backing of Song Kong. This action would surely draw his ire. He is undoubtedly doomed. Shen Si was oblivious to these thoughts as he withdrew his gaze and departed swiftly. He was no longer intimidated by Zheng Wenlong. What he needed to do now was to leave this place as quickly as possible. Although Zheng was not a significant threat, the presence of a 6th-level Qi practitioner behind him would undoubtedly complicate matters. It was unwise to linger here. Should the other party arrive, escape would be impossible. Departing, the surrounding disciples only dared to lift their heads after Shen Si had left for some time, their hearts still trembling with trepidation, whispering amongst themselves that this individual was not to be trifled with. Absolutely not. However, with Zheng Wenlong being backed by senior brother Song, it was clear that trouble was imminent. That poison of his may not even work against a 6th-level Qi practitioner. Amidst the whispers among the crowd of disciples were those like Fu Lao Lu and Xing Zhen, who had past grievances with Shen Si. Witnessing this scene filled them with dread, and they were immensely grateful that after being reprimanded before, they had chosen not to seek revenge. Yet, Shen Si was far too preoccupied to concern himself with such matters. He had already left the outer sect, his expression dark yet resolute. 6th-level Qi practitioner. 6th-level Qi practitioner. I have enough malingras already. Now that I have the spiritual liquid, it still requires time to refine. However, based on Zheng Wenlong's words, his cave abode has been exposed. I wonder if the other party will come to seek me out. Shen Yi is not one to be trifled with, especially with that stiff powder he has received as a blessing. If Song Kong dares to provoke me, Shen Si took a deep breath, feeling no regret for having offended him, especially since it was Song Kong who had instigated the conflict. There was only one course of action. Anyone who pushed him to his limits would face his wrath. Just then, he noticed a familiar silhouette outside his cave on the west peak. Causing him to momentarily pause, he quickly approached and clasped his fists in greeting. Senior Sister Li. The visitor was none other than Li Yu. Still clad in her familiar dark green robe, her figure graceful. Upon seeing that he had reached the 5th level of Qi practice, she scrutinized him closely, her gaze lingering. Your poison from earlier was quite impressive. Itch powder, however, logically speaking, it shouldn't affect those in the mid-stages of Qi practice. Do you have any left for me to study? Those poisons were of no use to her, yet she was curious about the method of their refinement, as it had proven effective even against a 5th-level practitioner. Had she witnessed his display of power earlier in the outer sect, Shen Si scratched his head and retrieved a porcelain vial from his storage bag, containing half of the remaining itch powder. There is half left, Senior Sister Li. Please take it, but be cautious. This powder causes an unbearable itch upon contact. During his time in the outer sect, he had learned quite a bit about her background. One of the only 3 inner disciples of the 7 Fiends sect, and a formidable practitioner in the late stages of Qi practice. If he could cultivate a good relationship with her, Song Kong would surely think twice before challenging him. Without hesitation, he added, Thank you, Senior Sister Li. I appreciate this. You provided me with a cave abode, allowing me to cultivate in peace. Speaking of which, if you're interested in poisons, I also have a batch I found in the room of the late Elder Mo. I wonder what effect it might have. And I can offer it to you for your examination. Chapter 49. Song Kong takes action. Shen Si felt a pressing need to seize this opportunity and build a rapport with her, especially since Song Kong posed a substantial threat. With a determined heart, he concocted a reason and presented a porcelain vial as if it were a treasure. Elder Mo had once mentioned that these could be scattered if anyone dared to touch his herbs. Even a 6th-level practitioner would be affected. He sensed that Li Yu was different from other women. While most were drawn to cosmetics, she seemed captivated by poisons. Perhaps it was not merely an illusion, and he decided to cater to her interests. Hoping for a favorable outcome, Liu raised her delicate hand, and upon hearing his mysterious claims, the vial in Shen Si's grasp floated into her hands. She uncorked it and peered inside, a flicker of instinctive unease washing over her. This poison she had never encountered before, yet it instilled a sense of danger within her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. The powders Shen Si had previously offered, including the itch powder, were merely out of curiosity and a desire for novelty. She suspected they contained itch grass or perhaps showcased an impressive refinement technique, meriting further study. However, This new poison made her acutely aware of the peril it posed. It was a poison effective against practitioners in the late stages of qi practice, if she could discern its method of refinement. It would bolster her own strength. Her reaction piqued Shun Si's curiosity, confirming his suspicions that I will take it back and experiment. Yu took a deep breath, accepting the 2 porcelain vials, observing his obedient demeanor. She pondered for a moment before producing a dark green jade pendant and handing it to him. Your poison seems quite remarkable. I want to take advantage of you. This jade pendant can block a single attack from a 6th-level qi practitioner when activated. If it shatters, I will sense it. Should you find yourself in trouble in the future, feel free to seek me out. A protective talisman against a 6th-level practitioner. More importantly, with Liu as a formidable ally. He need not fear Song Kong any longer. Thank you, Senior Sisterly, Shun Si exclaimed, exhilarated as he grasped the jade pendant, which felt cool to the touch. He expressed his gratitude profusely, but Liu had already vanished. Soaring into the sky like a shooting star, I wonder when I will be able to fly like that. Shun Si gazed enviously after her disappearing figure before turning his attention back to the jade pendant. His spirits, soaring, that he attached it to his waist, opened the stone door of his cave dwelling, and strode inside to continue refining the Malin grass spiritual liquid. 6th-level qi practitioner, he was determined to break through to that level. Now, he no longer feared Song Kong. Meanwhile, within a cave on the southern peak of the outer sect, Zheng Wenlong's face was marred with bloody claw marks, and this towering man now resembled a wronged little bride, weeping to Song Kong before him. Brother Song, you must avenge me. That little scoundrel is ruthless. The horse-faced man standing nearby shuddered at the sight, having witnessed the gruesome aftermath of the earlier encounter. Since he is so unruly and repeatedly challenges my authority, we shall cripple him and expel him from the sect, Song Kong stated calmly, slowly opening his eyes to regard Zheng Wenlong. But that little brat is heartless. I fear he may have already fled the sect. Zheng Wenlong continued his lament that, do not worry. I have people keeping watch. He wouldn't dare escape. If he did, it would be considered treason, and he would be dealt with mercilessly. Song Kong smiled faintly, yet there was a hint of coldness in his expression. Rising slowly before the awed gaze of Zheng Wenlong, he mused that it was indeed time to take a stroll. For a myriad of characters had begun to emerge. Upon witnessing his intent to take action, Zheng Wenlong's fierce visage flickered with joy and excitement. His hatred for Shun Si had reached an unprecedented peak. This time, that little scoundrel was doomed. Shun Si, of course, remained oblivious to these developments. However, as time passed, the tales of his confrontations with Zheng Wenlong and his ruthless tactics that rendered Zheng's life a living hell began to circulate. Within the external sect, disciples eagerly anticipated Song Kang's reaction. As Zheng Wenlong was undeniably his subordinate, he could not possibly stand idly by. In this charged atmosphere, merely a day had passed when numerous disciples spotted Song Kong descending from the southern peak. This event swiftly stirred considerable commotion within the external sect, drawing the attention of many. It's Brother Song. He is surely going to teach that Master Yuan Ming a lesson. He is so handsome. Not only that, but also immensely powerful. He is the most likely candidate to become an inner-sect disciple this year. Oh, how I wish to marry him. Among them were many female disciples who gazed with adoration at the gentle-faced youth making his way down the southern peak. The inner-sect assessment hasn't even begun yet, and there are more than just him at the 6th level of qi refinement in the external sect. Some male disciples, feeling somewhat disgruntled, were not pleased with the aura he projected. However, their voices were quickly drowned out by the fervent cheers of their female counterparts. Throughout the journey, Song Kong maintained a serene smile, seemingly accustomed to the enthusiasm, strolling leisurely as he continued on, until he reached the foot of the western peak, disappearing along the path upward. Brother Yuan Ming is indeed the Black Poison King. Such news had also reached Lu Qin, whose beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Just not long ago, she had encountered Shun Si, yet such a significant stir had arisen in such a short span of time. However, it seemed that with Song Kong backing Zheng Wenlong, Shun Si was bound to encounter trouble. Could it be that the partnership she had just established was about to come to an end? At that moment, within the cave, Shun Si remained unaware of Song Kang's imminent intervention. He was diligently refining the spiritual liquid within him, when when suddenly, a faint yet chilling scoff resonated from outside the cave, causing an icy shiver to run down his spine. "Come out. This cave belongs to Senior Sisterly. I do not wish to disrupt the formation." The voice was remarkably confident, as if breaking the formation outside was merely a trivial matter. Song Kong. Shenxi's gaze darkened slightly, a sense of trepidation washing over him. Just from the voice alone, he could sense the formidable power of his opponent. He had indeed come. Gritting his teeth, he recalled Senior Sister Li's jade pendant, took a deep breath, and resolved that the formation would not hinder him. After a moment of steeling himself, he stepped through the stone door, his eyes landing on the youth outside, only to be confronted by a sudden flash of light rushing toward him with blinding speed. Striking without a word, Shenxi's pupils constricted instinctively, sensing danger, a chill surging through him, yet he could hardly react. At that critical moment, Shenxi gritted his teeth and immediately channeled his spiritual energy into the dark green jade pendant hanging at his waist. In an instant, a soft glow emanated from it, forming a protective barrier around him just as the sharp light sped toward him, colliding with his form. However, mere moments after the impact, a terrifying aftershock surged forth, forcing Shenxi to stagger backward several steps. With each retreat, his face concealed beneath the mask grew increasingly pale, and by the final moment, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, feeling a profound discomfort within his organs. While his eyes burned with fury, fixated on the front. This was Song Kong regarded him with indifference, a frown creasing his brow as he observed the jade pendant at Shenxi's waist, recognizing it as a protective spiritual treasure capable of withstanding his assault. Indeed, quite remarkable. This item was bestowed upon me by Senior Sisterly. Song Kong, should you dare to harm me, Senior Sisterly will surely not spare you. Shenxi's eyes blazed crimson, realizing the opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. That last attack had been utterly unpreventable, far too swift, instilling in him an overwhelming sense of defeat. Without hesitation, he invoked the name of Li Yu. Upon hearing this name, Song Kang's frown deepened even further. His emotion stirred more than when he first laid eyes on the jade pendant. He did not doubt Shenxi's words. Such treasures were indeed only wielded by inner sect disciples. Yet, he felt little trepidation himself, for he too had inner sect disciples as his backing. Even if Senior Sisterly were to protect you, what of it? You torment your fellow disciples with poison, your heart malicious, loathed by all in the external sect. Today, I shall take action to administer punishment. Even if I do not kill you, you shall learn a harsh lesson. As the icy words fell, Shenxi felt his hair stand on end once more. Consumed by anger at the accusation of malice. Every time he had acted, it was purely in self-defense. He had never initiated conflict. Such accusations were mere fabrications. However, the name of Li Yu seemed ineffective against his foe, who remained resolute in his intention to strike. Unperturbed, Song Kong coldly laughed as he retrieved a flying sword from his storage bag, joining it with the one from earlier, both racing toward Shenxi. What of Senior Sister Li's disciples? As long as I do not kill Shenxi, she cannot truly seek revenge. At most, she might scold him verbally, controlling two flying swords simultaneously, so swift, Shenxi's pupils constricted. Though he had prepared for this, he was still unable to evade. In an instant, two beams of light crashed against his protective barrier, which shattered with a resounding crack. The jade pendant at his waist shattered as well, forcing him to retreat yet again. But the peril remained unabated. After the barrier's collapse, one beam of light surged forth toward him, and Shenxi could only grit his teeth, unleashing all his potential as he hastily reached for his storage bag, channeling his spiritual energy into his wooden sword, sending it racing forward to collide with the approaching flying sword. But unlike his earlier encounter with Zheng Wenlong, where he had obliterated the opponent's flying sword effortlessly, this time, amidst the thunderous clash, his wooden sword was sent flying back, while the beam of light continued its relentless approach. Shenxi's pupils narrowed, yet fortunately, that collision had bought him precious time, and the power and speed of the flying sword had diminished. At that moment, he could no longer concern himself with his own flying sword. He swiftly dodged aside, and with a resounding crash, the wooden sword slammed against the stone door behind him, producing a cacophony. "Is this your sword? A mid-grade spiritual sword?" Song Kong sneered, swiftly picking up the fallen wooden sword and retracting his own flying sword, channeling his spiritual energy to send it forth once more. "A mid-grade spiritual sword is indeed impressive, but alas, I possess one as well. You desire the malin grass, do you not? I can provide it. I have a few specimens on me." Shun Si retreated continuously, yet Song Kong relentlessly pursued him, locking onto him with unwavering focus. Behind him lay his own cave, but seeking refuge within would offer no protection against the oncoming threat. Moreover, invoking Senior Sister Li's name would not guarantee his safety. There was no escaping this confrontation. Though Liu had mentioned that she would sense the activation of the pendant, he was uncertain whether she would arrive in time. His only course of action was to stabilize the situation. He had no other options, regrettably. Song Kong offered him no such opportunity. "Soon enough, I shall take it myself." The chilling voice echoed in his ears, and, as the flying sword advanced, Shen Si's eyes darkened further, watching the blade grow larger in his sight. He indeed wielded poison, yet the current disparity in strength was insurmountable, rendering him utterly powerless. Initially, he had considered using the malin grass as leverage against Song Kong. But now he found the opponent too vigilant. Gritting his teeth, feeling the chilling aura closing in upon him, he had no recourse but to swiftly reach into his storage bag, tossing a malin grass forward. "If that is the case, then you shall not lay claim to this malin grass." He intended to use the malin grass as a shield, hoping to deter Song Kong from his pursuit. Fortunately, the tactic proved effective. As the spiritual sword hurtled toward the malin grass, Song Kang's eyes narrowed slightly, disappearing from his position in an instant. Simultaneously, he deftly commanded his flying sword to halt mid-air. In that very moment, he had already reached the flying sword, seizing it with a firm grip, and in one swift motion, he grasped the malin grass. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Si surged forward, launching himself at Song Kong. A whirlwind of motion, his small hands laden with an array of toxins, dizziness powder, bleeding powder, muting powder, all thrown indiscriminately at him, showing no restraint. Yet the speed of Song Kong far exceeded his expectations. Almost as soon as he hurled it, it vanished from sight, leaving the porcelain vases shattered and empty. This caused Shen Si's gaze to darken ominously, for it was merely a diversion. Song Kang's cold eyes fixed upon him from a distance of several zhang, as 3 flying swords surged forth. "Then let them all be destroyed." Shen Si gritted his teeth and hurled 3 more malin herbs with the same fervor, simultaneously releasing a powdery substance that he uncorked the vial. And before it had traveled far, the powder scattered mid-air, predominantly clinging to the malin herbs. As long as the opponent came into contact with these herbs, just like before, they would inevitably succumb to poison. At this moment, he could not concern himself with whether the malin herbs would be usable afterward. If he did not obstruct those flying swords, he would not even be left with a afterward to ponder. And thus he had no choice but to gamble. Chapter 51. Blood Battle. Poison. After frowning, Song Kong observed Shen Si employing the same tactics, which irked him, but he halted the spiritual sword momentarily, refraining from destroying the malin herbs. Instead, skillfully maneuvering the sword to change its trajectory, deftly avoiding the herbs. 3 malin herbs were nearly worth 100 spirit stones. For him, it was no trifling sum. However, that brief pause afforded Shen Si an opportunity to evade, as he swiftly twisted to the side, narrowly escaping the chilling onslaught of the flying swords. Yet, before he could exhale in relief, a chilling voice rang out beside him, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind racing toward him. "You only resort to petty tricks." Taking advantage of Shen Si's evasion, Song Kong charged forward, his white hand clenched into a fist and driven with tremendous force. The speed of his attack left Shen Si no room to escape, nor did he wish to allow him to continue tossing out spiritual herbs to prolong the conflict. Even as Shen Si attempted to twist his body, he was struck squarely in the chest, the impact sending waves of pain coursing through him as he uncontrollably flew backward, crashing heavily against the stone door of the cave behind him. The impact reverberated with a thunderous sound, causing the several hundred pounds of the stone door to tremble. Shen Si, however, could not afford to concern himself with anything else. He felt as though his chest had caved in, suspecting several ribs had fractured. and the bones in his back felt as if they had shattered. In that moment, a fiery pain engulfed his chest and back, while a coppery sweetness filled his throat. This was the most severe injury he had ever sustained, and the shadow of death loomed ominously over him. Trembling, he hastily retrieved a porcelain vial from his robes and swallowed its content. In that brief moment, the indifferent voice of Song Kong once again reached his ears, accompanied by the rapid approach of the flying sword, its speed relentless, bearing down upon him without mercy. Since you are Sister Li's person, I shall spare your life, but your repeated challenges to my authority will earn you a lesson today. Standing at a distance, Song Kong looked down upon him, but Shen-Si had no time to respond. His eyes reddened with fury as he gritted his teeth, enduring the pain while twisting his body. Yet, the long sword pierced into his chest in an instant, a splatter of blood erupting forth as it pinned him to the stone door. Fortunately, the vitality of cultivators is formidable, as long as the vital points are not struck. Immediate death is not a certainty. However, such an injury was still grave. "Bring me your storage bag," Song Kong commanded coldly. Halting before him, drawing forth his flying sword, Shen-Si immediately felt a warm liquid seeping from within him. His small hand, still clutching a porcelain vial, could not throw it away. He sensed his strength waning, his body growing weaker, and a haze clouding his mind, stirring a fear of death within him, a fear of never seeing those dear to him again. Despite having diligently practiced alchemy since arriving at the Seven Fiends sect, knowing the place was unsafe and striving to grow stronger to survive a few more years, the outcome was utterly contrary to his intentions. But just then, a cool liquid surged through his body. It was the restorative liquid he had recently consumed, proving remarkably effective, especially blessed by the stone bowl, restoring some of his strength. He saw Song Kong reaching for his storage bag. Shen-Si gritted his teeth, his eyes suddenly fierce, and he seized Song Kang's collar, causing the latter's expression to darken slightly. "You still have strength." After all, they were not on the life and death platform, and since the other was Sister Li's person, he could not kill him outright. Thus, he only sought to inflict severe injury upon Shen-Si, yet such wounds should have rendered him incapable of resistance. Nevertheless, his extensive experience allowed him to perceive that Shen-Si was likely only putting on a brave front. Slightly flustered, he coldly snorted, unleashing his spiritual power to kick Shen-Si away. "Let go." But as soon as the words left his lips, his previously calm demeanor abruptly shifted. "Today, Shen will fight you to the end." Shen-Si clung tightly to his collar, refusing to let this chance slip away. That moment, he was desperate. With his other hand, he produced the porcelain vial he had concealed in his sleeve and shattered it, releasing a cloud of powder that enveloped them both. Poison. Song Kang's eyes widened in shock as he immediately kicked Shen-Si away several zhang, his spiritual power erupting as he retreated at high speed. Yet even so, some powder still tainted him. What did it matter if he was at the 6th level of qi cultivation? If he provoked Shun would shatter a few of his teeth. Shen-Si rolled on the ground several times. Yet he was filled with exhilaration, feeling as if his body had turned to ice. A chilling sensation rendering him nearly immobile, he instinctively pressed a hand against the gaping wound in his chest and swallowed another vial's contents. However, Song Kong was not so fortunate. What kind of poison is this? It's so overpowering. Stiffening powder. It was the stiffening powder. He felt his body as though it were encased in ice, movement becoming exceedingly difficult. Even the manipulation of his spiritual power was arduous. Recognizing the poison instantly, his expression soured. "Ever since I arrived at the Seven Fiends sect, you have repeatedly provoked me. You truly believe Shun is easy to provoke." Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Shen-Si grasped the flying sword that had fallen to the ground during Song Kang's retreat, declaring, "You used this sword to harm me. Today, Shun will return the favor." This turn of events was entirely unforeseen by Song Kong, as his own sword now became his harbinger of doom. "You dare?" His pupils constricted slightly. At this moment, he was utterly immobile, his expression twisted in rage, and he could only threaten, "I advise you not to bring about your own destruction. Can you withstand my wrath? Then come." Shen-Si retorted fiercely, "If I cannot kill you today, I will grow stronger and one day trample you beneath my feet." The mask on Shen-Si's face had long since fallen away during his earlier rolls. revealing a visage that was now somewhat distorted and fierce. Channeling his spiritual power, he activated the flying sword, which surged forth, piercing through Song Kang's chest in a swift motion, blood gushing forth, sapping his strength. "Ah, you little brat, you are courting death." With his status and power, he could command the winds and the rain among the outer sect, yet now he was wounded by a mere fifth-level chi cultivator. But the only response he received was a cold voice, "Who dies is yet to be determined. You have harmed me. Now, you shall experience the same." Chapter 52. The Allure of Wealth. Who dies is yet to be determined. You have harmed me. Now, you shall experience the same. Shun Si's pale face bore a fierce expression as he pressed a hand against the gaping wound in his chest, dragging his heavily injured body step by step forward. He had just swallowed a healing spiritual liquid. It was not an elixir of immortality. Its effects could not be miraculous. Although the wound had somewhat healed, movement still aggravated it, and blood oozed from between his fingers, staining his clothing a deep crimson. What of being at the 6th level of chi cultivation? Shun had declared that to provoke him would incur consequences, oblivious to the gravity of his situation. Shun Si's low voice emerged from his downcast face, his steps slow yet unyielding, closing the distance between them with every stride. Each step felt as though it pressed upon Song Kang's heart, causing him to tremble involuntarily. "What do you intend to do, you little brat?" His expression shifted, now tinged with a hint of panic, compounded by the long sword in his chest and the immobilizing poison. At that moment, incredulous voices echoed from nearby, where several disciples stood frozen, witnessing the scene before them, their scalps prickling in disbelief. What happened to Brother Song? What is going on? Is that truly the Black Poison King and the Master of Dream Fulfillment? He intends to kill Brother Song. Upon witnessing Song Kang ascend the mountain, their curiosity piqued. They stealthily followed him. However, Song Kang moved with such swiftness that after a considerable search, they finally located the site, only to be met with the astonishing sight of Song Kang, grievously injured, pierced by a mystical sword. What transpired? That little rascal is still alive. Among them was Yang Kai, his fists clenched tightly, perplexed by the unfolding events. Never did he imagine that even Song Kang's personal intervention would fail to eliminate Shun Si. Block him. He is wounded, and at his last gasp, "I have been poisoned. Whoever obstructs him will owe me a favor. I shall provide him with 3 bottles of Malin grass spirit liquid, and I shall keep my word." In an instant, Song Kang's eyes sparkled with hope, and he erupted into joyous laughter, though his body lay immobile. His voice resonated, igniting a fervor in the eyes of the disciples present. 3 bottles of Malin grass spirit liquid. The disciples, mere novices, could scarcely afford a single bottle throughout the year, given the meager resources allocated by their sect. For them, 3 bottles represented a fortune, and with Shun Si currently injured, they knew they could easily seize the opportunity. That it was a risk-free venture. As for the nature of the poison that rendered Song Kang immobile, the disciples scarcely considered it. Their attention was wholly consumed by the allure of the 3 bottles of Malin grass spirit liquid. 2 disciples at the 4th level of chi cultivation felt their eyes redden. For wealth indeed stirs the heart. What he offers I shall match. I am also an apothecary. Shun Si, gritting his teeth, was thoroughly incensed. He could sense the malicious gazes directed at him. His current state was perilously close to its limits. Movement became exceedingly arduous, and he possessed no strength left to fight. Furthermore, he had but 1 dose of the paralyzing powder remaining, having previously used the dizzying powder. Should these individuals strike, he would be utterly defenseless. Yet, when it came to financial resources, he had never feared anyone. Doubling the offer meant 6 bottles. The previously eager disciples hesitated anew, acutely aware of the sound of their own swallowed breaths. 6 bottles of Malin grass spirit liquid. Just then, a cold, mocking voice echoed among the disciples, dousing their fervor with a chilling reality. This is not the death arena. Today, Brother Song shall not perish, and you, should you waver, will face Brother Song's reckoning. The implication was clear. Failure to act would surely incur Song Kang's resentment, and given the other party's strength, while the Malin grass spirit liquid was enticing, one must still have their life to enjoy it. Indeed, Today, Song Kong shall remain alive, and he shall remember each of you present here. Song Kang's eyes reddened at this reminder, observing the wavering disciples, and he directly issued a threat. That lad must possess a considerable amount of spirit liquid. Having sold so much, he undoubtedly has more on him. If we can seize him, those liquids will belong to us. Yang Kai laughed heartily. Continuing to incite the surrounding disciples, he preferred not to involve himself directly, lest he face consequences from Lu Qin, but he could certainly incite others to act on his behalf. Yang Kai. Yang Kai. Naturally, Shun Si recognized the voice that had incited the disciples twice at that moment. His eyes reddened as he glared at Yang Kai among the crowd. This incitement proved effective. The two Qi cultivation level 4 disciples, after some hesitation, ultimately gritted their teeth and rushed forward. During this, they both reached for their storage bags, unleashing two flying swords that streaked like comets toward Shen Si, attempting to block his path. Shen Si's eyes burned with fury as he clutched his wound and swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding another sword thrust that could have created another hole in him. The two level 4 disciples seized the opportunity to halt a few steps away, sneering, "Oh, Master Dreamer, a fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken. Hand over your storage bag, and we may spare you some suffering. Come on, is it not the malin grass spirit liquid you desire? Approach, and I shall give it to you." Shen Si, clutching his wound, appeared somewhat despondent, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead. "Very well, you recognize your situation, but toss your storage bag over here to avoid any trickery," sneered one disciple. "Who should I throw it to? You two?" Shen Si's face darkened as he clutched his storage bag. Suddenly, a cold smile crossed his lips. In this moment, he felt an odd calmness. He pointed toward the 3 malin grass plants he had previously tossed aside with the poison. "How about this? Over there lie 3 malin grass plants. Whoever desires them may take them first." Malin grass. Mine. The two disciples, having only recently arrived, had not paid much attention to their surroundings, but upon hearing his words, their focus immediately shifted to the 3 malin grass plants on the ground. Their eyes lighting up with fervor, in an instant, they dashed forward. Those 3 malin grass plants were worth nearly 100 spirit stones. Uncertain of what else lay within Shun Si's storage bag, it will be wise to secure those 3 plants first. Ultimately, one disciple proved faster, snatching 2 of the plants, while the other managed to grasp only one. His expression darkened as he turned his gaze toward Shen Si. "Throw over your storage bag." "No, why do I feel so dizzy?" "The poison." "No good, I've been poisoned." Unfortunately, the realization came too late, and no sooner had he spoken than he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The remaining level 4 disciple met the same fate, both falling unconscious in unison. Chapter 53. The life-saving talisman. Song Kong gasped. What happened to those two? They were both at the 4th level of Qi cultivation. How could they have collapsed? What on earth transpired? I seem to have witnessed nothing. And yet, this bizarre scene far exceeded the expectations of all the disciples present, their expressions frozen in horror, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. "Poison! This is poison! They must have been poisoned!" Yang Kai gritted his teeth, uncertain when the two had been afflicted, his countenance grim. "Just the two of you think you can see Shen Ye's storage bag? Come on, who else wishes to test Shen Ye's resolve? I happen to have recently concocted some tasteless and odorless poison. You wouldn't even know when you got afflicted." Shen Si's chilling voice echoed, his eyes wild with fury, fixated on the remaining disciples. The two who had succumbed to the poison had undoubtedly come into contact with the malin grass, which had been tainted with the dizzying powder. As soon as they touched it, it seamlessly entered their systems. This toxin could incapacitate even those at the 5th level of Qi cultivation, let alone those at the 4th. Yet now, Shen Si spoke with an air of theatricality, deliberately aiming to terrify these individuals. Fortunately, his words proved effective. The disciples hesitated, their eyes wide with fear, did not heed his nonsensical ramblings. Song Kang's body grew stiff, his complexion pale, desperately seeking to distance himself from the scene. He recalled Shen Si throwing those malin grass plants earlier, which likely had been contaminated with poison, and it was not as sinister as it appeared. Just as he was about to speak, a porcelain vial suddenly hurtled toward him, shattering upon impact, sharp shards embedding into his face. while a cloud of powder coated him, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Rascal, you talk too much," Shen Si, undeterred by Song Kang's protestations, seized the opportunity. Clutching his wound, he summoned every ounce of strength, nearly expending all his energy as he lunged toward Song Kang, who, immobilized by both injury and paralyzing powder, was easily toppled to the ground. "How dare you provoke Shenyi?" This was not the end. Shen Si effortlessly extracted the sword embedded within him, and like before, he mercilessly struck Song Kang with it, each blow resonating with unrestrained fury. "How dare you provoke Shenyi? You once kicked Shenyi. Shenyi has declared that I am not to be trifled with, and today, Shenyi shall teach you what it means to say, Shenyi. I was wrong." This fierce spectacle sent chills down the spines of the nearby disciples. That was Song Kang. Who among the outer sect would dare treat him in such a manner? Song Kang endured the dual torment of both body and spirit, his pallor deepening as he cried out in agony, his eyes filled with a murderous rage. Never had he been subjected to such treatment. The thought of dismembering Shen Si crossed his mind. "Unyielding, then I shall beat you until you submit, leaving you bedridden for months, unable to provoke me." Shen Si sneered, one hand clutching his chest, where blood continued to seep from his wound, igniting his fighting spirit. With a swift thrust, he drove his sword into Song Kang's thigh, eliciting a blood-curdling scream that echoed throughout South Peak. Song Kang's visage contorted into a ghastly mask of pain, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. On the verge of fainting. At this rate, someone might lose their life. The disciples finally grasped the extent of Shen Si's ferocity, which far surpassed their expectations, yet not one dared to intervene. Some began to stealthily retreat, intending to inform the elders. "Have you surrendered?" However, Shen Si was well aware that such injuries would not cost him his life. Rather, they would inflict immense suffering. With a cold smile, he drew his longsword. But before he could thrust it down again, Song Kang succumbed to the dual torment of psychological and physical anguish. The moment the sword was withdrawn, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Humph, such is the fate of those who provoke Master Shen. Shen Si clutched his chest, witnessing this scene without truly losing his composure. Having vented some frustration and left this person severely wounded, incapacitated for months, was already the best possible outcome. If this person were to die, he would have to accompany him into the grave at that moment. He seized Song Kang's storage pouch and was preparing to retreat and recuperate when suddenly a gust of wind swept in from behind, sending a chill through his entire being, making him tremble. Someone was launching a sneak attack, yet, in his current state, he was utterly incapable of resisting such an assault. Gritting his teeth, he immediately grabbed Song Kang and swiftly turned to shield him with his own body. His gaze fixed ahead, exuding an aura of iron resolve. "If you dare to strike, I will instantly hurl him away. You wretched scoundrel, your heart is so cruel that you would attempt to murder a fellow disciple." In the Seven Fiends sect, even if there are grievances among fellow disciples, they can only be settled on the life and death platform. To think you would be so vicious as to kill Brother Song here. You had best release him at once. The one who attacked was naturally Yang Kai. He had initially intended to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack to prevent Shen Si from employing poison again. However, he was taken aback that despite Shen Si's injuries, his senses remained so keen. Now he could only grit his teeth and forcibly withdraw. He believed Shen Si would not dare to kill Song Kang. And as long as he released him, the situation today could be manipulated. With just a little provocation towards the other disciples, this brat would surely meet a dreadful fate. As for whether Lu Qin would blame him, he could no longer afford to care. "You talk too much. I warn you, it would be wise not to act. Otherwise, he will be the one to suffer, should you inadvertently kill him, or if anything befalls Brother Song. The consequences will be beyond what you can bear." Shen Si's heart raced with anxiety. Fully aware that Song Kang was now his lifeline, he refrained from further dialogue, clutching the unconscious Song Kang and retreating step by step towards his dwelling. Fortunately, his threats proved remarkably effective. Throughout the ordeal, Yang Kai ground his teeth, keeping a watchful eye on him, yet ultimately dared not advance. In that fleeting moment, Shen Si had already reached the stone door. Weakly retrieving the token from his storage pouch to unlock it, As the stone door began to descend, he stepped back, and just before it fully closed, he suddenly hurled Song Kong outwards. Yang Kai rushed forth immediately. But it was already too late. The stone door crashed down heavily, creating a barrier that obstructed his path. Chapter 54. Apologies quick, check on Brother Song. Hurry and give him the essence of recovery. Only then did the other disciples dare to approach, each of them scrambling to administer the healing liquid to the unconscious Song Kong. Thankfully, although he had fainted, the vitality and spiritual energy within Song Kong were quite robust. Sustaining his life, he was swiftly returned to consciousness by the numerous disciples. Meanwhile, Yang Kai clenched his teeth, standing outside the stone door, aware that he could not break through the barrier, with a grimace. He had no choice but to leave that as Song Kong was carried down from the West Peak while unconscious. This incident undoubtedly stirred great commotion within the outer sect. Many disciples, upon inquiring, learned that it was the doing of that master Yuanming. Instantly, the outer sect was thrown into a frenzy once more. Shun Si, oblivious to all of this, returned to his dwelling, unable to hold on any longer, and collapsed into unconsciousness, even with the healing liquid to aid his recovery. Subsequent confrontations had exacerbated his injuries, leaving him in a more dire state. Once back in his dwelling, he could bear no more. In this state of unconsciousness, he lost track of time. During this period, Shen Si felt a warmth in his head, reminiscent of a previous bout of wind-cold illness, recalling how Sister Chiao had brought him medicine, evoking a sense of nostalgia for the life in the apothecary. Though it had been somewhat bitter, aside from the mosquitoes and the stingy proprietor, there was little else amiss. Just then, amidst his hazy state, he seemed to hear the sound of the stone door crashing open, accompanied by the approach of light, delicate footsteps and a woman's apologetic voice that, you're wound infected and causing a fever. I apologize for being late. I was gathering materials in Wushan. Shortly after this voice emerged, he sensed that his body had cooled down somewhat. Was this a dream? Shen Si mused that it felt more like a vivid dream, though he was uncertain of how long he had actually slept. As he awakened and opened his eyes, he faintly heard the sound of bubbling springs nearby. His upper body leaned against the edge of a pool, submerged in water. What was happening? He remembered fainting upon entering the dwelling. Shen Si felt bewildered, glancing down to discover that his upper garment had been removed, and his chest wound was wrapped in bandages. There was a subtle itch, as if it had begun to scab, and the pouch he had always kept close to his chest lay beside the pool, stained with blood. Nearby, 2 storage pouches rested. This only added to his confusion. He had entered and immediately fainted. So he could not have done any of this. Could it still be a dream? However, this dream felt too real. The sensation of being submerged in water was vivid enough to convince him otherwise. Had someone entered while he was unconscious? Yet, others should not be able to enter his dwelling. Who had come in? Sister Li? Shen Si looked around, but saw no one, recalling the voice he had heard in his days. He focused on the bandages on his chest, and after a while, a name quickly surfaced in his mind. This dwelling was originally hers. It was not surprising that she could enter. However, he had not anticipated that she would come after he had fallen unconscious. He wondered what her purpose was. Surely she did not come just to check on him. He would find out when they met again. So Shen Si refrained from making baseless assumptions, realizing that he had been soaking for some time. He wryly smiled as he stepped out of the water. To his surprise, he found that his body had significantly recovered. He no longer felt as weak. This slumber had seemingly healed most of his injuries. Yet he remained uncertain about how long he had actually slept. Shen Si muttered to himself, glancing at the pouch beside the pool, noting the bloodstains before falling silent and reattaching it to himself. He then began to inspect his storage pouch, relieved to find that the stone bowl, the healing liquid, and the 8 stalks of malin grass were all still intact, untouched by anyone. Taking a deep breath, he picked up the other storage pouch. Fortunately, he had been cautious beforehand. When he had taken Song Kang's storage pouch, he had used his blood to infuse it with his spiritual energy, allowing him to open it now due to that spiritual imprint. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed in his ears as the main entrance of the stone dwelling was forcefully opened, instantly drawing Shen Si's attention. He turned to see a woman standing at the open door. Clad in a dark green robe, her figure swaying slightly in the breeze from outside. Her somewhat pallid face at this moment brought him an unexpected sense of reassurance. "Thank you, Sister Li." Shanxi stood up and clasped his fists in gratitude. Unsure if she came daily to check on him, or if she merely passed by that you've awakened. Upon seeing him emerge from the pool, Liu nodded and stepped inside, scrutinizing him. "You are quite popular. During your 2 days of unconsciousness, several people came looking for you, evidently quite concerned about your well-being. Someone came looking for me." Shenxi was momentarily stunned, but Liu did not disclose their identity, only mentioning that it was a rather beautiful woman. Could be Lu Qin. Aside from her, he did not recognize anyone else in the outer sect. The fact that she had visited twice indicated that Liu had come more than once during his unconsciousness. "Thank you, Sister Li." Shanxi expressed his gratitude, feeling a mix of emotions. Uncertain of her motives, I had gone to Wushan to gather poison materials. Upon sensing that the jade pendant had shattered, I returned only to find you already unconscious in your dwelling. I apologize for my tardiness. Liu shook her head, explaining her reason for not arriving sooner. This Song Kong is backed by Gao Fei, an intersect disciple with a somewhat special status. Therefore, when Song Kong saw my jade pendant, he dared to continue his assault on you. That I have now confronted Gao Fei, and Song Kong should not pose a threat to you in the near future. You should avoid provoking him again. Understood. Thank you, Sister Li. Shenxi sincerely expressed his gratitude, as long as the other party did not provoke him, allowing him to focus on advancing to the 6th layer of Qi training. Even without poison, Song Kong would not be a concern. Take care of your injuries. Liu did not linger for long. Just as she was about to depart, a thought suddenly struck her. If you have any matters to attend to, you may seek me out in my cave dwelling. Of course, I may also be in Wushan, searching for toxic herb. If Song Kong intends to trouble you further, do your utmost to evade him and delay until I arrive. With that, Sister Li gracefully took her leave. Shanxi was profoundly touched by her words. Despite their lack of kinship, she went to such lengths for him simply because he had provided her with a few doses of poison. Liu, having conveyed her instructions, swiftly departed, her presence as fleeting as the wind. Chapter 55. Drawing the line, Shanxi stood silently outside the cave. Watching her leave, he took a deep breath before returning inside to examine Song Kang's storage bag. Within it lay 6 stalks of malin grass and 2 flying swords, one being his own wooden sword and the other one that he had previously acquired, with the addition of the one he had collected earlier. Shenxi now possessed 3 mid-grade spiritual swords. 3 mid-grade spiritual swords, and 6 stalks of malin grass. He felt elated, his small face lighting up with joy. Aside from these, he also discovered several vials of spiritual liquid in the storage bag, likely for restoring spiritual energy and healing injuries. Although there was no ready-made malin grass liquid, he found over 30 spirit stones, which further lifted his spirits. This was a stark contrast to his earlier ruthless demeanor. He had initially thought that with the loss of 3 stalks of malin grass, he would need to earn more spirit stones to replace them. His surprise, he now had enough, with plans to refine medicine and break through to the 6th level of Qi training. Shenxi spent the next few days calming his mind and putting away his findings, leaving only the malin grass out. In total, he had 14 stalks and began his alchemical work. Although his injuries had not yet fully healed, they did not significantly hinder his ability to refine. After 2 or 3 days, he successfully produced 8 vials of spiritual liquid from the 14 stalks, showing an improved success rate compared to before. Just as he was about to bestow blessings upon his creations, he suddenly heard a woman's voice from outside. "Yuan Ming, little brother?" The voice naturally belonged to Lu Qin, remembering that Liu had mentioned visiting twice. Shenxi pondered for a moment before putting away the porcelain vials and alchemical furnace, stepping out of the cave. Indeed, it was Lu Qin, clad in her familiar attire, a black skirt that barely grazed her calves, her skin smooth and radiant. Hearing the commotion, her gaze immediately turned towards the cave, and upon spotting Shenxi standing at the door, she breathed a sigh of relief, her chest rising and falling. "Thank goodness you're all right. I thought something had happened to you, that I would have lost a hard-won business partner. However, little brother Yuan Ming, your true appearance is surprisingly youthful, and you look rather good." This woman never seemed to lose her playful demeanor. Even in such moments, Shenxi sighed, recalling how close he had come to losing his life. That I heard from Sister Lee that you sought me out these past few days? Yes, I was worried about you. Lu Qin replied, moving closer. Shun Si rolled his eyes. While he suspected her concerns stemmed more from the potential loss of her cheap spiritual liquid should he perish, the fact that someone cared for him, regardless of their motives, warmed his heart. After all, given that he had offended Song Kong, there were likely few who would dare approach him. Speaking of which, Sister Lee is truly kind to you. When I visited last time, I happened to see her feed you a vial of spiritual liquid. Lu Qin bit her lip, a hint of jealousy evident in her expression. Shun Si recognized that her display was likely feigned but chose to ignore it. However, her words caught him off guard. Sister Lee fed me spiritual liquid? This detail had escaped him when Li Yu had last visited, and he was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it must have been of high quality. Likely Huang Yuan Vine's spiritual liquid. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so lively. Huang Yuan Vine's spiritual liquid? He had seen it mentioned in M.O. Lao's little booklet, known for its ability to rapidly restore energy and heal injuries, even in the latter stages of qi training. It was no wonder he had recovered so swiftly. Liu had administered this liquid while he was unconscious. This realization deepened Shun Si's gratitude towards her, while he was lost in thought. Lu Qin bit her lip and continued, Little brother Yuan Meng, I've learned about Yang Kai's instigation among the disciples, as well as his actions. He must have noticed how close we were, which is why he acted so. I've already reprimanded him and severed ties. She had come not only to check on his recovery, but also to clarify this matter. This has nothing to do with you. It was Yang Kai who stirred trouble and acted. Shen Si's response was not born out of magnanimity, but rather a desire to avoid making Yang Kai happy by distancing himself from Lu Qin. After all, this was someone who had previously instigated the other disciples to act against him, and he would not grant him the satisfaction of seeing him succeed. That's good. If you don't blame me, then I can breathe easy. Lu Qin seemed relieved, her smile radiant. She did not linger long before departing, purchasing 5 more vials of spiritual liquid from Shun Si. Fortunately, just a couple of days prior, he had bestowed blessings upon 20 vials, so selling 5 was entirely manageable. Next, he planned to bestow blessings upon the 8 vials he had produced. Shun Si lingered at the cave entrance, not rushing to cultivate, but instead taking a trip to the surrounding desolate mountain. It was several days later that he returned to the cave, retrieved the porcelain vials, and began refining the spiritual liquid with utmost diligence. Currently, he possessed just over 9 vials of blessed malin-grass spiritual liquid. His primary focus in the coming days would be on enhancing his cultivation, and he was not overly concerned about accumulating spirit stones. Lu Qin, however, visited every few days, her spirits consistently high. After selling the last 5 vials of spiritual liquid, Shen Si discreetly ventured to the outer sect to purchase various gathering spiritual herbs. After spending a few more days bestowing blessings, he could again provide Lu Qin with spiritual liquid upon her next visit without losing much time. 3 months had flown by since his injury and awakening, and he had been at the 7 Killing sect for nearly 2 years. Shun Si's wounds had completely healed by the end of the first month, the bandages removed, leaving behind only smooth skin without a trace of scars. During this period, he had been remarkably productive, amassing spirit stones to a staggering degree. Almost 900. This was partly due to the reduced number of disciples purchasing spiritual liquid from Lu Qin. After all, with a limited number of disciples, those who had bought the liquid would need time to gather enough spirit stones to make another purchase. Nonetheless, the business remained stable. Besides the increase in spirit stones, he had also diligently practiced his cultivation over the past 3 months. After refining more than 7 vials of spiritual liquid, the spiritual energy within him reached a threshold, peaking at the 5th level of qi training. Just a step away from the 6th level, peak of the 5th level of qi training. Today, Shun Si shall break through to the 6th level with the aid of 2 vials of spiritual liquid. Taking a deep breath, he sat within the cave, his eyes filled with determination. He could sense that upon reaching this level, he faced a similar bottleneck as when he had attempted to break through to the 3rd level of qi training. He quickly consumed the remaining 2 vials of malin-grass spiritual liquid. That I will reach the 6th level of qi training. No one can stop me. Over these past few days, each time he refined the blessed malin-grass spiritual liquid, He had only managed to refine a small portion. This was the first time he was attempting to consume 2 vials simultaneously. The spiritual energy within was vast. In an instant, it erupted within him like a tempest. Chapter 56. The 6th Level of Qi Training. Shun-Si gritted his teeth as his body felt as though it might burst from the overwhelming force. If he did not quickly refine this energy, such a fate could indeed befall him. He did not want to witness such an outcome, nor did he wish to truly perish. Gritting his teeth, he sat cross-legged, motionless, as he refined the immense spiritual energy. His cultivation was already at a pinnacle, nearly impossible to progress further, akin to a bottle filled to the brim. No additional liquid could be poured in. Yet, under his frantic endeavors, the aura within him, along with his cultivation and the previously maxed-out spiritual energy, surged rapidly. The turbulent energy within him swelled like a mighty river, the bottle making cracking sounds as it expanded. Half an hour later, the bottleneck shattered with a resounding boom that echoed in his mind, accompanied by a lightness that spread throughout his body, refreshing him completely. The spiritual energy, which had reached the scale of a river, now expanded rapidly, akin to a sudden flood. This turmoil continued for several days before it finally settled. Shun-Si opened his eyes at the appropriate moment, feeling as though he had soaked through. Yet the light in his gaze sparkled with an irrepressible thrill. He barely restrained himself from leaping in joy that I have reached the 6th level of Qi training. From this day forth, I shall be a powerful practitioner at the 6th level of Qi training. It is no wonder that he feels so exhilarated. The transition from the 5th to the 6th level of Qi cultivation is undeniably a watershed moment. Once crossed, it signifies the pinnacle of the mid-stage of Qi cultivation. Within the expansive Seven Fiends sect, there are but a handful of individuals at this level, such as the esteemed Elder Mo and Song Kong, both of whom have attained this realm, highlighting the arduous nature of this stage. And now, he too has emerged as a formidable practitioner at the 6th level. The 6th level of Qi cultivation. If I were to encounter Song Kong again, I would certainly not find myself in such a predicament. It is often said that when one is in good spirits, everything appears favorable. This adage resonates deeply with Shun-Si, who now perceives the air as remarkably fresh, while striving to maintain his composure. A spark of elation inevitably surfaces on his youthful countenance. This moment, he finally feels a semblance of security, even after bathing in the pool and donning a fresh set of garments. He remains invigorated, vanishing within the confines of his cave abode. With spring fast approaching, it has nearly been 2 years since his arrival at the Seven Fiends sect. The entire West Peak is now adorned with lush greenery. Remarkably, this marks the 2nd year of my tenure at the sect. Reflecting on the elixir he ingested after consuming the 5 poisons powder, it truly seems to have been a remedy. Furthermore, he could hardly have anticipated such a swift breakthrough to the 6th level of Qi cultivation. Compared to when he first arrived, Shun-Si has grown significantly taller, no longer dwarfed by adults, though his physique remains slender. His face has matured considerably, standing outside his cave after such an extended period of seclusion. He feels somewhat stifled. Upon exiting, he breathes in the fresh air deeply, as the wind tousles his long hair, bound with a grass rope, and his green robe flutters restlessly, as if celebrating his triumph. However, once the initial joy of his breakthrough subsides, Shun-Si does not linger in this elation. While Song Kong is also at the 6th level of Qi cultivation, he has only just made his breakthrough and is unlikely to be a match for him. If he were to reach the 7th level, he could easily crush him without resorting to poison. The 6th level of Qi cultivation does not fully satisfy him. His cautious nature compels him to feel that he has yet to reach his limit. Should he ascend to the 7th level, no one in the outer sect would dare to humiliate him. After all, the strongest in the outer sect are merely at the 6th level of Qi cultivation. If he were to become a 7th level practitioner, figures like Song Kong would be utterly inconsequential. Moreover, he wonders if, after breaking through to the 7th level, he might soar through the skies like Sister Li. This notion is undeniably enticing to Shun-Si, yet he is unaware of Sister Li's precise level of Qi cultivation or when he might achieve such flight. Taking a deep breath, he feels that he should also be capable of reaching the later stages of Qi cultivation. Thus his anticipation for the 7th level intensifies. However, the marron grass elixir he possesses has been entirely consumed, leaving him unable to continue his cultivation of course. Having just achieved a breakthrough, he is not in a hurry. Mindful of the importance of a stable foundation, regrettably, he has run out of poison, with only a supply of stiff powder remaining. Poison, in truth, is a remarkable asset, yet it is unfortunate that the sect does not offer it for sale. His prowess is closely tied to poison. Despite being at the 6th level of chi cultivation, his lack of poison leaves him feeling somewhat uneasy. He is uncertain where to procure more, but perhaps he could inquire with Sister Lee. Considering that breaking through to the 7th level is not an endeavor to be rushed, she frequently ventures into the wild mountains for materials, specifically a place known as Wushan, rumored to be abundant in poison. Wushan should be in the vicinity of the North Peaks wilderness. His initial encounter with Liu took place there. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Si descends from the West Peak, intending to seek out Liu and also to inquire about when he might be able to fly. Additionally, it has been quite some time since he last descended the mountain, and he plans to purchase more marron grass, as he possesses a substantial sum of 900 spirit stones, despite his current reputation. Even after 3 months, he remains the subject of much discussion in the outer sect. Even though he maintains a low profile, his mere presence in the outer sect stirs considerable excitement among the disciples, who regard him with a mix of awe and reverence. He is none other than the Black Poison King. No, rather the master of dream fulfillment. He has arrived in the outer sect, fearing that this title might provoke Shinsi's ire. A disciple hastily alters his address. Shinsi merely smirks at the reverent gazes directed his way, discreetly crossing his arms as he proceeds towards the Miaodong pavilion. However, he suddenly becomes aware of a chilling gaze upon him. When he turns to look, he finds that Zheng Wenlong has lowered his head, remaining silent as he quickly departs, as though afraid of provoking Shun Si into action. Shinsi's eyes flicker slightly as he recalls Li Yu's warning that Song Kong has backing from intersect disciples and advises against provoking him. He pays no further mind to Zheng Wenlong's retreat and heads to the Miaodong pavilion, where he procures the necessary items before exiting amidst the disciples' fearful glances, making his way towards the North Peak. Once he is left, the disciples inevitably engage in further gossip. The master of dream fulfillment. One must admit, while he may have once swindled my spirit stones, he is undeniably impressive. Song Kong has yet to trouble him. Perhaps out of fear. You may not believe it, but I once chased Master Dream fulfillment away. Do you really think so? The intersect assessment is fast approaching. Who knows, the Master of Dream fulfillment might secure a place for himself. That remains to be seen. He can only rely on poison for a sneak attack. His true strength surely pales in comparison to the 6th level of Qi cultivation. Chapter 57. A treasure map? Shun Si remains oblivious to these whispers, unaware that in just a few months, the intersect assessment of the 7 Fiends sect will take place. Having ascended the North Peak after several months' absence, he decides to visit the bamboo house, only to find that the remaining 5 feather-tailed chickens, upon seeing him, emit startled clucks and hastily flee into the bamboo grove. Cough. Am I truly that terrifying? Shinsi coughs awkwardly and feels a touch of guilt as he follows the tranquil path to the small house deep within the bamboo grove. It has been over half a year since he left. Yet the little house remains largely unchanged, though it has grown somewhat desolate, accumulating more dust, which evokes a sense of nostalgia within him. Yes, for Elder Mo, he has evidently not returned. Point 1 can only surmise that something unfortunate has befallen him. After a moment of reflection, Shanxi enters Elder Mo's room. His return is not merely to pay a visit. Elder Mo's chamber is filled with numerous tomes detailing the path of medicine, rich with information about various spiritual herbs. Fortunately, these books have remained undisturbed, as no one has entered the room since his departure. Shinsi quickly busies himself in the cramped space, collecting all the bamboo slips from the shelves into his storage pouch. He possesses several storage pouches, allowing him to accommodate the volumes with ease. Before long, the room appears considerably emptier. Cough. Since they have been left here, I might as well take the opportunity to study them. Observing this scene, Shanxi feels a twinge of guilt for his theft, finding a convenient justification for his actions, which alleviates his conscience considerably. Just as he prepares to depart, he notices a paper booklet resting on the table. Covered in dust due to neglect, beside it lies a copper lamp. Since he has already taken so much, what harm would there be in acquiring this as well? Yet, as Shensi approaches to pick it up, he pauses momentarily. The record of the southern lands is not a tome detailing spiritual herbs like the previous bamboo slips. Rather, it appears to contain records about this world, describing numerous locations, according to its contents. The area he inhabits is known as the Southern Frontier. Situated in a corner of the southern continent, to the east lies the core region of the southern continent, a place of immense prosperity. Home to numerous powerful factions with ancient lineages, any of which could easily eradicate the Seven Fiends sect. Furthermore, in the distant lands of the southern continent lies the vast sea, and across that sea is a region called the Three Wastes. However, the sea is vast and treacherous, making it exceedingly difficult even for Foundation establishment practitioners to traverse. Southern continent, Three Wastes. Shensi murmurs, as if this booklet has unveiled a vast world before him, igniting a desire within him to one day explore it. Taking a deep breath, he is about to stow the booklet away when a yellowed map slips out from within its pages. It appears to have been folded and tucked inside all along. Upon its sudden emergence, his attention is immediately captivated, filled with curiosity. This something elder M.O. concealed. What could it possibly depict that warranted being hidden within a book? After a moment of hesitation, Shensi picks up the yellowed paper and unfolds it. Upon examination, he discovers a map, accompanied by small notes. Yet the handwriting seems inconsistent, suggesting that different individuals may have penned it. The earliest script appears as faded as the paper itself, while the later notes seem to have been written in recent years, their script noticeably fresher, leaving him even more perplexed. However, as he finally comprehends the content of the notes, a strange expression crosses his face. This a treasure map? Indeed, this blueprint bears a striking resemblance to a treasure map. Furthermore, the treasure appears to be something left behind by a foundational cultivator. Perhaps a single vial of spiritual liquid could significantly enable a chi refining practitioner to transcend to a higher realm, or even facilitate their foundational establishment within this lifetime. His knowledge of such intricate details undoubtedly stems from the inscriptions above, which, to be precise, are written in a much older script that chronicles the origins of this map. If the records are accurate, this ancient script was inscribed by a cultivator well-versed in numerous secrets, who included some self-introduction. This individual had a penchant for researching geomancy and seeking the burial sites of formidable beings or their cultivation abodes that he referred to this map as a serendipitous find, documenting the resting place of a foundational cultivator known as Xianxing Daoren. Regrettably, he spent his entire life in search of it, leaving it for those fated to discover it. The subsequent inscriptions from recent years contain merely 3 characters: Xingzhe Mountain. These characters may well have been left by old M.O. It seems he has found the location indicated on the map. This map appears to have passed through the hands of 2 individuals before reaching old M.O. Could it be that his current excursion is to seek this very place? Shensi pondered, his eyes flickering with thought. He was no longer the naive novice of his early days. He understood the significance of the term foundational cultivator. This level represents the 2nd stage of cultivation, attainable only after reaching the 10th layer of chi refinement, at which point one can aspire to break through to this realm. Since this map was discovered in Old Mo's quarters, it must undoubtedly belong to him, and he may have even located that place. However, Shensi took a deep breath and did not let his excitement lead him into rashness. He cautiously stowed the map away. Not to mention, he only knew that the place was called Xingzhe Mountain, but had no knowledge of its precise location. Venturing there could yield nothing. Moreover, he sensed that old M.O. might not return for quite some time, likely facing perilous circumstances, indicating the dangers of that location, that he was not blinded by greed. After all, his life was paramount, yet he remained oblivious to the exact whereabouts of that place. Shensi inhaled deeply. Quietly exiting the bamboo hut, without further contemplation, he went to find Li Yu. That he naturally knew where Li Yu's cave abode was, as she had previously informed him it lay in a higher region of the North Peak. However, just as he emerged from the bamboo grove, he spotted a graceful figure descending from the North Peak. and his face instantly lit up with joy. Sister Li, upon hearing his voice, the figure glided down from a position near the mountaintop, reaching him in merely a few breaths. She was clad in her familiar emerald robe, her tall and delicate form accentuated by her gracefully elongated legs. The speed at which she approached left Shen Si in awe and envy. "Has Song Kong been troubling you?" Liu queried, noting his cultivation level had reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Her beautiful eyes flickered. "No, I just specially purchased a few items to visit Sister Li. I'm grateful for all the care you have shown me." During these past days, Liu had treated him exceptionally well, and Shenxi felt somewhat embarrassed to approach her solely for matters of business, as it would render him too pragmatic to appear more genuine and to convey that he was not fabricating excuses. Shenxi sincerely retrieved a porcelain vial from his storage pouch. "This is the Tianhan root spiritual liquid I just bought. Thank you, Sister Li, for taking such good care of me." This spiritual liquid was something he had stumbled upon during a recent visit to Miaodong Pavilion, and he had specifically purchased it, although it does not enhance one's cultivation. It possesses the remarkable effect of preserving a woman's beauty, reducing signs of aging, and maintaining youthfulness. Its price was comparable to the Huangyuan vine spiritual liquid that Liu had once administered to him, which he had seen at Miaodong Pavilion for 100 spirit stones. The purchase had pained him somewhat, yet he believed that nurturing a closer relationship with Liu would yield greater benefits in the future. Thus he remained resolute. However, he had not yet had the opportunity to observe any changes resulting from it. Tianhan root spiritual liquid. Liu regarded his innocent demeanor and the porcelain vial he presented, a flicker of complexity passing through her eyes before she swiftly suppressed it. Extending her delicate hand, she reached for it. "You should focus more on your cultivation and refrain from purchasing such extravagant items in the future." She had heard of the enmity between Shen Si and Song Kong, and was aware that Shen Si was selling medicine in the outer sect at seemingly low prices and had been doing quite well. But something seemed to have gone awry. This spiritual liquid was not inexpensive, and she herself would hesitate to purchase it, so Shen Si must have expended considerable effort. As long as Sister Li appreciates it. No matter how precious the spiritual liquid, it is worth it. Shen Si coughed lightly, resolute in his intention to cling tightly to her in the future. "Now that you have reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, you must devote yourself to your cultivation. In 2 or 3 months, the inner sect disciple assessment will take place. The one who secures first place will become an inner sect disciple and will be granted a vial of spiritual liquid that can break the bottleneck between the 6th and 7th layers of qi refinement, propelling one from the peak of the 6th layer directly into the 7th. Upon hearing such candid words, Liu was at a loss for words, sensing an unusual emotion stirring within her heart. After putting away the porcelain vial, she turned her attention to him, her voice urging him, hoping to motivate him to cultivate diligently. The inner sect disciple assessment can allow the peak of the 6th layer to break through directly into the 7th layer. Shen Si was exceedingly eager to reach the 7th layer of qi refinement, fully aware of the arduous challenge that lay in breaking through from the 6th to the 7th layer. The prospect of a spiritual liquid that could facilitate such a leap filled his eyes with fervor. However, since the assessment would feature such invaluable resources and the opportunity to become an inner sect disciple, he knew many would participate, and he would likely encounter Song Kong and other 6th-layer practitioners. "Sister Li, you mentioned before that you often go to Wushan to seek toxic materials. Are there many poisonous herbs there?" After taking a deep breath, Shen Si quickly raised his head. In such a short time. He feared that with the Malin grass spiritual liquid, his cultivation would struggle to make significant progress. The chances of success were slim. If it were merely to become an inner sect disciple, he might have been able to evade it, but the temptation of breaking through to the 7th layer was simply too great. His need for poison grew even more intense. If he had sufficient poison, who among the 6th-layer practitioners could withstand it? Indeed, there are... I'll take you to have a look. It just so happens that I need to go there as well." Liu nodded, having not merely fortuitously encountered him. She had originally intended to venture to Wushan to seek toxic materials. Upon reaching a consensus, Shen Si followed closely behind her. According to Liu, Wushan was indeed nestled within the desolate mountains surrounding the North Peak. This aligned closely with his previous conjectures, though the mountain lay deeper within the wilderness, farther than any place he had previously ventured. However, after breaking through to the sixth layer of chi refinement, Shun Si's traveling speed had increased somewhat, and it did not take long to reach their destination. Initially, Liu had intended to fly, but upon noticing his slower pace, she opted to walk alongside him. Shun Si seized this opportunity to inquire about a matter that had been on his mind. Sister Li, what level of chi refinement is necessary to fly? The prospect of flying in the air held a profound allure for him. Liu did not withhold her response, pondering briefly before answering. Generally, once one reaches around the fifth layer of chi refinement, they can sustain short flights with their spiritual power, though it is not true flight. Rather, it should be termed gliding. When employing sword control techniques, you can stand atop the sword to glide some distance. To achieve what I can do requires late-stage chi refinement, along with a magical artifact bestowed by the sect. Is it possible already? Shun Si sought confirmation, his eyes widening. Although he could not attain her level, gliding would suffice. Yes, but it requires practice. Otherwise, you might easily fall. Liu spoke slowly. Upon hearing her affirmative response, Shun Si felt an overwhelming urge to experiment immediately. He quickly retrieved his wooden sword from his storage pouch and, following Liu's instructions, stood atop it to give it a try. After manipulating his spiritual power and experimenting for a while, just as Liu had mentioned, he managed to glide a short distance. However, the wooden sword could not elevate him high. He barely hovered a foot or so above the ground. Nevertheless, during that brief period, the speed he attained was significantly faster than before, and the sudden acceleration nearly caused him to tumble off the sword. Yet, Shun Si's eyes sparkled with delight, as if he had discovered a new world. The remainder of the journey consisted of alternating between walking and gliding, naturally lasting only for short intervals, and the consumption of spiritual power was considerable, limiting him to brief bursts of gliding. At most, he could manage a few dozen breaths before panting heavily. Thus, they traversed deeper into the mountains until, after approximately an hour, they finally entered a thicket where the ground was thickly carpeted with dead leaves, and numerous snakes and insects coiled around towering trees. The air here felt notably cooler than elsewhere, and even Shun Si shivered slightly. This is Wushan Liu, accustomed to the surroundings, withdrew a porcelain vial and handed it to him. Further in, there are plenty of toxic materials. We shall search separately. I possess some powder that repels venomous snakes. If you apply it to your skin, those serpents and other poisonous creatures will dare not approach you. These pests are exceedingly toxic. Even a practitioner of chi refinement would suffer greatly if bitten. Do not underestimate the danger. I felt a twinge of apprehension, sensing the perilous nature of this place. However, as a practitioner of the sixth layer of chi refinement, he did not wish to appear weak in front of Liu. After a moment of steeling himself, he nodded and, after parting ways with Liu, ventured forth in a chosen direction. Along the way, he encountered snakes of various hues, green, red, and others, with triangular and rounded heads, quite fearsome indeed. Some even radiated a fluctuation of spiritual energy. I warn you, do not provoke Master Shun. Who dares to offend Master Shun? Do not blame him for being impolite. Chapter 59, Love Flower, Butterfly. Who dares to provoke Master Shun? Do not blame him for being impolite. Despite such bravado, Shun Si nonetheless applied the powder to his face and arms, and the effect was remarkable. The venomous snakes appeared to be wary of his scent, retreating at a distance upon seeing him, which restored his spirits. With the powder applied, Shun Si commenced his quest for poisonous herbs. Soon, within the Wushan Mountains, excited voices echoed, "Hee, an elusive herb. There's even in its grass." Indeed, this place is rich with toxic flora. Shun Si delved deeper. Exhilarated by his discoveries, he found numerous poisonous plants, realizing this location was truly fortuitous. With the powder provided by Liu, the venomous insects and serpents dared not attack him, allowing him to traverse with ease, his countenance beaming with joy. In a brief span, he amassed a significant collection of poisonous herbs, his enthusiasm unabated. This flower, if I'm not mistaken, it appears to be the love flower. After a while, Shun Si's expression turned peculiar as he surveyed several clusters of crimson blossoms, a beguiling fragrance wafted from these extraordinarily alluring flowers. He recalled the entries in Master Mo's compendium of spiritual herbs regarding this flower. The love flower is used to concoct an aphrodisiac. Just inhaling its essence could ignite uncontrollable desires. Even in a practitioner of qi refinement, coughing lightly at the thought, Shun Si felt a deep disdain. Although he utilized toxins, it was solely for self-defense, and he held firm to his principles. How could he ever resort to such a substance? With a subtle shift in his gaze, he quietly departed. Yet after a moment, he turned back, cautiously coughing as he collected the blossoms into his storage pouch. These flowers could serve as a means of protection. The fault lies with those who wield such poisons, their minds too corrupt to blame the toxin itself, that I shall use them for self-defense. Shun Si muttered to himself, justifying his actions as he stowed the flowers away. At that moment, a voice suddenly called from behind, startling Shun Si. He quickly composed himself and turned to see Liu approaching from behind, her elegant head raised as she surveyed the surroundings. I found a few, and made some modest gains, he replied, feeling inexplicably guilty. Fearing that Liu might have seen the flowers, I almost forgot to warn you. Do not venture too deeply in the depths of Wushan. Some venomous creatures are formidable, and a bite would be fatal for those in the late stage of qi refinement. Liu nodded. If we have gathered enough, let us depart. The night here brings forth even more snakes and insects. In swarms of venomous mosquitoes, we must remain vigilant. Having searched for several hours, the sky had darkened considerably, nearing nightfall. Hearing Liu's ominous words, Shun Si nodded fervently. All right, now that I am familiar with this location, I can return here when I need more toxins. He and Liu swiftly retreated towards the periphery. However, along the way, Liu suddenly furrowed her brow and halted. Are you hungry? Shun Si was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that her words were not directed at him. For Liu sighed softly, extracting a silver needle and pricking her finger. Senior sisterly? Shun Si exclaimed, astonished. I am fine, Liu replied, shaking her head. She then produced a jade box from beneath her embroidered robe and opened it, allowing a drop of her blood to fall inside. Her unusual behavior, coupled with her earlier cryptic remark, piqued Shun Si's curiosity, compelling him to sneak a glance. To his surprise, within the box lay a butterfly, its iridescent wings fluttering gracefully. However, as her blood dripped onto it, the liquid vanished as if consumed by the creature. A rather eerie sight, a blood-drinking butterfly. In that moment, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Perhaps when Liu mentioned being hungry, she referred to this butterfly. But why would a butterfly consume blood, and what was its purpose? Just as he pondered the surreal nature of it all, Liu, after feeding the butterfly a few drops of blood, retrieved a porcelain vial and poured some powder into it for the butterfly to ingest. Shun Si felt a flicker of alarm. That powder appeared to be poison. Let us go, Liu stated after sealing the jade box and stowing it away. She glanced at Shun Si, who remained in a stupor. Before advancing ahead, senior sister Li, Shun Si stammered, snapping back to reality, instinctively nodding, though he hesitated to speak further. This is a small pet I keep. It thrives on toxins. You need not inquire further, Liu said, casting a sidelong glance at him, her expression unusually cold, as if reluctant to delve deeper into the matter. Had it not been for her sudden hunger, she would not have revealed this in Shun Si's presence. A pet that thrives on toxins. Shun Si suddenly comprehended why she often ventured out for toxic materials, feeling a chill run down his spine. This was the first time he had heard of such a creature. Sensing her desire for privacy, he refrained from pressing further. Everyone has their secrets, he mused, recalling the stone bowl he possessed, as long as he knew that senior sisterly meant him no harm. He was content to leave the rest unexamined. Yet the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Before darkness engulfed the land completely, the two emerged from the desolate mountains and returned to the North Peak. Parting ways, Shun Si returned to his cave dwelling, contemplating the butterfly he had seen earlier. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he began refining medicine. After processing the malan grass and the poisonous herbs he had gathered, he set out once more to the surrounding wilderness in search of beasts to bless him. With a considerable supply of toxins and itch powder at his disposal, He felt at ease for the time being. He wondered about the effectiveness of the aphrodisiac powder. Now, with his strength having significantly increased in just a few days, he sought to bless himself further. After a while, he alighted from his wooden sword. Restoring his spiritual energy as he ventured beyond the wilderness, he retrieved a porcelain vial, inspected its contents, and then tucked it away before returning to his cave dwelling. With an ample supply of poison, he felt a sense of reassurance that he could now continue his cultivation and enhance his prowess. Provided he had sufficient Malon grass spiritual liquid, he anticipated reaching the peak of his 6th layer of chi refinement in about a year. Regrettably, akin to the previous spiritual liquid derived from gathering spirit grass, the current Malon grass spiritual liquid had also diminished in efficacy. Now, 2 or 3 vials equated to what 1 vial once offered, and it continued to weaken. Perhaps one day, 10 vials would only yield the potency of a single vial from before. Chapter 60. Do not think of me, these circumstances were immutable, and Shen-Si found himself powerless to alter them. He shook his head and resumed his training. The good news was that after reaching the 6th layer of chi refinement, the speed at which he could refine the spiritual liquid had doubled. Now, a single vial could be refined in merely 2 to 3 days, a result of the amplified spiritual energy. Lu Qin continued to visit, though not as frequently as before, for the peak period of spiritual liquid had passed. During this visit, however, she sensed an undeniable increase in Shen-Si's strength. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Yuanming, how is it that only a few months have passed, yet you seem even more powerful? Have you perhaps reached the 6th layer of chi refinement? She was nearing the pinnacle of the 5th layer of chi refinement, and the only one capable of imparting such a feeling of strength must surely be at the 6th layer. Indeed, I sold some spiritual liquid and earned quite a few spirit stones. I've refined a good amount myself, Shen-Si replied, glancing at her with a wry smile, choosing honesty over concealment. Wow, the 6th layer of chi refinement. There are only a handful in the outer sect, and you're younger than them all. Lu Qin exclaimed, her body pressing close, her alluring visage adorned with admiration. Her delicate hand grasped his arm, resembling an enamored young girl. Yet she was the sort of enchanting beauty that exuded both allure and innocence, creating an intoxicating blend of charm and reverence that overwhelmed Shen-Si, igniting a flutter of emotions within him. If the other disciples of the outer sect were to witness this scene, they would surely be consumed with envy. Yet he felt a surge of caution, desiring to withdraw. Maintain your composure, be mindful of your integrity. This woman is an enchantress, Brother Yuanming. Since you've reached the 6th layer of chi refinement, could you assist me with something? Lu Qin firmly grasped his arm, drawing closer still, preventing him from leaving. The proximity felt akin to being enveloped by towering heights. An almost suffocating closeness that a subtle fragrance wafted from her breath, mingling with the air, while her audacious attire left little to the imagination. In this intimate space, Shen-Si felt an overwhelming urge to avert his gaze. Sensing a tingle coursing through him, akin to the effects of mischievous powder, he was fortunate to possess such steadfast resolve, quickly redirecting his eyes, feeling a twinge of fear towards her. Let us speak civilly. Ahem. There is no need for such pulling and tugging. It is utterly unbecoming. Did I not make it clear that I've severed ties with Yang Kai? Yet this man, having cast aside all decorum, relentlessly pursued him. Moreover, in his dealings, he had covertly warned that anyone who dared to purchase Shen-Si's medicine would be crossing him, attempting to coerce Shen-Si into submission, which gravely affected his business. Could you assist me in teaching him a lesson? You have reached the 6th level of chi training. It should be a simple task for you. Shen-Si rubbed his forehead, sensing that although Lu Qin appeared enchanting, her strength likely rivaled that of Yang Kai. Please, I am but a frail woman, lacking the prowess you attribute to me, she implored, her voice filled with a delicate, pleading charm. Suddenly, she leaned in, her lips brushing against his in a fleeting kiss, reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Before she retreated, her beautiful eyes blinking shyly yet expectantly, embodying a pitiful demeanor. You have accepted my reward. You cannot renege. This was my first kiss. Shen-Si fell silent. Or perhaps he simply found himself at a loss for words, his mind swirling with confusion. Please, Liu Qin's voice was sweet, wrapping around his arm. This is the itching powder I just concocted if he continues to pester you. Simply throw it at him. Only when his arm was jostled and a tingling sensation coursed through him did Shen Si snap back to reality, hastily pushing her away, feeling utterly helpless from his storage pouch. He retrieved a porcelain vial and handed it to her, wishing to maintain a distance from this enchanting creature. Lest he be ensnared in her web of mischief, he had no desire to be entangled in Yang Kai's affairs, feeling that there was some underlying scheme at play. However, considering that Yang Kai had previously provoked him, perhaps a little retaliation was warranted, a fitting way to relieve his grievances. Eating powder, Liu Qin's eyes sparkled as she accepted the vial from his hands. But what if I fail to hit my target? Dear brother, you are aware of my plight as a vulnerable woman without allies in the outer sect. Please grant me a few more vials for self-defense. This powder, renowned in the outer sect, had the power to torment even those at the 5th level of Qi training. Seeing her take advantage of the situation, Shen Si's lips twitched slightly, overwhelmed by a sense of exasperation. If you wish for more, you can purchase it with spirit stones. Talking about money dampens our bond. I have been working hard to earn spirit stones for you. How about I repay you in another manner? Similar to before, after a brief interval, Liu Qin departed, content with several vials in hand. With spirit liquid and some poison secured, Shen Si finally felt a wave of relief wash over him. This enchantress was indeed formidable, displaying an uncanny ability to manipulate situations. Very few men could withstand her charms. Her earlier suggestion of repayment was a blatant temptation, one he could never succumb to. Shen Si was not that kind of man. After witnessing her dance, he reluctantly parted with 30 spirit stones in exchange for a dose of dizziness powder. This enchantress truly is a marvel, he muttered, recalling the scene with a mix of admiration and irritation. He quickly shook his head, feeling restless, and resumed his cultivation. He resolved to limit his interactions with her in the future, fearing he might succumb to temptation. In the days that followed, Liu Qin did not return. Shen Si found solace in his cave. Quietly advancing his cultivation, he had purchased 31 portions of malin grass from Yaodong Pavilion, successfully refining 17 vials of spirit liquid, sufficient for a month or two of practice. Steadily enhancing his internal spiritual energy and approaching the 7th level of Qi training, it was not until over half a month later that Liu Qin made her appearance once more. Dear brother Yuanming, your poison truly works wonders. Yang Kai no longer dares to provoke me. Over these past 6 months of knowing you, I have amassed quite a few spirit stones that I am on the verge of breaking through to the 6th level of Qi training. Otherwise, I will fall behind you. Liu Qin's face beamed with joy, seemingly having vented her frustrations. However, after their previous encounter, Shen Si remained vigilant towards her, taking precautions to keep her at bay. He was startled to hear her mention her impending breakthrough to the 6th level. Shaking his head in disbelief, that it is not as if I am the only one capable of reaching the 6th level. Liu Qin's expression turned melancholic. Dear brother Yuanming, I will not be visiting you for a while. Please do not miss me. Once I emerge from my seclusion, I will return to seek you out. This time, I wish to purchase 10 vials of spirit liquid. Facing her whimsical demeanor, Shen Si had long grown accustomed, merely offering a faint smile in response. After some contemplation, he spoke again. My alchemical skills have improved, and I can now eliminate more impurities from the spirit liquid than before, enhancing its efficacy. How about this? I will sell it to you at the previous price. Come by tomorrow for 10 vials. I do not have that much spirit liquid on hand, nor the spirit stones to spare. You must pay up front. I will procure more malin grass to refine for you. Throughout this period, Liu Qin's purchases of spirit liquid had primarily been for profit, resulting in a mutually beneficial partnership where neither party owed anything to the other. However, she had indeed alleviated many of his burdens, sparing him the need to sell medicine himself. In the 7-kill sect, she was the only one entangled in his affairs. After some deliberation, he decided to extend her assistance. The quality of the spirit liquid is better than what you previously bought. Upfront payment? Very well. I will await your arrival tomorrow. Upon hearing Shen Si's mysterious words, Liu Qin's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her trust in him growing over the months. She said little more, handing him several bags. which nearly depleted her savings. Then I shall see you tomorrow. Shensi nodded, having his own reasons for this arrangement, that on one hand, he feared that presenting her with such a large quantity of spirit liquid might raise her suspicions. And on the other, he had not produced enough to fulfill her request. Do not run off now. I have entrusted you with the most important thing. If you abandon me, I shall not survive. Lucine bit her lip gently, her gaze filled with trepidation, reminiscent of a lovesick maiden fearful of her beloved's betrayal. Continue your charade. Shensi rolled his eyes, unwilling to witness her performance any longer. Citing his need to refine medicine, he ushered her away amidst her forlorn expression. If I were the unfaithful one. After reflecting on her earlier words, Shensi sighed, and once she departed, he ventured to the outer sect. The following day, Lucine dutifully returned to his cave. Shensi emerged, presenting her with 10 vials of the usual spirit liquid made from malin grass. But this time he had infused them with a bit of blessed malin grass liquid. Due to the reduced impurities, these vials offered slightly better efficacy. However, they naturally paled in comparison to what he himself consumed. Though they were still an improvement over the previous offerings, he ensured the enhancement was subtle, preventing any suspicion from arising, carefully crafting his explanations that the efficacy truly improved. Liuqine's eyes widened, and she accepted the porcelain vials, placing them in her storage bag, leaving one out to inspect. She noted the richer spiritual energy within, leading her to believe Shensi's words that her faith in him solidified. She felt an increasing sense of mystery surrounding him. Believe it or not, I appreciate you, dear brother Yuanming. Your kindness has left me in your debt. Once I break through to the 6th level of Qi training, I shall repay you handsomely, with my body, if need be. Lucine flashed a mischievous smile, seemingly oblivious to the scowl on Shensi's face, leaving him no opportunity to refuse her. How could one repay kindness with betrayal? With a furrowed brow, Shensi cast a glance at her retreating figure, sighed, and returned to his cave abode to cultivate. However, it seemed that his aversion towards her had lessened somewhat. As the days passed, life resumed for Shensi as it had when he first arrived at the 7-Kill sect. Before he knew it, nearly a month had slipped by, and it took him approximately a month and a half to completely refine all 17 bottles of spiritual liquid. Despite the rapid pace, the efficacy of the liquid was significantly diminished compared to before, and with his cultivation having improved, the refining process became swifter. Nevertheless, the spiritual energy within him had notably increased, surpassing his initial breakthrough into the 6th layer of Qi training, and his strength had grown as well. During this time, Lucine appeared to have entered seclusion to break through, and she had not sought him out, which left him feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Now, for bottles of spiritual liquid seemed to yield the effect of merely one from before. Shensi murmured to himself, having run out of spiritual liquid, and ceased his cultivation. Upon exiting the cave, he stepped onto his wooden sword and glided down the mountain from the western peak, emulating the U.S. technique. This method was significantly swifter, and in just a few breaths, he reached the foot of the mountain where the outer sect was located. However, after this brief exertion, he found himself quite fatigued, having consumed about 40 to 50% of his spiritual energy. This was still due to the increase in his spiritual energy over the past 2 months. Naturally, with his current renown, his mere appearance in the outer sect caused quite a stir. His descent had left many disciples dumbfounded. Flying. Master Yuanming can actually fly. Well, not exactly flying. It was more like short-term gliding utilizing sword technique. Yet he seemed even stronger now. Such a technique, which consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy, would likely drain the entire reserves of someone at the 5th layer of Qi training. Yet he appeared neither flushed nor breathless. Moreover, have you noticed that he always descends from the western peak? It seems he has his own cave abode, just like Brother Song. Some well-informed disciples gazed at Shensi with an intense focus. Though they had only heard of his exploits, they were aware of his status at the 5th layer of Qi training. Their understanding of him was mostly colored by the terrifying nature of the poison he wielded, which could inflict excruciating pain on those of the 5th layer and even ensnare those at the 6th. Yet, the display of power he exhibited now suggested that few 5th layer practitioners could replicate it, thoroughly demonstrating that he possessed not only poison but formidable strength as well. Furthermore, his status was equally daunting. A late-stage Qi training disciple from the inner sect, Shunsi pondered the upcoming inner sect assessment, blissfully unaware of others' thoughts, and paid them no mind. He put away his wooden sword and, under the awed gazes of numerous disciples, made his way to the Miaodong Pavilion, seeking more spiritual liquid to break through to the 7th layer of Qi training that he still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the pinnacle of the 6th layer. However, after 2 months, Lu Qin's seclusion meant he had no one to help him earn money, leaving him with just over 400 spirit stones. After acquiring 17 portions of gathering spirit grass, Shun Si did not linger in the outer sect and returned to the western peak to continue alchemy. Subsequently, he methodically ventured into the surrounding wild mountains to hunt for spirit beasts to bestow their blessings. After another 20 days, he refined the spiritual liquid on hand, totaling 9 bottles. Cultivation was indeed a costly endeavor. Shun Si murmured to himself. Even with the stone bowl, he still felt that cultivation was an insatiable abyss. However, he was now significantly closer to the pinnacle of the 6th layer, and he felt that if he continued at this pace, he could reach the pinnacle of the 6th layer within a year. If only he had enough spirit stones. Chapter 62. Reclaiming his name. Speaking of which, it seemed that the months since Sister Lee had mentioned them were drawing near, with no spiritual liquid or spirit stones. Shun Si naturally ceased his cultivation in the cave. His gaze flickered as he descended from the western peak. Contemplating how to acquire some spirit stones, he decided to attempt returning to his old trade. Though after being framed last time, his reputation had suffered greatly, and now it was likely that few would dare seek him out for spiritual liquid. He must restore Shun Ye's name. He did not wish to be branded as a purveyor of counterfeit medicines. Scorned by others, Shun Ye sought to reclaim his reputation. Shun Si's eyes glinted as he realized that he sold authentic spiritual liquid, yet others were skeptical that he needed to prove himself anew to demonstrate that his spiritual liquid was genuine. This situation had initially been orchestrated by Song Kong and his associates when he was only at the 5th layer of Qi training. He had been forced to endure it in silence. Even if he managed to prove his innocence, he would face numerous obstacles. Later, with Lu Qin's assistance, he had paid less attention to it. Now, however, he was at the 6th layer of Qi training, and with Sister Lee backing him, he no longer feared them and could find a way to self-validate. Master Yuan Ming is back in action. After contemplating, Shun Si crafted a grand banner similar to the one he had previously used and carried it to the outer sect, loudly proclaiming, 30 spirit stones for a bottle of malin grass spiritual liquid, limited time offer for the next few days. Once this village is passed, such inexpensive spiritual liquid shall never be found again. On-site testing is supported, authenticity guaranteed. His reputation in the outer sect was already considerable, standing shoulder to shoulder with those of the 6th layer of Qi training and even subtly overshadowing Song Kong. Now, seeing him wielding the familiar banner, many disciples were momentarily taken aback, quickly drawn in by curiosity. Master Yuan Ming? He is selling spiritual liquid again. The last incident of counterfeit spiritual liquid remains uncertain. It was said that Lu Qin's liquid was purchased from him. The truth of the matter was still in question that if that were the case, his offerings might not be counterfeit after all. Indeed, I recall when I previously bought spiritual liquid, Sister Lu mentioned that her liquid was indeed provided by Master Yuan Ming. Disciples privy to the details whispered amongst themselves, some having previously purchased spiritual liquid from Lu Qin. However, the surrounding disciples remained skeptical. Shun Si, noticing this, realized he needed to stoke the flames further. He patted his storage bag, holding a bottle of spiritual liquid and a silver needle, his expression resolute. I hereby declare, these spiritual liquids are guaranteed authentic. Those who doubt may come forward for an on-site test. 30 spirit stones. Limited to the next few days. Upon hearing this, many disciples were momentarily stunned, and several who had felt tempted before sprang into action. After all, such inexpensive malin grass spiritual liquid was indeed irreplaceable elsewhere. After a while, one disciple, biting the bullet, declared, I will give it a try. With so many disciples gathered, he was not afraid of potential deceit. Shun Si urged him to purchase, and testing it posed no risk. Behold, what I hold is merely pure water. Following Lu Qin's initial method, Shun Si, under the watchful eyes of the gathered disciples, extracted a drop of liquid with the silver needle, letting it fall into the clear water, and then handed the porcelain bottle to him. Now, taste it. Is this not Malin grass, spiritual liquid? His confident demeanor immediately attracted the curious gazes of the other disciples, all of whom were filled with uncertainty as they focused on the testing disciple. Yet, Shun Si remained unfazed. With a flick of his hand, he placed it behind him, standing nonchalantly to the side like tea that moment. Under the scrutiny of many eyes, the disciple hesitated but ultimately lifted the porcelain bottle, took a sip of the liquid, and his eyes brightened as he felt a notable increase in his internal spiritual energy. It was indeed Malin grass, spiritual liquid. Just a single drop in the water had enhanced his spiritual energy. 30 spirit stones, I want this bottle of spiritual liquid, he exclaimed. Thank you, Master Yuan Ming. Master, here are my spirit stones. Upon hearing his affirming response, the surrounding disciples' expressions shifted. Many began to believe, though some remained doubtful. Is it true? He wouldn't be using a plant to deceive us, would he? They questioned whether the testing disciple was merely an accomplice sent by Shun Si. Hurry, 30 spirit stones for a limited time offer. After a while, I shall no longer sell at this price. If you want it, act quickly. On-site testing is supported. Shun Si observed as yet another 30 spirit stones entered his possession. Although he was not as exhilarated as when he first sold spiritual liquid, he felt elated nonetheless. Riding the wave of momentum, he loudly proclaimed, dispelling the disciples' doubts. With the previous disciple leading the charge and confirming the possibility of on-site testing, more disciples hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to test. The results, naturally, mirrored those of the previous test. It was indeed Malin grass, spiritual liquid. Just a single drop, mixed into the clear water, had increased his spiritual energy, clearly surpassing the gathering spirit grass liquid. The second testing disciple was equally exhilarated, quickly producing spirit stones to purchase the spiritual liquid, creating yet another uproar. It seemed to be true. Master Yuan Ming was indeed selling authentic spiritual liquid this time. I told you, Sister Lu's spiritual liquid was genuinely sourced from him. His offerings had always been genuine. It was likely, as he said, that someone had impersonated him previously, with 2 consecutive disciples testing and achieving the same results. A wave of excitement surged among the disciples, sparking fervent discussions. The number of doubters dwindled rapidly, as the evidence lay plainly before them. All right, that's all for today. If you wish to purchase, it will have to be tomorrow. Shun Si sold 2 bottles of spirit liquid, which allowed him to purchase 2 portions of Malin grass, consequently uplifting his spirits. However, instead of continuing to sell spirit liquid, he chose to withdraw gracefully. He needed to instill a sense of urgency among his disciples. Otherwise, doubts about him would inevitably arise. If news of today's event spread, those interested in purchasing would surely return when he next offered his wares. After a few more sales, the rumors of him peddling counterfeit medicine would naturally dissipate, as discerning individuals would recognize the truth. Indeed, events unfolded as he anticipated. Shortly after his departure, today's occurrences swiftly circulated among the outer sect, igniting considerable discussion that in the following days, Shun Si made it a point to carry his banner to the outer sect every other day, selling 2 or 3 bottles each time before departing. As time passed, suspicions surrounding him vanished entirely, and the accusations of him selling fake medicine evaporated like mist. With a renewed influx of spirit stones, he felt elated, returning to his cave for cultivation each night. Within less than 10 days, he had sold over a dozen bottles of spirit liquid. Naturally, as soon as the spirit stones arrived, they were all exchanged for Malin grass to concoct more spirit liquid. He did not rush to sell medicine again. After all, the number of disciples purchasing had noticeably dwindled, making it more prudent to focus on his cultivation in the ensuing half-month of seclusion. He reached the pinnacle of the 6th layer of chi refinement. It was likely that he required around 50 bottles of spirit liquid to fully refine the liquid within him. Only after completely assimilating the spirit liquid did he emerge from his cave, a smile gracing his lips as he sensed the state of his internal energy. 50 bottles of spirit liquid, even considering the diminishing effects from excessive consumption. He had nearly incorporated it into his daily sustenance, had rendered his body increasingly resistant to its effects. He mused that perhaps he was the only one capable of such feats. As he contemplated procuring more spirit liquid, he reflected on the rapid sales attributed to Lu Qin, who had refrained from selling spirit liquid for a time. Just as Shun Si prepared to descend from the western peak, he was suddenly enveloped by the deep, resonant tolling of a bell echoing in the air. Yet, it was not from the western peak, but rather emanating from the outer sect. The sound of the bell, Shun Si's expression shifted. This was the first time he had heard such a tone since arriving at the Seven Fiends sect. However, he was somewhat familiar with it. It signaled significant events within the sect, summoning disciples. Given that the inner sect assessments were scheduled for this period, the bell's toll was likely related to this matter. Naturally, Shun Si took this seriously. His eyes flickered as he promptly mounted his wooden sword and swiftly descended the western peak. As expected, shortly after he left the outer sect, he encountered numerous disciples who had been in seclusion. Drawn out by the bell's call, they emerged from their quarters, their expressions solemn, all facing a singular direction. The bell of Dafu Mountain tolled. It only rang for significant occurrences in the outer sect. Summoning disciples. If all went as anticipated, it was likely announcing the inner sect assessments. The melodious chime resonated in his ears, and as he heard the sounds, his eyes sparkled. In an instant, he surged forward. And along the way, he stumbled upon Lu Qin, who had been in seclusion for 2 to 3 months. She had donned a new outfit, a flowing black silk gown that accentuated her curves. With her long, slender legs just visible beneath the fabric, exuding an alluring charm that was even more captivating than before. She blinked and approached him, walking alongside him. Have you reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement? Shun Si could sense she had just broken through to that level. He was taken aback by her outfit, curious about the sudden change in her appearance. Oh, you like my current look? Lu Qin asked, her cheeks flushed with a hint of allure. However, Shun Si pretended not to hear, and as her eyes filled with disappointment, they soon arrived at a mountain near the outer sect. This location was not one of the 4 main peaks, but rather an isolated mountain adjacent to the eastern peak. Its midsection lay a vast plaza, at the center of which stood the famous life and death platform of the outer sect. Surrounded by towering stone pillars carved with dragons, phoenixes, and other auspicious beasts, reaching heights that seemed to touch the heavens, the inner sect assessments were about to commence. The plaza was bustling with a multitude of disciples, all fixated on the central stone platform, engaged in fervent discussions. You are truly lacking in interest, Yuanming brother. I specifically changed my outfit for you, and you Haventy even offered a compliment, Lu Qin remarked. Feeling slighted by Shun Si's indifference, Shun Si, however, was captivated by the surrounding sights. This was his first visit to this place, and the majestic stone pillars imparted an ancient, timeless feeling. He felt a thrill of anticipation. Perhaps today he might witness the emergence of a foundation establishment powerhouse. With his current notoriety, especially alongside the enchanting Lu Qin, they drew envious gazes wherever they went. Yuanming Master, he is actually here with Lu Qin, murmured a disciple. What is their relationship now? They appear to be a couple. Moreover, Lu Qin's new appearance seemed even more alluring than before. As the whispers circulated, Shun Si regained his composure, only to sense several cold, piercing gazes directed at him. Instinctively, he shivered, feeling an ominous energy. After a subtle movement of his face, he discreetly glanced over. It was no surprise to find the source, Song Kong, standing not far away, surrounded by a few disciples who gazed at him with a mix of awe and trepidation, leaving an empty space around him. Upon seeing Shun Si, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Song Kang's eyes. After some time of recuperation, he had just begun to recover from his injuries. Yet the humiliation he suffered at Shun Si's hands, along with the theft of his storage bag, still haunted him, but he felt it was impossible to quell his resentment without exacting revenge on Shun Si. However, he held back for the sake of senior brother Gao and Lu's sister Li's reputation, choosing to remain patient for the moment. Does this Yuanming master dare to participate in the inner sect assessments? He speculated, believing he would not. After all, the inner sect assessments were a matter of life and death. The surrounding disciples were well aware of the animosity between them. Now, witnessing Song Kang's fiery demeanor. They were all eager for the spectacle to unfold. In addition to Song Kang, Yang Kai was also present in the plaza, his face still bearing some scars that had yet to fully heal. As if he had scratched himself with his nails, his gaze towards Shun Si and Lu Qin was filled with resentment. That wretched person! After pursuing her for so long, she ultimately chose another, and even resorted to underhanded tactics against me. What are you looking at? Do you look down on Shun Yi? Shun Yi is dangerous. Who dares to provoke me? Shin Si overheard the murmurs of the disciples, quietly grumbling to himself, unwilling to engage in a moment of impulsive conflict. Humph, Yuan Ming brother, teach Song Kang a proper lesson. How dare those disciples look down on you? Lu Qin echoed, clearly incensed as though it were her own dignity at stake, glaring at the murmuring disciples. Under her fierce gaze, they quickly averted their eyes. Just as Shin Si was about to speak, a streak of light shot forth from the vicinity of Dafu Mountain, revealing an elderly figure riding a flying sword, clad in a dark robe. His hair and beard were white, with wrinkles etched into his brow, as he descended directly onto the central platform of the plaza. It was Elder Situ. He was the second most powerful figure in the Seven Fiends sect, second only to the sect leader, and the only Foundation establishment powerhouse within the sect. He typically remained in seclusion, only appearing during significant events. His arrival instantly captivated the disciples, drawing their fervent attention. Shun Si took a deep breath, turning his gaze towards the elder on stage, feeling a mix of excitement and anticipation. Since joining the Seven Fiends sect, he had not actively inquired about this figure, yet it seemed that every disciple of the sect was familiar with his name. He was a genuine Foundation establishment cultivator. Aside from elusive sect leader, he represented the face of the Seven Fiends sect, overseeing all affairs and making critical decisions. As soon as he appeared, the remaining disciples erupted into cheers, paying homage to him. Who knew if he would ever become such a formidable figure in his lifetime? Silence, Elder Situ commanded, his voice resonating with authority. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept across the gathered disciples, instilling a sense of awe. Though his voice was not loud, it reverberated in each disciple's ear, compelling them to heed his words. In an instant, the plaza fell silent as they regarded the elder with reverence. Elder Situ, is this what a Foundation establishment cultivator embodies? Shun Si's fervor intensified, and at this moment, Elder Situ's words commanded absolute obedience. He was truly an exemplar for others. As the square fell into a hush, Elder Situ surveyed the faces before him, his voice steady and measured. The morning bell has tolled, and I trust many disciples are already aware of the reason behind it. Indeed, our Seven Fiends sect will commence the internal assessments in 7 days. Those wishing to register may come forth. Among those who ultimately sign up, a contest will be held, and the victor shall ascend to the status of an internal disciple, rewarded with a vial of spiritual liquid capable of propelling a peak Qi Refinement Stage 6 practitioner directly into Qi Refinement Stage 7. Elder Situ's aged voice resonated once more, clearly reaching the ears of every disciple present, stirring them into a frenzy of discussion akin to a pot boiling over. The internal assessments were indeed about to commence. Gasp! The first place could secure a vial that would allow a peak Qi Refinement Stage 6 to break through to the later stages of Qi Refinement. 7 days, though, such a brief span of time, meant my cultivation would not advance significantly. It seemed I had no chance at all. This was practically a contest among those at Qi Refinement Stage 6, and those at Qi Refinement Stage 5 were not even qualified to participate. Merely there to make up the numbers, the disciples reacted differently to this announcement. Some had anticipated it, others felt regret, and some resigned themselves to the reality that neither the spiritual liquid nor the opportunity had anything to do with them. After all, to become an internal disciple, one must overcome all the other registered disciples, carving a path through the competition. Indeed, there was spiritual liquid. Upon hearing this, Shin Si felt a surge of excitement. As he contemplated the implications, several disciples had already stepped onto the stage, the first being a peak Qi Refinement Stage 5 disciple, a well-known figure in the outer sect recognized by many, Lu Hai, who was the first to register. After stepping onto the stage, Lu Hai cupped his fists in respect towards Elder Situ. his expression one of reverence. He understood this might merely be a formality, yet he wished to take a chance. Perhaps the other Qi refinement stage 6 participants would encounter one another in the contest and injure each other, allowing him to seize a fortuitous opportunity as the disciples awaited the internal assessments to commence in 7 days. Elder Situ nodded slightly and closed his eyes. Following Lu Hai's lead, several other disciples began to ascend the stage, all of whom were at least Qi refinement stage 5, that eventually, even the 2 previously unregistered Qi refinement stage 6 disciples from the outer sect, apart from Song Kong, made their way onto the stage, eager to take their chances. This incited further fervent discussion among the disciples. Wang Ming had also stepped up, and he too was a Qi refinement stage 6. Vying for the position of internal disciple, the anticipation grew as the gathering of talents promised a grand spectacle, with high-ranking disciples rarely seen participating in such contests. For the other disciples, witnessing this competition was undeniably exhilarating. Just then, another figure leapt gracefully onto the stage, momentarily silencing the crowd before erupting into an even greater uproar than before. Brother Song. It was Brother Song. The disciples, including those participating in the assessment alongside Song Kong, were equally unsettled. Even Wang Ming and Zhou Rong, both Qi refinement stage 6 practitioners, cast wary glances at Song Kong, filled with trepidation. You insignificant pest, even with Sister Li's protection, what does it matter? Once I secure first place and obtain the spiritual liquid to break through to Qi refinement stage 7, I shall stand shoulder to shoulder with Sister Li. I will undoubtedly be the first to eliminate you. After stepping onto the stage, Song Kong shot a cold glance at Shen Si. He was determined to claim that vial of spiritual liquid and the status of an internal disciple. His words were a veiled taunt aimed at provoking Shen Si to register. After all, this was the internal disciple assessment. If Shen Si were to sign up, he could legally defeat him in combat. And Sister Li would have no grounds to object. Should Shen Si cause trouble, Senior Brother Gao would surely intervene. Shen Si inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed coldly on the stage. If Song Kong were to claim first place and become an internal disciple, his own prospects would likely suffer. The charged atmosphere of this confrontation ignited a flurry of speculation among the surrounding disciples, who turned their attention to Shen Si, questioning whether he would dare to step forward. After all, it was highly probable that last time, Shen Si had managed to ambush Song Kong only because he had been caught off guard. If Song Kong were to remain vigilant in the contest, denying Shen Si the opportunity to approach, then Shen Si's poison would be rendered ineffective. Brother Song is undoubtedly the foremost disciple of the outer sect. Go, Brother Song, you will surely become an internal disciple. The cheers came predominantly from infatuated female disciples, who harbored resentment towards Shen Si for having ambushed their idol. Silence. You bunch of sycophantic fools, with your lowly status. Do you think you would spare you a glance? Moreover, the very Song Kong you idolize was once soundly taught a lesson by my brother Yuan Meng when he was merely at Qi refinement stage 5. Lu Qin fumed, witnessing the throngs of mindless admirers belittling her brother Yuan Meng. Standing beside Shen Si, hands on her hips, she vocally chastised them. In terms of appearance, temperament, and cultivation, she far surpassed those infatuated disciples. And at that moment, her mere presence was enough to render them pale and speechless. This fierce scene caused Shen Si to inwardly marvel at Lu Qin's formidable demeanor. Chapter 65. Shen Si registers brother Yuan Meng. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Qin noticed his gaze and immediately lowered her head. Her earlier bravado vanishing, as if she were a different person. What a charming enigma. Shen Si mused silently. He remained composed, not rushing onto the stage. Instead, cautiously inquired of Elder Situ. Elder Situ, will this contest rely solely on individual abilities? As long as one wins, there are no restrictions on the use of items, correct? It was prudent to clarify this beforehand, lest he be accused of foul play during the assessment due to his use of poison. Indeed, when cultivators engage in combat, there are no rigid rules that it is solely a matter of individual prowess. Each must demonstrate their true capabilities, and the ultimate victor will prevail. Elder Situ opened his eyes at this. Regarding Shen Si with interest as an elder of the Seven Fiends sect, he was aware of this young man's reputation. yet found him to be at odds with the rumors circulating in the outer sect. He was already at Chi refinement stage 6. That is splendid. Thank you, Elder Situ. With confirmation that he could indeed employ his poison during the contest, Shensi revealed an innocuous smile. After expressing his gratitude, he turned away, not rushing to the stage, but instead departing. The other disciples could not fathom his reasoning. Many were left perplexed. He left. What was the point of his inquiries? Is he afraid to step up? Amid the chorus of confusion, Song Kong furrowed his brow, fixating on Shan Si's retreating figure before dismissing him with a cold snort, closing his eyes to meditate. Even Elder Situ appeared momentarily taken aback. He had held some regard for Shen Si and did not anticipate his sudden withdrawal. This boy, Elder Situ, shook his head in resignation, unable to decipher the young man's intentions. Brother Yuan Ming, Lu Qin too was momentarily stunned, having expected Shen Si to register, only to see him turn away. While she hesitated, Shen Si's voice reached her. I will return in a couple of days. I have matters to attend to. Lu Qin's delicate face fell into contemplation, puzzled by Shen Si's mysterious demeanor. However, as he waved goodbye and mounted his wooden sword, he descended from the great wind mountain, heading toward the desolate hills surrounding the northern peak. After all, there were still 7 days until the contest. He needed to prepare further. During this assessment, others would undoubtedly be wary of his poison. In a battle, he might need to utilize various toxins. After all, the essence of poison lies in its element of surprise. If his opponents were prepared, it would be exceedingly difficult to land a blow. Especially if their cultivation levels were similar or they surpassed his, they could easily dispatch him with their flying swords. Unbeknownst to Lu Qin, who furrowed her brow in thought, she was well aware of the rules of the assessment. It was not necessarily the strongest who would emerge victorious, and she too had opportunities. Meanwhile, Shen Si had already descended from the great wind mountain, muttering to himself, I should concoct more poisons. When the time comes, I'll unleash them upon everyone. Currently, I possess 2 portions of dazing powder, 2 of itching powder, and 1 of stiffening powder. Alas, I gave Lu Qin 2 portions last time. Why poisons rely on surprise. If they're on guard, it becomes exceedingly difficult to use them, especially against those whose cultivation is comparable or higher than mine. They could easily eliminate me with their flying swords. Shen Si let out a soft hum. Aside from these, there were indeed several bottles of arousal powder available. However, the exact potency of this substance remained uncertain, and one could not place all their hopes upon it. After descending from Dafan Mountain, he made his way towards Wushan, only to unexpectedly encounter Li Yu on the outskirts. She was still clad in her dark green robe, her long black hair cascading down as she crouched before a vibrant wildflower. Surrounding her were numerous beautiful flowers and grasses, their toxicity quite weak yet strikingly colorful, resembling a magnificent landscape painting. The question lingered. Were the vibrant flowers the true subjects of this painting, or was it the person amidst them? Senior Sister Li, you are here too, Shen Si exclaimed, shaking his head. It had been several months since he last saw her, and her presence felt quite familiar. Today should be the registration time for the internal sect assessment. Your cultivation level is at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Aren't you going to sign up? Having heard the commotion, Liu stood up after collecting the flower, her expression one of surprise. Upon learning that Shen Si sought some poison, she nodded but said little else, turning to venture deeper into Wushan. Let's split up and search. You head in one direction, while I will explore the depths of Wushan. All right, Shen Si beamed, retrieving the leftover medicinal powder from his previous venture and applying it to himself, making ample preparations for his quest for poison. However, he was uncertain whether the outer area had already been scoured, as the poisonous plants had become quite scarce. Furthermore, Liu did not frequent this location daily. Recalling her words, he dared not delve too deeply into Wushan, remaining within a designated perimeter. Over the next 2 to 3 days, he managed to procure several more doses of poison, 2 strands of itching grass, and the raw materials for the corpse liquid. After all, the limited poisonous flora on the outskirts yielded little. This amount of poison still feels insufficient, he pondered. Speaking of which, why are there so many toxins in this area? Senior Sisterly mentioned that the depths of Wushan are perilous, especially for those at the late stage of Qi refinement. Shun Si's eyes flickered as he gazed into the depths of Wushan. You had warned him previously of the dangers lurking there, poisonous insects that could prove fatal even to those at the late stage of qi refinement. Yet there was hardly any poison left in the periphery now. Well, if it comes to that, I can always use the arousal powder against them, Shun Si muttered, casting a wary glance towards the foreboding depths of Wushan, where dense trees loomed ominously. Hesitating, he turned back and continued his search in the outer area. By the time 7 days had passed, he had successfully refined the poisons he had collected, resulting in a total of 5 doses of dizzy powder, 4 doses of itching powder, and 2 doses of corpse liquid, each capable of causing significant distress to someone at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Feeling slightly reassured, Shun Si finally ascended to Dafan Mountain on the 7th day, riding his flying sword. The square was bustling with disciples. Despite the week that had passed, they had not left but remained vigilantly awaiting the commencement of the assessment. He actually came. I thought he wouldn't dare show up. And what if he did? This time, there are 3 at the 6th layer of qi refinement, and even Brother Song mentioned that Lu Qin is also at the 6th layer. What difference does it make? As soon as Shun Si appeared, many disciples turned their gazes toward him, skepticism evident in their expressions. However, he paid them no mind, casually humming as he walked towards the central platform, leaping onto it. After bowing to Elder Situ, he settled himself to the side. Chapter 66, Siege. At this moment, there was still a bit of time before the assessment began. Including Shun Si, there were a total of 9 individuals on the platform, all in meditation to adjust their states. Most disciples merely cast a cold glance at Shun Si's arrival before retracting their gazes, showing little interest. The most conspicuous among them was, of course, Song Kong, who deliberately shot him a derisive look and made a throat-cutting gesture before averting his gaze. Shun Si remained unfazed, secretly mocking him. Casting a glance around, he noticed that Yang Kai had also entered the assessment, along with Zheng Wenlong. Both bore deep resentment toward him, their eyes glinting with malice. "Brother Yuan Ming, should we cross paths? I hope you will show mercy," Lu Qin said as she approached, sitting in front of him and blinking her beautiful eyes. "That question is easily answered," Shun Si replied lazily. "I shall strive to use the dizzy powder to incapacitate you, sparing you from suffering." He was also eager to obtain the spiritual liquid to break through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. "Let her? Absolutely not. Brother Yuan Ming, why are you so heartless?" Lu Qin gazed at him with a look of feigned sorrow. Shun Si remained indifferent, closing his eyes to meditate. After half an hour had passed, Elder Situ finally opened his eyes slowly, sweeping across the participants. Upon spotting Shun Si, he offered a faint smile and rose to his feet. "The time has come. The assessment begins. I now announce the rules of the assessment." In that instant, all registered disciples, including Shun Si, opened their eyes and perked their ears to listen, while the disciples below were equally invigorated, eagerly awaiting the commencement. There are 9 participants in this assessment, and the competition consists of 3 rounds. The first round is a free-for-all, with no restrictions, until only 6 remain on the platform. The second round will then commence within the stipulated time, with the top 3 to be determined. As Elder Situ's words fell, he vanished from the platform in a flash, his voice overpowering all others. Now, the competition begins. During the competition, life and death were the responsibility of the participants, but one could concede defeat. After surrendering, no further attacks were permitted. Being thrown off the life and death platform would also be considered a failure. A free-for-all? We need to eliminate 3 participants first. Only then will the second round begin. Upon hearing these rules, the disciples below widened their eyes, fixating on the life and death platform. Even before the combat commenced, the air was thick with tension as many participants scrutinized one another. Shun Si, too, remained observant, standing up quietly. The moment Elder Situ announced the start of the competition, he sensed a pair of icy gazes upon him. Who else but Song Kong? "You really dared to register." "Huh." Song Kong sneered. Rising from not far away, as he made his move, Zheng Wenlong approached from another direction, subtly indicating an encirclement. His participation in the assessment was not for the sake of victory. It was purely to eliminate Shun Si. The one surnamed Shun relied on poison. "We'll take this poison tumor down together." With so many of us attacking, he will undoubtedly be unable to evade. Yang Kai was among them, having seamlessly blended into their ranks. His laughter echoing with arrogance fueled by resentment. If it weren't for Shun Si, everything would not have turned out this way. With Yang Kai inciting them, the remaining two disciples at the fifth layer of Qi refinement exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with eagerness as they quickly surrounded Shun Si from various directions. Master Yuan Ming, we bear you no grudge, but the rules of the competition are as such that I advise you to concede and step down. With so many attacking together, even someone at the sixth layer of Qi refinement would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Eliminating Shun Si would mean one less competitor. They only needed to eliminate two more to secure their positions. As for the remaining Zhou Rong and Wang Ming, they merely closed their eyes dispassionately, showing no intention of intervening or assisting. It was none of their concern. Brother Yuan Ming, with so many against you, I am unable to assist. You handle your own affairs that I still wish to vie for first place. Lu Qin sighed, blinking her eyes before swiftly rising to leave this troublesome place, seeing her abandon him in his hour of need. The other disciples did not stop her, recognizing her status as someone at the sixth layer of Qi refinement. Shun Si watched her wink at him. As if to signal something, his gaze flickered. But he said nothing. Humph, these people are truly shameless, bullying one person with so many. Among the spectators were some who had previously purchased Shun Si's inexpensive spiritual liquids, and witnessing the impending siege against him stirred their indignation. However, before they could voice their grievances, a few infatuated female disciples retorted, naturally defending Song Kong. Humph, it's a free-for-all. There was never a rule against multiple attacks. Exactly. If you disagree, you can ask the elder to revise the rules. Amidst the bickering, Shun Si paid no heed to their words. His expression darkened, anxiety gnawing at him. 4 disciples at the fifth layer of Qi refinement, along with Song Kong at the sixth layer. If it weren't for the allure of the spiritual liquid that could propel one at the peak of the sixth layer to break into the seventh, he would have considered conceding. But now, they conspired to eliminate him, preventing him from obtaining the spiritual liquid. This was simply too excessive. How dare they bully me so brazenly? Do they truly believe Shen Yi to be easy prey? Today, let them taste the potency of my poison. Shun Si's gaze hardened as he slapped his storage bag, revealing several small vials in his hand. Those present had either experienced the effects of Shun Si's poisons firsthand or had heard of their notorious reputation, instilling a sense of dread among them. Consequently, even Song Kong found himself momentarily halted, a glimmer of apprehension crossing his features. Bring it on. Why aren't you attacking? Shun Si grasped a series of small vials. Standing atop the life and death platform, his delicate face set in a fierce expression, evidently satisfied with the effects he had achieved. He is toxic. Do not allow him to approach. With so many of us attacking together, we could slay him 1,000 times over. We shall attack from a distance. Song Kang's countenance darkened as he witnessed these inept individuals, intimidated by Shun Si's poison. He snorted coldly, delivering a rousing speech to restore confidence among the other disciples. No matter how formidable Shun Si's toxins may be, he still has to reach them. And there are so many of us. One by one, they patted their storage bags, but before they could launch their assault, a powerful gust of wind erupted from the life and death platform, accompanied by a streak of light. A long sword, hurtling forth, yet did not target Shun Si, but shot straight towards Song Kong. The assailant was none other than the recently retreated Lu Qin. Mind your own business. You all subdue that wretch, and leave Lu Qin to me. Chapter 67. Chaotic Battle. Mind your own business. You all subdue that wretch, and leave Lu Qin to me. Song Kang's expression darkened. It was clear he saw through her earlier admonition against meddling, which was merely a ploy to catch them off guard. Although she had just broken through to the 6th level of Qi training and was not as powerful as he, she was still not to be underestimated at this moment. With a grim look on his face, Song Kong formed seals with one hand, conjuring several fiery serpents that coalesced in the air before him, shooting forth to transform into fire pythons several feet thick. They collided head-on with the long sword. Brother Yuan Ming, I can't hold him off for long. You must hurry. Lu Qin's tone remained teasing, yet her beautiful eyes were filled with gravity. Amidst the cacophony, she was forced back several steps, her complexion paling, and her flying sword was sent crashing back. Her emergence at this juncture was entirely unexpected by Shen Si, who paused momentarily, while he understood the significance of timely assistance over mere embellishment. He had no time to ponder further. They must be subdued. Both of them must be eliminated. Yang Kai harbored the deepest animosity towards both Lu Qin and Shen Si. The other disciples gritted their teeth. They were already poised to strike, some forming seals to unleash flying swords that instantly transformed into radiant streaks of light, speeding towards the front, while others conjured fire serpents, several feet thick, to engulf Shen Si. Leaving trails of fire in the air, with so many attacks aimed at him, Shen Si felt a surge of anxiety. He dared not withstand such a barrage. With a burst of spiritual power, he vanished from his original spot, exerting all his strength to narrowly evade, barely skimming a dozen yards away. In an instant, his previous position was inundated by the incoming streaks of light and fire pythons, causing debris to explode. The force of the explosion extended for several yards, leaving Shen Si shaken. He glanced back at the scene, relieved he had managed to dodge swiftly. Had he hesitated, he would have been reduced to ashes. What astonishing speed! Strike now. His velocity instilled a sense of dread and fear in the attacking disciples. They understood that such assaults, even from someone at the 6th level of Qi training, were exceedingly difficult to evade completely. They all immediately returned to their storage bags, eager to launch another attack. You force my hand. You insist on provoking me, yet you will not hold your reckoning, and you dare to continue to irritate Shen Yi. Shen Si, now thoroughly enraged, having narrowly escaped death, instantly disappeared from his location, avoiding their oncoming flying sword while simultaneously pulling out a flying sword from his storage bag, propelling it forward at breakneck speed. Aimed directly at Yang Kai. Damn it, why am I the target? Yang Kai's expression twisted in horror. He gritted his teeth, desperately twisting his body to evade, yet he still heard a squelching sound as the wooden sword pierced his arm, causing a spray of blood and a wail of agony to escape his lips, clutching his wounded arm. The next moment, he erupted into a frenzied laugh, pulling out the wooden sword and rolling on the ground in unbearable pain. This aura, he was no longer at the 5th level of Qi training. He had broken through to the 6th level. His sword is poisoned. It is toxic. After Shen Si's breakthrough to the 6th level of Qi training, he seldom struck out. The other disciples were naturally hearing this news for the first time, and they were thrown into disarray, astonished that 4 individuals could attack one, yet their side had instead sustained severe losses. Shen Yi shall fight you today. Shen Si's eyes blazed crimson. Seizing the opportunity of their intimidation, he hurled 3 porcelain vials, which transformed into streaks of light, bursting open on the faces of Zheng Wenlong and his companions, who were left in shock. In an instant, the shattered porcelain shards cut across their cheeks, and the irritating powder infiltrated their bodies, eliciting a chorus of anguished screams that echoed across the expansive life and death platform. The 4 disciples who had just attacked Shen Si were now writhing on the ground, their bodies contorting in agony, banging their heads against the ground. Suddenly, someone recalled something and shouted frantically for Elder Situ. I concede. Elder, I concede. Please, Elder, help us dispel the poison. Elder, save me, I concede too. In the brief span since the onset of the confrontation, the 4 had unhesitatingly chosen to concede, desperate to escape their torment. Was it truly over? This horrifying spectacle sent chills down the spines of many disciples below. This Master Yuan Meng is truly terrifying. Those are 4 at the 5th level of Qi training. It is primarily his poisons. Without those toxins, even someone at the 6th level of Qi training would find it impossible to win so effortlessly. His poison is utterly fearsome. Elder Situ merely cast a deep, scrutinizing glance at the seemingly innocuous Shen Si. Saying nothing, and with a slight wave of his hand, the 4 fell unconscious, swept away by the gust of his sleeve, and discarded to the ground below point 4 conceded. The first round of the competition concluded, with a half-hour break before the second round commenced. Upon hearing this outcome, Lu Qin, whose complexion had turned even paler not far away, quickly approached Shen Si with a smile on her face. Despite her pallor, "Brother Yuanming, if you do not end this soon, I may not be able to hold on much longer. Song Kang's strength is indeed formidable. Take your time to recover." Shen Si nodded. Producing a vial of energy-restoring elixir for her, he said nothing in gratitude, but silently etched it in his heart. Lu Qin, too, remained silent, seizing the brief half-hour to sit cross-legged and recuperate. What a bunch of useless fools. Song Kang, aside from a slight disturbance in his aura, was largely unscathed. Observing this scene, his expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Shen Si. This little wretch has also reached the 6th level of Qi training. No wonder he dared to participate in the assessment. Now that the first round had ended, he could no longer attack Shen Si, as Elder Sidhu would not permit it. He could only wait for the second round. With the conclusion of the first round, the life and death platform fell silent once more, enveloped in a brief stillness during the intermission. Half an hour later, Elder Sidhu reopened his eyes, announcing, "The second round will involve drawing lots to select opponents. These 5 pieces of paper each bear a number. In the second round, 1 and 3 will battle against each other as odd numbers, while 2 and 4 will face off as even numbers. Those who draw number 5 will advance directly to the top 3. The second round, vying for the top 3, let the drawing commence." As his voice fell, he lightly waved his sleeve, and 5 pieces of paper floated before him. Song Kang stepped forward first, seizing one, followed by the others. "Number 4. Brother Yuanming, what number did you draw?" Lu Qin asked, her small face tinged with envy as she unfolded her paper to reveal a large 4. Shen Si's expression turned peculiar as he opened his own paper, which bore a large 5. "It seems I have drawn a bye." Lu Qin, noticing his silence, leaned closer, and upon seeing the number on his paper, her face flashed with envy. "You drew a bye. How is it that I lack such luck?" Just as her voice rang out, Elder Sidhu's voice echoed simultaneously. "The first round of the top 3 begins. Number 5 has a bye, and the odd numbers 1 and 3 commence their duel." Chapter 68. Poison Ineffective. The first round, the odd numbers 1 and 3 commence their duel. Other disciples, exit the life and death platform. At the instant these words fell, Song Kang, Lu Qin, and Shen Si all leaped off the platform, leaving only Zhou Rong and Wang Ming standing atop. One is number 1, and the other is number 3 AS for Zhongwen Long and the others. They had already been knocked unconscious by Elder Sidhu and were discarded at the periphery of the crowd. That little wretch has no idea what number he is. Song Kang paid them no mind. Seeing Shen Si depart the platform, he could not help but smirk inwardly, withdrawing his gaze to sit cross-legged on the ground. Is Song Kang number 2? Lu Qin suddenly realized, having noted that Shen Si had drawn number 5 that meanwhile, on the platform, after a brief exchange of probing attacks, Zhou Rong took the initiative, his expression grave. With a swift motion, he patted his storage bag, unleashing 3 flying swords that sliced through the air, exuding an aura of chilling intensity. After Wang Ming dodged 2 of the flying swords, Zhou Rong's demeanor remained calm. He vanished from sight like an arrow released from a bow, seizing the last flying sword and sweeping it forward in a fierce horizontal arc, showcasing a seamless combination of techniques, declaring, transforming demons. At this moment, Wang Ming dared not be careless. His expression shifted dramatically as he employed the transformation technique previously utilized by Yang Kai. His arms swelled several times in a brief span, bursting the seams of his sleeves, and hair began to sprout from his skin, exuding an immense aura of strength. He thrust his fist forward, the spiritual energy enveloping his hand, striking down upon the flying sword. After a collision, both combatants staggered back before swiftly clashing again. The disparity in their powers was marginal, rendering it impossible to determine a victor in such a short time. Their figures flickered on the life and death stage as they collided repeatedly. Ultimately, Wang Ming demonstrated a slight superiority. After a quarter of an hour, he delivered a punch that sent Zhou Rong retreating several paces, blood spurting from his mouth, his clothes tattered, and his chest heavily concaved. Appearing utterly disheveled, he cried out, "I concede, I concede." Only then did Wang Ming relent, panting heavily, equally disheveled, bearing several sword wounds, as he awaited Elder Sidhu's announcement. Zhou Rong has surrendered. Surrendering was unavoidable. Prolonging the fight served no purpose. The disciples watching this scene felt a surge of emotion and turned their gazes toward Elder Situ, who was seated upon a stone pillar. Soon, a hoarse voice resonated, overpowering the surrounding clamor. The winner of the first match is Wang Ming. Contestants number 2 and 4 stepped forward. With this proclamation, the outcome was decisively sealed. Zhou Rong's face turned pale, a bitter expression on his lips, as he swiftly descended from the life-and-death stage alongside Wang Ming. The latter immediately retrieving a restorative elixir to recuperate. This battle had not been easy for him. His spiritual energy was severely depleted, and he needed to recover swiftly for the forthcoming challenges. As he leapt down from the life-and-death stage, Song Kong had already vanished from sight, effortlessly standing atop the stage, directing his gaze toward the duo of Shen Si and the others. Who dares to meet their demise? Is it merely a matter of breaking through to the 6th level of qi cultivation for a few days? What is there to be proud of? Lu Qindai furrowed her delicate brows, visibly displeased, and gracefully leaped onto the stage to stand opposite him. The eyes of the disciples below were now entirely fixated on the two. Those cheering for Song Kong were predominantly female disciples, while those rallying for Lu Qin were mostly male, the support nearly evenly divided. You should step down. It might save you some suffering. Don't humiliate yourself. Song Kong, upon seeing that the challenger was not Shen Si, felt a twinge of disappointment, his expression cold and indifferent, as if stating an undeniable truth that I extend that sentiment to you as well. Lu Qin wasted no words. She swiftly retrieved a flying sword from her storage bag, vanishing from her original position in an instant, launching herself towards Song Kong. Beneath her flowing sleeves, she tightly gripped a porcelain vial. Her lithe form, even in combat, radiated elegance and beauty, captivating the gazes of many male disciples. You are only inviting humiliation upon yourself. In a brothel, your face might serve you well, but in battle, you are unworthy. Song Kong remained impassive, a smirk of derision playing upon his lips, entirely unfazed, with his right hand. He rapidly formed several seals, summoning a number of small fire serpents that gathered before him as before. This time, however, their might was even greater, far surpassing her own strength, as they surged toward Lu Qin. In a mere moment, Lu Qin found herself forced back several steps, blood escaping from the corner of her mouth, a strange flush appearing on her pale face, her vitality surging uncontrollably. Once more, Lu Qin swallowed the metallic taste of blood that threatened to spill from her lips. Her beautiful eyes narrowing with determination, she tapped her storage bag, and a wooden sword shot forth, emanating waves of chilling energy. I asked that a mere wooden sword? Is it tainted with poison? Useless, Song Kong scoffed upon seeing the wooden sword. Well aware of Shen Si's poisonous prowess, he too struck his storage bag, unleashing a flying sword that blazed like a shooting star, colliding head-on with the wooden sword. The sound of the explosion echoed in the air as the two swords clashed momentarily before the wooden sword was sent flying backward, while Song Kang's sword continued its relentless advance. Go, Brother Song. Brother Song is formidable. The onlookers gasped in excitement as they witnessed him injure a practitioner at the 6th level of qi cultivation with a single strike. He had clearly reached the pinnacle of that tier. Many infatuated female disciples erupted in cheers, while the other disciples gazed on with intense focus. Impressive. Even Wang Ming, who had just ascended from the stage, wore a grave expression, feeling a bitter sense of hopelessness regarding this year's internal sect assessment. The opponent's strength was far beyond his own. Shen Si, too, observed the stage, comparing his strength to that of his adversary. Feeling somewhat inferior as he anxiously watched Lu Qin, sweating for her as the flying sword hurtled toward him, Lu Qin vanished from sight, evading the attack and charging directly at Song Kong. When she was merely a few steps away, another flying sword shot forth from her hand. However, as expected, this attack was met with Song Kang's derisive laughter, easily countered by his fire serpents. Yet he did not anticipate that, as the flames dissipated, a porcelain vial would suddenly be hurled toward him by Lu Qin, aimed directly at his face. It seemed as though it had all been premeditated, the flying sword merely a ruse. Given their proximity, Song Kang's eyes darkened, and he could only hastily raise his arm to shield his face. Watching as the vial shattered, releasing a cloud of toxic powder. Nothing more than this. Lu Qin felt a cold sweat trickle down her back, retreating immediately, not daring to draw closer, casting a cold, mocking glance at him as she sent forth another flying sword to prevent him from retaliating in desperation. Shenxi had mentioned that the poison would inflict harm even on those at the 6th level of qi cultivation if touched. She dared not approach. Don't you think you're celebrating a bit too soon? Do you believe I would lack preparations against your poison? But just then, a sinister voice emerged from the rising toxic mist, and a fiery python surged forth, crashing into the oncoming flying sword and sending it hurtling away. Striking Lu Qin directly, she paled, blood spilling from her lips as she was knocked back several steps, her eyes widening in horror as the fiery serpent loomed ever closer. Chapter 69. The first contest as the fiery serpent expanded within her line of sight. The temperature around her seemed to spike dramatically. Lu Qin felt waves of heat wash over her, her skin parched. Meanwhile, Song Kang had already swallowed a vial of liquid, maintaining an icy demeanor as he stared ahead. Completely unharmed, this strike will be beyond her capacity to withstand. Indeed, as he had predicted, Lu Qin's face turned ghostly pale, having sustained significant injuries, feeling utterly weakened and unable to withstand such an attack. After biting her silver teeth, she shouted toward Elder Situ, who had appeared before her in the blink of an eye, raising a hand to conjure a barrier that met the fiery serpent, dissipating it without harm. Lu Qin, her face still ashen, offered a brief bow to Elder Situ before making her way down from the life and death stage, blood still staining her lips. Victory! Brother Song is truly remarkable. Effortlessly overcoming a practitioner at the 6th level of qi cultivation. The poison was ineffective. Numerous infatuated female disciples erupted in joyous cheers, casting scornful glances at Lu Qin's retreating figure. Such a pity. Song Kang did not join in the celebration, but instead coldly regarded Lu Qin's back. Had it not been for Elder Situ, that last strike would have left her severely injured, bedridden for a prolonged period. Elder Situ cast a glance in his direction, but said nothing, swiftly vanishing from the life and death stage. With the top 3 determined, the next match would commence after a half-hour intermission. Dream on, little brother. Lu Qin whispered weakly, having reached Shenxi's side, returning the wooden sword with a hint of bitterness. Recover your injuries. Shenxi took a deep breath, handing her a porcelain vial while gazing towards Song Kang's direction. His brows furrowed in concern. How could his poison be ineffective? As he pondered this, Song Kang shot him a cold, mocking glance before closing his eyes to meditate. After Shenxi took a deep breath, he averted his gaze until, half an hour later, the familiar voice rang out again. The remaining 3 will take the stage. The next match will proceed with a draw. The odd-numbered contestants will face off, while the second contestant will have a bye and descend directly to compete with the victor for first place. Upon hearing this, Shenxi took a deep breath and, under Lu Qin's watchful gaze, leaped onto the life and death stage. He grasped a piece of paper, unfolding it with a peculiar expression before swiftly descending again, revealing the number 2 inscribed in bold letters. He had drawn the bye again. How did that fellow come down? Could it be another bye? What luck he has! Many disciples were left speechless, feeling Shenxi's fortune was extraordinary. He had only fought once and found himself among the top 2. Dream on, little brother. Your luck. Lu Qin couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of joy for him. Wang Ming's expression grew increasingly grim as he cast a glance at Song Kang, feeling immense pressure. He could only muster the courage to clasp his fists and declare, "Let us begin." Song Kang remained unfazed, his cultivation now at the pinnacle of the 6th level of qi, rendering him nearly invulnerable among the outer sect. Moreover, he possessed the special item gifted by senior brother Gao. The poison of that brat was utterly useless against him. Yet, he needed to conclude this swiftly. Very well. Please enlighten me. Though they were both practitioners at the 6th level of qi, Wang Ming, despite his unfortunate luck, was not one to concede without a fight. Taking a deep breath, he wasted no words and immediately activated the transformation technique, vanishing from sight as he unleashed his full strength, hoping for a chance. However, He would soon realize the sensation that Lu Qin had experienced earlier. Though both were at the 6th level of qi cultivation, Song Kang's strength was utterly overwhelming in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. He was struck by the fiery python, spewing blood and being flung off the life-and-death platform, crashing into a group of disciples who scattered in terror like frightened birds as he fell to the ground. Wang Ming's body created a deep crater, sending shards of stone flying. I have lost. Wang Ming struggled for a while before finally rising with great difficulty, a bitter expression on his face, after cupping his fists in a gesture of respect. He limped away towards the foot of the great wind mountain, his silhouette reminiscent of the forlorn figure of Zhou Rong from earlier. Brother Song, Brother Song, the surrounding crowd erupted once again into fervent cheers. After a short break, Elder Situ, observing the scene, was about to announce the next match when he was abruptly interrupted by a chilling voice. Elder Situ, I do not require a rest. Are you certain? Absolutely. There's no need to waste time. Shun Si, come up and fight. Song Kong sneered, producing a porcelain vial and consuming its contents. With a cold laugh directed at Shun Si below, he taunted Hiss. Brother Song, doesn't he even need a break? What audacity! The disciples around him erupted in admiration. Meanwhile, the still nearby Wang Ming paused upon hearing this, feeling even more bitter. This indicated that his opponent had not expended much energy in their earlier confrontation. He hesitated to leave, eager to witness who would emerge victorious in the end. Under the watchful gazes of many, Shun Si took a deep breath, leaped onto the life-and-death platform, and faced Song Kong. No need for needless chatter. Almost instantly upon stepping onto the stage, Song Kong began to form seals, summoning multiple fiery pythons that surged towards him. Having witnessed such an attack before, Shun Si remained vigilant. He tapped his storage bag, his eyes narrowing in seriousness in an instant, 3 flying swords shot forth simultaneously, colliding with the oncoming pythons, resulting in a thunderous roar. Shun Si swiftly vanished from his original position, catching the first flying sword that was knocked back, and with a deft movement, redirected the other 2 swords that were also returning, sending them hurtling towards Song Kong. Little brat, Song Kong's eyes turned cold. He hadn't anticipated Shun Si's prowess to exceed that of Wang Ming and the others. In a hasty retreat, he barely managed to evade the 2 flying swords. However, just as he was retreating, a porcelain vial came hurtling toward him, its timing flawless. As if it had been meticulously calculated, it exploded upon impact, releasing a cloud of various poisonous powders that enveloped him, both dizzying and itching powders. Shun Si's gaze sharpened as he observed, yet Song Kong appeared unaffected. Little brat. His eyes darkened as he stood 10 paces away, unperturbed, brushing off his clothing with a mocking smile. Your poison is useless against me. I previously ingested an antidote. Now I am immune to all toxins. An antidote. Shun Si's eyes narrowed slightly, his brows furrowing. In that brief moment, Song Kong had already vanished from sight. The speed made Shun Si's pupils constrict, feeling a powerful gust of wind rushing towards him, but he promptly unleashed his sword forward, colliding with a flying sword amidst a clash of metal. The sound of a crack resonated at that moment, startling Song Kong and rendering his expression grave, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. How is this possible? An upper-grade spirit sword? There's nothing impossible. Shun Si replied coldly, observing Song Kang's recognition, infusing his spiritual energy into the flying sword. He watched as Song Kang's sword was forced back in the ensuing clash, crashing directly towards him. The upper-grade spirit sword was significantly more powerful than a mid-grade one. This was Shun Si's trump card. Having blessed his sword, he had no fear of being recognized, as the sword had undergone changes after the blessing, its blade now as dark as obsidian, making it unrecognizable to Song Kong. Damn it. At that moment, Song Kong could no longer afford to ponder. He staggered to evade his own sword's attack, while Shun Si manipulated the flying sword with a finger, directing it swiftly towards him, simultaneously tossing another porcelain vial to seal off his escape route. I told you, poison is useless against me. Song Kong laughed heartily, opting to evade the flying sword's strike while allowing the vial to shatter against his body. The dust erupted, and he continued to retreat, only to suddenly change expression as he felt his body stiffening, becoming immobile as if frozen. This sensation was all too familiar, reminiscent of his last encounter, sending shockwaves of terror through him. "This is impossible. I took the antidote," Senior Brother Gao said. "Within half an hour, I would be immune to all unusual toxins. How could this happen?" At that moment, Elder Situ, seated upon a stone pillar, suddenly opened his murky eyes, a glint of clarity flashing within. He focused on the toxic mist, recognizing that the poison of the late stage of qi cultivation could render one immobile if struck. Elder Situ raised an eyebrow, surprised that Shenxi had once again provided an unexpected twist by introducing a poison effective against late-stage qi cultivators. However, he had previously stated that in this assessment, each relied on their own abilities, akin to a life-and-death duel. The Seven Fiends sect needed strong individuals. "Come, fulfill that objective. Your antidote can't possibly counter my poison. Shen's poison is unresistible. It is no ordinary toxin. I previously warned you to steer clear of Shun. It seems you have not learned your lesson and dare to confront Shun." Shun Si retorted coldly, witnessing Song Kong succumbing to the paralysis powder. He immediately crossed his arms behind his back, initially uncertain if Song Kong was truly immune to all toxins, merely wishing to test the strength of the paralysis powder against his antidote. The outcome proved that no antidote could render one immune to the poison of the middle stage of qi cultivation. Brother Song has been poisoned. How despicable to use poison. How is this possible? Brother Song is on the verge of defeat, having succumbed to his poison. The disciples below erupted into chaos, many female disciples turning pale at this sight, beginning to voice their condemnation. Elder Situ said this assessment is akin to a life-and-death duel. One must use whatever means necessary. Who cares about rules? A male disciple chimed in with a mocking tone, echoing the sentiments of the female disciples during Song Kong's earlier attack on Shenxi, leaving many of them speechless. "Round Dream, teach him a lesson for me." Lu Qin didn't miss the chance to add fuel to the fire, raising her delicate hands as if to amplify her voice, shouting at him, "Fear not." Shenxi, brimming with confidence, took no heed of notions of fair play. With his opponent now poisoned, he merely sought victory. Stepping forward with a cold smile, he intended to show Song Kong what it meant to acknowledge Shun, exclaiming, "I was wrong, little brat." Under Shun Si's gaze, Song Kang's expression shifted as he recalled the previous encounter, a chill running down his spine. Gritting his teeth, he felt an intense unwillingness, ready to concede, yet the words of surrender died on his lips. In an instant, Shun Si was before him, covering his mouth and forcing a porcelain vial down his throat. Unable to utter the words of surrender, Song Kong could only emit muffled cries, collapsing under Shun Si's kick. This is what happens when you attempt to ambush Shun. Given their personal grievances, Shun Si wielded his wooden sword, delivering a sharp jab into Song Kong's side. The pain sent shockwaves through Song Kong, his eyes wide with horror as he let out pitiful cries. This scene drew the attention of the previously quarreling disciples, bringing silence as they stared in disbelief. Many had witnessed this spectacle before, making it somewhat easier to accept, yet the female disciples felt utterly disillusioned by the crumbling image of Song Kong they once held dear. "Well done, Round Dream. Beat him up. Love you. Avenge me." Lu Qin seized the moment to gloat, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she clapped enthusiastically, her own injuries forgotten in the thrill of the moment. Elder Situ, however, could not suppress a sigh, having presided over numerous assessments of intersect disciples. Yet never had he witnessed such an absurd display. Shun Si prepared to strike again with a wooden sword. Song Kong, overwhelmed by pain, bit down on the porcelain vial, seizing the opportunity to emit a shrill cry. "I concede, Elder Situ. Save me." Though prepared for this moment, the many disciples below felt a wave of mixed emotions upon hearing his admission of defeat. Some infatuated female disciples fell silent, their lofty image of Song Kong shattered beyond repair. As his words faded, Elder Situ had already appeared on the stage, waving his hand to swiftly remove Song Kong from the arena, casting him into the crowd's periphery. Shenxi felt a twinge of regret, retracting his wooden sword, surprised that the fellow had bitten down on the vial. After all, he had only intended to jab him once. He naturally understood the thoughts swirling in his heart from the expression on his face. With a slight twitch of his lips, and without wasting a moment, Elder Situ directly announced, "The victor of this internal sect assessment is Shun Si. Henceforth, he shall be promoted to an internal sect disciple. Here is your spiritual liquid, along with the attire and token of an internal sect disciple." As his words fell, with a grand sweep of his sleeve, he tossed a storage bag to Shun Si, decisively sealing the matter. "Senior Brother Shun. Senior Brother Shun?" At that moment, the disciples below, unsure who initiated it, began to shout in awe, their eyes filled with reverence as they called out Shun Si's name, their voices echoing through the skies. Chapter 71. Forbidden Spiritual Liquid, Internal Sect Disciple. Upon hearing the announcement of his rewards and the chants surrounding him, Shun Si, who initially felt a tinge of regret, found those feelings dissipating in an instant. Rubbing his hands together, he grasped the storage bag given by Elder Situ, and his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Moreover, a surge of exhilaration coursed through him. Meanwhile, those who had been knocked unconscious, such as Zheng Wenlong, were regaining their senses as the effects of the poison wore off. Upon hearing the announcement, their expressions became a tapestry of surprise, mingled with a hint of trepidation. An internal sect disciple, from this moment on, was someone they could not afford to offend. They were now filled with anxiety, pondering whether Shun Si might seek retribution for past grievances. This was a transformation of power and status. Let us proceed to the internal sect, where the formal initiation ceremony will be held in due time. Elder Situ, upon hearing the disciples' cheers, smiled slightly. With a wave of his hand, he summoned his previously lost flying sword from the stage and returned it to Shun Si. Stepping onto his wooden sword, he ascended into the sky amidst the gaze of countless disciples, swiftly disappearing alongside the towering peaks of the Great Wind Mountain. Yet, even after their departure, the disciples atop the mountain remained in a state of disbelief. None could have anticipated that it would be Shun Si, not Song Kong, who would ultimately become an internal sect disciple. From this day forth, his name was destined to be celebrated among the external sect. "Brother Yuan Meng, you are now an internal sect disciple, which means I shall be your companion as an internal sect disciple." Lu Qin blinked her beautiful eyes, sparkling with excitement. By rounding up, she too was now half an internal sect disciple. Shun Si, however, remained oblivious to these thoughts. Under Elder Situ's guidance, he once again experienced the sensation he had felt upon arriving at the Chisha sect, but this time his state of mind was profoundly different. As the fierce winds whipped around him high in the air, his eyes brimmed with exhilaration, as if he could still hear the resounding cheers echoing from the Great Wind Mountain behind him. He marveled at how he could ever experience such a feeling. After a while, Elder Situ brought him to a cave dwelling located on the mountainside of the southern peak, close to the summit. The spiritual energy here was far denser than that found lower down, seemingly arranged in a formation designed to gather spiritual energy. The surroundings were picturesque, adorned with ancient trees abundant in spiritual energy, and a stream flowed nearby. Looking down from this vantage point offered a breathtaking view of the entire southern peak, filling him with immense satisfaction and exhilaration. "From now on, this will be your cave dwelling. You shall rest here for several days before your formal promotion to internal sect disciple. Pay homage to the ancestors." After alighting, Elder Situ instructed briefly before attending to matters regarding the upcoming ceremony. Leaving Shun Si standing outside his cave dwelling, his spirits lifted. He took the storage bag and retrieved the internal sect disciple token, entering his own cave. The space inside was comparable to that of the cave he had at the mountainside, with walls embedded with large luminous pearls, casting a radiant glow that illuminated the interior as brightly as daylight. In the central pool, spring water gurgled, and various facilities and furniture were well equipped. The spiritual energy here was even richer than in the previous cave. Invigorating Shun Si further, he examined the contents of the storage bag. It appeared to be an unclaimed item, containing a set of dark green robes of superior quality, with intricate patterns on the cuffs, far exceeding those worn by external sect disciples, resembling those worn by Li Yu. Additionally, there was a porcelain vial. Upon opening it, he was met with an intense aura of spiritual energy. This must be the spiritual liquid capable of facilitating breakthroughs. Shun Si sat within the cave, filled with excitement. Though he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the sixth layer of Qi training, he refrained from hastily consuming the spiritual liquid, choosing instead to store it and meditate, patiently awaiting Elder Situ's mention of paying homage to the ancestors. The wait was not long. By the third dawn, a clear yet slightly unusual voice echoed outside his cave. "Junior Brother Shun, I am here on the orders of Elder Situ to escort you." This voice was not Elder Situ, but that of a familiar woman. Senior sisterly here to take me." Shinsi briefly hesitated before stepping out of the cave. Indeed, it was Li Yu, standing outside, her beautiful eyes appraising him as he emerged, still clad in the same dark green robes from their first meeting. Shun Si greeted her warmly with a respectful salute. "Let us go. Elder Situ is already waiting." After a confirming nod from Li Yu, upon learning that the newly promoted internal sect disciple was Shun Si, she felt a hint of surprise, turning to lead the way with her long, graceful legs, embodying an alternative beauty. Following behind her, Shun Si had changed into the dark green robes of an internal sect disciple and had even taken the time to bathe beforehand. Along the way, he gleaned some information from her about the process of becoming an internal sect disciple. They gradually arrived at the eastern peak, where in a grand hall he encountered Elder Situ along with two other internal sect disciples. Both were men in the later stages of Qi training. One appeared to be in his 30s, with an ordinary visage who smiled warmly, exuding kindness. The other, a youth in his 20s, possessed sharply defined facial features, emanating a pale, striking beauty, who regarded Shun Si with indifference, completely dismissing him. This left Shun Si feeling a wave of discomfort as he recognized the latter as the one who had escorted him. He wondered where the sect master had gone. "The sect master is in seclusion. I will preside over this matter." Elder Situ discerned his thoughts. "Next, we will pay homage to our sect's ancestors. After completing this, you will officially be a member of the Qisha sect." Shun Si had no objections and soon found himself in the depths of the hall, facing the portraits of the ancestors of the Qisha sect, which hung on the wall, each appearing quite elderly, totaling 14 in number. Liu and the other two disciples had naturally seen these portraits before and had undergone the same process, their expressions momentarily turning solemn with respect. Shun Si followed Elder Situ's instructions, approaching each portrait to pay his respects while secretly observing the ancestors, feeling an inexplicable sense of valor. Upon reaching the last portrait, he was taken aback. It depicted a gaunt figure cloaked in black, gender indiscernible, with a face obscured by a ghostly mask that bore a half-crying, half-laughing expression. As he gazed at the mask, an involuntary chill washed over him. "That is the ancestor of our Qisha sect." Elder Situ's voice echoed in his ears. He sighed as he regarded the portrait. "Are you curious why this one is different from the others? Now that you are a member of the Qisha sect, I shall reveal this to you. The true likeness of this ancestor is forbidden. Should it be exposed, it would bring calamity upon the sect. Only the sect master is permitted to know." Chapter 72. The origins of the southern region. Elder Situ's somewhat weary voice resonated within the hall as he explained the significance of the portrait. Liu and the others had heard this before and did not exhibit much surprise. However, the term forbidden cast a veil of confusion over Shun Si's mind as he suppressed his emotions, completing his homage to the final portrait and lighting incense. This marked his formal acceptance as an internal sect disciple, granting him entry into the core of the Qisha sect. Liu, since you often prefer not to seclude yourself within your cave, you shall explain some matters regarding the internal sect to him." Elder Situ stated solemnly, casting a glance at Li Yu. She simply nodded in silence, not uttering a word. With the process of becoming an internal sect disciple completed, the group dispersed. However, before leaving, the cold youth cast a frosty glance at Shun Si before turning away, seemingly to assert dominance, which caused Shun Si to furrow his brow. Following Li Yu out of the grand hall, he remained somewhat distracted, filled with unease. He recalled Li Yu mentioning that Song Kong was a disciple of Gao Fei, and instinctively he sensed that the latter was indeed Gao Fei. Given the current circumstances, it seemed he was displeased at Shun Si's elevation to an internal sect disciple. The other party's cultivation level was higher than his own. And even with the poison, he could not shake off a feeling of apprehension. He barely listened to Li Yu's words until she continued. As an internal sect disciple, you will not need to engage in much. Simply focus on cultivating, unless summoned urgently by the sect. Moreover, internal sect disciples receive a stipend each month, along with specially enhanced spiritual liquids for cultivation. These liquids are exponentially more effective than the Malin grass spiritual liquid, likely enabling you to reach the pinnacle of the 6th layer of Qi training swiftly. The next distribution will be in approximately 20 days. Yu's voice remained steady as she walked ahead, while the word spiritual liquid resonated in Shun Si's mind. As Shun Si pondered, his momentary unease dissipated upon hearing that the inner sect disciples received a liquid essence far superior to that of the Malin grass essence each month, its effects magnified several times over. A flicker of anticipation ignited within his gaze. If this essence surpassed the Malin grass essence by such a margin, and with a further blessing, its efficacy could potentially double again, it might very well enable him to reach the pinnacle of the 6th layer of Qi cultivation with just one bottle. His exhilaration was palpable, and Liu had no doubt about it. Nearly all inner sect disciples displayed similar reactions upon first hearing the news. Within the inner sect, there were 2 places of significance. One was the Ancestor Hall, the grand hall we just visited, where major events transpired, disciples were summoned, and essences were distributed. The other, known as the Pavilion of 10,000 Classics, you may explore in a couple of days. It houses a wealth of cultivation materials accessible to all inner sect disciples. She led the way with diligence, introducing him to various locations within the inner sect. Shun Si, in an effort to conceal his excitement, suppressed his elation and spent most of the subsequent time familiarizing himself with the inner sect alongside Li Yu. He learned much, including the identities of the 2 individuals he had seen in the hall earlier. One was named Gao Fei, the younger of the 2, as he had surmised, already at the 8th layer of Qi. The other, Li Cheng, possessed even greater cultivation, being among the first to become an inner sect disciple, having attained the 9th layer of Q, as for Li Yu. She revealed herself to be at the 8th layer of Qi as well. In any case, everyone surpassed him in strength, rendering him cautious. Nevertheless, Gao Fei's presence always stirred a sense of unease within him, especially now that he knew they were 2 realms apart in power. Even if he broke through to the 7th layer of Qi, he would still be no match for him, amplifying his anxiety. Within the inner sect, self-harm was strictly prohibited, a rule that differed from the outer sect. Violators faced severe consequences in accordance with sect regulations, so there was no need for concern on that front. Liu, perceiving his worries, cast him a reassuring glance. That's so. Shun Si felt significantly more at ease. The weight of his concerns lightened. With such regulations in place, even if others bore ill will toward him, he believed they would hesitate to take action. Under Li Yu's guidance, he soon arrived at the Pavilion of 10,000 Classics, a 2-story structure perched on a mountainside of the eastern peak, adorned with intricately carved railings and exquisite embellishments. Liu had provided nearly all the necessary introductions, and in the days that followed, Shun Si immersed himself within the pavilion, delving into the materials she had mentioned and broadening his horizons. Days flew by in a blur. The pavilion was filled with numerous wooden shelves housing a plethora of texts, all collected by the ancestors of the 7 Fiends sect, chronicling various aspects of cultivation. Shun Si found himself engrossed, discovering many intriguing tales of cultivation. His perspective expanded. This knowledge proved far more valuable than mere advancement in cultivation. He even stumbled upon a record within one of the tomes detailing the realms of cultivation. For in total, Qi cultivation, foundation establishment, core formation, and nascent soul. The higher realms were not documented, but this was sufficient to leave him in awe. Previously, he had only known of foundation establishment, unaware that there existed so many subsequent realms. He also learned that aside from the 10 layers of Qi cultivation, the other realms were divided into early, mid, and late stages. Upon reaching foundation establishment, a cultivator's lifespan significantly increased, potentially extending to 200 years, while a core formation cultivator could live at least 300 years, and a nascent soul cultivator could survive for 500 years, enough to witness the rise and fall of a dynasty. It was astonishing to realize that Elder Situ, despite his formidable strength, had only reached foundation establishment, with so many realms beyond yet to be traversed. Shunsi inhaled deeply, seated within the pavilion, the tome before him unlocking a new world of understanding. After some time, he quelled his yearning. Reminding himself that personal cultivation remained paramount, he set the tome aside, picking up various scriptures, becoming engrossed in a compendium that recounted the origins of the southern region. The southern region, it was said, was not originally called as such. It was only later renamed following the sudden rise of a powerful force that claimed dominion over the area. This revelation was new to Shunsi. Sparking curiosity about the identity of that force, he flipped through the pages, only to find the name of the great power obscured, seemingly erased to conceal its identity. According to the text, the reasons for its demise remained a mystery, lost to the annals of time, yet the name Southern Region persisted to this day. This left Shunsi perplexed. Who could have taken such measures? He contemplated this enigma while continuing his perusal until an hour later. Having found no further records of the power, he reluctantly abandoned his search. However, it had merely been a fleeting curiosity, and he felt he had gleaned enough knowledge, deciding it was time to leave the pavilion. Chapter 73. The tranquil intersect. After that day, Liu had departed. The mountain breeze stirred his dark green robe restlessly, tousling the hair bound with a grass cord, in less than half a month. The day of distributing the essence would arrive, and it was highly likely that this essence would be the blessed Malin grass essence. Shunsi's eyes glimmered, clad in his flowing dark green robe. His tall figure exuded an ethereal aura, and with his relatively handsome features, he appeared quite dashing. With some time still remaining before the essence distribution day, he did not return to his cave, dwelling on the southern peak. Instead, he contemplated visiting the outer sect to enlist Lu Qin's help in earning some spirit stones. Although the efficacy of the blessed Malin grass essence had diminished, it would still be preferable to have it on hand, especially since the assessment had only concluded less than half a month ago, and news of his promotion to intersect disciple was the talk of the outer sect. As soon as Shunsi appeared, a sensation erupted, with many disciples expressing admiration, especially several female disciples who flocked to him. Senior Brother Shun has come to the outer sect. Senior Brother Shun, I love you. Voices rang out incessantly, with some female disciples even proclaiming their affections openly, leaving Shunsi astounded by such fervor. Yet amidst this enthusiasm, some disciples exhibited excessive fervor, making him feel slightly bashful despite his thick skin. Just then, a playful yet alluring voice cut through the din, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Yuan Ming, you have finally returned. While you were away, I missed you terribly. Without needing to guess, he recognized Lu Qin's voice. She still wore the same sheer black gown from the assessment, and upon her entrance, she eclipsed all other female disciples, approaching with a playful smile, linking her arm through Shunsi's, her half-body nearly pressed against him, as if to declare her claim. This elicited jealous glances from many female disciples. Shameless. The world is in decline. Let go of Senior Brother Shun. The male disciples exchanged strange expressions, though none envied Shunsi, recognizing the privileges of being an intersect disciple. Nevertheless, Shunsi felt overwhelmed by her proximity, seizing the opportunity to address a matter with her. He greeted her briefly before swiftly leading her away. Today, I have an announcement to make that I am selling the spirit essence, personally refined by Senior Brother Shin. One of a kind. Those interested, please support me. It's 35 spirit stones per bottle that if you need some, come find me. Lu Qin giggled, offering this advertisement as she was pulled along, though Shunsi briskly led her away. However, Shunsi was inevitably the center of attention within the outer sect, so they returned to his former cave dwelling. Only when they were alone did he release her. Yuan Ming, what do you want to do by bringing me here? It's just the two of us. Lu Qin leaned closer, her striking eyes blinking playfully, her eyelashes fluttering. By the way, should I call you Senior Brother Shun, Shunsi, or Yuan Ming? Let us be serious. First, sell this essence. Here are 10 bottles that I just refined. Shunsi rubbed his temples, feeling a bit exasperated. Now that he was an intersect disciple, Lu Qin remained as she was. However, he did not let his newfound status go to his head and promptly handed her the 10 bottles of spirit essence. Okay, let us be serious. Really, you come to find me and expect me to work for you? Lu Qin pouted in mock indignation. But I have no spirit stones right now. I spent them all on buying the essence before. What should I do? Don't be so coy about it, that I'll come back in a couple of days. Just give me the spirit stones then. You can keep your share and exchange it directly from Mallingrass. I'll come to collect it later. Shen Si curled his lips in disdain. Having completed the external sect mission, he did not linger for long. Now, he had come to trust the other party. For the spirit stones would eventually belong to him, he decided to let her sell them for the time being, and once she had sold the spirit liquid, he would return to claim his stones. Throughout the journey, he encountered few inner sect disciples, as they typically had little to occupy their time and were content to focus on their cultivation. According to Liu, the inner sect disciples constituted the core of the sect, and their primary responsibility was to elevate their cultivation levels to revitalize the sect. Thus, they rarely showed their faces. Aside from Liu, who often sought out poisonous herbs, the other inner sect disciples seldom crossed paths throughout the year. In the following days, Shen Si remained within his cave dwelling. Many external sect disciples had purchased spirit liquid over these few months, leaving them with scant spirit stones that it seemed unlikely that the spirit liquid would sell quickly. After several days had passed, he sought out Lu Qin to inquire about the situation, and as he had anticipated, only 4 bottles of spirit liquid had sold during this time. However, to his surprise, Lu Qin had used all the spirit stones she obtained to purchase Mallingrass for him. Brother Yuan Ming, strive to break through to the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refinement, and then ascend to the 7th layer. At that time, you must protect me. Remember these spirit stones, as I shall need them later. After all, I am still quite far from the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refinement, she said in her own words. Despite her insistence, Shen Si accepted her gift graciously. Whenever she needed them, he would provide them. With the Mallingrass in hand, he now had a total of 5 plants, and this time, the success rate of refining was somewhat higher. Fortune played a role. Out of 5 plants, he managed to create 3 batches. Shen Si continued his cultivation within the cave, gradually increasing the spirit energy within him. After half a month had passed, the spirit energy had significantly increased compared to the initial levels. Upon refining the Mallingrass spirit liquid, he suddenly grasped a porcelain bottle in his hand, wondering whether this bottle of spirit liquid could help him break through to the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refinement. Shen Si's gaze fixated on the porcelain bottle. Upon removing the cork, he noticed that the liquid inside bore a striking resemblance to the blessed Mallingrass spirit liquid, yet this was unblessed. This was, in fact, the monthly stipend given to inner sect disciples, which he had received just a day prior. Taking a deep breath, Shen Si felt that the effects of this spirit liquid would be potent, prompting him to seek out wild mountains in search of beasts to bless it. However, the amount of flesh required for this blessing far exceeded that of the Mallingrass spirit liquid. Ultimately, he hunted down a 5th-layer qi refinement tiger demon, expending over 100 pounds of flesh before light began to pour into the porcelain bottle from the stone bowl, causing the liquid inside to undergo a transformation in an instant. After a considerable time, the glow within the stone bowl finally dissipated. Shen Si's heart raced, uncertain of the specific effects. Sitting beside the corpse of the tiger demon, he clutched the porcelain bottle. Attempting to remove the cork, his astonishment, an aroma far more potent than before wafted from within, overwhelming him with its intensity. Could it truly allow him to break through to the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refinement? As he inhaled this fragrance, Shen Si felt as though he were floating in bliss. Merely catching a whiff brought him immense comfort, as if all his pores had opened wide, and the spirit energy within him surged. His eyes sparkled with unparalleled brilliance, lost in this sensation for a while before he managed to suppress his exhilaration and resealed the porcelain bottle, treating it as a precious treasure, storing it in his spatial pouch, and promptly returning to his cave on the southern peak. As for the remaining flesh of the tiger demon, he had divided it into portions and stored them in various spatial pouches. Upon returning to his cave, Shen Si did not venture out again. The effects of his spirit liquid were extraordinarily potent, far surpassing those of the blessed Mallingrass. Moreover, it was his first time consuming this spirit liquid. and his body had yet to develop a resistance to it. Thus, even at the pinnacle of the sixth layer of qi refinement, he dared not consume it all at once. Instead, he took cautious sips. Yet, the effects were still immensely powerful. After about 20 days, the power of one bottle of liquid had been completely refined, and the spirit energy within him surged, akin to a mighty river, as he reached the pinnacle of the sixth layer of qi refinement. Achieving his breakthrough with just this one bottle, overwhelmed with excitement, he resolved to push himself to break through to the seventh layer of qi refinement without delay. With renewed determination, he opened his eyes wide, eagerly retrieving another porcelain bottle to swallow its contents. This was the bottle that could shatter his bottleneck, already blessed once before. The precise effects were uncertain, yet he could feel the spirit energy within him begin to stir violently as soon as the liquid entered his body, rapidly escalating in intensity. Almost immediately, a booming sound resonated within him, accompanied by waves of euphoric comfort that enveloped his entire being. He had indeed broken through to the seventh layer of qi refinement. Furthermore, as his cultivation advanced, the spirit energy surged within him at an astonishing pace. It took roughly a quarter of an hour for all the phenomena to settle down, and the once tumultuous spirit energy gradually calmed. Having more than doubled in magnitude, his senses had become exceptionally keen, as if he could perceive the distant rustling of leaves. Was this the essence of the seventh layer of qi refinement? Now, even if old Mo were to return, he would not stand a chance against him. Shensi keenly felt the changes within himself, finally managing to temper his excitement. After bathing and emerging from his cave, he reflected on how old Mo had only reached the sixth layer of qi refinement. If he were to return now, he would surely be wary of Shensi. Moreover, given the current pace of his progress, in just a few days it would be time to receive the spirit liquid again at this rate. It would not be long before he too could break through to the eighth layer of qi refinement. Contemplating this scenario, Shensi chuckled to himself, calming his emotions. With some time remaining before the next distribution of spirit liquid, he did not waste a moment and entered seclusion for 20 days. Upon finally exiting his cave, he made his way to the external sect, naturally seeking Lu Qin to procure more malin grass. Even the smallest gains were valuable. Brother Yuan Meng, you haven't broken through to the seventh layer of qi refinement. Have you? Lu Qin cast him a resentful glance, sensing that he seemed even stronger than before. You might guess that the effects of the malin grass spirit liquid are minimal for me now. You should focus on enhancing your cultivation. The malin grass you purchased, I'll refine for you free of charge, essentially giving you a bottle for 25 spirit stones. Shensi, shrouded in mystery, refrained from divulging the results to her. After collecting the malin grass, he returned to the southern peak to continue his discreet refinement of the spirit liquid and his cultivation. It was not until the time for the second distribution of spirit liquid arrived that he ventured to the ancestor hall again. Li Cheng and Gao Fei, who rarely made appearances, were naturally present for the allocation of spirit liquid. Their higher cultivation levels allowed them to discern Shensi's aura, indicating a breakthrough, though they refrained from commenting. Congratulations on breaking through to the later stage of qi refinement. It's impressive that you achieved this in just about a month, Elder Siddha remarked, having noticed Shensi upon his arrival. He did not seem suspicious, given the presence of higher-grade spirit liquid and the fact that Shensi possessed liquid capable of breaking through bottlenecks. As he handed over the spirit liquid, he offered words of encouragement. Shensi was not surprised that Elder Situ could perceive his breakthrough. However, he was taken aback by the Elder's encouragement. Naturally, he humbly accepted it. After receiving the spirit liquid and exiting the hall, he deliberately kept an eye out, only to find that Liu had yet to arrive. Just as he pondered this, Li Cheng emerged from the hall, matching his pace to walk alongside him, extending goodwill. Congratulations, junior brother Shen, on breaking through to the later stage of qi refinement. As for Gao Fei, he merely cast a glance in Shensi's direction, furrowing his brow without uttering a word before departing coldly. Shensi paid no mind to him, gladly accepting Li Cheng's goodwill. Suppressing his curiosity, he remarked, I still have much to learn from senior brother Li. I've only reached the seventh layer of qi refinement. There is still a long way to go. When I was your age, I had barely reached the 6th layer of qi refinement, Li Cheng replied with a smile. This statement was not a lie. Shun Si was indeed the youngest among all the inner sect disciples, almost the youngest to become part of the inner sect. Fortunate as he was, Shun Si remained humble, engaging in pleasant conversation with Li Cheng as they departed together. However, he couldn't shake the feeling of curiosity about Li Yu's absence. Li Cheng, perceptive to Shun Si's distracted demeanor, chuckled and remarked, "You're wondering why Sister Li hasn't arrived. Aren't you? She's likely off gathering herbs. She has a penchant for such pursuits. Previously, she would often do the same before coming to collect spirit liquid. Upon hearing that Li Yu had a history of doing so, Shun Si nodded in understanding. By the way, I've heard that junior brother Shin has quite a knack for poison and pill refining, much like Sister L. And oh wonder you two became acquainted early on and have developed a good rapport." Li Cheng teased, and as their conversation flowed, they naturally delved into such topics. "Senior brother, I assure you, Sister Li and I share a platonic relationship. Please refrain from making wild claims. I fear she might retaliate against me." Shun Si comprehended the implicit meaning behind his words, coughed lightly, and swiftly corrected himself. Shin Shidi need not elaborate. Li Shimi, within the entirety of the Qisha sect, your beauty is unparalleled. It would be peculiar for someone as young as you to lack romantic inclinations. No need to speak further. I understand. Li Cheng patted his shoulder, remarking, "You simply have an appreciation for the exquisite, a yearning akin to a man's immediate thought upon encountering a beautiful woman. How fortunate it would be to have her as my wife." Chapter 75, Proximity to Water Tower. His words bore some truth, as indeed, Li Shiji was quite stunning. "You must be recently enamored. I have faith in you." Li Cheng observed his expression, a mischievous glint in his eye. It was only then that Shun Si grasped the implication and realized he had been led astray by Li Cheng's words, feeling powerless to refute it. After parting ways with him for a while, he returned to his cave dwelling on South Peak and retrieved the beast meat from his storage bag. Over the course of a month, perhaps due to being stored away, the meat had not spoiled, though it had certainly dried out considerably. Fortunately, it remained suitable for bestowal, albeit requiring a greater quantity. Before long, he had once again bestowed the freshly acquired spiritual liquid upon it and resumed his cultivation in the cave. As before, after approximately 20 days, the bottle of spiritual liquid had been refined. However, this time, it did not result in a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the 7th layer of Qi training. He estimated he would need another 2 bottles to achieve that level. Just 2 more bottles to reach the pinnacle of the 7th layer of Qi training. It seems I shall not have to wait long before breaking through to the 8th layer. Regrettably, the herbs used to concoct this spiritual liquid were not available for purchase in the outer sect. Shin Si had thoroughly savored the benefits of this spiritual liquid, his eyes sparkling with delight. Now at the 7th layer of Qi training, his recent breakthroughs had significantly improved his success rate and speed in refining the Malin grass spiritual liquid, reaching approximately 80%. Logically speaking, he should be qualified to attempt concocting spiritual liquids for the later stages of Qi training. However, alas, the spiritual herbs required for such concoction were not sold in the outer sect, leaving him with no choice but to wait patiently. In any case, with his current cultivation level, he could refine a bottle roughly every month, which was quite convenient. Thinking along these lines, Shun Si felt a sense of relief. Consequently, every month, when it came time to collect the spiritual liquid, he dutifully showed up, leading a stable life of receiving spiritual liquid, secretly bestowing blessings, and refining. After refining the spiritual liquid, during the days of leisure that followed, he found the Malin grass spiritual liquid to be of minimal effect in improving his cultivation. Thus, he decided to venture to Wu Mountain. This was not motivated by a desire to encounter Li Yu, who frequently visited, nor was it due to the allure of proximity to water towers. Rather, it was simply because the Malin grass spiritual liquid had grown ineffective for him, and he sought to discover some advanced poisonous herbs that could be used to concoct poisons effective for the later stages of Qi training, thereby enhancing his alchemical skills. After all, he had a deep fascination with both alchemy and poison crafting. It was a skill he intended to hone throughout his life. Time passed swiftly, and nearly 3 months had elapsed since Shin Si arrived in the inner sect. after refining yet another bottle of spiritual liquid. His internal spiritual energy had far surpassed that of when he first broke through to the 7th layer of Qi training, drawing him ever closer to its pinnacle. However, upon examining his internal condition, his joy was short-lived as a sudden frown creased his brow, an inexplicable sense of profound unease settling in his heart. He felt as though his rapid progress in cultivation had rendered his aura somewhat unstable. After all, it had only been a little over 2 months since he broke through to the 7th layer of Qi training. He was on the verge of reaching its pinnacle. Such a situation was something Shenxi did not wish to see unfold. This simply would not do. Shenxi furrowed his brow in contemplation within his cave. Recalling his previous experience, he dared not be careless. After a period of reflection, he ventured to the outer sex spirit pavilion, purchasing a bottle of Guyuan Tong's spiritual liquid. After bestowing it upon the nearly desiccated tiger meat, he took a deep breath and swallowed the liquid. That it was not until several days later that he opened his eyes. Realizing that his internal spiritual energy had diminished by nearly 1/5, to restore it to its original state, he would need another bottle of spiritual liquid. Had it decreased? Shenxi had mentally prepared himself for such a decline and felt little disappointment. After all, he now possessed the spiritual liquid, which would allow for rapid growth in his cultivation without urgency. While an increase in cultivation was beneficial, a shaky foundation would hinder long-term progress. Moreover, after solidifying his spiritual energy, he felt that sense of instability dissipate, leaving him with no lingering worries that it was imperative to establish a solid foundation. Otherwise, he would not go far. 3 months more, and I should be able to break through to the 8th layer of Qi training. Shenxi breathed deeply, feeling quite content with his rate of progress. Exiting the cave, he made another trip to Wu Mountain. Over the past few months, following the days after refining the spiritual liquid, Shenxi had often lingered at Wu Mountain. Regrettably, despite his extensive search over the past months, he had yet to find any poisonous herbs capable of affecting the later stages of Qi training. Perhaps they lay deeper within, but Liu had warned him that dangerous poisonous insects lurked in those depths, which made him hesitant to venture too far. He wondered how Li Shiji managed to enter. Perhaps she possessed something that could protect her from those venomous creatures. He needed to find a way to procure such a safeguard from her. Upon arriving at Wu Mountain, Shenxi did not spot Li Yu and chose not to leave. Uncertain if she had arrived, after waiting for nearly 2 days on the periphery, he finally encountered her. She was adorned in her familiar attire, and after these few months, their encounters had become less novel. Li Shiji, you have finally come, Shenxi exclaimed, rising to his feet and rubbing his hands together, which left Li Yu with a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes as she nodded, sensing that Shenxi seemed to have been waiting for her. Ahem, well, I was indeed waiting for Li Shiji. This is a bottle of spiritual fragrance liquid that I purchased from the outer sect. When a woman consumes it, she emits a subtle fragrance that it is a small gift for you. Li Shiji, I only recently learned that when I was injured by Song Kong, you administered the Huang Yuan Tong spiritual liquid to me. This is but a token of my appreciation, and I hope you will not refuse it. Shenxi found an excuse and produced a porcelain bottle. With this pretext, he hoped to avoid any awkwardness should she decline the gift, making it easier to broach the subject of requesting her method of evading poisonous insects. Li Yu's expression momentarily froze upon hearing fragrance liquid. She was well aware that such a spiritual liquid bore little effect on cultivation and was exorbitantly priced, though she could afford it. She had never considered purchasing it Li Shiji. With your innate beauty, the use of this liquid would only enhance your allure, Shenxi hastily added, feeling a twinge of guilt, as if his every gift was imbued with ulterior motives. Fortunately, Liu did not perceive his intentions. After hearing his words, she grasped the porcelain bottle in her delicate hand, her expression complex. There is no need for such formality. You have already repaid me with a bottle of Tianhan Jin's spiritual liquid. The Huang Yuan Tong spiritual liquid cannot be returned. That I will offer you spirit stones instead. That is different. It is merely an expression of gratitude for your concern and care when I was injured. While this liquid serves to repay you for administering that healing liquid, I am a person who believes in repaying debts. Shenxi argued with conviction. Li Shiji, sensing his insistence, found herself at a loss for words. "I will be saddened if you continue to insist," she finally replied softly, her voice a melodious blend of coolness and gentleness. Shen-Si maintained his composure. "It is sufficient that you accept it." "Li Shiji, are you here in search of poison?" "Indeed," Liu affirmed. "There are poisonous insects deeper within that can kill those in the later stages of qi training. How did you manage to enter?" "Li Shiji," Shen-Si feigned curiosity, gradually revealing his purpose, feeling quite clever in his ruse. However, to his surprise, Liu fell silent, causing Shen-Si to doubt his acting skills. Could it be that he was too hasty and that Liu had discerned the true intent behind his gift of spiritual liquid? Leaving her displeased, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted. "I possess Jiu," Liu sighed softly. "I can enter. Those creatures do not dare approach me, but you cannot." The mention of Gu left Shen-Si momentarily stunned. As a vague memory surfaced he recalled having seen something about it in a manual at the Wanjing Pavilion. It described a once dominant force in the southern region that mysteriously perished, rumored to have possessed the art of raising Gu, wherein various poisonous insects were placed together to fight, eventually cultivating into Gu. The functions of Gu were myriad, capable of both killing and healing. Such methods were unique to that long-lost sect. Unexpectedly, Liu would rely on Gu to gain entry. If that were the case, he could neither learn it nor enter. Shen-Si endeavored to conceal his disappointment. "The powder within has potent effects, capable of repelling insects and venomous snakes, slightly stronger than before, allowing you to delve deeper." Liu tossed a porcelain vial, and though it was unclear whether he discerned Shen-Si's intent. Regardless, Shen-Si's objective was achieved, filling him with joy. Just as he caught the vial and had no time to express his gratitude, Liu's voice echoed distantly, "Be cautious while at Qisha sect. Do not hasten your cultivation's advancement." This remark seemed to hint at something, causing Shen-Si's gaze to linger on the vial, momentarily bewildered. What did it mean to advance one's cultivation too quickly? Would it lead to a shaky foundation? Yet, her previous statement seemed to convey something else entirely. Regrettably, Liu did not afford him the opportunity to inquire further and had already vanished, leaving Shen-Si to furrow her brow in suspicion. Pacing back and forth, contemplating her words, the excitement of acquiring the medicinal powder was abruptly extinguished. Theoretically, in a few months, he should be able to break through to the 8th level of qi cultivation. However, Liu's earlier words instilled a sense of trepidation within him. He held a considerable trust in Liu, for she had aided him numerous times. Logically, she wouldn't wish him harm. Perhaps he should seek out senior sister Li for clarification. Taking a deep breath, he felt an unsettling anxiety about leaving this matter unaddressed, and glancing in the direction she had departed, he resolutely followed after her. The outskirts of Wushan were familiar territory for him. He had nearly exhausted the poisonous herbs, and as he ventured forth, his findings were scant. He encountered numerous snakes and insects, which, although unnerving, were not a novel experience. Swallowing hard, he pressed on toward the direction where Liu had disappeared, gradually approaching the depths he once dared to explore, but still not catching sight of her. She must be deeper still. Regardless, he had intended to venture in to collect some poisonous herbs. Hesitating briefly, he retrieved the porcelain vial from his storage pouch and applied the powder to his skin as he had done before, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over him before continuing onward. This was a realm he had never dared to tread before, and Shen-Si remained vigilant, acutely aware that a moment of carelessness could cost him his life. After traversing several hundred steps, he stumbled upon a grove where the sunlight barely penetrated. Here, the trees and stones were cloaked in verdant moss, resembling an untouched forest, yet fraught with peril, as various venomous snakes lurked within. With each step, he spotted them, along with numerous dangerous insects and ants. Among them, he even glimpsed venomous snakes hanging from a tree like tendrils, and from a distance, it appeared as though the tree was a veritable nest of serpents, a chilling sight. So many snakes. A mere glance sent shivers down his spine, and he swiftly circled around, too frightened to approach. Fortunately, the powder he had applied proved effective, as the snakes slithered past him without incident, providing him with a modicum of comfort. However, It wasn't long before he encountered swarms of mosquitoes in the grove, their bodies larger, with long blood-sucking proboscises that appeared menacing, actively attacking and surrounding a venomous snake, which soon lay motionless on the ground, overwhelmed by countless mosquitoes. Terrifying. Those mosquitoes were the very poison insects Senior Sisterly had mentioned. This place was indeed perilous. Shunsi shuddered involuntarily and shrugged his shoulders. Thankfully, the mosquitoes did not dare approach him. It seemed he possessed a scent that repelled them, yet he was still hesitant to move forward. Eliu had only suggested he could venture deeper, and he had no way of knowing how far this area extended. He pondered the whereabouts of Senior Sisterly, concluding he shouldn't go too deep. In any case, he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation and, after some hesitation, began to search the nearby vicinity. Although the area was hazardous, it was also teeming with poisonous herbs that, in no time, Shunsi discovered a plant documented in the records of Mo Lao that posed a threat to those in the later stages of qi cultivation. His eyes brightened, and he carefully collected it before continuing his search. In just a few hours, his findings were quite fruitful, having unearthed several plants capable of producing toxins dangerous to those in the later stages of qi cultivation. However, as the sky grew darker, the surrounding mosquitoes seemed to multiply, swirling around him. Though they dared not approach, their presence sent chills down his spine. I should exit while it's still light. Once darkness falls, there will be even more of them. Shun-Si mumbled, glancing around for any sign of Senior Sisterly, but she was nowhere to be seen. He felt it was prudent to leave this treacherous Wushan behind. Hastily retreating. Chapter 77. The sect leader. The sky within the grove darkened far more quickly than anticipated. It was only then that Shun-Si noticed the encroaching dusk. Those pesky mosquitoes aren't targeting me anymore, he muttered. Fortunately, as a cultivator, his eyesight remained sharp even in the dimming light, allowing him to navigate the darkened forest with agility. Yet, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, the buzzing sounds intensified, becoming increasingly unsettling, almost compelling him to offer counsel to the insects if only there weren't such a vast species gap. Thankfully, the powder's effects held strong. By the time night fully descended, he emerged unscathed. That moment, the luminous full moon hung above the desolate mountains, casting a silvery glow that brightened the area considerably. Once outside the confines of Wushan, the absence of poisonous creatures brought him a sense of relief, and his fear subsided. Without lingering, he summoned his wooden sword from his storage pouch, deftly soaring forward with growing proficiency. Speaking of which, there was still half a vial of powder remaining. He should seek an opportunity to utilize it again for even better effects. Additionally, he had managed to collect 5 poisonous plants, which would allow him to practice his alchemical skills. Shun-Si mused that this was indeed the purpose of his venture, and he should have felt elated about acquiring the herbs. However, Liu's earlier words loomed in his mind, casting a shadow over his excitement. This moment, she had yet to emerge, leaving him uncertain if she had returned, given the vastness of Wushan. With a tinge of unease, he soared away from the mountains, heading toward the North Peak. After some hesitation, he resolved to clarify the matter sooner rather than later and made his way up the mountain. He was aware of Li Yu's cave location and eventually found a dwelling situated at a mid-elevation, not far from the summit. The layout was similar to his own, featuring a platform extending outside, with the stone door firmly closed. Senior Sisterly, are you inside? Shun-Si called out, but after waiting a moment, only his voice echoed back in the desolate mountains, devoid of any response. Could it be that she had not returned? His eyes flickered with confusion as he stroked his chin, letting out a sigh before departing. No matter. He would focus on alchemy for now, as he still had 3 months until he would break through. He could always seek her out later, in the late hours of the night. Shun-Si quietly returned to his cave at the South Peak, retrieving his alchemical furnace to commence his refining medicine. Although he had some foundational knowledge, he had failed the first 2 attempts due to inexperience, struggling to grasp the timing and temperature control. Thus, he was left to continue his exploration. Each failure necessitated a day or 2 of reflection on the reasons behind it, adjusting the flame temperature for future attempts. Despite the absence of mentor, his foundational knowledge enabled him to understand the necessary flame control. Eventually, from the 5 toxic substances, he succeeded with 2. As Shun-Si pondered, he secured the 2 porcelain vials into his storage pouch. After spending this time, it was once again the day to collect spiritual liquid. Shun Si contemplated briefly. Regardless of the circumstances, he must obtain the spiritual liquid. He swiftly exited the cave and made his way to the East Peak. Soon he arrived at the Ancestor Hall, where Gao Fei and Li Qingdu were already present. This time, Li was punctual as well, making Shun Si the last to arrive. The atmosphere inside was notably silent. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Shun Si noticed a stark difference. He spotted a man standing beside Elder Situ, his back facing the entrance. Clad in a purple robe, he stood beneath the portrait of the ancestor, seemingly absorbed in studying it, his expression concealed from view. Elder Situ, upon Shun Si's arrival, gestured for him to wait, prompting him to speculate on the man's identity. Could he be the sect leader? Shun Shidi has just arrived. You may not know, but that is our sect leader. I wonder why he has chosen to appear in person this time. Li Cheng and he had become quite familiar with each other. As he whispered introductions in his ear, a sense of reverence flickered in his gaze as he observed the figure ahead. The sect leader, Shun Si, was momentarily taken aback, confirming his thoughts as he gazed at the silhouette before him. This marked the first occasion since joining the Qisha sect that he had encountered this elusive sect leader, from whom everyone seemed to emanate a profound respect, just as he was lost in contemplation. The man in purple slowly turned to face him. He appeared to be in his middle ages, with a fair complexion and no beard, lacking an imposing presence. Instead, the contours of his face sculpted a handsome visage, suggesting that he must have been quite charming in his youth. While Shun Si assessed him, the purple-clad man also regarded Shun Si, and within his eyes, a flicker of deeply concealed brilliance shimmered. Recently, he had been in seclusion and was now informed of someone ascending to the ranks of inner-sect disciples. This was splendid news. He hoped that the number of inner-sect disciples in the Qisha sect would continue to grow. Your name is Shun Si, is it not? Do your utmost. According to the ancestral teachings of the Qisha sect, if one can break through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 30, they shall receive rigorous training and even inheritance from the sect. In this lifetime, one is bound to achieve Dan formation. Li Cheng, Gao Fei, and others seem to have heard this before, showing no great surprise. Yet their eyes gleamed with fervor. After all, achieving Dan formation was an aspiration for every cultivator. Shun Si was momentarily stunned as well. He had not anticipated that the Qisha sect held such a doctrine regarding inheritance. Memories of what Liu had said echoed in his mind. Liu had advised him not to rush his breakthroughs. Could it be because of this? Yet, this seemed to be a good opportunity. Did she perhaps not want him to compete with her for inheritance, thus saying so deliberately? But he sensed that Liu was not that type of person, an intuition of sorts. Yet, if that were not the case, what did her earlier words truly mean? A multitude of questions loomed in his mind, leaving him feeling as though he were ensnared in a fog, unable to see anything clearly. Meanwhile, the sect leader had merely come to observe this newly promoted inner-sect disciple. After delivering his encouraging words, he waved his hand, bestowing each disciple with a vial of spiritual liquid, and smiled as he bid them farewell. However, upon seeing the spiritual liquid, Shun Si did not feel the same exhilaration as before. Exiting the Grand Hall, he remained slightly furrowed in thought. Upon spotting Liu, he hurried over, sisterly. Following her closely, Shun Si mused that he had indeed been fortunate, as his judgment had not been in vain. Behind him, Li Cheng observed this scene with a slight smirk, but refrained from intervening as a third party. At this moment, within the now empty Grand Hall, only Elder Situ and the man in purple remained. Sect leader, among these disciples, who shall be chosen to inherit. Although Shun Si possesses the lowest cultivation level, he is also the youngest and has the greatest talent. Elder Situ probed, standing before him. The man in purple sighed as he stood before the portrait. A flicker of fatigue crossing his fair features. It was precisely this burden that weighed upon him. Yet a choice must be made. The rules of the Qisha sect had been amended, allowing for a delay in the foundation establishment stage from 20 to 30 years to obtain inheritance, due to the scarcity of talented disciples. Elder Situ, if one day this sect ceases to exist, where will you go? Chapter 78. Shun Si's tour of Wushan is the sect leader referring to our Qisha sect. Elder Situ's expression shifted slightly. Had this statement come from anyone else, it would likely not have registered in his mind. However, coming from the sect leader, he could not help but ponder deeply. He began to suspect that the Chisha sect might be on the brink of a great calamity. He held a deep affection for the sect and did not wish to witness its demise. Do not take it to heart. I was merely speaking casually as for who shall inherit. Let us allow them to enter the ancestral grounds together in half a year. The purple-clad man added, seemingly sensing Elder Situ's unease and attempting to soothe his spirit. Indeed, he had been overly sensitive. Elder Situ felt a bit awkward, lingering for a while before cupping his fists in farewell. Only the purple-clad man remained, gazing at the last portrait, the image of the last ancestor who had gone missing. Inheritance. Inheritance is a shackle. It had been hundreds of years since the last ancestor's disappearance. She had been a most likely candidate. Meanwhile, atop the eastern peak, Liu seemed aware of the questions Shun Si wished to pose, but merely cast him a glance. Remember my words. That is sufficient. Knowing too much will not benefit you. Inheritance is not as glamorous as it appears. Her voice was barely audible, meant for his ears alone, laden with meaning. Shun Si's eyes flickered cautiously. Sisterly, you misunderstand. It was merely that I purchased. However, Liu seemed to have already anticipated what he intended to say and, not wanting to engage, leapt skyward without waiting for him to produce anything. Leaving Shun Si standing in place, slightly flustered that he did not pursue her. The old methods had failed him twice. If Liu did not wish to speak, he had no means to compel her. Still, she had revealed some information. Her earlier caution against breaking through too quickly was indeed related to inheritance. What problems could there possibly be with inheritance? Was Liu attempting to prevent him from contending for it? Was there something amiss with that inheritance? But how could Liu know? A myriad of questions clouded Shun Si's thoughts. Suddenly, he strode forward, heading towards the figure not far away. Li Shixiao. Shinshiti. Do not chase after Li Shimi too eagerly. One must understand how to maintain distance. Li Chung remarked, appearing to take a slight delight in Shun Si's predicament. It seemed he was unaware. Not long after, atop the southern peak, Shun Si's gaze flickered as he returned to his cave dwelling. Earlier, he had encountered Li Chung, subtly inquiring about the matter of inheritance, but Li Chung knew little about it, providing no useful information. It was as though he had asked nothing at all. This moment, Shun Si was deeply troubled, uncertain whether to trust Li Yu's words. Should he feign a slower cultivation pace? It had been quite some time since he had last seen Lu Qin. Should he go to visit her? No, wait. Should he let his cultivation speed slow down? Regardless, he decided to push those thoughts aside. He paced back and forth in his cave for dozens of circles, biting his lip in frustration. Unable to bear it any longer, he took a small sip of the spiritual liquid that had been blessed with beast meat and began his seclusion. As for inheritance, he would set it aside for now. According to the sect leader, one must reach the foundation establishment stage by 30 to obtain it. He might not even achieve foundation establishment by 30. Why overthink it? Foundation establishment was still far away. Ultimately, he resolved to adhere to one principle. Take it one step at a time. Shun Si suppressed all his emotions and did not venture outside for the following 20 days. By the time he had refined the spiritual liquid he had received, he estimated that with another vial, he would reach the peak of the 7th layer of Qi cultivation at that moment. He retrieved another porcelain bottle, placing the beast meat he had stored during the spiritual liquid blessing into a stone bowl, along with the powder that Liu had given him. Slowing his cultivation pace was one thing. He could at least refine medicine. No matter what, he must first refine medicine. He resolved to gather some poisonous herbs that as for the poisonous herbs he had brought back from Wushan last time. He also blessed the 2 vials of poison he had concocted. Point 1 was an upgraded version of the stiffening powder, known as lazy powder, which, once refined into poison, could leave a person completely paralyzed and unable to move. The other was a toxin derived from the Tianjiao mushroom, which would cause intense burning pain throughout the body upon exposure. He prepared to keep these as a trump card. Now it was time to gather more poison. He sought to familiarize himself with poison crafting. Uncertain of the efficacy of this powder, Shun Si took a deep breath. After the light in the stone bowl dissipated, he stored the 2 items away and, with the blessed powder in hand, skillfully made his way to Wushan. The powders had already been applied to his body, and he advanced with purpose, heading to the place he had visited last time. The surroundings were still familiar, and Shenxi had developed an immunity to the bizarre poisonous snakes. He no longer found them alarming. After all, he had seen trees teeming with snakes, so encountering one or two was hardly noteworthy. Yet as he continued onward, Shenxi gradually sensed something amiss. With uncertainty, he observed that all the poisonous snakes, insects, and frogs he encountered seemed to dread him, hastily fleeing from his presence. They appeared to be running away. Pondering this, he swiftly grasped the key to the situation. It must be the enhanced effect of the blessed powder that repelled these creatures. He wondered if it were solely the peripheral poisonous creatures that reacted this way. Stunned by this scene, Shenxi felt a surge of joy. A glimmer of hidden exhilaration sparked in his eyes. If the poisonous creatures deeper within reacted similarly, he could go wherever he pleased and gather as much poison as he desired. Without hesitation, he took decisive strides forward, eager to experiment. In the depths of Wushan, a peculiar scene unfolded swiftly. Shenxi advanced forward, and the venomous snakes that had been hunting and patrolling their territory abruptly scattered upon his arrival. Hastily retreating from his presence, this left him with a sense of being the mountain king, surveying his domain. Gradually, he delved deeper into Wushan, arriving at the very spot he had visited last time. As he passed through, every venomous creature within a few feet of him, be it snakes or mosquitoes, fled in haste. This spectacle ignited a spark of exhilaration on Shenxi's youthful visage, significantly bolstering his confidence. He pondered the depths of Wushan and the potential dangers it concealed. Initially, he had merely intended to search for poisons at the periphery, but now he was overwhelmed by a surge of curiosity to explore further. Eager to discover the effects of the blessed powder he possessed, and perhaps unearth even more extraordinary toxic flora. Chapter 79. The Rift Rolling. What mosquitoes, what snakes, before Shenyi, they were all utterly powerless. Scampering away in terror, moments later, in a certain location deep within Wushan, as the invigorating sounds echoed, all venomous snakes, toxic insects, and highly poisonous quadrupeds appear to have encountered a nemesis, retreating incessantly. If other cultivators were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left agape, for among them was a snake with a comb-like crest on its head, whose venom could easily slay someone at the peak of chi refinement. Shenxi, too, was exhilarated, pressing forward as he gathered considerable rewards along the way. He discovered over a dozen varieties of toxic plants, including an upgraded version of stiff grass and lazy flower, as well as the opposing heavenly horn mushroom to itchy grass. There was even a species capable of temporarily sealing one's cultivation. All of these had the potential to affect those at the peak of chi refinement. Shenxi, however, was cautious while gathering, fearful of succumbing to poisoning. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. What a bountiful harvest! This truly was a remarkable bounty. The more he explored, the more he felt that this place was a treasure trove that he was determined to seize the opportunity to collect more toxins. However, barely having taken a few steps, his exhilaration vanished abruptly. Shenxi's body came to a sudden halt as he instinctively inhaled sharply, feeling the hairs on his skin stand on end, as a chilling gaze from a distance of several paces fixated upon him. A snake. But unlike the snakes he had encountered before, this one was significantly larger, over a person in length, coiling its body with its head raised high, nearly at eye level with him, flicking its forked tongue. Its slitted pupils conveyed a menacing aura, unmistakably a python. In the countless tomes he had perused within the sect hall of 10,000 classics, he had come across descriptions of this snake, known for its innate aggressiveness and potent venom, capable of inflicting severe harm even on foundational cultivators. Moreover, it possessed remarkable speed. Those beneath the foundational level would likely not escape its grasp. This was a python. How could such a creature exist here? The more he contemplated, the more anxious he became, his face blanching as he felt weak under its unwavering gaze. He hesitated to take action, fearful of provoking it into an attack. Yet, it remained focused on him, as if it had set its sights on him. Staring into its eyes felt futile, and with the path he had come for now blocked, retreating was no longer an option. He resolved that although this creature appeared reluctant to strike, it seemed poised to act. Shan Si gritted his teeth, gazing deeper into Wu Shan. With a swift motion, he summoned his wooden sword, which promptly floated beneath him, elevating him nearly 2 feet off the ground, and propelled him forward in a desperate bid to escape deeper into the mountains. His dismay. The path ahead became increasingly perilous, as he encountered a multitude of venomous snakes, some even possessing 2 heads. It was terrifying. There were also bizarrely shaped insects, swarms of toxic mosquitoes, and an abundance of red scorpions the size of fists, all manner of poisonous creatures, as if he had entered a realm dominated by toxins. He was enveloped by a swarm of venomous entities, and many seemed agitated by his presence, including numerous centipedes as long as an arm and a throng of winged red mosquitoes, all pursuing him with alarming speed, creating a truly spectacular sight. What the hell? What the hell? Who did Shun Yi provoke? Shen Si's face grew increasingly pale. He dared not pause, hastily applying the powder he had brought with him. Thankfully, the powder proved effective, as the chaotic array of poisonous creatures dared only to follow at a distance, unwilling to approach him directly. However, trailing behind like this would incite panic in anyone. Cursed be it, do not pursue Shun Yi. Do not compel Shun Yi to retaliate. When Shun Si glanced back at the scene, his face turned even paler, and his scalp tingled with dread. In the midst of his frantic escape, he hastily tossed several ceramic vials filled with various colored powders into the path behind him, unleashing a torrent of toxins, stiffening powder, dizzying powder, itching powder, and even lust-inducing powder, scattering them without concern for their consumption, solely focused on preserving his life. Yet, while his toxins affected both beasts and humans, he wondered if they would work on these creatures, given their inherently toxic nature. His astonishment. As the powders dispersed, the bizarrely shaped poisonous insects that traversed through them suddenly exhibited a change. Their eyes gleamed a vivid red. Swarms of centipedes and toxic mosquitoes came to a halt, immediately turning on their nearest kin, while the snakes twisted and coiled around one another, as if caught in a fervor. It was as though they were in a mating frenzy. This unexpected turn left Shen Si astounded, gasping in surprise, yet filled with delight. What kind of toxin had caused this reaction? It was his first encounter with such symptoms following poisoning. After pondering for a while, he vaguely discerned that they seemed to be engaging in mating rituals. Suddenly, a revelation struck him, and his eyes gleamed with joy. This was the fate of those who pursued Shun Yi. Let them remain here as they please. Shun Yi would not engage with them. If his conjecture held true, these creatures must have been afflicted by the lust-inducing powder, a potent substance that no Qi refinement cultivator could withstand. Even after being blessed, these creatures would be powerless against it. However, Shun Si dared not linger. He intended to swiftly vacate this perilous place when he suddenly sensed yet another predatory gaze upon him. Turning around, he discovered that the python was pursuing him, having evaded the effects of the powders and now fixating on him with a sinister glare. Shun Si's face blanched once more, and he urged his wooden sword to surge ahead, racing forward. Yet as he broke free, the python lunged after him, hot on his heels. "Do not chase me." Shen Si's face drained of color, and he hurled more ceramic vials and toxic powders behind him, attempting to obscure his path and slow the creature's pursuit. He dared not pause, continuing forward, unaware of how long he had been fleeing. Gradually, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of poisonous insects, and the sounds of pursuit faded. It seemed they had succumbed to the toxins. With the immediate danger dissipated, Shun Si, though exhausted from expending considerable spiritual energy, finally paused to catch his breath, glancing back at the scene that had unfolded. The memory of it left his face pale, and he quickly averted his gaze, choosing to forge ahead, taking a circuitous route that he dared not retrace his steps, and even if he had to return, it would be by another path. As he moved forward, he noted that the trees in this area were rather sparse, and in the distance he spotted a towering peak with a massive fissure in its center, resembling a scar. Unfazed, he contemplated how to navigate back. But just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, his expression froze. He caught sight of a figure entering the fissure, although only a silhouette was visible, and he could not discern the face clearly. He recognized the figure wore the same robes as him, belonging to the inner sect of the Seven Fiends sect. Moreover, the figure appeared eerily familiar. Sister Li. Chapter 80. The Altar. Sister Li. Shun Si stared blankly at the retreating figure. But the person who resembled Li Yu had already vanished into the fissure, oblivious to his presence. Nevertheless, his heart surged with excitement upon spotting her. It felt akin to experiencing one of life's greatest joys. The looming danger seemed to dissipate in her presence. He quickly glanced at the fissure, realizing that since Sister Li was here, she must have entered. He could follow her, and together they would surely find safety. Li Yu often visited this place, which she had informed him about. Spotting her now left him with little doubt, and in his exhilaration, he dashed toward the fissure. The distance to the fissure was not great. Situated near the mountainside, and from afar, it appeared deep, likely a vast cavern. However, just as he reached the foot of the mountain, he suddenly heard a thunderous rumbling emanating from within, causing the ground beneath him and the entire mountain to tremble violently. Rocks of all sizes began to tumble from the peak. What is happening? Shun Si was startled by the sudden upheaval, his heart racing as he swiftly turned to flee from the mountain. Once at a safe distance, he looked back with uncertainty, raising his gaze toward the fissure halfway up the mountain, sensing that the disturbance had originated from there. What precisely might occur remains uncertain to him. Li Yu has just entered within, yet the source of this commotion is a mystery. After a few breaths, the tumult subsides, leaving everything that transpired seeming like a mere illusion. Could it be related to Senior Sister Li? However, the magnitude of that disturbance was terrifying. It felt as if an entire mountain trembled. Such a feat achievable by a mere human. Perhaps it is a coincidence, an unfortunate happenstance that I must catch up with Senior Sister Li to investigate. Shun Si clenched his teeth, suppressing his chaotic thoughts, and quickly approached the fissure's edge. The space within was vast, resembling a grand hall, devoid of any obstructions. The previous tremor remains inexplicable, and at the center stands a circular stone platform, crafted from an unknown material, resembling a diminutive altar. Yet apart from this, there is no trace of Li Yu. Strangely, this place offers no other exit aside from the fissure. There are no hiding spots within. It is impossible for her to conceal herself. It is as if she vanished upon entering. Where could she be? Shun Si momentarily froze, panic creeping in, his delicate face reflecting uncertainty. He was unwilling to give up and search the space within the fissure once more. His worry about what would happen upon exiting was one concern, but more importantly, he held a deep appreciation for Li Yu, and he certainly did not wish to witness any misfortune befall her. Nevertheless, despite thoroughly scouring the area, turning it upside down, he found no sign of Li Yu, nor any hidden passages that a person of her stature should not simply vanish without a trace. Disappeared. Shun Si sat in a daze. Uncertain if Li Yu had encountered any danger, he bit his lip, refusing to believe that such a significant individual could disappear without a sound. Perhaps there are subterranean passages or mechanisms hidden within. His gratitude towards Li Yu surged within him. After steeling himself, his gaze turned towards the central stone platform, which appeared conspicuously out of place, suggesting it might be the source of any hidden mechanisms. Just as Shun Si approached the platform, intent on discovering its secrets, the stone suddenly burst forth with radiant light. What is happening? Can someone explain this to me? Help! Shun Si was startled, his voice stammering as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Instinctively, he felt an urge to flee, yet the brilliance enveloped him, blinding him and making it difficult to open his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he felt his body whirl, and when he finally managed to open his eyes again, he found himself still standing on the circular altar. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, his face paled. This was no longer the previous grand hall. He was in an utterly unfamiliar space, seemingly within a grand chamber. The ceiling adorned with numerous luminous orbs providing illumination. All of this confirmed his suspicions. The space within the fissure indeed harbored mechanisms. Yet, Shun Si could find no joy in this revelation. Where's this place, Li? Senior Sister Li, are you here? If so, please respond. Shun Si's complexion grew pale as he struggled to maintain his composure, scanning the empty, silent chamber. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, with only his voice echoing back, creating a disconcerting ambience. Senior sister. His voice trembled, and as he stepped down from the stone platform, anxiety surged within him. This place did not seem suitable for prolonged stays, and he had no idea if Li Yu was present. Instinctively, he wished to return, but standing atop the altar, it showed no signs of response. Damn it. You brought me here. Now bring me back. After fiddling with the altar for a while, it remained unresponsive, and Shun Si's face turned white with fear of being trapped here forever. He refused to remain idle, abandoning his attempts with the stone platform. He needed to find Senior Sister Li. She might possess the means to escape. He had followed Li Yu into the fissure, and his intuition told him she might know how to leave. After a thorough search, he unexpectedly discovered a door adjacent to the grand chamber, slightly ajar, allowing him to push it open effortlessly. Beyond lay a corridor, leading to what appeared to be a private chamber, with a screen at the end. The corridor walls were adorned with numerous paintings, predominantly of landscapes. Even though he lacked knowledge in art, he could sense the exquisite craftsmanship and the profound meaning behind the depictions. However, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. It felt as if he were about to intrude upon someone's private domain. Forgive me. I did not mean to intrude upon your esteemed place. Please do not hold it against me. Perhaps I could offer a tribute next year. Shun Si's heart raced with unease as he ventured forth, solely seeking Li Yu and a way out. Suddenly, one painting on the adjacent wall caught his attention that depicted a woman clad in ancient purple attire, her back turned, obscuring her face in her hand. She held a scepter, and her flowing silver hair appeared to dance in the wind. The reason Shun Si was captivated was that among all the landscape paintings, this was the only one featuring a human figure. Is this place crafted by her? Chapter 81. Fragmented Soul, is this place crafted by her? Shun Si gazed intently at the painting, hesitating for a moment before continuing down the corridor. However, after just a few steps, he abruptly stopped, retrieving small porcelain vials from his storage bag. Given the uncertainty surrounding this place, it was prudent to be cautious. Each vial contained poison. Should danger arise, he needed to be able to access them quickly. Now, with them in hand, he felt significantly more secure and continued boldly onward. As he approached the screen, the paintings along the walls had vanished. When he maneuvered around the screen, he discovered a smaller hall beyond, filled with numerous shelves bearing unfamiliar spiritual herbs, none of which he had ever seen nor encountered in the records of Mo Lao or the 10,000 Classics Hall. He instinctively sensed their extraordinary quality. In addition to the herbs, the shelves also held an array of weapons: long swords, great blades, staffs, bamboo slips, and numerous porcelain vials. Among them were even crystalline stones, each the size of an infant's head, glimmering with a translucent sheen. Spiritual stones. It felt as though he had stumbled into a treasure trove. Shun Si's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pinched himself, ensuring he was not dreaming, nearly jumping for joy. However, his long-standing caution quickly tempered his elation. He meticulously observed his surroundings to confirm there were no dangers before suppressing his excitement and rushing towards the nearest shelf, reaching for a black vine. Yet, to his astonishment, the moment his hand made contact, the vine crumbled into dust, triggering a chain reaction that caused the entire wooden shelf to disintegrate. Within moments, the ground before him was littered with powder, as if the items had long since withered away. Shun Si stood there in shock, questioning whether he had mishandled the vine. And no matter, there are still other items. He suppressed his emotions and quickly glanced at the remaining shelves. However, as soon as he spoke, the entire hall seemed to respond to his words. Suddenly trembling, he then heard a series of cracking sounds emanating from the shelves, sending a wave of foreboding through him. He quickly turned his gaze to the other shelves. Could it be? His heart raced with alarm, and just as he feared, before he could rush over, the remaining shelves collapsed into dust. Their contents, whether weapons, vials, or herbs, met the same fate. In merely 2 or 3 breaths, the hall transformed into a desolate space, with only heaps of powder strewn about. Stunned, my spiritual herbs, my weapons, Shun Si was utterly dumbfounded, staring at the piles of dust. And before he could even mourn the loss, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound resonating throughout the hall, as if debris were falling from above, suggesting the structure might collapse. This was impossible. After all, those shelves crumbled with just a touch. Could he truly be this unfortunate? What is going on? Shun Si's face turned pale. He could no longer afford to stay here, but he quickly turned his gaze, successfully spotting a door deeper within the hall. Without considering whether it was an exit, he gritted his teeth and sprinted toward it. Along the way, the rumbling intensified, as though the entire hall was shaking, causing his face to grow increasingly pale. Yet, midway through his escape, he accidentally kicked something beneath his feet, causing him to pause and look down, discovering it was a piece of animal hide. It appeared to be placed upon a wooden rack. Yet it had not succumbed to the decay that had befallen the other racks, the spirit stones and weapons. However, the great hall was on the brink of collapse, and his life was precariously at stake. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shun Si hastily seized it and stowed it away in his storage pouch. Neglecting to examine its contents, he rushed towards the door, relieved that despite the continuous rumbling, the entire hall had not yet crumbled. Even as he plunged into the depths of the passage, the tremors beneath his feet gradually subsided, allowing Shun Si to exhale a silent sigh of relief. Feeling that the day's events had been nothing short of tumultuous, he raised his gaze to survey his surroundings, which revealed another grand hall. In the center stood a graceful figure, her back turned to him, draped in a familiar dark green robe. Whether she had not noticed him or simply lacked the time to acknowledge his presence, she was currently gripping a rod of a deep golden hue, which, appearing somewhat familiar, was embedded into the ground, half of it seemingly buried beneath the earth. As she exerted her strength, it was gradually freed, revealing its full form to the world. It was of a height comparable to a person and crafted from an unknown material that emitted a metallic sheen, roughly the thickness of an infant's arm, with a black serpent intricately coiled around it, lifelike as if in slumber. Once the rod was fully extracted, the surrounding rumbling ceased entirely, granting Shun Si a moment of true relief. He gazed at the enchanting figure ahead, filled with uncertainty. Sisterly? It seemed she had heard his voice, for a soft sigh escaped her lips. This place is not meant for you, as she spoke. Liu turned to face him, her delicate nose flaring slightly as she inhaled, her expression tinged with a hint of danger. Shun Si felt an unsettling strangeness about her, as if she were a stranger. His mind raced. He had ventured deep into Wushan seeking poison, only to be pursued by venomous creatures to the mountain's depths. Upon spotting her entering a fissure, he had feared for her safety and followed, only to dig fruitlessly, ultimately finding himself in the grand hall behind. That I was so worried about you. It's a relief to see you're safe. He embellished his previous tale, emphasizing his concern for her, assuring himself that he had no intention of playing on emotions. After a moment of silence, Liu's beautiful eyes bore into him, her previously dangerous demeanor still intact, now tinged with authority. I am not your sisterly. Your sisterly has already perished. Emotional appeals hold no sway over me. Her indifferent tone stirred a tempest within Shun Si's heart. Sisterly is dead? How could that be? If she is dead, then who stands before me? As if sensing his confusion, Liu's gaze remained fixed upon him, her voice cold and detached. Very well. Allow me to clarify. The sisterly you speak of is merely a fragment of my soul, separated many years ago. Fragment of the soul? The weight of her words struck him profoundly, and he fell silent. Though he did not fully comprehend the concept of a soul fragment, he grasped the implication. Sisterly was but a part of the being before him. What had become of Sisterly? The revelation left him feeling constricted, as if burdened by the weight of knowledge he wished he had never acquired. I've divided my soul into two fragments. The previous generation's 7 fiend sect ancestor is also me, and your sister Li is one of those fragments. However, something unforeseen occurred with her, leading to a loss of memory and an identity crisis. Liu's demeanor remained cold as she continued, revealing that she had emerged a millennium late, resulting in her current low cultivation level. Fortunately, she had begun to regain some memories, realizing she needed to awaken her true self. Yet her current state was insufficient to restore her former power. Hearing that the ancestor of the 7 Fiends sect was her, Shun Si felt his emotions momentarily suppressed, yet anxiety surged once more. Though he had never met the previous ancestor, he had heard tales of her formidable reputation. renowned throughout the southern wilderness during her time, with cultivation levels undoubtedly surpassing the golden core stage. If she were merely a fragment, what might her true form be? Nascent soul? Or even higher? I have said all that needs to be said. You may leave. Liu wasted no time, raising her staff to point directly at Shenxi, intent on silencing him to prevent others from learning of her revival. She was not yet fully restored and could not contend with her adversaries. Should the news escape, they would not allow her to survive. Sister Li, I have spent considerable time with your fragment. You cannot be so heartless. Although Shenxi was oblivious to her motives for wanting him dead, he sensed her murderous intent, a chill running down his spine as he felt the weight of impending doom. He clenched a few ceramic vials tightly in his hands. I have stated clearly, I am not her. Emotional appeals hold no power with me. Liu remained unmoved, releasing an aura far more potent than any cultivator Shenxi had ever encountered, even surpassing that of the Seven Fiends sect's current leader. Under the immense pressure of her presence, he paled, drenched in cold sweat, as if his body were a fragile vessel adrift in a storm. Acutely aware of his insignificance, just as he felt utterly overwhelmed, Liu suddenly furrowed her brow, sensing a flicker of internal conflict, her movements stalling momentarily. This internal struggle was not something that should have arisen within her fragmented soul, which had just returned to its core, and it unexpectedly affected her mental state. Unbeknownst to Shenxi, the aura locking onto him wavered, as though he had momentarily escaped from the depths of despair back into the realm of the living. Instinctively, he began to move his leaden legs toward the door, a small thought that could not escape Liu's notice. She closed her eyes, swiftly extinguishing that fleeting emotion, reopening them to find Shenxi's awkward expression. Very well, you may leave. The Seven Fiends sect has protected me for many years, remaining loyal. You are a descendant of the Seven Fiends sect. Today, I will let you go. Mind yourself. The abrupt shift in her demeanor took him by surprise. Why did she suddenly show mercy? And what did she mean by claiming the Seven Fiends sect had guarded her for so long? Liu offered no further explanation, her demeanor remaining icy. With a forceful strike of her staff against the ground, an overwhelming aura erupted from her, sending Shenxi hurtling through the air. Fortunately, a gust of wind enveloped him, propelling him out of the grand hall and past the wooden racks he had encountered earlier, sweeping through the corridor adorned with paintings, landing squarely upon the altar in the first hall. Before he could fully comprehend what had transpired, radiant light enveloped him once more, much like before, blinding him to the point where he could barely open his eyes. He felt his body being displaced, and a voice echoed in his ears. Remember my existence. Do not speak of my matters to anyone, that I have left my mark on you. Finding you will be effortless. The threat was palpable, unmistakably emanating from Liu. Shenxi found himself unable to respond, and when he finally opened his eyes again, he discovered he was atop the stone platform within the cave hall. Hours had seemingly passed since he had entered, and the night had descended outside. After a brief flicker of light, darkness enveloped the cave hall, with only a sliver of moonlight seeping in alongside a chilling breeze, confirming that he was no longer within that grand hall. Emerging from his ordeal, Shenxi felt a profound sense of survival. Yet he recalled her earlier words, his face marred by distress. She had instructed him not to mention her or their encounters to anyone. She had also taken measures to ensure she could track him with ease. He felt that the other party was highly unlikely to deceive him, claiming that they could find him at any time. And perhaps they truly could. A sense of despair crept into his heart as he contemplated the formidable nature of the individual on the other side. The thought of potentially being sought out by them in the future filled him with unease. Just as he was lost in thought, the altar beneath his feet suddenly began to tremble, and the entire mountain resonated with a thunderous sound that transformed his gaze. He feared that the woman might change her mind and attempt to drag him back again. In an instant, he found himself below the altar. Fortunately, the scenario he had dreaded did not unfold. Instead, amidst the rumbling, no figure emerged from the altar, which gradually sank into the earth, vanishing without a trace. It seemed that anyone who came here after tonight would likely not notice anything amiss. Shenxi felt that, from this moment on, it was perhaps true that he would never see Li Shiji again. That woman was not Li Shiji. Let us go, Li Shiji. I am leaving, Shenxi murmured, reflecting on the other party, suppressing the emotions swirling within him, as well as the beautiful figure buried deep in his heart. He stepped out through the fissure, and around him, all was silent. In the distance, above the vast mountains, hung a radiant full moon. Chilling wind swept past, causing the robes on his body to flutter. Shun-Si cast one last glance at the fissure behind him, strode forward, stepping onto the wooden sword, and in the darkness, circled back past Wushan, returning to the North Peak. Chapter 83. The clue left by Li Yu. The moonlight flowed like water, and the upheaval in the depths of Wushan was unnoticed by anyone except Shun-Si. Under the night sky, the 4 peaks of Qisha sect, along with the external sect, lay in complete silence. As he departed from the North Peak, Shun-Si paused, contemplating in silence, reflecting that perhaps those who would dwell here in the future would never return. Such is life. The moments of parting are never the most sorrowful. It is the memories that evoke true melancholy. Shun-Si, being a sentimental person, knew he must continue onward. He could not allow himself to languish in despair over Li Shiji's absence. Yet in the following days, he remained dazed, sitting in the cave of the South Peak. Grappling with acceptance of this reality, he was uncertain whether that individual would return to Qisha sect, and whether Li Shiji's disappearance would be discovered. She was not the same as Li Shiji, yet she had warned him not to disclose this matter. Surely, I will not be suspected. Shun-Si thought of the other party, frowning slightly as he gazed at the central pool of water. After several more days, while collecting resources, he felt a wave of unease. Thankfully, no one questioned him, nor did anyone seem to pay attention to the matter, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. As he exited the grand hall, he suddenly heard a voice behind him. Shun-Shidi, you seem distracted, still pondering over Li Shimi. Are you not? Li Cheng, walking beside him, smiled. How is your progress with Li Shimi? Coughing softly, Shun-Si concealed his feelings, merely offering a few perfunctory remarks before taking his leave from the East Peak, heading towards the South Peak. After a moment of hesitation, he recalled that he had not sought out Lu Qin for some time and wondered how her spirit liquid was faring. He had consumed too much of that spirit liquid, and its effects had diminished, thus he had not paid much attention or sought her out in recent months. However, now, according to his estimation, refining this bottle should allow him to reach the pinnacle of the 7th layer of Qi refining and attempt to break through to the 8th layer. Though the spirit liquids were somewhat weak, perhaps they would serve as a perfect one-time attempt to push for the 8th layer. Yet, Li Yu's warning still echoed in his mind. He could almost confirm that Li Yu was not concerned about him competing for the inheritance, but rather for other reasons. Spirit stones, I should go check at MY Spirit Stones. Shun-Si quickly shook his head, regaining his radiant demeanor, burying all emotions deep within. Regardless, he must first secure his belongings. 2 months had passed, and the external sect remained unchanged. Shun-Si's arrival still caused quite a stir. Finding Lu Qin was not difficult. Yuan Ming, dear brother, you haven't visited me in ages. I suspect that if it weren't for those spirit liquids, you would not have come to see me at all. Lu Qin pouted, still clad in that black gauzy dress, which had become even more conservative, yet her alluring figure remained captivating. Shun-Si, caught in her words, naturally would not admit it. Not at all. Indeed, indeed. Men are all fickle-hearted. Surely you have forgotten me now that you are with Li Shiji. Lu Qin feigned anger, turning away with mock sobs. Oh, how pitiful this yellow-faced woman is, crying all day with no love or care. If she were truly a yellow-faced woman, it was likely that no man would wish to stray. Shun-Si admired her ability to change her demeanor at will, fully aware that it was an act. Lu Qin, seeing his lack of response, turned back around, stamping her foot and fluttering her eyelashes. I have something to give you. You must kiss me first, and then I will tell you. Shun-Si scoffed. What could you possibly have to give me? Just hand over the spirit stones you've sold during this time. How boring. Boring, boring. Lu Qin lamented, repeating the word boring twice. I have exchanged them all for mallingrass. I kept some of the spirit liquid for myself. 20 stalks. Shun-Si counted and nodded. What she retained was precisely her reward. He handed her 10 bottles of spirit liquid. Once you've sold out, I will come looking for you again. Wait, Lu Qin called out, stopping him. You haven't kissed me yet. I truly have something for you. It's a piece of news. Men and women should not be overly familiar. Shun-Si waved his hand dismissively. fickle-hearted man. Go back to your cave and check that Li Shiji mentioned leaving something for you there. Lu Qin stamped her foot, shouting after his retreating figure, My cave, Li Shiji. Shun Si paused, his heart racing as he vaguely grasped what was unfolding to T that moment. He disregarded Lu Qin and swiftly dashed towards the cave he once inhabited, feeling a mix of emotions. If Li Shiji had left something for him, it implied that she had anticipated today's situation. This revelation stirred the emotions he had buried deep within, growing increasingly complex as he took deep breaths. Returning to that familiar cave, from his storage bag, he retrieved the token and entered amidst the rumbling sounds. Since he had not visited in some time, a layer of fine dust now coated the stone furniture. The interior was eerily quiet, with only the sound of water bubbling in the central spring echoing through the stillness. After a moment of silence, he casually glanced around and spotted a small wooden box resting on the stone table. He recalled that this object was not present during his last visit. Lu Qin had indeed not deceived him. Li Shiji had left him something. With a deep breath, Shen Si approached the wooden box, sensing a faint feminine fragrance emanating from it, momentarily conjuring an image of a delicate figure in his mind. After a brief pause, he opened it, only to be surprised that it contained not a letter, as he had anticipated, but a white handkerchief embroidered with an orchid, causing him to momentarily freeze on the back of the handkerchief. He discovered small writing. Inheritance is both a blessing and a shackle. Each generation of Qixia sect must select one disciple to inherit the legacy and uphold the sect. Typically, it is the one with the highest aptitude. The inheritance is a method of enlightenment, enabling significant advancement in cultivation in a short period, allowing one to break through to the golden core stage. However, once one receives the inheritance, they shall be bound to Qixia sect for life, unable to leave. Moreover, due to the method of enlightenment, there are inherent flaws, leading to a limited future. At most, one can reach the yearning stage. Shen Si was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of the weight of those words that he recalled what the sect master had said previously when he received the spirit liquid. Acquiring the inheritance meant he would undoubtedly be able to achieve the golden core stage. It turned out to be a method of enlightenment. What then did Li Shiji's words about being bound to Qixia sect for life truly signify? Chapter 84. The technique of determining the heavens. Shun Si furrowed his brow. Gazing at the handkerchief in his grasp, as it came into contact with the air, the writing began to dissipate rapidly, startling him once more. After a while, only the orchid remained visible on the handkerchief. Since each generation must select a disciple who cannot leave Qixia sect, then perhaps it would be better not to pursue this inheritance. However, Li Shiji mentioned that each generation must select one individual to inherit the legacy. Surely, they cannot be considering selecting me. Shun Si's expression flickered, filled with turmoil. Given the current situation at Qixia sect, there were so few disciples. If someone were to break through to the foundation establishment stage before turning 30, that would be fortunate, if not. And if a selection were necessary, it was indeed possible he could be chosen. After all, there were only a handful of disciples remaining, with Li Shiji no longer present. Only Gao Fei Li Cheng, and he remained. The probability of being selected for this was alarmingly high. Though he yearned for strength, he could not escape the confines of the Seven Fiends sect. What good would power do him if he were to remain trapped here for eternity? At this moment, his countenance flickered with uncertainty as he returned to his designated cave, dwelling for inner disciples. Holding a porcelain vial in his hand, a wave of contemplation washed over him. Initially, he had intended to push through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, yet now he hesitated. What if he advanced too swiftly, his talents revealed too prominently, and he was selected? Although he did not understand why one could not leave the Seven Fiends sect upon receiving the inheritance, he instinctively trusted Liu. After all, in hindsight, perhaps the individual in the underground palace had released her due to Liu's influence. The likelihood of deceit seemed minimal, yet he found himself in a quandary. He resolved to remain low profile. The foundation establishment was still quite distant for him. Thus, he aimed first to break through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement, reaching a state akin to that of Gao Fei, before adopting a more discreet approach. After much contemplation, he clenched his teeth, Recalling Gao Fei's animosity towards him within the inner sect, he ultimately decided to prioritize breaking through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. At the very least, he needed to maintain a low profile while possessing the strength to protect himself. However, having advanced rather quickly in recent months, it had only been a few months since he broke through to the 7th layer of qi refinement. To be cautious, he resolved to refrain from refining the spiritual liquid for the time being and to wait a few months before attempting another breakthrough. Resolutely, he set aside the spiritual liquid and retrieved a piece of bee skin from his storage pouch. The moment it appeared, an ancient and weathered aura enveloped him. This was the bee skin he had discovered when the Grand Hall collapsed. All those treasures, spiritual herbs, and spirit stones had turned to dust over time, leaving only this peculiar item behind. Undoubtedly something extraordinary. The thought of so many treasures turning to mere powder before his eyes filled him with sorrow. He scrutinized the bee's skin carefully, unsure of what it was, but instinctively sensing its potential value. Upon closer inspection, he discovered inscriptions upon it. When he read the contents, his eyes widened with excitement. It contained a record of a divine ability. Divine arts. What are divine arts? In the world, there exists a notion of great divine arts. Essentially, divine arts transcend regular spells, representing a realm of terrifying power. The spells cultivated by cultivators are classified by levels, with the lowest being the mortal level, which possesses minimal power. The sword control technique and fire control technique he practiced both fell within this category. Above that is the spirit level, which foundation establishment cultivators may practice, wielding even greater power. Ascending further, one reaches the Dan level, and beyond that lies the infant level. Techniques of the infant level can be classified as divine arts. The higher the level of the spells, the more formidable their power becomes. The divine arts practiced by nascent soul cultivators are far more terrifying in terms of destructive capability than those of the Dan level. The bee skin contained a method for cultivating a divine art. Yet this particular art was not for offense. Rather, it appeared to be supportive in nature. This divine art was called the heaven-binding technique, which, when executed, could immobilize an individual, rendering them unable to move. The heaven-binding technique? If I master this, who could evade my poison? His eyes sparkled with excitement, but soon his expression darkened upon realizing that the method required a powerful consciousness. One's consciousness must surpass that of the opponent to bind them in place. Consciousness. Only foundation establishment cultivators possess this ability, as they can open their sea of consciousness and develop their consciousness. Naturally, he was not yet at that stage in the Hall of 10,000 Classics. He had seen introductions to foundation establishment cultivators and records of consciousness that it is said that once one awakens their consciousness, they can perceive the slightest movements in their surroundings, the rustling of the wind, the scurrying of ants and the flight of birds, with remarkable clarity. He had once envied this power. However, he was merely at the 8th layer of qi refinement, lacking consciousness and unable to cultivate this divine art. His earlier excitement had been in vain. He pondered whether he would ever have the opportunity to establish a foundation in this lifetime. The simplest path, of course, was through the inheritance of the Seven Fiends sect, ensuring that he would undoubtedly achieve the dance stage. Yet, he was unwilling to accept the price of that inheritance. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly set aside the beast's skin. Regardless, it represented a glimmer of hope. Perhaps one day he could rely on his own strength to break through to foundation establishment. Concerned about being selected, he could not refine the spiritual liquid to enhance his cultivation. However, with his cultivation stagnated, he could still practice alchemy. Not alchemy, but poison crafting. During his time in Wushan, he had gathered numerous poisonous herbs that he suppressed his excess emotions and immersed himself in enhancing his poison crafting skills, isolating himself in his cave dwelling. After nearly 20 days of seclusion, he had exhausted all his poisonous herbs, successfully crafting a considerable amount of poison. Unfortunately, Senior Sisterly was no longer around, and her powder had vanished, leaving him unable to extract poison. With a sigh, he grasped several porcelain vials, feeling that there was still ample room for improvement in his poison crafting skills. Just as he was about to step out of his cave dwelling, he heard a voice from outside. "Junior Brother Shun, Elder Situ has summoned the disciples." Elder Situ was calling the disciples at this time. It was not yet the moment for distributing the spiritual liquid. Was it? Could it be related to senior sister Li's disappearance? The voice was familiar to him, and as he sat in his cave dwelling, his gaze flickered before he stepped outside to see Li Cheng standing there. Senior brother Li, do you know why Elder Situ has summoned us? Junior sister Li has gone missing, Li Cheng replied, nodding at him. Unlike his usual demeanor, his expression was quite grave. Elder Situ is likely calling us to inquire about any clues. Shenxi had already been aware of this matter, yet he felt compelled to feign ignorance, worry and confusion manifesting on his face. When did this happen? His concern was not entirely feigned. He was unsure of the specifics. But it must have been some time, 8G, and no more time to waste. Let us hurry. Chang shook his head, visibly anxious, leading the way ahead. Throughout their journey, Shenxi remained silent, his head downcast. Li Cheng assumed he was merely worried about Li Mingyu and did not suspect anything amiss. They gradually arrived at the summit of the eastern peak. In that brief moment, Gao Fei had also received the news and hurriedly arrived, casting a cold glance at Shenxi. Naturally, Shenxi remained unperturbed. And soon they reached the familiar grand hall of the mountaintop. This moment, Elder Situ was already inside, his demeanor quite solemn. The Seven Fiends sect was already in a weakened state, struggling to produce a late-stage qi refiner. The inner sect disciples constituted the core of the sect, and such a sudden disappearance undoubtedly troubled the elder greatly. Upon the arrival of Shenxi and the others, he immediately inquired of the three about the last time they had seen junior sister Li, where they had encountered her, and whether there had been any unusual behavior prior to her disappearance. Shenxi recalled the woman's words, ultimately mingling truth with deception, refraining from mentioning that he had seen her in Wushan, and thus faced no suspicion. After all, he was merely at the 7th layer of qi refinement, incapable of posing any threat to Li Yu. After Elder Situ finished his inquiries and received no useful information, he could only sigh and remind the three to keep this matter confidential for the time being before allowing them to leave. Only the echoes of confusion remained in the grand hall. How could she have vanished so suddenly? What had transpired? The Poison Mountain had been investigated by the sect leader, yet no clues were found. Where could she have gone? A living person had simply vanished. To avoid inciting panic, he refrained from informing others. This moment, Li Cheng and the others were still unaware that the sect leader had personally searched for her without success. After exiting the grand hall, Gao Fei departed alone, while Li Cheng noticed Shenxi's despondent demeanor. Understanding that he had been close to Li Yu, he patted his shoulder. Junior brother Shun, there's no need to worry. The sect leader will take action to search for her. Junior sister Li will be fine. Thank you. Senior brother, I wish to be alone for a while. S' expression bore a hint of melancholy, which he suppressed on one hand. He dedicated himself to performing his role entirely. On the other, he genuinely felt sorrowful. After all these days, that woman had yet to return, and it seemed likely she would not come back to the Qixia sect. His feelings were rather complex. He harbored some fear towards her, yet she was also the vessel of his senior sister Li, albeit with a different soul. Chang said nothing, merely nodded and departed. Leaving Shenxi alone, he descended from the east peak and returned to the cave, dwelling on the south peak. Lost in thought, unsure of what to do. After a considerable time, he let out a soft sigh. He found himself longing for the apothecary and missing Sister Qiao. It had been almost 3 years since he joined the Qixia sect. Shenxi sighed again. Disciples were not permitted to leave easily, seemingly requiring approval. Sitting in the cave for quite some time, he reminisced about many past events. Eventually, he shook his head, refining the malin grass he had on him. Given his current level of cultivation, his success rate was naturally very high, resulting in only 2 failures during the refinement, yielding 18 vials in total. He ventured into the nearby wild mountains to find some demon beasts, bestowing blessings upon all his possessions and silently refining them. These potions were insufficient for a breakthrough. Although he wasn't breaking through to the 8th level of qi refinement, he could still gradually enhance his cultivation using these spiritual liquids. During these days, Elder Situ had not summoned the disciples, and the disappearance of Li Yu seemed to have reached a standstill, with no useful clues emerging. However, for reasons unknown, this matter had not been disseminated, and few outer sect disciples were aware. Shunsi had anticipated this from the beginning. After refining all 18 vials in the cave, the spiritual power within him had significantly increased, bringing him closer to the peak of the 7th level of Qi refinement. He realized that consuming just one vial of spiritual liquid would allow him to reach that pinnacle. Upon opening his eyes, he chose not to refine the remaining vial, deliberately stalling his cultivation, not wishing to be selected for inheritance due to a rapid breakthrough. Exiting the cave, he noted that it was nearly 2 days since he last collected spiritual liquid. After some contemplation, he decided to visit the outer sect again, naturally seeking out Lu Qin.as for his reputation as a fickle heart. Lu Qin berated him for only seeking her out for money, subsequently sharing some news with him. Yuan Meng, senior sisterly, left something good for you last time. Right? By the way, these days, Elder Situ has appeared in the outer sect, gathering disciples to inquire if anyone has seen senior sister Li in the past month. What happened to her? Lu Qin chattered on, her words stirring Shun Si's emotions, though he remained composed. Oh what? I haven't seen her this month, nor have any disciples. However, senior sisterly did come to find me over a month ago, asking me to convey this message to you when I had the chance. It should have nothing to do with this matter, so I didn't report it. The corners of Lu Qin's beautiful mouth twisted slightly. What on earth happened? Did senior sisterly leave you something? Hearing that she hadn't let anything slip, Shun Si felt a quiet relief and pondered. A handkerchief, though I don't know its significance. Perhaps she wished to leave a memento. Then, does this mean senior sisterly has truly vanished? Lu Qin's enchanting eyes sparkled with excitement, and she purposely puffed out her chest. Yuan Meng, how do you perceive me? If senior sisterly were indeed gone, then Shun Si would belong solely to her. Her thoughts were almost palpable, eliciting a twitch at the corner of Shun Si's mouth. Would you consider me your partner? Lu Qin leaned closer, her fragrance intoxicating and refreshing. Now the outer sect is saying that I'm yours. You must take responsibility for me. Besides, you've already kissed and touched me. How could she not know what modesty was? When did I ever touch you? It was you who kissed me. The suppressed emotions Shun Si had been carrying these days were unexpectedly alleviated by her playful antics. Leaving him both amused and exasperated, he raised his hand to request the spiritual liquid she had sold during this period, only to find something soft unexpectedly nuzzling against him, which he instinctively pinched. Now, you can't backtrack. Lu Qin's face turned crimson. After a quarter of an hour, Shun Si fled back to the South Peak amidst Lu Qin's melodious laughter, the previous sensation lingering in his mind. Causing his composure to falter, he had always regarded Lu Qin as a unique woman among her kind, utterly unaware of modesty, yet he had not anticipated her boldness. However, he discovered how soft a person's body could truly be. Clearing his throat, he shook his head and sighed, eventually managing to suppress the fire within him. In the following days, he continued refining spiritual medicine without leaving the cave until it was time to collect the spiritual liquid again, at which point he headed towards the East Peak. Along the way, he encountered Li Cheng, who, in contrast to previous days, wore a worried expression. Over the past few days, he had inquired of Elder Situ about Li Yu's whereabouts, but had yielded no results. Amplifying his growing anxiety, as the first disciple to enter, he felt a sense of camaraderie with each disciple. After all, they had spent so much time together, and to him, they were akin to siblings. When the two met, they merely exchanged nods and hurried to the grand hall atop the mountain, where Elder Situ was already present, along with the sect leader, who donned his familiar purple robe, his expression inscrutable. After a few more arrivals, he sighed deeply. I've already searched, and the aura of Liu ultimately lingers in Wushan, as if she vanished suddenly from there upon hearing this news. The people in the hall fell into silence. Sect leader, has senior sister Li truly vanished? Li Cheng struggled to lift his head, but it's difficult. No one knows the situation. Not many knew the true name of the man in purple robes. His surname was Zhao. Given name and hearing this, he sighed again, plunging everyone into silence once more. Currently, in our Qisha sect, only you three remain as core disciples. According to ancestral teachings, one must break through to the foundation establishment stage before the age of 30 to qualify for inheritance. However, given the recent events, with only 3 inner sect disciples remaining, I have made a decision. Zhaoan surveyed the three of them before speaking slowly. Next month, I will open the ancestral lands, and at that time, I will select one among you to inherit our sect's legacy. Shun Si was momentarily taken aback. This ancestral land was news to him, but upon hearing about the selection for inheritance, he inwardly lamented his potential selection. Li Cheng and Gao Fei were momentarily stunned by the news, but their astonishment was quickly overshadowed by shock. We can receive inheritance without the need to break through by 30, if one were to obtain the inheritance. They would undoubtedly achieve golden core in their lifetime. Zhaoan waved his hand, cautioning, do not rejoice too soon. You're not yet at the foundation establishment stage, and receiving the inheritance power may carry risks. Whether anyone can withstand the inheritance power would depend on your own fortunes. Zhao, I could naturally see the fervor in the three, and after handing each a porcelain vial, he dismissed them without elaborating on the selection process. We disciples will do our utmost, Li Cheng and the others replied earnestly, clasping their fists before exiting the grand hall. Shen Si was among them, yet he felt no excitement, only a deep-seated anxiety he could not reveal. Shun Shidi, Li Cheng patted his shoulder, attempting to suppress his own excitement, mistakenly believing Shun Si, still worried for Li Yu, that he realized his elation at this moment was inappropriate. Focus on your cultivation. If you can obtain the inheritance and grow stronger, the chances of finding senior sister Li will increase. She is a member of our Qisha sect, and we cannot abandon her. These words caused Shen Si to pause in silent contemplation, as if they had struck a chord within him that he, too, did not wish to forsake her. Yet she was no longer present. Or perhaps she was, but the one bearing her former visage was merely another person. However, this was a thought he could only harbor within himself. He could not share it with Li Cheng. After the three departed, only Elder Situ and the sect leader remained in the grand hall. Sect leader, do you think this decision is a bit hasty? Elder Situ hesitated, sensing that the sect leader had become anxious since returning from Wushan, abruptly deciding to conduct the selection earlier than initially planned. I have a foreboding feeling. The man clad in purple let out a soft sigh as he gazed upon the portrait of the ancestral master within the hall. There were certain matters he had refrained from voicing earlier. In truth, during his previous investigation, he had been unable to locate Li Yu. However, he had encountered an exceedingly ancient formation there, one that eluded even his understanding, had it not been for the apparent passage of time, which had caused the formation to weaken and gradually dissipate. Leaking its aura, he would likely have remained oblivious to its existence. This formation seemed to be sealing something, and as it deteriorated, something was gradually seeping out. Even he, a cultivator of the golden core stage, felt a sense of trepidation at this revelation, which was also the source of his unease. As the leader of the Seven Fiends sect, he was taken aback to discover the presence of such a formation in proximity to his sect. Upon returning, he delved into numerous ancient texts and recalled the long-standing mission of the Seven Fiends sect, as well as the mysterious disappearance of their predecessor. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was some connection between these events, and his anxiety deepened. Compounding his worries, the leakage of that thing had intensified in recent days, to the extent that he could no longer conceal it. He had a foreboding sense that time was of the essence. Significant upheaval could befall the Seven Fiends sect due to the ramifications of this leakage, potentially altering the very fabric of the sect. Yet he was unable to confide in Elder Situ regarding these concerns. With a sigh, he contemplated, Situ, if only there comes a day. Elder Situ, utterly perplexed, was left wondering what the sect leader had intended to convey before trailing off. You may leave. I wish to be alone in contemplation. Zhaoan offered no further explanation, simply responding, as you wish.